My friends must have thought I went home. I looked around, and the beach was empty, which was really weird at this time of year. I tried to take out my phone from my back pocket, but it wasn't there. Apparently, someone had stolen it, or I had dropped it somewhere. I freaked out, not because it had all my pictures in it or anything like that. The problem was that the beach was really far away from the town, and I hadn't told my parents that I had gone to the party. I walked for at least an hour to get home. The weird thing is that everything was closed and there were no cars around. The town looked deserted. I was really confused and I ran home to ask my parents what was going on. But when I got home, the door wasn't locked and my family wasn't there. What the hell was happening? I desperately started looking for a note, but there was nothing. I didn't know what to do or how to contact them, so I went to my friend's house, then to the school and the police station, but no one was there. It seemed that I was the only one left in the entire town. Then a thought crossed my mind. This has to be a dream. There is no other explanation. Of course, it's a dream, Beatrice. Otherwise, how do you explain your parents leaving town without telling you? I felt my heart racing and my head exploding. I was panicking big time. I tried to calm myself down, but it wasn't easy. I thought to myself, whatever is going on, I need a plan. Right now, the most important thing is food. I decided to go to the town center where all the stores were. To my surprise, all the stores were open. I ran into the supermarket to eat something. I was starving. I was alone in a town full of shops that were open just for me. And the best part was that I did not need any money. I decided to explore the abandoned shops. I started with the most beautiful clothes shop in town. I tried on some sunglasses and high-heel sandals and started walking like a model in the dressing room. I tried on all sorts of dresses and outfits. The fabrics were amazing and the jewelry was impressive as well. I danced for a while, and the next day, while I was shopping at the supermarket, I realized that if everything is open, the bank must be too. I grabbed an iced coffee can and some brownies and went to check the bank. Unfortunately, when I got there, it was closed, but I had an ace up my sleeve. I remembered the back entrance my father talked about. My father worked at a bank, and sometimes he had to start working really early, so he used an old entrance that was at the back of the bank. One time, he had to take me to a doctor's appointment, but he needed to drop off some papers at the bank first. So we left early, and he used the old entrance because the bank was closed. I observed him and memorized the passcode. If I was lucky enough, the passcode would be the same. Well, it turns out Lucky is my middle name. I opened the door and started exploring the bank. At some point, I saw a large round door with some kind of metallic ship wheel and a code next to it. I assumed that would be the vault. No wonder this bank was robbed twice. I mean, if a teenager can get in without setting off the alarm. I approached the vault. Apparently, the video games and movies I've been playing and watching are quite accurate when it comes to bank vaults, because after a few tries, I somehow managed to open it. The inside was full of safe deposit boxes. I tried to open each and every one of them, but there was no use. They were all locked. When I was about to get back out, I noticed a small key with the number 58 on it. I picked it up and looked for the safe deposit box number 58. It opened. I looked inside and there was so much money inside. I took a stack of cash and made my way out of the vault. I closed it and went back outside. It was dark. I hadn't noticed how fast time passed. I guess opening the vault took me more time than I had thought. I was tired, so I went back to the mattress store and lied down, but I could not sleep. I stared outside at the calm street. I thought, if this is a dream, it feels more real than I expected. I was starting to get a bit scared. I needed answers. As usual, I woke up and went to the supermarket to eat. Then I decided to go to Tommy's, my crush's house. I mean, if no one was there, it wouldn't hurt to take a sneak peek. Plus, I might get some answers. Who knows? The door was locked, so I had to climb to his window, which, thank God, was open. I jumped inside and instantly started looking for his diary. I thought, if I want to get the dirt, I need the most reliable source. While searching for the diary, I noticed a phone, and it had no PIN code. I'm saved! I yelled frantically. I tried to call my parents, but there was no signal. I checked the phone, and it was supposed to work. The SIM card was inserted, and the phone seemed to be a new model. I sighed and continued the search for the diary. Found it! I was really excited. I wanted to know what Tommy thought of me. Sometimes when I was at the store, we flirted a little. I had actually managed to get his phone number and we've been texting lately. But he never asked me out and I wanted to know why. I started reading the diary and I could not believe my eyes. There was a chance that I might have been the only one who was doing the flirting. In fact, the last page of his diary said, "Should I tell my parents I'm gay?" OMG. I've had a crush on this guy since forever, and he is gay. I was crushed and felt so stupid for a moment. How could I not see it? I put the diary back in its place and made sure to take the phone with me, just in case the signal came back on for some reason. I went down the stairs and opened the door from the inside. I didn't feel like climbing down the window again. I went back to the supermarket, loaded a cart with a bunch of junk food and a gigantic box of ice cream, and headed to the cinema. I had worked there, so I knew how to operate the projector. I sat in the back row so that I could keep my cart close. I grabbed a plastic spoon and dug into my chocolate ice cream to console myself. Now I know who's been robbing my ice cream. I jumped at the sound of a boy's voice. What the hell? I said, I thought I was alone. The boy said, well, that makes two of us. I looked at him in disbelief. He looked at my confused expression and said, I'm Derek, remember? We have algebra and biology together. Of course I remembered him. He was Tommy's best friend, or now that I think about it, maybe his boyfriend? Derek looked worried. Beatrice, you okay? Yes, I'm okay. I'm just surprised to see anyone, I said. He looked at me and asked, do you know what happened? I shrugged and told him how I woke up at the beach and had to walk back to town, only to find that everyone was gone, and that I've been wandering in the town for days. He told me that he's been wandering the town for days as well, but that he came to this area just yesterday. I looked at him while he was talking, and for the first time, I realized how cute he was. No, he was actually handsome with those blue eyes and black hair. That sure is a winning combination, I thought to myself. Derek looked at me and asked me, so what are we watching? I blushed and told him that this was a romantic movie you watch when you feel down. Derek and I talked through the entire movie. I wanted to watch the movie, but I didn't mind. Derek is actually awesome. We turned out to have a lot in common. Actually, we were so caught up in our conversation that we didn't notice when the movie was over. After a while, we decided to go outside. It was already dark. I told Derek I was sleeping at the mattress store, and if he needed a place to sleep, he should come with me because the store was full of comfy mattresses. Derek was a ray of hope in this nightmare. I didn't want to let him go. He agreed, and we went to sleep on two mattresses in front of each other. The next day when I woke up, I caught Derek looking at me and smiling. He said, "Good morning, sunshine." I can swear my cheeks caught fire. We got up and had breakfast. I told Derek that there were still a few places I had not explored and that I would love it if he were to join me. He gave me the biggest smile and told me, "Of course, I'll come with you. It's not like I have better things to do anyway." And he winked at me. I was so glad I wasn't alone anymore. We spent the next 2 days talking, eating, and flirting, actually. He was so sweet and handsome, and I was actually falling in love with him. One day, while we were having a picnic in the park, we started hearing a lot of noise and saw a few cars arrive. I jumped up smiling and said, "We are saved!" To my surprise, Derek looked really anxious and scared. He grabbed my arms and pulled me down and said, "We need to leave. Now." I stared at him confused. "What are you talking about? We've been alone for days, waiting for someone to come back." "Now that they do, you want us to run away?" Derek grabbed my arm and told me, "I don't have time to explain now. Come with me, please." Then, without waiting for an answer, he pulled me up and started tugging my arm to make me follow him. I was starting to get scared. He noticed my expression and I could see the guilt in his eyes, but he said nothing. I felt like we had been walking for an hour when we finally stopped. We were at the beach. I looked around, but I did not recognize this part of the shore. There was an old cabin that looked like it had been abandoned for years. He led me into the cabin and closed the door behind us. I could see that there was a bed and some canned food and sodas. OMG, did he just kidnap me? I hit him in the stomach with my elbow and he let go of my arm. I ran to the other wall. He told me, "Please, don't be scared. I mean you no harm." I did not believe him. "Beatrice, I need you to listen to me." "What could you possibly have to say?" I asked. "I have a confession to make," Derek said. I stood there silently. Everyone was evacuated because they thought a tsunami would have hit the coast. I stared at him in disbelief. He continued to explain. It turned out that the whole town was evacuated very early in the morning, and the beach was too far for me to hear the emergency sirens. My parents tried to come back, but the police wouldn't let them and told them that everyone had been evacuated. I took my parents' car and came to check on you after I heard your parents say that you did not leave with them. I needed to know you were okay." He explained that on his way back, he heard on the radio that it was a false alarm and that it would take some time to get everyone back into their town because the authorities did not want to cause chaos. They had decided to start sending people back to their towns, but decided to do it one town at a time in alphabetical order. Our town was called Saugatuck. so he was pretty sure he had a few days to spend with me and then tell me the truth. So he acted as if he knew nothing about the emergency evacuation and told me that he did not know why there was no one else left in town. He said that the authorities managed to get everyone back faster than he had expected. He looked at me with a sad expression and said, "I'm sorry, Beatrice. I just wanted to spend time with you, and I saw an opportunity." "And you took it," I said angrily. "Yes, but I always intended to tell you the truth, not just about the tsunami." "What else were you keeping from me, Derek?" I asked. His answer left me stunned. He said, "I love you. I always have, but I never had the guts to tell you." I stood there confused. I wanted to tell him that I loved him too, but he lied to me, and he had just kidnapped me. I thought I would never see my parents again, and it seemed that there's a good chance I won't, all because of him. He could have told me, but he chose to let me believe I was alone. I stared at him for a moment and said, "You say you love me, but you lied to me. And on top of that, you kidnap me?" "Kidnap you? No, this is not what this is." "Oh, I'm sorry. The last time I checked, when you force someone to follow you against their will and you lock them up somewhere deserted, it's called kidnapping." He looked at me with a confused look, opened the door and said, "I'm really sorry, Beatrice. I hope you'll forgive me." He went outside and locked the door behind him. I ran to the door and tried to open it, but with no luck. Then I started pounding on the door, screaming my lungs out, but there was no point. I sat on the floor and cried in fear. I thought no one would find me. This part of the beach was totally deserted. After a while, I fell asleep. When I woke up, I saw a disposable phone next to me. I opened it and saw there was a text message. It said, "I'm terribly sorry. I never meant for this to happen. I had actually planned to take you on a romantic date to this cabin. That's why there are candles lying around." I looked around me and noticed the candles. He was telling the truth. He went on, "I put your parents' phone numbers in this phone in case you do not remember them. Call them. You're at South Beach, half a mile from the lighthouse. I hope you'll forgive me one day. I left you something in your bedroom. Again, I'm sorry." I looked at the phone, not sure what to do with this. I went to the door and I opened it. The key was on the outside. I locked the door behind me and called my mom, who started crying at the sound of my voice. I sat on the beach, waiting for them and watching the sunset. It was beautiful. I could see why Derek wanted to bring me here. Why did I still have these feelings for him? He kidnapped me and lied to me, but I still wish he hadn't left. The more I thought about it, the more I convinced myself that he wasn't a bad person. He was just in love. When my parents arrived, they ran to me crying and they hugged me. When they asked me what had happened, I could not bring myself to tell them about Derek. After all, he did not mean to kidnap me at all. So I told them that I had been wandering the town alone for the last few days, and I had found a disposable phone at one of the shops, and I couldn't get any signal, so I tried to come to the beach and check if there was any signal here. My parents didn't question me. They were just so happy that they had found me. When I got home, I remembered what Derek had told me about leaving something in my room. I excused myself and told my parents that I was really tired. I went to my room and started looking around. Then I found an envelope. I opened it. Derek had printed a few selfies that we took with his camera. We looked so happy, and I remembered being happy at the time. Little did I know what would unravel later. A few days after everyone had returned and life went back to normal, the police called. They told my parents that I had robbed the bank during the evacuation. Apparently, the surveillance cameras were still working and filmed me taking the money from the vault. I know what you're thinking. Who is stupid enough to forget that there are surveillance cameras at the bank? But hey, I thought it was just a dream. Anyways, we went down to the police station to answer some questions. When I went in, a police officer asked me my name, and when he looked at the file, I could tell he was about to laugh. He told us to sit down and explain that the bank manager decided not to press charges because he knew me since I was born and did not want to compromise my future. Even though he did not press charges, the officer told me I had to complete 40 hours of community service, which I didn't mind. "There's something else you should know," the officer said with a smile on his face. "You have accidentally robbed your father." I looked at the officer in disbelief, while my father giggled. Even though I was relieved, I was so embarrassed. The police officer proceeded to tell me that I could go, but that my father had to stay in order to fill out some documents to state that he would not press charges against me. That sounded absolutely ridiculous to me. In any case, a month had passed after these events, and I couldn't stop thinking about Derek. In the end, I caved in and called his parents. They told me that he had left town the day after everyone had come back, to stay with his uncle for the summer vacation. This meant that I would not see him for another month. The idea of not seeing him made me feel sad and mad at the same time. How could he just leave like that? Did I mean nothing to him? I would have at least expected a proper face-to-face apology for what he had done to me. I was raging with madness. I took my bike and started riding it as fast as I could, hoping it would make my stress go away. I pedaled and pedaled until I realized where I was going. For some reason, I had ended up at the cabin. I got off my bike and tied it to a palm tree on the sidewalk and started walking toward the cabin. Then I stopped. In the corner of my eye, I saw someone sitting on the shore. I knew my mind was probably playing tricks on me, but from the back, it looked like Derek. I had so many mixed feelings. I was scared and yet still wanted to talk to him. So I thought to myself, for 3 days you did whatever you wanted because you thought you were dreaming. Just do what you want to do. Stop overthinking this. I took my own advice. I slowly started approaching Derek and the beautiful sunset. The closer I got, the faster my steps were, as if there were a magnetic attraction between us. I put my hand on his shoulder and he turned to look at me. 1 heartbeat later, his lips were locked with mine in front of the beautiful sunset. Hi, I'm Leslie, and this is my story. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents always fought a lot. Mom got so fed up that she yanked me out of bed one night and snuck me out the door.
Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed.
Shh, quiet. The next thing you know, we'd moved to a tiny apartment in a strange town, and I hated it. I screamed and cried for Mom to take us back home.
Take me back. This is whack.
I tried reaching out to my dad, but he was always too busy. That made me sad, but Mom found ways to cheer me up. Eventually, I got used to our new place, and hanging out with Mom was pretty cool. After a while, Mom met someone new. Soon they were married, and we moved into a new house. My stepdad was nice, but his daughter was a witch. Hey, Dana. Welcome your new mom and stepsister.
Welcome them? Ew, Dad, they're poor. Why are we keeping them here and feeding them? They're disgusting and gross.
She's just kidding. She's a little shy. She's a sweetheart once you get to know her. Dana was the worst. She threw ketchup in my face, turned the lights off when I was reading, tossed my clothes out the window, and stole all my toys. I tried to tell my mom what was going on. Hey, babe, we're guests here. Dana is a bit spoiled, but we have to learn to accept her. Thank God Dana and I didn't go to the same school. Dana went to an expensive school for brats, and I begged my mom and stepdad to let me stay at my old school. But a few years later, things took a turn. My stepdad's company lost a ton of money, and he couldn't keep up with the bills. Girls, money is tight, so we'll have to enroll both of you in public school.
Public school? No!
Dana threw the biggest tantrum and refused to eat for a week, though I caught her sneaking cookies from the kitchen at night. On the first day of school, Dana acted like a total spoiled brat.
Hey, everyone. You might see this girl talking to me, but that doesn't mean we're related. She's just our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she is our maid.
No, she is our maid.
Dana and I fought all the time. We shouted at each other in the hallway, had a food fight in the cafeteria, and one time during science class, we started shoving each other and accidentally hurt the teacher who was trying to separate us. She ended up with a broken nose. The kids thought we were insane. Neither of us had any friends. I mean, I couldn't blame them. Dana was a crazy witch, and well, I'm cool, but shy and weird and insecure and invisible, so yeah. After weeks of being outcasts, we grew a bit closer, just a bit, 'cause we were lonely and we only had each other. Then one day in first grade, our parents sat us down to give us some news. We're gonna have a baby.
Oh, really? That's cool. A baby? Why would you go and do a stupid thing like that?
The baby came and my parents were so happy. A beautiful little boy. Isn't he precious? Let's call him Sam. I fell in love with Sam immediately, even though he was annoying. He cried a lot and puked and peed all over the place. Dana avoided Sam like the plague. She'd lock herself in her room and only came out to eat.
Look at his stupid, dirty face. OMG, why is he throwing food everywhere?
I played with Sam every day. You're so good with him, honey. Could you watch Sam while Dad and I run some errands? Sure, no problem. As time went on, Mom and Dad started leaving him with me all the time. Eventually, I was Sam's permanent babysitter. When Sam turned 2, he turned into a maniac. He drew on the walls with crayons, smashed an expensive vase, and poured milk in my dad's office drawer. And they blamed me every time. That vase cost a fortune. I'm taking it out of your allowance. But it's not my fault.
I told you so.
Told me what?
That the brat was a bad idea.
It's only gonna get worse. And Dana was right. One day I had a huge chemistry test and told my parents way in advance that I needed to study, but they still shoved Sam in my face and just left. I'd had enough. I dropped Sam off in Dana's room and headed out the door. Where do you think you're going? I'm done with this family. I'm out of here.
You can't just leave me with this thing.
Watch me. Look, Sammy, she has cookies. Sam grabbed Dana and I walked out the door.
No, get away. Leave me alone. Help.
I hopped on the bus and went straight to my dad's. He was out of town when I got there, so his maid let me in. For the first time in a long time, I had peace and quiet. My mom and stepdad freaked out when they found out I'd left, but I refused to come back. In school the next day, Dana ran up to me, looking crazy.
I can't take it. Please, come back home.
I thought you hated me.
I do, but Sam's a demon. He tore up all my clothes and flushed my makeup down the toilet.
Sounds like you're getting a taste of your own medicine. I turned to walk away, but then Dana started bawling like a big baby.
Please, I'll do anything. Just come back home.
Okay, maybe I'll come back, but on one condition. You have to do what I say when I ask.
No way. I'm not your maid.
You won't be my maid. You'll be my assistant.
That's even worse.
Take it or leave it. Dana reluctantly agreed, but even if she hadn't, I'd have moved back anyway because I missed my little Sam. The thought of him being ignored by my shallow parents and selfish Dana made me sick to my stomach. I moved back in, and whenever our parents left us with Sam, I'd set up a schedule so Dana and I shared the responsibilities. Things were great for a while, but they took a turn when Sam turned 10. He stole my mom's diamond ring and gave it to his classmate to impress her. A pretty ring for a pretty girl.
Are you crazy? I can't take this.
Sam got so mad, he punched the girl in the face. Then he sold mom's ring to his friend. I'll give it to you for $50.
40.
Deal. One day, Sam's teacher called my parents in for a meeting. Of course, they were too busy to go and sent me and Dana instead.
We came because our parents have leukemia.
Oh my God. No. She means anemia.
No, I think I meant amnesia.
They're getting old and crazy. They're just sick, and we came instead of them. Can you tell us what the problem is? Sam gave one of his classmates a black eye. He broke a window, and he's been terrorizing the other students. When we got home, I went straight to Sam's room. We need to talk about what's going on with you in school. I'm busy. If you keep this up, you might get expelled.
Get out!
Sam slammed the door in my face. He was very stubborn, but I wanted to help him. When my mom and stepdad came back that night, Dana and I told them everything. It's those mean kids. They hate me, and they're always making fun of me because I don't have nice things. Oh, darling, we're so sorry. We'll buy you new clothes. Then Mom took Sam on a shopping spree. I couldn't believe they fell for his act. Later that night, my parents went out of town for a business dinner, and Dana and I were watching MSA videos in my room when Sam appeared out of nowhere. Hey, stupid witches, you're gonna pay for telling on me.
Get out of the way, psycho. We're trying to watch TV.
Sam pulled out a huge jar of crickets from behind his back and smashed it onto the floor. The crickets landed in our hair and all over our clothes.
Get them, my pretties.
A couple of months later, Mom and Stepdad called us into the living room to tell us we were moving into a brand new fancy house.
So, wait, we're rich again?
Yes, we have twice as much money as we had before.
Thank God. I hated being poor.
Now I can go to a fancy college. Only the best for my daughter. A month later, Dana left for college in another city. I could have gone away too, but I was too worried about Sam, so I got enrolled in a college close to home. But soon after, my stepdad enrolled Sam in an expensive private school, and he started hanging out with these spoiled rich kids. I had to make sure that he didn't get into some big trouble. In my sophomore year, I was reading in the park one day when suddenly I spotted a big dog running at crazy speed with a guy my age trying to grab his leash. His name was Alex, and he was a senior in my university. I gave him my hoodie, and we ended up talking for a while. I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. Oh shoot, I gotta go. I gotta check in on my little brother. So, how do I get your hoodie back to you? Maybe I could take you out for dinner tomorrow? Oh, I'm sorry, but with the university and some things at home, I really don't have time to date. Gotcha. Well, here's my number. Just let me know where I can drop it then. He started walking away, and so did I, but a part of me felt like I was doing the wrong thing. Hey, wait! How about a coffee tomorrow? Sounds like a good place to start. Alex and I started dating, and being with him just made me happy. For the first time, it felt like someone was noticing what I needed and was taking care of me. But things at home with Sam just kept getting worse. He was skipping classes and getting detention all the time. And then some creepy guy started coming around the house looking for Sam when my parents weren't home. When I asked him who they were, he just told me to mind my business. Then one night, Sam came home with a bruised face. "Are you okay? What's going on?" "I'm fine, sis. I can take care of myself." "Sam, I can't be your babysitter forever. I have a life of my own. And one day, I'll just leave." "Then leave. My life, my choices. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change." Then he just hugged me and cried. The next morning, I tried to talk to him, but he was already gone. "I'm worried about Sam. I think something's going on with him." "You worry too much, honey. Sam's fine." "Have you seen his face?" "He said he got hurt during football practice." Ugh. Soon after I graduated, Alex proposed and I was over the moon. I'd have to move out, but I would only be 10 minutes away from Sam. Not that he seemed to care much either way. And on my wedding day, Sam was nowhere to be found. I kept calling him, but I couldn't get through, and we couldn't postpone the ceremony any longer. I felt so upset that he had missed this. But 2 hours later, I finally got a panicked call from Sam, asking me to pick him up from some bad neighborhood. "You're not a baby anymore. You just ruined one of the most important days of my life. I've always been there for you, and you couldn't even be there for me even today?" I started to give up hope of fixing him. I was fighting a battle alone, a battle that wasn't mine. And my parents just made things worse. Sam failed high school, but my stepdad paid the school board to give him passing grades. It made me so mad, but I had no say in the matter. Then one day, the company I worked for gave me an amazing job promotion if I moved to California. It was a great opportunity, but I felt unsure. Alex supported me either way, but I tossed and turned all night thinking about what to do, and finally called Dana. "You've got one life, Les. You can either live it for Sam or live it for yourself." Sam had started interning at his dad's firm, but I observed him for some weeks and saw that he still had the same kind of friends and was still blowing money and partying the same way. And I finally made my decision. "What? You're going to California? That's across the country. I need you here, Les." "No, not really. You only need me around to clean up your messes, but I'm done doing that, Sam. You were right. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change." "Leslie, please. You're all I have. You've got Mom and Dad, and they'll take care of you in their own way. You're their kid. I just can't be your parent anymore. But you're my big sister, and I'll always be there for you as that. So when you decide to fix your ways, come and see me, okay? I love you, Sam, but I'm leaving. It's time." Ella, come watch your parents' rehearsal. We need your notes.
Mom, I'm watching TV.
Don't be stupid, Ella. I'm so much better than anything you can see on TV. Hi, I'm Ella from Indiana, and I have the most embarrassing parents in the world. You don't believe me? See for yourself. But before that, please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Ever since I can remember, my parents were obsessed with the idea of being famous movie stars, and they'd turn every single thing into a production. Baby, are you ready for your first day of school?
Mom, why are you dressed like an octopus?
Oh, honey, we want to promote our new movie, Henry Potter and the Octopus Queen, at your school. All your friends and teachers will be so impressed.
Impressed? Everyone was making fun of me as I made my way to my class with my parents looking like cartoons. And the movie they were talking about was the one they'd made themselves, just like all the others, and it was terrible. This was the reason why growing up, I'd never let any of my friends come over. Even on my birthdays, I'd beg my parents not to throw me any parties. But once in 8th grade, my friend Maddie invited me to her birthday party, and Mom and Dad dropped me at her place. But instead of driving away, they parked and got out too. Why are you guys getting out?
We're here for the party, of course.
No, please do not tell me you're going to perform. Only they did. They went onto the stage and started acting out their latest play. And then to my horror, a random kid pointed and yelled, "Hey Ella, aren't those your parents?" What? Of course not. I've never seen those people in my life. Yes, they are. Why don't you go up there and join the circus freaks?" A bunch of kids pushed me onto the stage and started laughing, but my parents kept on with their act and didn't even care how they were embarrassing me. I stormed out of there in anger, and that day, I decided I'd had enough. You guys are just making fools of yourself by acting this way, and you're making me miserable.
Ella, why can't you be supportive of our career?
Don't you understand? You're never gonna get famous like this. If you really wanted to make it, you'd be in Hollywood, not this dumb town. I didn't expect my speech to make a difference since they never listened to me. But this time, they did.
Ella, you've convinced us. You're brilliant. We're moving to LA.
Are you serious?
Heck, they were, and I couldn't believe it.
This was actually a good thing. I was so happy we were finally leaving this place, and I could start a new life.
When it was time to go to my new high school, my mom placed a uniform in front of me.
What's this?
You're going to a private school.
But we can't afford it.
This is a business investment, Ella. We found a school where all the famous people send their kids, and if you become friends with them, we'll become famous too. Connections are everything, darling.
It's not my job to make you guys famous. Please don't interfere in my life here.
What an ungrateful child. What will you say when we become more successful than you ever dreamt of?
I did go to the private school, but thankfully, they didn't make a scene when I got out of the car on my first day. I was barely through the door of my class when suddenly I was ambushed by some students.
Hi, I'm Kira. What's your name?
I'm Ella.
So, Ella, what do your parents do for a living?
Suddenly, all eyes were on me, like this was the last winning question of who wants to be a millionaire, and I freaked out. They're movie stars.
Wow, that's so cool. My mom's a director, and I'm sure they must have worked together. So, like, you're Ella Clooney, Ella Downey Jr., Ella Cruz? Tell me their names.
You haven't heard from them. They're from Spain. That's why we're here, actually, to expand in the American market.
That's awesome. Your American accent is so good. How do you speak such good English?
Jesus, who was she? Some investigating officer? I had to change the topic. My mom's American. My dad's the one from Spain. Hey, who's that?
That's my brother, Johnny. He's like the most wanted guy in school. If you want, I can introduce him to you.
He was her brother?
He was so freaking hot.
She called him and he came waving at me in the most adorable way. Hi, Johnny. What's your name?
Wow, that was brilliant. Genius.
Wow, you're pretty and funny.
Funny? You.
Johnny, her parents are famous movie stars from Spain. So much cooler than ours.
OMG, my lie was going places now. But what was I supposed to do? Someone was actually talking to me on my first day, and the only reason they showed interest in me is because she thought my parents were cool. That day, I had so much fun hanging with Kira and Johnny. I finally had friends. Later when I went home, I felt kinda guilty about lying. So I decided that I was gonna tell them the truth. But the very next day at school, kids were going crazy around me. Apparently, Kira had told everyone how my parents were huge Spanish movie stars, and now everyone wanted to meet them. Holy Jesus! I ran to the washroom to get away from their questions for a while. Just then, I heard someone crying in one of the cubicles. Hi, are you okay in there? What happened? Suddenly, the door flew open, and a girl who looked like she had been crying a lot just pushed past me and ran away. That was weird. Later, I had a chemistry lab class, and everyone had to work in pairs. That's when I saw the girl from the washroom sitting all by herself, looking kinda sad. Hey, can I sit here? She nodded, and I sat down next to her, and she told me her name was May. So, May, will you tell me why you were crying earlier? First, she hesitated, but then she told me everything. I'm the only one here without a famous or super rich family. That's why everyone is always picking on me, especially Kira. She's the worst. Wow, I had no idea Kira was a bully. I felt really bad for May, and I wanted to tell her I was just like her. But I decided it was best not to tell the truth to anyone. I didn't want to be bullied like her too.
We did the experiment and got along really well. She was the sweetest person I'd ever met. That was so much fun. Maybe we can get some pizza after school today? I was about to say yes when suddenly Kira came and locked her arms with mine.
No thanks. Ella's got better friends, so why would she waste time with a nobody like you?
Saying that, she pulled me away with her. And even though I wanted to push her off and walk back towards May, I just couldn't. At this school, people like Kira ate people like me and May for breakfast. I just saved you from being friends with a loser. You're so lucky to have me. Hey, that's really mean.
You're welcome.
Later, she took me to her house, and there was a huge pool where Johnny was swimming like a mermaid. My jaw immediately dropped. But before I knew it, I was suddenly pushed into the pool. Kira, what was that?
Chill out, Ella. I was just having fun.
What if I didn't know how to swim?
Oh, right. That slipped my mind.
Hey, Ella, ignore my sister. She's a little crazy. But look at you. Wow, you look just as gorgeous in the water as you do in the sun. God, my heart skipped a beat as he came closer. But just then, Kira jumped into the water and ruined the moment.
You know what? I've got a great idea. Seeing you with that loser girl, what's her name again? February, March, something, May? Yeah, whatever. Let's prank her.
Why?
'Cause it's funny, and she's a loser, and no one will care.
She'll care. Why do you want to bother her?
What's your problem?
You, Kira. I wanted to say that to her face, but just then Johnny spoke up and asked her to stop being a brat. At least he was nice. A few days later, I was on my way to the chemistry lab when I saw Kira standing outside with her minions and giggling. What's going on?
Shh, come here and look. See that flask in May's hand? It's gonna blast in her face as soon as she puts the chemical into it.
And why would it do that?
Because we switched the chemicals. Don't worry, it won't kill her. It'll just be funny.
God, she was such a devil. I immediately ran in and flicked the chemical flask away from May's hand. Ella, what was that? Are you okay? Oh, yeah, totally. I just slipped. And I'm really sorry about Kira the other day. Do you want to grab some pizza after school? I would love to. Kira glared at me with devilish eyes, and after class, she walked up to me and whispered,
"You ditched me for this garbage? Now get ready to be loaded into the same garbage truck with her, Ella."
Kira's threat was creepy, but I was done with these superficial people. I started hanging out with May, and for the first time, I had a good friend. She cared about me and not my parents or their status. Then one day while I was having lunch with May, Johnny came to me and apologized for Kira's behavior. It's my birthday party, and I really want you to come, Ella. I looked at May, and she winked at me with a smile. But May comes with me too. Sure, as long as you're there, the entire city is welcome. We were really excited about the party and went shopping for some cute dresses. And when we got to the party, we were blown away. Almost everyone from school was there, and it was so grand. I saw Johnny dancing with some girls in the distance, but before I could go up to him, Kira came over to me.
Hey, Ella. I'm glad you could make it to my little surprise party.
Your surprise party? What are you talking about? Just then she pointed in the other direction, and my heart dropped when I saw Mom and Dad there. Oh my God, this was a nightmare. But Kira's loud voice was more than enough to tell me all of this was frickin' real.
Guys, why don't you introduce yourselves to everyone?
Oh, hi, y'all. We're Ella's parents, and we've come from Indiana to get our careers going. Now, where are all the other famous parents? Everyone gasped and turned to me, even May. She looked so disappointed in me, and I had no one but myself to blame for this. Did you hear, everyone? These are Ella's parents, and they're not from Spain, and they're not big movie stars. They're just struggling losers, and Ella's a big fat liar. Yes, okay, I lied. Only because I wanted to make some friends, but it didn't take me too long to realize I was wrong, because lying can only get you fake, awful friends, like you, Kira. As everyone stared at me, I saw Johnny grinning too. Of course he was in on this. I couldn't stand to be there any longer and ran away. I didn't go to school for days. I felt so ashamed of my stupid lie. and I was afraid of how everyone was going to treat me. Until one day, May texted me and said she was going to be there with me no matter what, and that made me feel a little braver. I just had to face the music. Everyone in school was acting like I didn't even exist. But during recess, I was sitting with May in the cafeteria when a bunch of kids came running and gathered around me. Oh my God, was I about to get bullied?
Ella, I can't believe I saw your parents that day. Can you please send me their autographs?
Are you gonna work on another movie set? Gosh, you're so lucky. Take me with you. I'll do your homework for a year.
What were they talking about? Just then, I noticed my phone was buzzing like crazy, and I had text messages from Mom.
Ella, we made it. We're famous. In your face.
I opened the news link she'd sent me and almost fainted. My parents, my actual parents, had both been cast in a highly anticipated superhero movie, and they were Hollywood's new breakthrough stars. Everyone was talking about them on social media. Just then, Kira came running and hugged me.
I'm so sorry we fought, bestie. Let's just forget all that. My mom is dying to meet your parents. And look, there's Johnny.
And look, there's a garbage bin. Why don't you and your stupid brother jump in there? I pushed her away and put my arm through May's as we walked off. Ella, can I get a selfie with your parents?
Of course. And tickets to the premiere and anything else you want, May.
Hi there, I'm Saul from San Francisco. Please like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. When I was only 2, Mom left Dad because his business was failing miserably, and she didn't want to be with someone poor. But growing up, Dad adored me and made sure I had everything. But over the next few years, he turned really lucky and his business was booming again. And just like that, we were richer than ever. We had a super big mansion, fancy cars, and butlers. On my 4th birthday, Dad said he had a big surprise for me, and I was super excited for it. But then he introduced me to his girlfriend, Linda. Aw, Saul, you're adorable, baby girl. Ew, she was so weird. But very soon I discovered that she was a witch too. The second Dad would turn his back, she would go all crazy on me.
You look like a filthy boy from a slum. And what's with your ugly hair? Ew.
But Dad wouldn't listen to a word against her. He was so blindly in love. Soon after they got married, and the first thing Linda did was transfer all of Dad's money to her name. A year later, she gave birth to Tanya, who was the cutest. But slowly, Linda started revealing her real face to Dad too. One day, while Dad was getting ready for a business trip, Linda went all bonkers on him. I have a night out with my friends, and you want me to take these good-for-nothing kids with me? You better stay home and do it yourself.
Don't talk to me like you're my boss. It's because of me that you get to enjoy all these luxuries. I work hard and I feed everyone here, so don't give me that attitude.
Oh, who says I'm not the boss? Saying that, she threw the property papers in his face and asked him to leave her house. This was crazy. But what Dad did was even crazier. He left us forever, and I had to put up with my witchy stepmom. Now, Linda would spend all of Dad's money on shopping and her parties all day long, and not even care about Tanya. So I made sure to look after her, and over time, we grew quite close. One day, Tanya fell sick, and I asked Linda to go get her some medicine. But when she came back, her hands were full of shopping bags. And worse, she didn't get the medicine. Seriously, Linda? I can't believe you're doing this to your own daughter now. Okay, I forgot. What's the big deal anyway? It's just a fever. It'll go away on its own. But the important thing is, what will I wear for tomorrow's party? Whoa, this woman was something. Years passed and Tanya started going to school with me, but I was concerned about her grades. So I went to her room to help her with the upcoming tests, but Linda didn't seem happy about it. Why are you trying to make her a geek like you? Isn't it enough that she has the biggest glasses on her nose? For God's sake, let her be like me, growing up and finding a rich husband. That's what smart women do. Ugh, she was horrible, and Tanya was nothing like her. So I made sure to help her when Linda wasn't around. Then one snowy evening, I thought Tanya was outside having snow fights with the neighborhood kids, but what I saw left me shocked. I realized all the kids had ganged up on her and were throwing snowballs at her face. Take this, loser. OMG, he was so done. I ran out and picked up a huge chunk of snow and threw it at him. Don't you dare hurt my sister, dummy. I chased all the stupid kids away and took Tanya inside. A few moments later, Linda walked in, and I told her all about it. So, what should I do? And what did you expect, really? Of course kids are gonna bully her for looking like a loser nerd. Linda, are you crazy? You're her mother. Do something. You want me to do something? Fine. From today, she won't go to school and anywhere outside, and then there'll be no more problems. What? How could she do that? Tanya ran up to her room in tears, and I went after her. Don't worry, little sis. I'll get you out of here.
But how? She'd ground me forever if she finds out.
Well, then she will never find out. That's when an idea hit me. If I kept Linda distracted, she wouldn't care about us. I swapped Linda's shampoo with green dye, and the next morning, she looked like the freaking Grinch as she ran to the salon in her bathrobe. Tanya and I laughed our butts off and headed off to school. I'd find more ways to keep Linda busy. Later that day, when I went to the school cafeteria to have lunch with Tanya, she didn't show up for quite some time. Just then, I heard someone crying from under the table. I bent down and saw Tanya. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Come on out.
That boy, that Jerry, he took my glasses and pushed me. I couldn't see anything, and everyone started laughing. So, I hid here.
Oh, God. I marched straight to the boy's table and pulled him up by his shirt. Let me show you who the real gangster is, kid.
Whoa, easy, please. What's wrong?
I turned around to see Sebastian, a new student who had just joined my class. This guy has been bullying my little sister, and I'm here to teach him a lesson.
OMG, I'm so sorry. He's my younger brother, and I'll make sure to teach him better. It's just that we're new here, and he's having a tough time adjusting. But I promise, he won't do it again.
He immediately grabbed the glasses from his little brother's hand and put them on Tanya. Well, that was sweet. Later during class, he apologized to me again, and I kind of felt I was too harsh with his brother. Hey, listen, it's just that I'm too attached to Tanya. I feel more like a mom to her, so I couldn't see her crying, and
it's all right. I totally understand.
Turns out he and his brother were a lot like us. Their mother passed away long ago, and their dad was always away for work, and that connected us instantly. He also suggested that we all go sledding in the evening so that our siblings could get along. It sounded like a great idea, and the four of us actually had a lot of fun together that evening. But as soon as we reached home, I was shocked to find Linda all flared up in anger. You all think you're smart enough to play your little pranks on me? Well, now it's my turn. Tanya, you're grounded forever. No school, no friends, and finally, no sister. 'Cause Saul's moving to an orphanage right now. What? Why? You can't do that.
Mom, no, please don't say that. She's my sister and your daughter.
No, she isn't. Not anymore. I have signed off the papers and gave up her guardianship. Now she's an orphan. So, pack up your bags and leave my house, Saul, before I kick you out. No, you can't make me leave. I tried to fight her for Tanya's sake, but that evil witch made the guards throw my stuff out of the house, and now I had no other option but to leave the house and Tanya. While I was leaving, Tanya kept screaming at me from the balcony.
Please don't go, Saul. What will I do without you?
It was hard for me to see her in tears, but I promised her I'd come back for her someday. After that, I kept walking for hours until it started raining, and I stopped at a restaurant. Just then, the waitress came in and asked me what I wanted to eat. Well, I don't have any money, so I'm afraid I won't be able to order anything. But she sneaked me some hot chocolate from the counter and told me it was on her. She seemed like a really nice lady and even asked me if I wanted a job. A job? That'll be great. I didn't want to go to the orphanage, and this way I could earn some money too. So I started working there as a waitress. The lady also offered me a place to live, and I kind of felt like I'd found a new home. Days passed, and I even learned some basic tailoring and designing from the old waitress. Within a month, I was able to design beautiful dresses and sweatshirts out of old, rugged clothes. One day, while I was serving coffee to one of the customers, I accidentally spilled some over her dress.
Are you blind? That's a designer piece.
She seemed really mad, so I'd said I'd get her something to wear. I ran to the storage room where I had all my designs, and since I couldn't pick one for her, I carried them all to her.
Oh my god, these are amazing. Who made them?
I did. She looked awestruck by my talent and told me she was a world-famous designer herself. Her name was Angelica Martino. And then she offered me a job as a designer. This was freaking awesome. I couldn't believe my ears. I took this opportunity and followed her to Italy and joined her massive company. And within months, I was making more money than I'd expected. Honestly, I was quite happy, but I always felt that there was something missing from my life. Tanya. I told Angelica I wanted to visit San Francisco, but she wouldn't let me.
I can't let anyone go just like that. We have business to do here. And if you still want to go, you can. But then I won't give you any credits for your designs, girl.
What? Why had she turned into a Karen? But I wasn't gonna take that rubbish from her. I stormed out of her office, taking all my savings and cutting up all the designs I made for the company so they couldn't use them. Yeah, and I could hear the witch Angelica's screams as far up as the plane. As soon as I landed in the city, I crashed into someone I'd never imagined. Sebastian.
Saul, is that you? Oh my god, I was so worried. I had no idea where you'd gone. Are you okay?
Suddenly, I burst into tears and told him everything that happened, and he asked me to move into his place with him and Jerry. I said yes, and he took me to his huge mansion. And seeing the brothers taking care of each other made me think about Tanya even more. So I went to see her the first thing in the morning with Sebastian, but I was super shocked to see her all alone. She ran towards me as soon as she saw me and burst into tears. Oh, Saul, where were you? I missed you so much. You said you'd come back for me, and I waited for you every single minute of every day. I felt so lonely without you. I missed you too, little sis. I thought about you every single day, and I'm so sorry that I made you wait for so long. But now that I'm here, I promise, I'm never gonna leave you alone, and I'll make up for everything. Then she told me that Linda had been living away with her rich boyfriend for months now, and she had left Tanya all by herself. She was unbelievable. I took Tanya with me to Sebastian's place, and I even filed a case against Linda for Tanya's custody, and she happily gave it away to me. Good riddance. After that, I opened my own fashion store. A few years later, Linda came back after getting dumped by her fraud boyfriend who took all her money and ran away. I raised you all those years, so I deserve half of the money from your fashion store. You can't say no. You didn't raise me, Linda. You just threw me out of my own house like trash. And now I'm returning the favor. Yeah, Mom, I prefer to see you homeless because you're the worst mother on earth. Just get lost. Oh, on second thought, why homeless when we can put her in jail? The right place for terrible people like her. We finally called the cops and filed a case against Linda. We won, and she was thrown in jail for years. And Tanya and I lived happily ever after. People call me the Queen of Entertainment, a famous pop icon, a musical superstar. You can take your pick. As for me, I like to be called the Queen of Hearts. Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I was born in 1993 in Florida to overachiever parents who were super successful in their careers. Right since I was a toddler, I loved to sing. Mom would sing me lullabies and I'd sing along with her.
You have a beautiful voice, my baby, just like an angel.
I'm not so sure. I didn't get selected for the school choir.
Don't let that dishearten you, sweetheart, and have confidence in your talent. I'm sure you're meant for greater things.
Although I loved singing, I was also fascinated by theater and acting. I performed on stage for the first time when I was 8 in a musical named Annie. Are you nervous, Ari? No, not at all. In fact, I can't wait to set the stage on fire. And I did just that. That musical was a great success, and it marked the beginning of my musical theater journey. After that, I performed in so many other local productions like Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz. Life was going smoothly, but then my parents got separated. I felt devastated for a while. But thank God I had my pet dogs to keep me going through that tough phase. Just so you know, I have 10 rescue pups. One of them is named Sirius Black. Yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Harry Potter. But then, aren't we all? So by the time I turned 14, I decided I'd acted enough and now wanted to make a career in singing. I packed my bags and moved to Los Angeles to meet my managers. Guys, I think I want to make an R&B album.
That's a hell of a goal, but who do you think's gonna buy a 14-year-old's R&B album?
Well, that kind of made sense. So I went back to Florida and decided to focus on theater for the time being. Then when I was 15, I got chosen from among thousands of girls to play one of the main characters in a Broadway musical called 13, for which I later bagged a prestigious award. By this time, I had moved to New York, so I was missing school a lot. Mom, I want to continue performing, but what about studies? I want to finish high school at least. Don't worry, sweetheart. Your school has agreed to send study materials so you don't miss out on your studies. That was pretty cool. I was studying and focusing on my career, even though I was miles away from home. Then in 2009, I bagged the role of an adorable goofball named Kat Valentine in the famous Nickelodeon TV show named Victorious. Since the show was set in a performing arts school, it gave me an opportunity to showcase my acting as well as my singing abilities on a national platform. Thanks to the show, I was suddenly a teen idol.
So, Ariana, what's next? Are you looking at a career in Hollywood?
To be honest, acting is fun, but music has always been first and foremost with me. I was determined to give singing a shot, so I kept uploading my videos on YouTube where I sang covers of songs by Adele, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston. Meanwhile, the second season of Victorious premiered in 2011 to 6.2 million viewers, becoming the highest-rated episode of the show. Victorious ran for 3 seasons until it was finally wrapped up in 2013. Then one day, I got the most unexpected call.
Hello, Ariana. I'm Monte Lipman, CEO of Republic Records. I saw your YouTube videos and I want to sign you up for the label. Are you interested?
Yeah, of course. I'd love that. I put down my phone and did a little happy dance. My music career was finally taking off. The next 3 years, I focused completely on my vocals and singing and collaborated with many contemporary artists. The result was my first album, Yours Truly, that debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200 albums chart, and it sold 138,000 copies in its first week. After that, there was no looking back for me. Today, I've sold over 85 million records worldwide, broke 27 Guinness World Records as a singer, bagged 2 Grammys, and was listed among the 100 most influential persons in the world by Time magazine. So friends, I hope my story inspires you to never give up on your dreams, since miracles do happen. Just believe in yourself, cause if you don't, who else will? Hi, I'm Kayla, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My dad used to be a basketball player for the national team, but he had to quit after a serious sports injury and a permanent limp. But he didn't give up his passion and became a basketball coach. He was my inspiration to always work hard.
Always remember, Kayla, the harder you work, the higher you go.
I was a very tall kid from the start, and while everyone around me thought I was a little weird, I loved and embraced my height. Hey, how's the weather up there? The weather's great. The view, not so much. When I turned 10, I got into basketball just like him, and I loved it. I worked really hard, and by the time I was 16, I was the best player in town, and also won a sports scholarship to a great school, which was in Dad's old hometown. On my first day in my new high school, everyone stared at me, but this one girl, Heidi, was the weirdest. She was the mayor's kid and a total brat. And even worse, she was on the girls' basketball team too. During the first day of practice, the coach introduced me to the team.
Kayla's one of the best players in town, and we're lucky to have her on the team.
As if I can take that giant down in one shot. Excuse me? Did you say anything? I was just saying that being tall doesn't make you the best player. I have the skills to beat you. Really? I'd love to see you try. Heidi and I had a one-on-one match, and I totally owned her. The coach was super impressed and asked me to take over as the team captain. I was over the moon.
Wow, that was impressive.
I looked behind to see a cute guy towering over me. For the first time ever, I'd seen a boy taller than me. Well, thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen Heidi get this angry. You did a fab job. I'm Jay, by the way.
Jay was in my class and the captain of the boys' basketball team, not to mention the hottest guy around. After that day, Jay and I started hanging out a lot and even trained together in school. By the time we were in our senior year, Jay was my best friend and we were always together. Things were great, and when I broke the record for highest baskets in a season, Jay was the first one to cheer for me.
Wow, look at you. You had a great season.
Well, thank you. It wouldn't have been so good if it wasn't for your grueling training.
Well, you're welcome. It's been a pleasure to work with you.
As we were talking, I opened my locker and was bombarded with glitter shots. My clothes, face, books, and even Jay's clothes were covered in pink sparkles.
Wow, looks like you have a secret admirer.
More like a hater. We both know who this is. Oh my God, just when I thought you couldn't look any worse, you show up in a full face of glitter. Is that a new makeup trend? For losers? I wouldn't know since I just had the perfect season. How was yours? Scored any baskets? Cheeky are we? But hey, look, you've ruined Jay's clothes too. Just like you're ruining his reputation by hanging out with him. Why don't we ask him?
Don't look at me. I just want to get changed. I am terribly late for class.
As Jay left, Heidi stared at me with death in her eyes. What is your problem? You've been after me since the day I came here. I want you to pay for what your dad did to my dad. What? What did he do? And isn't your dad like the mayor? Yes, he is. But your dad made him miserable in school. He was a bully, and I'm gonna take his revenge on you. Someone's gotta pay. I think you're confusing my dad with someone else, weirdo. I walked off quickly. This girl was crazy and just making things up. My guess was that she hated me, mostly because I was close to Jay and she had the biggest crush on him, which she didn't hide. A few days later, while I was in the locker room changing, I heard Jay screaming my name. What's wrong? Why do you look like someone stole your Air Jordans?
It's not funny, Kayla. Do you really mean it?
How am I supposed to know? You tell me. Did someone steal your Air Jordans?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this note you left me. And I understand how you feel, but this is all just a bit of a shock to me.
I was so confused until I took the note from Jay's hand and saw that it was a love confession from me. And I didn't even write it. I had a feeling Heidi had something to do with this. But before I could say anything, I saw her walking out of the gym. So I just grabbed Jay by the collar and kissed him.
Wow, that was
weird, I know, but just play along. Heidi's watching us. I'm sure she's the one who sent you the note.
This is nonsense.
Look at the handwriting carefully. It looks like a first grader wrote that. I've seen her assignments, and trust me, she writes exactly like that. Besides, do you really think I'd write such creepy, cheesy stuff?
Yeah, but why would she do that?
She likes you. Isn't it super obvious? And maybe she thought this note would make you freak out. But the joke's on her. I'm sure her butt's on fire.
So you don't like me? And this note is just a stupid prank?
Of course. What did you think?
Yeah, of course. I was sure it was a joke too.
Just then, the craziest idea struck me. We could totally pretend to like each other to piss Heidi off. So for the next few weeks, every time Heidi was around Jay and me, I would hug him or loop my arms in his and pretend to be lost in love. Oh, Jay, your eyes remind me of basketballs.
Ew. How about this? Kayla, every time I see you, I feel everything is perfect. And I can stare at you all day, deep in those perfect brown eyes.
He was just being lame, but somehow it made my heart skip a beat.
How was that? Enough to convince her? Now, if we're done, let's go to class.
Yeah, totally. This continued for days, and I could tell that watching me and Jay together as a couple was burning Heidi to a crisp. She was so distracted by everything that her game was at an all-time low. And even the coach decided to bench her for the upcoming championship.
Don't you think we've gone too far? We should just let it go now.
But the fun's just begun. She's always been mean to me. Have you forgotten the days when she ruined my new shoes? Dad got them for me after saving for months. And what about the time she burned my jersey and the coach screamed at me? She deserves it.
But pulling a prank on her only makes you more like her. Think about that.
Jeez, relax. You don't have to go all Buddha on me. Besides, it's only for a few weeks. She can stay distracted, and I'll perfect my game for the championship. Only the best player will get to go to a college with the prestigious Stanford scholarship.
So that's what this is really about? You want the scholarship?
That's not what I meant, Jay. Yes, of course I want the scholarship because I'm not as rich. But
you know what? I get it. You're right. It was me who got mixed signals.
Mixed signals? What did he mean? I wanted to ask him, but before I could, he flung his bag and walked off. When I tried calling him that evening, he totally avoided my call and didn't show up to school the next day, or for a whole week after that. I left him a text, and all he said was that he was down with a bug. I was sitting in the cafeteria one day watching my favorite MSA videos, when suddenly, Heidi plopped her butt next to me. Trouble in paradise? Where's your boyfriend?
Who?
Oh, Jay. He's not well. Oh, but I saw him at the party last night, and he looked fine to me. Did he finally realize you're too trashy for him? Or maybe he finally got tired of looking at your dumb face every day. Who knows? I got up and left, but I felt bad about Jay lying to me. He said he wasn't well. Then why was he at a party? Or maybe Heidi was just lying to get under my skin. I had to confirm it. So I went to his place to check on him, but security told me he wasn't around. And the next day when Jay showed up, he totally blew me off. Hey, where have you been and why aren't you answering my calls? Because I didn't feel like it. Now, can you move? I'm trying to get some practice. The championship is coming soon? Oh, you would know that, since it's so important for you and your precious scholarship. Are you still hung up on that? I said, I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean it like that.
Is she bugging you? Is my coochie-coo honey bunny getting annoyed?
Jay continued shooting as I stared at Heidi in shock and then burst out laughing. I don't know what's funnier, that dumb dress you're wearing or the fact that you just called Jay all sorts of marshmallow names.
Oh, I'll tell you. The funny thing is that you're out of the picture and I am Jay's girlfriend.
You're what? Oh, please tell me this is just one of your dumb pranks. Can you both take your crabby fight somewhere else? Some of us are actually serious about this game. But you can't date her. Really? Why not? What's wrong with her? She likes me. I tried to think of a better answer than she's a witch, but just then the coach walked in and asked us to get ready for practice. And then there was never a good time. He was either busy with basketball practice or that leech Heidi was always around him. It made my blood boil. But with the championship coming up, I had bigger fish to fry. I started practicing day and night till my body was sore, and it really helped me to keep my mind off the whole Jay situation. One day before the championship, I was walking home when I saw Heidi and Jay outside a cafe. You have to stop looking at Kayla like some lost lover boy. You need to look happier being my boyfriend. I'm only with you because I don't want to mess up Kayla's scholarship. I didn't know I had to look happy about it too. Fine. It's not like I'm really into you either. I just want to make Kayla suffer for what her dad did to my dad. And I know she's hating seeing how close we are now. So you better keep up the act. Just remember, all my dad needs to do is place one phone call and no good university will take her in. She can kiss that scholarship goodbye. Whatever. I'm here, right? I wanted to slap the daylights out of Heidi. But just then Dad called and I had to rush back home. And I really needed to ask him what he did to Heidi's dad. Oh God, that was such a long time ago. Yeah, I went to school with her dad and we used to bug him a lot. He was always trying too hard to fit in and getting everybody to like him, but he wasn't a nice guy. Maybe I wasn't very nice to him either, but it was decades ago. He's 10 times more successful than me now. Looks like he's still holding on to a grudge and his stupid daughter is taking it out on me. I couldn't sleep the whole night thinking about the whole situation. Jay was my best friend, and that witch was blackmailing him into dating her because of my scholarship. I had to put an end to this. So the next day, I walked straight up to Jay. Kayla, this is the boys' locker room. You need to dump Heidi. I heard you two talking by the cafe last night, and I know she's blackmailing you with my scholarship. But Jay, you don't have to do this for me. And stop blinking like that. You're freaking me out. I just don't know what to say. Listen, Kayla, the scholarship is important to you. And if I can keep Heidi off your back for a couple of days by doing this, then what's the harm? I don't like it. I can't see you two together. Why? Jay looked into my eyes, and I could feel my body melting at his touch. What was happening? I wanted to say something, but it was like words had fallen out of my brain. Was I falling for my best friend? Just then, his teammates called him and Jay left for his match. I waited by the courtside to talk to him later, but as soon as the match was over, Heidi leapt onto him and I couldn't stop myself from pushing her away. What the heck? How dare you touch me? How dare you touch him? I know you're just blackmailing him into dating you, so please, why don't you save face and get lost? Jay, you don't have to date her for my scholarship. But
don't be stupid, KK, or you'll end up losing everything.
You can take away 1,000,000 chances from me, and I'll still make it because I know I'm talented, unlike you, who always gets everything because of your father's money.
Oh, sweetheart, money speaks for itself. And right now, I can hear it saying that you've lost your chance of ever getting into a good college.
Heidi stomped her feet and left, but I couldn't care less. I was about to confess my feelings for Jay, but before I could, the coach called me for the match. That evening, I played the best match of my life and also ended up getting the Best Player award. I had no idea if I'd get the scholarship, but at that moment, all that mattered was that I was happy with Jay by my side. A week after the match, I was waiting by the lockers when Heidi walked up to me.
Hey, loser, I told you you'd never win this scholarship. Why do you look shocked? Oh, you didn't see the list yet? No, I'm shocked because you're still talking to me after I royally kicked your butt last week.
Yeah, and so what if she didn't get the scholarship? She did get selected for the nationals.
I turned around to see Jay smiling down at me. What? I got selected?
Yeah, and you'll be the team captain. Coach just told me about it, so I thought you should hear the news from me.
This is the best day ever! And you didn't even have to date anyone for this. Ugh, I hate you. I'm gonna tell my…
Dad?
We know. Heidi left red-faced as Jay turned to me.
So that was dramatic.
Not as dramatic as your whole, leave me alone, Kayla.
Oh, shut up. You act all smart, but you couldn't even figure out that I…
Like you?
You knew?
No, but I know that I like you too, and if I have to date someone, why not my best friend?
Not that easily. You'll have to take me out in basketball first.
You're on. Hey guys, I'm Amelia from Denver, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe first. I was 6 years old when I moved to my aunt's house with my sister Olivia, who was 4 years older than me. Olivia and I, well, we had sort of a bittersweet relationship. More bitter than sweet. We just didn't get along. Olivia drew an imaginary line between us because she needed her space but had no respect for mine. Like once, when I was dreaming of Justin Bieber, she woke me up to yell at me. Your blanket's on my side of the bed. Move over. Are you kidding me? And then there were times when she treated me like her servant. Amelia, go get my charger. Bring me a glass of water. Are you blind? Don't you have legs? Move your butt and get it yourself. Every time I'd answer her back, she'd look at me like I slapped her in the face, and then give me notes on how she was the best sister in the world. I bought you a new bag from the dollar shop on 2012-2019. I saved you from the bullies when you were in the 4th grade. And when you were hungry as a bear on March 13th, 2014, I cooked noodles for you. What in the world? Oh, God. Wait, you forgot. You said good morning yesterday, so what now? Would I have to do laundry for you for a year? Man, you're weird. She was crazy, but she was also kind to me on rare occasions. Like when she gave me her Netflix password, even though I begged and pleaded for it for 4 years. She also gave me her phone when I asked her. Oh, she wasn't that generous. She did it because her boyfriend, Cooper, got her a new one. Even though we fought a lot, she was still always around. But after high school, Olivia started spending less and less time with me. She was busy partying with her friends. She would come home late almost every night. One time, it was very late and Olivia hadn't returned home. My aunt and I were worried sick. Olivia, where were you? Why didn't you answer your phone? Don't try to be my mother. Just mind your own business. Ugh, I waited for you all night. Look, the sun is almost up. This isn't right. So, I should stop living my life just because you think partying all night isn't right? Gosh, you suffocate me. I am leaving. She then began packing her stuff. She said she was going to stay with Cooper and that she needed to live her life the way she wanted to. Well, fine. If that's what she wanted to do with her life, so be it. Once Olivia was gone, I did miss her, but I channeled all my energy into studying. It paid off because I graduated from high school with awesome grades. Now, I needed a job to pay for my college fees. I found a job in sales, and after months, I was finally able to move out of my aunt's place. One day, when I returned home from work, I found a basket at my door with a baby. And right then, my phone rang. Oh, you got it, Mandy. Thank God. Olivia, where are you? Wait, is this your baby? Yeah. Amelia, look. I have to go to Europe with my new boyfriend. I'm so sorry, but you're gonna have to babysit her for just like 1 week. All the stuff you need is in the baby bag, and there's a diary too. Wait, are you crazy? You haven't shown up in 2 years. How do you think I'm gonna… She hung up before I could finish. I reached into the bag, and just as I found the baby's dad's number, Mandy puked all over the diary. No. I thought of taking her to my aunt, but then I remembered she was away visiting her friends. Oh God, I can't do this. I was having a full-blown panic attack, and that's when I decided to go to the cops. My friend's sister left her baby at my friend's place and then ran away. What should my friend do with the baby?
It's not legal to keep a baby like this. She'll have to be sent to social services and they'll decide.
Social services? No. I couldn't send my niece there. And then I banged my head hard on the wall. As I stared at Mandy in horror, she began to cry and just got louder each second. Nothing was working. This was frustrating. My patience was running out. After multiple failed attempts, I finally found a solution. I did a silly dance for her that caught her attention. Finally, silence. But what happened next made me explode. Now, who's gonna clean this up? Of course, me. I cried really loudly and cursed Olivia for doing this to me. Your mother is I don't know why I'm being punished. Well, the next thing that made me worried was work. I had no other option but to take her along with me. I made a stop at the grocery store near my work to buy baby food. As I reached the cashier, I struggled to juggle the bag and baby in my hands. Please, do you mind holding her for a while?
Me? Okay.
To make matters worse, I had to cut half of my purchases due to my credit limit. But as if luck was on my side. Congratulations, ma'am, it's your lucky day. You're our 1,000th customer, and you get a voucher worth $2,000. What? What did you just say? Yes! Finally, something good happened to me. I took the bags and ran out of the shop, but then the stranger stopped me.
Hey, excuse me. Stop, please. Your baby?
Oh my God, I am so sorry. I forgot about her. I'm a bad aunt, ain't I?
Ooh, thank God you said aunt. I was wondering if I can...
Before he could finish, Mandy started crying and I had to rush. Bummer. When I reached the office, I was surprised to see the stranger from the store there. It turned out he was our boss's son.
You work here? Oh, wow. I'm surprised that we have such pretty employees. And the youngest ones.
I'm sorry to have brought her here, but I'm still looking for some place to drop her off. Adrian was amazing. The guy was always nice to me, and as we started working together, he always praised my work in front of everyone, which made me feel over the moon. I was falling hard for him, but I kept my feelings about him under wraps. He, on the other hand, was pretty clear about how he felt for me.
I must say, you look lovely today. Amelia, you are loaded with work. Let's take a coffee break. Amelia.
One day, we were preparing for a meeting when Adrian took my hand and told me how much he liked me. I can't say no to my boss. I like you too. Everything was turning out great for me. Olivia had told me she'd be back in a week, but it had been more than 3 weeks and she was still a no-show. But luckily, Mandy and I were getting along just fine. It wasn't like she stopped spitting her food in my face, didn't cry, or stopped rolling on the floor. I just learned how to handle her better now. I even got her into a daycare when I was at work. Like all good things that don't last forever, this happy period of my life was also temporary. Mandy got sick and I didn't know what to do. I called Adrian and asked if he could drop us off at the clinic. He drove up in his Mercedes-Benz and took us there. Thank God it wasn't anything serious. On our way back, I invited Adrian over for coffee at my place. But what he said next surprised me.
You live here? It's so tiny. And untidy, too.
As he walked around, he stepped on a toy and screamed. Ouch.
Ugh.
He looked pissed and threw the toy against the wall. I was shocked at how he acted. I'm sorry the house is messy.
It's not your fault. I was thinking you could always give her up for adoption. She was your sister's mistake, not yours. Or have her come back and take care of her own kid.
He wasn't wrong, but I wasn't sure about his idea. Mandy was my niece after all, and I loved her. The next few days, Adrian kept bringing up the idea of sending Mandy to social services. Even though I tried to contact Olivia many times, her number was off. Just a week later, I was having an amazing sleep when someone jolted me awake. It was Adrian. What happened? Is Mandy all right?
Yeah, she must be. But Amelia, you fell asleep during our presentation. What is going on with you? You need to pull yourself together and give the baby to someone. Her dad?
He was right. When my aunt came back from the trip, I went to her house and asked her if she knew about Cooper. She gave me his number, and when I contacted him, he was shocked to learn that he even had a baby.
Oh my God, she looks just like me. My carbon copy. I can't believe Olivia hid this from me.
He then told us how Olivia had left him for another guy, never telling him that she was pregnant. I felt really bad for him. I couldn't believe my sister would stoop so low. When Cooper took Mandy away, I realized how much I missed her. Those tiny hands and feet, that toothless smile. Gosh, I wanted to hug her just once more. I busied myself with work, and it went well with Adrian. He gave me expensive gifts and would take me out for dinner every day. One time while I was out with him, I mentioned how much I missed Mandy, and he just snapped.
Mandy, Mandy, Mandy. It's always Mandy for you all the time. I'm sorry. Look what I got you.
I need to go, please. As soon as I was out of the restaurant, I went to Cooper's place, and what I saw there had me laughing. Cooper had a pacifier around his neck, Mandy in his arm, milk powder in his hair, and a rattle in his other hand. I'm sorry, but I can't stop laughing.
It's okay. At least I made you laugh.
Let me try.
Oh, you made her sleep even faster.
As he cleaned up the mess, I helped him, and we felt exhausted and hungry by the end. We ordered online, and honest to God, the food was 100 times better than the fancy restaurant Adrian loved taking me to. Right then, my phone rang. Think of the devil. It was Adrian, apologizing for snapping at me. He wanted to meet me again, but hearing Cooper's voice in the background, his mood changed.
You don't have time for me, and there you are with some other guy? Who is he?
I just couldn't handle his drama, so I hung up. Since I really liked spending time at Cooper's house, I went to visit Mandy and him almost every day. However, that didn't sit too well with Adrian because I had to face him at work too. One time, he invited me on a date to a fancy gala, and I reluctantly accepted. I wanted to finish things with him, and that could be my chance. But once I reached the place, his face twisted the moment he saw me.
Oh, God. Why didn't you wear the dress I gave you? Come on, let's go. You need something proper for this gala. I can't be seen with someone who dresses like this.
What the heck? Fine, you won't be seen with me from now on. Wanna know why? 'Cause you are one snobby, arrogant, and annoying jerk.
Oh yeah, great. You're making me the bad guy here? Who's cheating on me with Cooper? Admit that you like him.
His words hit me. I think I really had feelings for Cooper, and I was kinda cheating. Ugh, you are crazy. We're done, Adrian. Goodbye. Saying that, I left, and on my way home, Cooper called, and I told him everything that Adrian had done. Since I didn't have a ride home, Cooper insisted on picking me up. He parked on the other side of the road, and when I turned toward him, my heel got stuck in the wet grass and it broke. Seeing me struggle, Cooper rushed to me.
Uh-oh. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Oh, God, you're soaking wet. Here, wear this.
Thanks. It's just this stupid... Ugh. The next thing I know is that Cooper had me in his arms and carried me to his car. He delicately seated me. Oh my gosh, my heart was beating really fast, and I was sure he could hear it. I had never felt this calm and protected. Once we were at Cooper's place, I changed into dry clothes that belonged to him and snuggled next to Mandy. Can I crash here for the night, Cooper? I am too tired to go home now.
What? Yeah, I mean, you don't need to ask. It would be great if you could stay with us.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, I'd love to have you forever.
Oh, wow. He really liked me. I did a happy dance inside my head, but I just nodded my head. A few days later, I resigned from my job and even changed my number because Adrian was constantly calling me. In a few months, I moved in with Cooper and was living my best life. I loved Mandy so much, and being able to be with her brought me so much joy. Everything was going smoothly until one day, Olivia returned. And seeing Cooper and me together, she looked shocked.
Olivia, you? What brought you here? Finally got time to worry about your daughter?
I was looking for Mandy, but I didn't find her at your place, and here you are. Olivia, Oh, cut it out, Amelia. How are you feeling after betraying your sister? How could you say that to me? You left your kid. You cheated on your boyfriend and ran off with your new fling, and never told him about his child. I am not the one betraying anyone here. It's you.
unbelievable." With those words, Olivia left. And even though I wanted to say so much more to her, Cooper stopped me, saying it wasn't worth arguing with her. Time passed and I didn't hear from Olivia again. Soon, Cooper and I got married and we were living the perfect life. But deep down, I missed my sister. On Mandy's 5th birthday, I was at the store getting her a gift when I spotted an LOL doll. When I almost had it, someone else picked it up too. Hey, I needed that. Oh, Amelia, it's you. Oh my God, it's been years. How are you? And is this for for Mandy? Yeah, she loves it. Olivia then handed me the toy and then Mandy called me from behind. Mama? Oh my God, she's grown up really fast. Can I hug her? Of course, you don't need to ask. You are her mother after all. Olivia then hugged Mandy and kissed her with all her strength. Mama, is this Mommy? Yes, honey, she is. Oh God, she knows me? Of course, I have always shown her your pictures. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amelia. You're the best sister in the whole world. The end.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze.
Hi, I'm Layla from New York. Before I tell you the rest, don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a perfect family. I grew up in one of the most expensive penthouses in all of New York City. We had a personal chef, designer clothes, everything. My dad was the president of a huge company, and he loved my mom and I more than anything in the world. We had it all. But when I was 5, my life turned upside down when my mom left, and my dad started spending all his time at work, and a few years later, he married Gwendolyn, who was some random supermodel, and they started jetting off to exotic cities for her work every weekend. At first, I hated how they left all the time. I even tried going with them once.
All packed up for the trip, Daddy.
Oh, Layla, you didn't really think you were coming with us, did you?
Tomorrow's my 7th birthday.
Right. The housekeepers will make you the biggest cake you've ever seen.
Toodaloo.
But as I got older, I got used to them being gone for weeks, and eventually, I totally loved it. Who needed actual parents when you had their credit card?
An empty house meant having epic karaoke parties, movie marathons, and makeover parties whenever I wanted. My parents didn't care as long as no one broke anything that cost more than $10,000. Having the best party house in an elite private school was like being royalty among royalty. Oh my God, Layla, your party this weekend was incredible. When's the next one?
Don't think I didn't see you break my stepmom's favorite vase. For you, there won't be a next one. Like any queen bee, I had to keep my hive in line. And most importantly, I had to have a super hot king by my side. So I had a boyfriend, Jackson, who was the heir to a massive family fortune.
Hey, babe, want to take my dad's helicopter to the Bahamas this weekend?
Ooh, the Bahamas. Should we ask our parents?
Good one.
We even won prom king and queen 2 years in a row. I mean, it's not like it was a surprise. Life was totally perfect. But when I was 17, everything changed. Jackson was driving me home from dinner one night, and we got into the dumbest argument. He was always throwing tantrums.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. He was turning to run when a huge gust of wind blew his hood off. I immediately noticed this huge scar on his forehead. Luckily, the alarm must have called the police. The flashing lights and sirens sent him running. I told the officers everything. They dropped me off at home. Jackson didn't take my call, and I had to sleep with all the lights on. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of someone banging on my door. It must be Jackson, begging for forgiveness. Surprise, surprise.
You better have a whole bouquet of flowers for me. You're not Jackson.
2 giant men in dark suits with gold badges were standing at my door.
FBI, Layla, you need to come with us now.
Is this about last night? I told the police everything.
The man you saw is some psycho who's connected to robberies all over the city. and he's extremely dangerous. We've already contacted your parents. With your family's high profile, we're putting you in witness protection.
Witness protection? Doesn't that only happen in movies?
You'll be living with a new family in a discreet location until he's captured.
He barely saw me. My dad will never allow this. Dad? Wait, what? Can't you just come home to protect me? Apparently, Gwendolyn signed all the paperwork and sent it to the FBI that morning without even asking me first. You can't do this to me. I wasn't even allowed to say goodbye to my friends or take my phone. And I dozed off in the car until we pulled up to a small house in the desert. A woman and a little girl stood at the door waving and holding up a handmade sign. Eunice? Who is Eunice?
Welcome home. Miss Celia will tell you everything you need to know from here. Good luck.
Walking into the house felt like the beginning of a nightmare. Everything was so old. Even the floorboards were creaking under my feet.
I know this is probably a lot for you, Eunice, but we're here to make you feel like home.
Okay, but where's the rest of your house?
I can't believe I have a pretty big sister.
Don't mind Amy. She's only 5 and she is excited to meet you. I'm sure you're exhausted, but I was instructed to change your hair tonight. You need to be unrecognizable, Eunice.
Are you kidding? I just got highlights. And please stop calling me Eunice. My name is Layla.
Sorry, sweetheart, but according to your new identity, your name is Eunice. You're my niece who just moved here from a farm, and you have short green hair.
Cool. I love green hair.
I'm gonna be sick.
Hopefully not too sick. You have to start school tomorrow.
After hours of sobbing, I had no choice but to let Celia destroy my hair. Before school the next morning, Celia printed out a schedule and told me about my new identity. Whoa. AP Trigonometry Chess Club? You'll do great.
Oh, and I packed you a sandwich for lunch. It's probably nothing as fancy as you're used to, but I think I make a mean PB&J.
The best sandwich.
Oh, and here's your phone. Don't try to sneak any texting to friends. It's only programmed to call me.
A flip phone?
Have a great first day.
As if that wasn't enough, the students all looked so weird. Not a single person was wearing designer clothes. I guess I wasn't either. I shut the locker and jumped when I saw a tall guy with glasses and a plaid sweater standing right in front of me. Ah, who are you?
Hi, I'm Edward. Eunice, right?
Yeah, I am. How did you know?
I'm the chess team captain. I heard we were getting a new student today, and you're the only person here I don't recognize. Small town.
I don't need a greeting committee. I won't be staying long.
Whoa, sorry. I thought I'd help the new girl, but if you've got it all figured out, I'll see you later.
Great start, Eunice. If the nerds already hated me, I wouldn't dare try my luck with the popular girls. I ate lunch in the bathroom, alone. This is all Jackson's fault. I was so furious that I spent the rest of the day in a daze, thinking about getting out and seeking my revenge. The final school bell snapped me out of it. Time for the worst part.
We have a new member. Everyone, this is Eunice. She'll be my partner today. Earth Eunice, you go first.
Oh, right. Okay. I bumped a random piece up on the board.
I don't know what chess was like where you're from, but you can't do that.
My aunt made me join. I really don't care about this.
Well, we care, and I don't have time for someone who doesn't want to be here.
Fine, whatever. I stormed out and looked for a phone booth since I couldn't use my own phone. There had to be a way to get out of here. I thought about calling Jackson or my dad until I realized they're the ones who got me here in the first place. Jackson abandoned me on the sidewalk, and Dad just straight up abandoned me. I gave up and went back home.
I had the best day of school. We got to play outside, and I saw a rock that was bigger than my head.
Okay, what about you? Did you make any new friends? Nope, but maybe a couple of enemies. I told Celia that I didn't want to go to chess anymore. Although, seeing them all play did remind me how fun it was to play with my dad. Did I just call chess fun? One day, I was walking to the bathroom for another sad PB&J, but someone was blocking the door. Edward, you know this is the girls' bathroom, right?
I just wanted to make sure you knew that it wasn't the cafeteria, since you eat lunch here every day. Small school, people talk.
Well, that was humiliating. What do you want? Surprisingly, he apologized for being so harsh on the first day. He even offered me to join him for lunch, where they play chess as well. I never thought I'd say it, but it was way better than eating alone in a bathroom. Edward even walked me home after school, and I saw Celia spying at us through the window before he dropped me off. Someone's making friends.
Does he want to have a play date with me?
I'll ask him. Edward and I started spending more time together, and it was fun. And I started to look forward to school, and I had to admit, it was nice not having friends who only looked for status and where I had to dress up like I was going to a fashion show every day. And once, as I prepared to leave for school, I saw Celia braiding Amy's hair, and it reminded me of my mom. I gathered myself and took my bag to leave.
Okay, bye, Mom.
Bye, before I knew it, Celia was hugging me. I'm sorry. My tears are getting your shirt wet. It's just that my real mom was the last person to actually take care of me.
We don't have the nicest things, but we have a lot of love to give, and we love you.
Yeah, you're my sister.
I pulled Amy in with us. I could have stayed there all day. I was so happy, even in school.
After weeks of practicing with Edward, we were finally ready to have a real match. I asked Celia if he could come over to play at the house after school. The FBI agent said as long as I kept my cover up, it was fine.
Hi, Edward. We heard a lot about you.
I cleared off the table for you guys to play.
Edward, are you staying for dinner? I don't know why that made me nervous, or why my mind suddenly flashed to Jackson. Please, does Jackson deserve loyalty after what he did? Yeah, he will stay for dinner. Edward beat me, of course, but the real fun was watching him with Amy during dinner.
Rock, paper, scissors!
I win.
Was he always this cute? After dinner, Celia let us walk to get ice cream so Edward could show me around more. He wanted me to see the fountain he made wishes in as a kid, but right as we were about to throw coins in, something stopped me. Wait, do you hear that? There's a rustling sound. Edward stepped in front of me, and that's when I saw a dark figure, and my heart raced with anticipation of the man with the scar to come out and... Jackson? What are you doing here?
Layla, I felt terrible for what I did, so I came to rescue you. You're not safe here. You know this guy? Wait, why is he calling you Layla?
Well, I'm not really allowed to tell you. Is this real? My ex-boyfriend and I don't even know what.
Quick, read this. Someone dropped it at my door a few days ago, and I've been looking for you ever since.
Tell Layla I found out her new identity. I know all about the mom and the little girl, and I will find her. He found me, the psycho with the scar.
I hired an investigator to find you. The FBI said we could fly to one of my dad's islands until it was safe. The helicopter is waiting.
I'm never one to run from a fight, but what about Celia and Amy and Edward? As long as I was here, they were in danger too. I'm sorry, Edward. I have to go. Jackson grabbed my hand and we ran. I couldn't bring myself to look back. Before I knew it, we landed in front of one of Jackson's beautiful island mansions.
Ah, look at you. You need a proper makeover, and these green hairs look like snot. You belong to me. Yeah, I mean here, not in some middle of nowhere loser town.
I think I need to lie down. Jackson got me new clothes, fixed my hair, and even brought his personal chef to cook us 5-star meals. Wasn't this what I had been missing? So why did I keep thinking about Celia and those silly peanut butter sandwiches?
You could at least say thank you. I'm basically your hero.
I didn't really mind living there, you know.
Very funny.
Our dinner was interrupted by someone pounding on the door. Jackson jumped out of his chair to look out the window.
Oh no.
FBI, open the door.
FBI? What did you do? He tried to block me, but I pushed past him to open the door.
Good, you're safe. Celia thought something terrible happened to you. We've been looking for you for days along with your dad. We asked him to wait for you at home.
But Jackson said I showed them the letter.
Miss, the man you identified has been on trial for a few days. We were waiting until he was in prison to tell you it was safe to return. There's no way he could have written that letter without us knowing.
Yeah, I can explain.
Jackson, you ruined everything again. I had a family who cared about me, friends who wanted me for more than just parties. Why do you even care? You got me into this mess.
Because no one walks away from me! Only I can decide that! I am Jackson St. Germain! I always get what I want, and I still want you!
Walked away? I was in witness protection! I didn't even have a phone! You're insane! The agents had to put Jackson in handcuffs to put an end to one of his famous tantrums. Get him out of here. The FBI told everyone I was safe and took me back to my penthouse in New York. Walking through the empty rooms, I thought about Celia and Amy, and I suddenly understood the difference between a house and a home.
My baby, Layla, I'm so sorry for not being here with you all this time. I can't go back to the time that has passed. I know I was so focused on work because I was trying not to miss your mom, and I didn't realize how much you had grown up. You look just like your beautiful mom, and when I got to know that you were in the witness protection program, I used all my connections to find the scumbag bandit as soon as possible. And when I found out you'd gone missing, I realized what a terrible father I am.
Oh, Dad, you'll always be my dad, but I really want to go back to finish high school with Celia. My dad accepted as long as I had a bodyguard for protection. There's just one thing I had to do before going home. Driver, can you please make a stop at the local jail?
You better tell them to let me out! Tell them it's a mistake!
I cut him off with a well-deserved slap across the face. Clearly, he hadn't learned any lessons yet, but he was super rich. I knew he'd be bailed out in no time, but not by me. Bye, Jackson. It was time to reveal my big plan. Layla.
Layla, it's beautiful.
I took Celia and Amy's blindfolds off and revealed a brand new house by the fountain in the park. My dad wanted to make up for his absence, so he paid to build a big house with everything the three of us could need. And yeah, I did ask for a walk-in closet. A girl can only change so much.
Do I have a playroom?
You have two.
Wow!
I still can't believe your name is actually Layla, and you did all this just for some chess-playing nerds in a small town.
Don't flatter yourself too much. It was for all you nerds in this beautiful small town. Let's head inside. I'm kind of craving a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Hello, my name is Prisha. I live in the United States, but I'm originally from India. Please like and subscribe. Back in India, I was so popular, and everyone thought I was pretty. Even the principal and the teachers adored me. Once when I was in the 2nd grade, I got sick for a week during the exams week, and the principal decided to postpone all the exams until I felt better. Life was great at school, but back at home, things weren't good. I had a twin brother named Aaron, and he was my mom's favorite simply because he was a boy. Once on our birthday, Mom organized a party for him only and made me serve him and his friends, and there was no party for me. Mom was so mean, but at least I had school, my happy place. That is, until the 7th grade when my family decided to move to the States. I had to leave my amazing life and friends, and I was so sad. I always felt like a freak in the States. My skin, my accent, my clothes, everything was so different from everyone else. To make matters worse, Mom wanted me to wear the traditional clothes, a sari, to school. But Mom, if you want me to keep wearing that, why did you leave India? This is a new country with a new style of clothes.
Shut up, you useless girl. We left India because of your dad's job and I didn't have any choice. And you need to wear a sari to school because I said so. I won't have you dressing like an indecent woman.
I turned around to leave and found Aryan standing behind me, laughing. And then Mom told him that she got a private tutor to teach him English at home. And why wouldn't I get a teacher, Mom? What would a housewife need English for? You only have to clean and cook. Don't talk to me like that, you idiot. What are you going to do, little girl? Scream for daddy? And then I jumped on him and pulled his hair till Mom pulled me away. Mom said I was a bad girl and she decided that she'd come to school on the first day to watch me. She wasn't kidding. I wanted the earth to swallow me as we walked into school together. Mom was even holding my hand. Some girl even came and held my other hand to help me walk. She thought I was blind. When I walked into the classroom, I met the snobbiest, meanest girl in the United States, Missy.
Excuse me, this is my classroom and you're hurting my eyes with the curtain you're wearing. Take off these clothes right now. Even if it makes you naked, I don't care. Because my English wasn't good, I didn't say anything and just walked to an empty seat. But Missy stopped me. Hello, I'm talking to you. This is an American school. Change your clothes. It's not Dalawi here.
It's Diwali, ma'am.
Huh? What are you talking about? Just leave, disappear, vanish. Go. Sit there, in the corner.
I took my seat and some girls later came to me to say that I looked beautiful. I knew they were just being nice, and now with Missy around, my life would be hell. On the other hand, Aaron was having a blast. He became one of the popular kids in school only a week after we joined. He was so mean, he joined Missy in bullying me and didn't tell anyone that we were siblings. Once during a lesson, I needed an eraser, so I asked Aaron for one in Hindi. He pretended he didn't hear me, but I kept calling him until Missy said, "Oh God, why is this dummy talking to you in that weird language?" "Oh, no, it's because she knows I speak her language." And to Missy he said, "Tum keso hasina."
Oh God, that's so sexy. I like smart boys who can speak languages other than like American. Please, be my boyfriend? Aaron got closer to her and kissed her. Ew!
I threw my pencil at his head and he yelled like a little girl. I couldn't take this anymore. The very next day, with my savings, I went to a secondhand store and bought a few cool outfits. I decided to keep the clothes in my backpack every day, and before arriving at school, I would go into a public bathroom and change. But my only problem was Aaron. To my surprise though, he didn't say anything to me. And with my new outfit, Missy left me alone, and My life was getting better. That is, until one day when Aaron came to me.
Wow, Prisha, you really look good. But I wonder what Mom would have to say about you dressing like an indecent woman.
This is not indecent. It's a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Can't you leave me alone? Nope, I don't think so. I'm gonna tell Mom. I pushed him angrily against the wall. What will keep your mouth shut?
Well. How about your weekly money?
But that money is for lunch at school. You decide. Either you eat or you face Mom. What a jerk. He could dress as he wanted to go to school, but I couldn't? What an unfair world. I gave him my weekly money. I wasn't going back to being bullied for my clothes. One day I was starving and staring at a sandwich in the cafeteria when Missy and Aaron came over. Hello, starving girl. Do you want that sandwich? I can give you money for it.
You would? Thank you.
As I extended my hand, Missy slapped it away. Not so fast, loser. You'll have to do something for me. I need someone to carry my bag, and my amazing boyfriend suggested that you could work as my assistant. What a total jerk! But I needed money, so I asked her how much she would give me weekly, and she said only 50.
Oh, I want 200 weekly. Please, Aaron, talk to your girlfriend, or I will tell her about your sister and who she is.
Oh, OMG, I would love to meet your sister and your family, babe.
Oh, babe, trust me, you won't. Let's pay this loser $200.
Well, that's not happening. I'll only pay 100, and you, babe, you can pay the other 100. Aaron looked like he was about to explode. Now he was the dumb moron who would pay me to keep my mouth shut. Being Missy's assistant wasn't that bad after all. I actually gained popularity next to that dumb girl and made good money. But one day, Missy decided that we would all eat pastrami sandwiches. I don't know if you know this, but Hindus aren't allowed to eat cow's meat. They're sacred to us. But my stupid brother was eating it. Oh my God. I snatched his sandwich and threw both of ours away. What do you think you're doing? Bring them back and eat them right now or you're fired.
I will not eat this meat. You cannot force me. So, okay, I'm fired.
Get out of here, stinky.
Stinky you. As long as you have straight hair, you don't bathe for days. Your hair smells like trash, Missy.
You're so terrible. Just go back to your country.
Oh yeah, I'd love to, but then I'd have to take my brother with me, who happens to be your boyfriend.
Aaron glared at me, but instead of being mad, Missy just pulled him close. Oh, it's so hot having an Indian boyfriend. Indian guys are the best. And they started kissing. Ugh. I just stormed off. Later that day, when I was in the public bathroom changing my clothes, Aaron was waiting outside.
Hey, dumbhead. I think now you have to pay me so I won't tell Mommy about your secret.
Man, why do you always have to be so mean to me?
I told you before, it's because you're useless and stupid.
You know that's not true.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. It's because you're the smart, likable twin. And since I can't be as smart as you, I'll ruin you. So give me my money now.
No, I'm not giving you anything. I'm sick of you and Mom. She is just crazy. When I finished saying those words to Aaron, he turned white and his eyes widened. What? What? That's true. Mom doesn't understand anything. My brother pointed behind me. When I turned around, there she was, Mom. And guess what? She had heard everything and she was seeing me dressed in jeans. She looked like a bomb was about to explode. I don't know if she was going to have a stroke or if she was going to attack me. But instead, Mom only said 5 words.
Take that off right now.
With my head down, I just said, yes, Mom. Next day, Mom told me the craziest thing. I would be engaged to someone soon and marry them after graduation. I was speechless. Mom was awful. I just ran out of the house and walked for hours in the pouring rain. I felt defeated. I came home when everybody was sleeping. The following day, I had to go to school dressed as Mom wanted. And of course, Missy was bullying me over my clothes again. Wow, your clothes are so amazing.
You don't mean that, do you?
Of course not. Today's not Halloween, my dear.
It isn't? So why do you have on that monster mask?
Oops, you don't seem to like jokes.
Do you see anyone laughing? A joke has to make everyone laugh. If not, it's bullying.
Oh, shut up, you Dalawi girl.
What is that even supposed to mean?
But then Missy attacked me and everyone gathered around us. We were wrestling on the ground till someone pulled Missy away, and it was Aaron.
Don't touch my sister or else, Missy. Missy and I were shocked and we both yelled, "What?" You heard me. And stop bullying her for the way she's dressed. You need to learn some respect.
Oh my God, are you defending this witch?
This witch is my sister, and there is no way I would let you talk to her like that, or to anyone. This needs to stop, and you have to apologize now.
In your stupid, ugly dreams, you moron. And suddenly a boy yelled,
Yeah, you have no right to bully her for wearing a sari. Apologize now.
And another girl said, not only to her, apologize to all of us for being a jerk and bullying us for stupid reasons. Everyone circled Missy and she started crying like a little baby. I'm sorry, just don't hurt me.
I know you're apologizing now only because you're scared. But I swear, if we see you bullying someone again, me and my brother will make sure you regret it.
Missy squealed and ran away like a little mouse. I thanked Aaron and asked him why he did this now. He said it was time for him to be man enough to do the right thing.
After what Mom decided to do to you and marry you off, I knew I had to do something. You're my sister and you've always treated me well. I have to help you, Prisha.
I still had another big problem, my engagement, which was a week from now. But I had a plan and Aaron was going to help me. I ran away that day and Aaron took my place. He dressed like me and covered himself with a veil and no one could recognize him. When I ran away, I bumped into someone and he looked at me with his eyes wide.
I think I'm your fiancé.
Oh, you're also running away?
Well, yeah, obviously. I don't know why they're doing this to their own kids. Marrying someone against your will is the worst.
His name was Karan and we spent the next 2 hours talking. While back at home, people became impatient and asked Mom to hurry. So Mom just removed the veil and, well, she screamed when she saw Aaron. Everyone stared in shock and then frantically started searching for us. Everyone had left by the time I got home, but Mom was waiting for me, and she was fuming. Mom, I don't want to get engaged, and you can't make me. I love my Hindi origins, and I'm so proud to be who I am. But forcing me to be with someone I don't love is a red line.
Well, you don't decide that. You're only a stupid, useless girl, and you will have to—
No, that girl has grown up, Mom, and I won't allow you to control me anymore. I'm a real human being with real emotions, and you need to leave me alone or I will call child services. Do you hear me? Mom gasped as she attacked me. I pushed her away.
You're not my daughter. I'm ashamed to have a daughter like you.
Fine with me, and don't you ever try to touch me again.
Hey, it's Maeve here. Goth, movie geek, the odd one out in school. Please smash that subscribe button before I continue. I just grew up different. Other kids had playdates while I had horror marathons. Horror movies, horror books, horror cosplay, you name it, I loved it. But it usually wasn't anyone else's cup of tea. Like once when I was 15, I met this cute guy at a book club who asked me out and suggested watching the latest horror flick in the cinema. Big mistake. He spent the whole movie clinging to my sleeve and crying on my shoulder. Worst date ever. As I was heading to the bathroom to wash his tears off my shirt, I bumped into a guy and soda went flying everywhere. Watch where you're going, you blind— Oh, I realized just then that I was staring up into the dreamy eyes of the coolest guy in school, Tao. He was a football star, a genius, and every girl's crush.
I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the big plot twist in the horror movie I watched.
You watched a horror movie? Alone?
Yeah, I love horror. Horror's my middle name. Actually, my middle name is Jung, but you know what I mean.
Okay, he was weird, but exactly my brand of weird. He loved horror everything. We both liked hard metal music and had the same favorite books. The more we hung out, it felt like he was the yin to my yang. As a friend, of course. I mean, a guy like him and a girl like me? Please.
One night, we were lying on the grass stargazing when suddenly Tao put his hand on mine and my heart skipped a few beats.
Maeve, you're really different from other girls. In a good way. You're amazing.
And then he kissed me. I had fireworks in my head, the whole shebang.
Be my girlfriend?
Yes. I felt like I'd won the lottery. We were the it couple for months, and I was falling head over heels for him. I was ready to say I love you, and decided to do it at a haunted house we were visiting later that week. It was gonna be perfect. And that night, when I finally said, I love you, Tao, he turned to me looking stressed out and said,
I can't do this anymore. I have to break up with you.
haha, very funny.
I'm serious, Maeve. My parents are very strict and crazy. They care about traditions and don't allow me to date anyone, especially if it's a girl out of my culture. I think my sister Jaya already suspects something. I can't have her catching us together.
Huh? What exactly are you saying?
It's over, Maeve. I'm sorry.
And then he just turned around and left. I tried calling and texting him, but he wouldn't reply. I just couldn't let things end like this. So, I found out that Jaya worked at their parents' restaurant and went there the next day feeling crazy inside. Jaya? Why are you such a witch? What kind of sister won't help her brother date the girl he likes? The whole place went quiet. Everyone turned to look as Jaya walked up to me, wide-eyed.
I'm guessing you're Maeve? Look, please don't create a scene. He's not your boyfriend anymore, and that's that.
It's because he's scared of being caught by you.
You don't get it. Our family traditions keep us strong.
He should have thought of that before. With that, I pushed her away angrily.
Watch it, you stupid girl.
She came at me and we started fighting. But as we pulled each other's hair, she whispered,
I'm on your side, idiot. My parents just got here and they're watching us. We can't talk about this here, so leave, you moron.
I let go of her and rushed home, still shaken from the fight. And later that evening, Jaya called me.
I can't tell you everything, but you have to know that my parents are really awful. And Tao has pushed you away because he doesn't want to involve you in our mess. He still cares for you. You just have to give him a few weeks to figure things out. Please stay away from him till then. He can't be seen with you.
Reluctantly, I agreed to keep my distance from Tao, feeling worried but hopeful that he'd come back to me soon and explain everything. Over the next couple of weeks, Jaya and I started talking more, and we got along really well. On a bad day, I was sitting alone on a park bench, missing Tao badly and trying not to cry. Jaya came up to me with a little gift box, and inside was a horror-themed bracelet that was just my style.
For the tough days, to remember you're not alone.
I smiled for the first time in weeks and hugged her. But even though I loved being Jaya's friend, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something really weird was up. She just wouldn't say more about Tao's breakup with me and was super secretive about her parents. She only said they were awful and she hated them. I tried to not think about it too much, but one evening I was feeling restless and just wanted to see Tao. I went to his parents' restaurant where I knew he'd be working a shift, but instead I saw him sitting at a long table with a bunch of people, including Jaya, and next to him was a beautiful girl, and he was putting a ring on her hand. My heart was about to burst, and I just couldn't stop myself from storming in. Tao and Jaya jumped up from their seats as soon as they saw me. You want to tell me what's going on here?
Who is this girl? Wait, wasn't she here one day fighting with you, Jaya? She's just my project partner, Dad, and she gets weird when she hasn't taken her anxiety meds. I'll handle this.
And with that, Tao took my wrist and quickly led me out.
What do you think you're doing? We broke up.
No, you broke up out of the blue, and I want to know what suddenly happened to us. You go from dating me to getting engaged to someone else in weeks?
There was no us, Maeve. I never loved you. Telling you that dating you is against our family tradition was just an easy way out, and you fell for it. Can you stop being so pathetic and hung up on me? Surely you'll find some boy out there who's into weirdos.
His words hit me like a sharp slap in the face. I stared at him, speechless, and then I just started running away. Moments later, someone called my name, and I saw it was Jaya coming from the restaurant's back alley.
Maeve, wait! He's lying to you!
Lying? I just saw him getting engaged to another girl with my own eyes. He just told me that he never loved me. What kind of twisted game are you playing by making me think he cares about me?
It's complicated. I'll tell you everything when the time is right. But all this, it's bigger than us. You just have to trust me.
No, I'm not gonna do that anymore. In the weeks that followed, I stopped talking to Jaya, avoided her calls and texts, and dodged Tao every chance I got. I was done with that weird family. To distract myself, I started writing a horror novel. It felt good to put all my feelings into something creative that was just for me. And slowly, I was starting to feel better. But then one day, something turned my world upside down. Mom had a fall at home, breaking her leg pretty badly. She needed really expensive surgery. The hospital bills were mounting. Dad was working double shifts, and I felt helpless. Then one day, Jaya appeared at the hospital with an envelope.
I heard about your mom, and I want to help with the surgery. It's the least I can do.
No, I can't accept this. Certainly not from you.
Maeve, I'm sorry about everything. I've left home. I just couldn't live with my parents anymore. I'm staying with my friend until I graduate high school.
Okay, and how does this concern me? I really don't care about your crazy family issues, and I just want a peaceful life. Also, I don't need your money.
Don't be stupid. We don't have to be friends again, but just take the money.
How did you get it?
Why do you care? Take it and pay me back when you're ready.
I really did need the money, so I took it. And Mom got better and was discharged some days later. I felt guilty, thinking I'd been too harsh with Jaya, so I sent her a thank you text and some other funny memes like before. And the next thing I knew, she was at my door.
Yay, my bestie is back.
Well, it's more like I felt obliged to talk to you since you helped me.
Nah, you love me. We both know it.
You're Tao's sister, and he kind of broke my heart brutally in case you forgot.
I didn't forget. Listen, can I take you out for coffee and finally explain everything?
As we sat in a cafe later, Jaya started speaking.
Tao made me swear I wouldn't say anything till it's all taken care of, but I can't keep it in any longer. Maeve, my parents are big mafia criminals. Their restaurant is a front for all their illegal activities. They told us about the family business a few months ago, so Tao and I could join it. We were both horrified, but we decided to play along so we can actually gather evidence against them. We want to turn them over to the police.
Okay, wow. You all just got a whole lot weirder. Still, how does this explain why Tao dumped me and got engaged to that girl?
She's a private investigator. We convinced our parents she's his girlfriend because she's from our culture, and her family is well respected. Getting them engaged just provides really good cover for her to be around all the time. We're close to getting enough evidence, but a few weeks ago my parents got an innocent waiter at the restaurant framed for a crime, and I just couldn't pretend to be okay with all this anymore. I lashed out at them and left home.
Gosh, this is a lot to process. Listen, Jaya, I get that you're trying to explain things, but I'm moving on from Tao, and I really don't want to be part of your family drama. I'll return the money as soon as I can, but I don't think we should see each other. Take care and good luck. Just as I was about to leave, suddenly Jaya's parents and Tao walked into the cafe. When they spotted us, Tao looked shocked, and his parents looked furious.
I was hoping never to see your face in this town again, Jaya.
You think you're so brave running off? You're probably begging for money from this girl, aren't you? Or spreading lies about us to anyone who will listen? You're a shame to the family.
Stop it! She's your daughter.
Shut up and mind your own business.
Enough, Dad. You can't talk to her like that. You're going to talk to your father like this because of some stupid stranger? You ungrateful child!
His hand flew up, aiming for Tao, but I jumped in front. Don't you dare! My fist met his cheek before I even realized what I was doing. He staggered and fell back, and the room fell silent. Tao's mom started screaming and called the police, and the next thing I knew, I was in jail for assault. I was allowed to make a phone call to my parents, but before they reached the police station, I was told my bail had been paid and I was free to go. And I found Tao standing outside with Jaya a few steps behind.
Maeve, I'm really sorry. Look, I don't have time to explain right now, but...
No, I don't have time to listen to you or your crazy sister. I don't care what explanations you have. I just need you and your bizarre family gone from my life for good. Don't ever come near me again. A month after the chaos, Dad got a job offer in another city, and we moved, leaving Tao and Jaya's drama behind. For a year, life was peaceful. I graduated high school and I published 2 horror stories. Until one day, out of nowhere, freaking Jaya showed up at my door.
Tao's gone missing.
I couldn't believe it. Just when I thought I was done with all that drama, it pulled me back in.
Once my parents discovered Tao's plans to expose them, he disappeared. I don't know if they're involved in his disappearance or if he ran away on his own.
I only dated Tao for a few weeks in high school. Why won't you leave me alone? And why come to me about your brother now?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm desperate. I had to talk to someone, and I'm homeless. I've been living in my car for months now.
God. Well, just come on in.
Fine, if you insist, but I'm sleeping in your bed.
Not happening.
My back's really hurting. Maybe because of my new prosthetic leg.
What? You got a fake leg?
No, I'm just trying to guilt trip you into letting me sleep in your bed, though a little drama might help.
Trust me, you already bring plenty of drama with you. Jaya stayed over and slept on my couch. While we had coffee the next morning, she did seem really weak and worried. So, what's your plan to find Tao?
I've got no plan. That's why I'm here. You're the writer, right? I was hoping you'd have some ideas.
The only thing I can think of is hiring a private investigator to find him. Since we can't call the cops because you're scared of your parents,
I'm broke.
I'll pay for it. I owe you. Jaya's smile spread across her face, and it warmed my heart. We hired a private investigator, but 2 weeks later, we were watching TV when suddenly we came across the news of Jaya's parents being arrested for a long list of criminal charges. We jumped up from our seats in shock, and then up and down in excitement.
Tao finally did it!
Oh my god, he really did it!
I hugged Jaya, and we cried happy tears. A few days later, Tao showed up at my doorstep. He was thinner and looked older than his years.
Tao, where the heck have you been? We were worried you might be, I don't know, dead.
I had to lay low. I can't even tell you the horrible things our parents did to me to stop me from exposing them, but I managed to escape and finally got evidence to the police.
Are we really out of this whole mess now?
Yeah, they're gone, Jaya. It's over. We're finally free.
And then he looked at me with a smile. I'm glad you're okay.
Maeve, let me start by saying I'm really sorry. More than you can ever know. I hated hurting you and I've missed you. Maybe we could start over, go back to how things were?
Oh, wow. Tao, back from the dead and straight to playing boyfriend? How about we aim for friends and see if you can stick around without disappearing?
She's just playing hard to get. She loves our family drama. Admit it, Maeve, it spices up your writer's life.
Oh, please. My life was spicy enough without your mafia soap opera. But I've got to admit, you two do keep things interesting. Anyway, you look like you could use a cup of coffee, Tao.
Sounds really good.
As Jaya laughed and walked into the kitchen, Tao and I smiled at each other and followed her.
One day, I was doing homework in the living room when someone knocked on the front door. I opened it and found a strange man standing there. He had a creepy smile on his face, and he smelled really weird. "Hi, I'm Roger. I'm looking for your mom. Is she home?" "No. She's at her stupid job and she won't be back until midnight." I was starting to close the door in his face when he suddenly pushed it back open. I screamed. I thought he was going to hurt me, but then he pulled out a wallet from his back pocket and gave me a $100 bill. He said he'd give me the money if I let him wait inside, so I let him in. The man sat on the couch and said, "I know you don't remember me, but I know you, Emily." This was so weird, but before I could ask how he knew me, he closed his eyes and fell asleep on the couch. A few hours later, my sister Olivia came home. All my sisters hate me because I'm smarter than all of them combined, but I don't care about their stupid opinions. When Olivia saw the man on the couch, she screamed, "Who is that?" She threw water on the man's face to wake him up. How dumb is that? The man stood up and said, "Olivia, is that you? Oh my god, you were only 7 when I left. I'm your father, remember?" What was he talking about? Our father was in the Navy. He left years ago. A few months after he was deployed, we got a letter saying that he'd passed away. But my dumb sister ran towards him and gave him a hug. Olivia said, "Dad, I can't believe you're back!" Olivia whipped out her phone and started recording. "What's up, guys? You won't believe what just happened. My dad came back from the dead!" Just then, the phone rang. I answered it. It was my high school principal, and she was looking for our mom. Since she wasn't home, I let Dad answer the phone. He frowned while the principal talked to him. They talked for a while. After he hung up the phone, he said, "Olivia, did you really call your teacher a stupid cow? You can't talk to your teacher like that." Olivia said, "Dad, can you stop? I already got earfuls from Mom. Ugh, I thought you were better." Olivia stood up and left. Dad asked me where she was going, and I said, she'll probably go and meet up with her shallow boyfriend, who only cares about her money and pretty face. Dad scratched his head, then asked me where the bathroom was. Inside the bathroom during her makeup was Isabel. Being the oldest sister, she recognized Dad immediately. She said, "Dad?" Because of the shocking sight, Isabel almost passed out. Dad asked me what was wrong with her, so I said, "Oh, nothing. It's probably just her hormones. She's pregnant, you know." Dad was happy when he heard the news. He said, "Your mom and I got married when we were 19 too." "Oh, Dad," I said. "Isabel's not married. She just got knocked up by her boyfriend." Isabel woke up and got back on her feet. She said, "Dad's home? What if Mom finds out? She'll send him away." Isabel was right. Mom shouldn't know because she had a new boyfriend. So Isabel and I thought of a plan. We would hide Dad in the basement in the meantime. Isabel told him, "You can stay in the basement with Brad." Dad asked who Brad was, so I told him that Brad was Isabel's boyfriend. He was an artist, or so he said. Truthfully, he was just a wannabe musician who played dumb gigs at bars for dumb people. I took Dad to the basement. When we got there, Isabel and Brad were shouting at each other. Brad said, "Your dad can't stay here. This place is cramped enough for just me." Olivia replied, "Well, this isn't your house, is it? You have no choice." Brad said, "Look, it's either him or me. If he stays, I'm leaving." Dad couldn't take it anymore. He kicked the door totally open and walked over to Brad. Then he shouted, "You can't talk to my daughter like that." It was awesome. See, Brad had anger issues, but he was also very immature. Every time he and my sister fought, he would stay up all night and play his guitar really loudly, and he wasn't even any good at it. One day, they got into a fight, and I couldn't study for a test and got an A-. I was so mad at him. I told him off, but he called me a brat and said music was so much more important than education. Yeah, like I'm going to take life advice from a loser living in my basement. This was the first time that someone had put Brad in his place. I was so glad that we finally had a dad at home, but Isabel wasn't happy. No matter how many times she and Brad fought, she always defended him. She screamed at Dad, "Get out! You can't treat the father of my child like this!" Dad tried to explain, but she said, "He's better than you. At least Brad is here to watch his child grow up, unlike you." Even though he didn't say anything, Isabel clearly hurt his feelings. I could see the pain in his eyes. So I said, "Come on, Dad. You can stay in the attic instead." We made our way upstairs. Outside, I saw headlights coming into the driveway. Mom was home. I panicked. I said, "Hurry up, Dad." It was Tuesday, so Henry would be staying over tonight. Dad and I ran up the stairs just in time. I gave him some pillows and a blanket, some food and water, and a phone so he could text me if he needed anything. Dad asked, "How long do I need to stay here?" I didn't know, so I explained the situation to him. When we were told that Dad had passed away during deployment, Mom had taken it really hard. She was sad all the time and got fired from several jobs. Then, she had to give up 4 of my sisters for adoption because she didn't have the money to take care of all of us. She was really lonely until she met Henry. I said, "Dad, Mom is dating someone. His name is Henry. You know, your best friend." Dad was shocked and said, "Oh God, how could they do that to me?" I told Dad to calm down because Sophia was sleeping downstairs. She was always a sleepyhead. She was my youngest sister, and if she found out about all this, she might tell Mom. Dad said he understood and that he would wait until we were ready to tell Mom about him. Days passed, and it was getting harder and harder to hide Dad in the attic. My sisters were still mad at him, so they were no help. And Isabel's chatty boyfriend made it even harder to keep it secret. One day, we were eating breakfast with Mom and Henry, and Brad said,
Hey, what happened to your dad?
Luckily, Mom didn't understand what he was trying to say. She said, "He passed away years ago. Didn't Isabel tell you?" I kicked him under the table so he would stop talking, and he grinned at me, teasing me. I wanted to punch him. Ugh, so annoying! Suddenly, Henry stood up. He told us that he had an announcement to make. Uh-oh. Henry said, "Girls, your mother and I are getting married." Mom looked so excited. She was finally happy after so many years. But my sisters and I were looking at each other. I knew we were all thinking the same thing. This wedding can't happen. After Mom and Henry left for work, my sisters and I went to the attic to talk to Dad. Isabel and Olivia were still mad at him, so I had to break the news. He said, "What? This can't be happening. She's still married to me. Girls, we need to stop the engagement." Isabel said, "And why would we help you? We had to be separated from our 4 sisters because you left. I will never, ever forget." Dad tried to explain that it wasn't his choice, but my sisters weren't listening. Olivia said, "It doesn't matter what happened to you. You can't come here after everything and pretend like nothing happened. You abandoned us, so we're abandoning you." Isabel and Olivia left me and our youngest sister Sophia in the attic. Of all my sisters, she was the only one who was nice to me. But that was only because I did all her homework for her, so she wouldn't flunk out like Olivia did. Because I was helping her with school, she promised she wouldn't tell Mom and Henry about Dad. But she also said, "Henry's a great guy. To be honest, I would rather have him as a dad. But whatever, what's your plan?" Dad and I talked, and we decided to find dirt on Henry. I never liked that guy. I always thought there was something fishy about how much money he had. The next day, I didn't go to school so that I could have enough time to discuss the plan with Dad. It was only me and him at home. Then I got a text from Jeremy. Jeremy was my boyfriend. But my sisters didn't know about him. I didn't want them to know that I was so into boys, too. I wouldn't be like Olivia, who always got cheated on, and Isabel, who got pregnant so early. No, I'm smarter than that. I read Jeremy's text. "I'm coming over. Let's eat pizza and watch a movie in your room." I ran to the door just in time to see Jeremy walking up the drive. He called out, "Hey babe, let's watch a movie, but only if you're done with my homework. I need to get an A or my mom's going to kill me." I told him that I wasn't done with it yet because I'd been busy with some family stuff. I added, "But I'll finish it tonight. Come in, I want you to meet someone." I took him to the attic to meet my dad. Thankfully, my dad was cool about me having a boyfriend. I think it was because we had bigger fish to fry. We told Jeremy what was going on. He said that if our hunch about Henry was true, he didn't want me to spy on him because it would be too dangerous. He said that he'd do it instead, and I agreed. That night, Dad and Jeremy hid in the bushes outside the house to watch Henry through the windows. I found this out later, but they saw Henry carrying boxes to the basement where Brad was staying. Dad and Jeremy went down to the basement. They could hear what Henry and Brad were saying. Henry said, "Did the new shipment come in yet?" Brad said,
Yeah, bunch of fake LVs are in boxes in the closet. They're gonna make us at least 20 grand, man. By the way, Isabel brought a guy here a few days ago. She said it was her dad. She wanted to hide him here.
Henry said, That's impossible. Their dad's my best friend, and he passed away while serving in the Navy. After hearing this conversation, Jeremy got scared, so he ran up the stairs and left. From the attic, I watched him run down the street like he was being chased. Dad came back up to the attic and told me everything that had happened. Then, I received a text from Jeremy. It said, "Your family's weird. We should break up." I was so surprised when I read this message. I thought Jeremy really loved me. So I texted him back to ask him if he ever loved me, and he replied, "Nah, man. I just needed you to get good grades." It broke my heart. I started crying. So Dad hugged me and said that everything was going to be okay. While I was crying, the front door slammed downstairs. We heard Mom and Olivia shouting at each other. Mom screamed, "You're useless!" And Olivia screamed back,
That's funny. I didn't hear you say that when I was giving you money.
I wiped my tears dry and went downstairs. Everyone was there while Mom and Olivia were fighting. My sister said,
I make a lot of money now. I don't need to stay here anymore.
Mom said, "Well, you're still a minor. I'm your legal guardian, so whatever you have, it's mine too."
Olivia said, Not for long. I'm going to make Dad my legal guardian.
Mom said, "Well, Henry isn't your birth father, so that's not going to happen." Before Olivia could say anything else, I pulled her aside and told her to calm down. But she got mad at me instead. She ran to her room and slammed the door behind her. When everyone had gone, Sophia said to me,
You should tell Mom that Dad's here before things get out of hand.
I told her to stay out of the grown-ups' business, and she said,
Listen, you little.
But before she could continue, she fell asleep on the couch. I realized that Jeremy was right. My family is weird, but I wanted to fix everything. A few days later, when no one was home, I went to the basement to see what Henry and Brad were hiding. I opened the closet and found 10 huge boxes filled with fake designer clothes. For that many counterfeit items, a person could get at least a few years in prison. Suddenly, I heard footsteps coming into the basement. I hid behind the boxes in the closet, heart racing. But then, I heard Olivia and Isabel talking. I sighed in relief. I was going to leave my hiding place when Olivia said, "I'm looking for my old suitcase. I'm moving out, and Dad's coming with me."
What? I couldn't believe that Dad was leaving with Olivia without telling me.
Isabel said, "I want to break up with Brad because he's such a good-for-nothing loser. Can I come with you?" Olivia said,
Of course, sis. You know what? We should take Sophia with us, too.
Isabel asked if they should take me too, and Olivia replied,
We'll leave her here. She's useless anyway.
They laughed like evil stepsisters as they schemed to leave me behind. Weeks later, my sisters had completely moved out. After they left, Brad had no reason to stay in the house anymore. One night, I overheard him and Henry talking about moving the boxes somewhere else. I couldn't let them get away, so I called the police and told them about the boxes. They went to the house with a search warrant. While the police searched, Brad and Henry kept looking at me like they wanted to punish me for snitching on them. But I didn't care. I was happy to finally get rid of them. The police found the boxes and arrested Brad and Henry. When the police questioned Henry, he also confessed that he planned my dad's kidnapping so he could get rid of Dad, date Mom, and use our house for his business. Everything finally made sense. When Mom and I got back from the police station, we had some visitors waiting for us. Mom looked like she'd seen a ghost. She just stood there staring at Dad, speechless. Dad said, "Hey, babe, I've missed you." She finally managed to whisper, "Is that really you, my love? How is this possible?" Dad took her in his arms, and she sobbed and laughed as he explained everything. Isabel said, "We heard what happened. Are you okay?" I was shocked to see her worried about me. I was even more shocked to see that she'd given birth to a beautiful baby girl. My sisters apologized for treating me badly and thanked me for being brave enough to call the police. Then Olivia said,
Let's leave this place and start fresh. We can be a complete family now.
So Mom and I packed our things and moved in with Olivia, Isabel, Sophia, and Dad. We sold the house and used that money to start a new life. The best part of it all? We reunited with our 4 other sisters, and our parents are back together now. This is the family I've always wanted. I'm so happy with how things turned out.
Hi y'all, my name is Gabby Lee. I live in Philadelphia, and I wouldn't be what most people would call cool. I'm a straight-A student, A+ if I can get them. I play in a band, the clarinet in my school's band that is, the only time I go to any sports games, and I don't go to parties. But my one great dream is to be a world-class chemist. I couldn't be happier, but would you believe for one night it all changed? I rebelled against my father, almost got my friends kidnapped, and had a run-in with the police. It was probably the best night of my life. It all started with Millie Cancun.
fame, my one vice, the biggest pop star sensation in the world. Sure, some other singers might sing about their relationship traumas or death or whatever moody stuff, but Millie was all about living young, wild, and free. My polar opposite. I'm not alone in my Millie mania. Lots of girls my age are, including my 3 besties, Sue, Evelyn, and Jamie. Wouldn't you know it, Millie was going on tour and having shows in New York. Typical. All the cool stuff happens there. Between the 4 of us and our various extracurricular activities, the only night all 4 of us could possibly go was Sunday night, to which my dad said,
No, it's a school night. Plus, her music seems a little inappropriate for your age, does it not?
what does he know? I can't get too mad at my dad, though. It's just me and him. Mom isn't in the picture anymore. I should have told him how much it would mean to me, but I backed down. My friend's luck was no different, though their parents were a little less strict.
My parents said I could go, but they don't want to drive me there.
Same. We could take the bus. That would take like 3 hours, and plus be sketchy as heck.
Something stirred in me. I don't know what came over me. We could take my dad's car.
Word? He'd drive us there? I thought you said you couldn't go.
Well, what if he never finds out? I could drive us there. I've got my learner's permit.
Are you for real?
Was I for real? Already the gears in my head were turning as it spurred up this plan. I'd take his car, drive to the concert, buy our tickets, have the best night of our lives, drive home, and my dad would be none the wiser. In his eyes, I would still be the good rule-following daughter he asked for. Yeah, we can all meet at my house and I can go from there.
Whoa, when did you get so cool all of a sudden?
Yeah, I was cool. This was my chance. My plan was foolproof. I started laying the groundwork, making a subtle suggestion to my dad. I think we should have spaghetti night on Sunday.
Okay.
The seed had been planted, and on Sunday, fruit had come to bear. For you see, dear viewer, pasta will always knock my dad out. When he was done, he was fast asleep in his recliner. I finished the job by laying down a weighted blanket on top of him. Good thing, too, because he definitely would have been woken up by the sound of Jamie banging on the door.
Yo, Gabby, you in there?
Shh! I'm sneaking out, remember? I'll be right there. I just gotta grab but the keys to Dad's car weren't there. I checked in his room, not there. A tense realization hit me. They were still in his pocket. As discreetly and non-suspiciously as possible, I reached into his pocket to pull them out, lest he wake up and was wondering what I was doing. After much careful fidgeting, I got them. I wanted to get out of there, but I had one more thing I needed to do. The final pièce de résistance. In my room, I set up a fake version of me made from pillows and sat her by my desk. Should my dad check on me, he would believe to see his dutiful daughter studying for her math test, not realizing I had already studied in between band practice. Evil genius. I snuck out, we got in the car, and we were off. I wasn't exactly a car expert. Better me to do it than any of my friends. Didn't want to scratch up my dad's car. If you were to ask me at that moment, I'd have said it had gone perfectly. We were driving down the road, pre-gaming our jam session, singing along to Millie Cancun, but then we started slowing down. The car started making funny noises. And then,
What happened?
we stopped.
I can see that, but why?
We had broken down in the middle of the road. Luckily, we were in the middle of nowhere, so it's not like we were causing a traffic jam or anything. On the other hand, we were in the middle of nowhere. We couldn't exactly walk there, and we couldn't get a tow truck. Time and money were limited. We only brought money to buy tickets, and phone service was limited. Some people passed by, but no one would stop. Please, help us.
You're standing in the middle of the road!
Yeah, that's why we need your help. Finally, one guy stopped. Now, I'm not an expert on cars, but he didn't seem to look at the engine for very long before going,
Yup, it's broken beyond repair.
Wow, are you sure?
Trust me, you young girls are lucky the car hasn't exploded. Say, why don't I give you girls a lift? I'm heading to Manhattan right now. It wouldn't be no trouble.
Oh, wow, thanks.
Girls, can we huddle for a second? We whispered amongst ourselves. This guy seems kinda suspicious.
Well, what choice do we have? We can't exactly stay here, can we?
Everyone was in reluctant agreement. We got into his car and headed for the city. How was I gonna get my dad's car home now? Speaking of my dad, I wasn't there for this next part of the story, and he might tell it differently. He managed to break free from his pasta nap and was able to pull away from the comfort vacuum of the weighted blanket. He went up to check on me, just as I thought, and probably said something like,
Gosh, Gabby, I'm sorry I didn't let you go to a concert and allow you to be your own woman. I promise I'll make it up to you.
what I didn't account for was him to see his daughter's head fall off. He went into my room and found I was not there. Realizing what had happened in a way only a paranoid dad could, he scrambled around the house looking for his keys. Only when he tried checking the car did he figure out the extent of my betrayal. He asked our neighbor to drive out to the concert. He must have gotten there before we did because amongst the crowded lines outside of the concert halls, I wasn't there. Me and my friends had arrived in downtown Manhattan, making decent time. While we were happy to avoid the rain that was picking up, the ride was an awkward affair, as we attempted to avoid conversation with Echo, as he called himself.
What sort of trouble are you young girls up to tonight?
We're going to a concert.
Oh, a music concert. What concert?
Yeah, Millie Cancun.
Oh, nice. I love her song Ice Cream Summer.
That wasn't a Millie Cancun song. That was a ZZ Marina song.
Hey, you know what? I know a shortcut up here that'll get us away from all the traffic. Wouldn't want you to be late.
No thanks. That's fine. You can just follow the GPS.
Rerouting.
What does she know? Trust me.
Where could he be taking us? Back to his apartment where he was going to murder us? Or worse, maybe he was going to call my dad. Please, just keep driving north. We're almost there.
Relax. It'll be fine.
In my panicked state of mind, I grabbed the wheel from him.
Whoa, go Gabby!
What the heck?
We fought for it before I knocked us into a pole. I swear, it was only a light touch, but it triggered Echo's airbags nonetheless, trapping him. Go! We hopped out and ran. We were grateful at first, but it didn't take long before we were missing the roof of that car. We didn't know where we were. Our phones were collectively dying, leaving our directional skills inhibited. The rain was making us wet and frustrated. By the time we found the concert hall, the ticket booths had just closed. Had we been a minute earlier, we could have made it. Hovering around were some shady-looking scalpers, but their tickets were a little out of our price range.
That'll be $10,000.
I could tell my friends were mad at me, and why wouldn't they be? This couldn't get any worse.
Gabby!
Oh no, my dad was here. I was frozen stiff as he came up to me and gave me a hug. You're not mad?
Oh, I'm mad, but I'm also relieved to see you're all safe. You girls look like you've had quite the night.
We were almost kidnapped.
Yes, Dad, I screwed up. Your car is broken down in the middle of the road on...
I saw it on the way here. Jeff helped me tow it away. We're going to go get it repaired. Why don't you four go enjoy a concert while I wait?
He had bought tickets. We couldn't believe it. Do you mean it?
As long as you can pay me back.
We all gave him our money.
Oh, okay then. Well, all's fair then. I can use this for the car.
After drying up a bit, we went inside. So, was it all worth it? Of course it was. Millie was radiant as ever, and her collective screams drowned out our worries as we danced away. Like I said, best night of my life. Only problem with forgetting your worries is when they come back to bite you.
There they are, officers. Those girls were underage driving. I tried to help them, but they insisted on attacking me and leaving me for dead.
The creep from earlier. And he brought cops.
Any of you girls with your parents?
No. My dad is going to pick us up, I think.
You think? Where is he?
He's here. He's going to be here.
You sound like a liar, Gabby.
She was right. If my dad wasn't here, were we going to be taken in? And now my dad would have to bail me out again? And then I'd be a convicted felon, and it would go on my permanent record, and I'd never get into college, and I would never... I started crying. I'm sorry, officers. It's all my fault. Please don't arrest my friends. I was the one who took my dad's car. I was the one who crashed that guy's car. You can take me in. They shouldn't pay for my actions.
Well, we don't have to.
Oh no, you don't have to do that. We can pay your bail.
Yeah. Oh wait, we gave all your money to your dad.
We can still do something.
Really? Oh, thanks, you guys. You're the greatest.
Is there a problem here?
Are you any of these girls' father?
That's right.
Well then, everything seems to be in order.
Hold on, your daughter damaged my car. I expect you're going to compensate me for my troubles?
Are you the one that tried kidnapping them?
No, that's quite a... You know what? It's fine, actually. I hope you have a good night.
That got the guy to leave. Though it looks like the cops decided to hang out with him for a bit longer.
How much more excitement can you girls get into tonight?
We got in my dad's car, and he drove us all home. Turns out it wasn't broken beyond repair. Who would have thought? One by one, my friends were all dropped off. It was just me and my dad now. We parked at home, and before getting out, we had a talk.
You are grounded, you know.
I know.
It just seems right. But maybe I can be a little strict. You're growing up. You're going to want to be your own person. I can't fault you for that.
But I should have been more honest with you. I guess I just don't ask for a lot of things. But I do want to be an A+ student. I do want to be valedictorian. I promise. I'm not going to make this too much of a habit.
It's all right. I got into some trouble when I was your age.
Yeah?
Of course, maybe more.
Like what?
Well, we don't have to get into it just yet. It's embarrassing.
Oh, come on, that's not fair.
Well, perhaps I haven't been forthcoming with you on this concert. Maybe I've got some personal biases in the way.
What do you mean?
You see, I used to date Millie Cancun's mom.
What?
It wasn't that big of a thing, but I've kept in touch with her a bit over the years.
Millie Cancun is my sister?
What? No, where did you get that idea?
But that does mean you could get me to meet her?
See, this is what I was afraid of.
But what happened next, I should save for later. What? I said it was the best night of my life. That doesn't mean it was the best night of my life ever.
Hi, my name is Charlotte, and I was a very hardworking teenager. My life was always about studying and part-time jobs, but that all totally changed because of a boy. I was on my way to the principal's office to talk about the college scholarship that I'd applied for when I saw a boy from my class, Mason. His mother was there too, and she was yelling at him on their way out of the office. The week before, his dad had been here with him, and now it was his mom. He'd probably got another detention because of his failing grades, or the pranks he was usually pulling at school. Not that I was a stalker or anything, but I had always been intrigued by him. His mom was very angry, but he seemed happy because there was a smile on his face. Why? He was popular in our school because he was pretty talented and athletic, and he also had a playful nature. He had won multiple awards in special events where parents were expected to attend, but I noticed that he was always alone. That night, while I was on my night shift as a cashier at the local movie theater, I got a strange call. "Hello, is this Miss Charlotte?" a familiar older woman's voice asked. "Yes, that's me," I answered. "I saw you reply to our online ad for a private teacher, and we want to hire you for our son. We're wondering if you could start right away, like tomorrow." I was shaking with excitement all of a sudden. I was so happy that she wanted me despite me only having 5 months of experience from last year. I asked for the address, and what she gave me sounded familiar. It was close to our school anyway. I shared the good news with my mom, but she didn't seem particularly pleased. "You should enjoy being a teenager sometimes, Charlotte. Learn how to quit if things start to stress you out." I just smiled at my mom's concern. The next day, I finally arrived at the address the woman gave me. I pressed the doorbell, and unexpected faces appeared at the door. My face turned white as a sheet when I realized that they were Mason's parents. Did that mean I was going to be my crush's private teacher? I had a funny feeling in my stomach. My hands started to shake. The thought of being in a room alone with Mason gave me confusing emotions. I was terrified, excited, and anxious all at once. I'd never talked to him in my entire high school life because why would he notice me? I wasn't like his girlfriend Mandy, who was the definition of a goddess. Each session was planned to run for 2 hours every weekend. Mason is a stubborn boy. He hates to study, so please do everything you can. We're counting on you, his mother said. He needs to graduate and go to college. I can't wait for him to help us in one of our businesses, his father added. And I was already feeling the butterflies in my stomach from the pressure and other things. After finalizing everything, his mother led me to the study room to start my first teaching session. He wasn't in there yet, so I took some time to calm myself. I gasped when he suddenly appeared from behind me. He'd clearly just got out of the shower because he looked so fresh in his white t-shirt, and his hair was still wet. "Hey there, you must be the tutor," he asked. It was officially our first conversation in my entire life, and I tried my best to speak. "Yes, I am. So, shall we start? You look familiar," he said with narrowed eyes as he leaned his face closer to mine. I felt my heartbeat in my eardrums as I leaned away from him. "You don't recognize me?" A light bulb seemed to appear above his head. "Oh, right, you're that girl who always sits in the last row." "Yes, that's me. I'm Charlotte, in case you didn't know my name." I had to get a grip and be like a proper teacher. "Okay, Charlotte, but before we get started, let me tell you something." "What is it?" "I can make your job easier by doing nothing. Just do your thing there." "No, Mason, your parents are paying me to teach you, so I have to do my job," I said firmly. "I won't tell my parents anything, and you shouldn't either," he said as he put on his AirPods and started playing on his phone. Unbelievable! We finished the 2-hour session without me doing anything, and I felt guilty. Before going home, Mason's parents asked me how the session went, and I felt terrible lying. I didn't sleep well that night as I was brainstorming how to convince him to study. I was more anxious the next day. They reminded me to do my best because they wanted Mason to pass his final exams. As soon as I opened the study room door, a hand immediately pulled me in. "What do you think of this?" Do you think a girl would like this as a gift? Mason opened a jewelry box in front of my face and revealed a diamond bracelet and necklace. I was speechless for a moment. He was so generous to give me a gift as expensive as that. It depends if the girl is into material things, Mason. But yeah, they're beautiful, I said. Thank goodness, I'm kind of nervous right now. Today is me and my girlfriend's first anniversary, he revealed with sparkling eyes. So this is him as a boyfriend. Ugh, Mandy is so lucky to have him. He opened the window and I was surprised when he pulled someone in from outside. It was Mandy. How in the world did she manage to get up here? Hi, Charlotte, Mandy greeted me. And before I could even reply, the two of them started kissing right in front of me. Happy anniversary, babe. This is my gift for you. Mason then gave her the jewelry box and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my God, this is beautiful. She looked so happy with the gifts that she put them on right away and started taking selfies from every angle. She busied herself inspecting the diamonds and taking pictures of them to post on her Instagram and Snapchat while Mason just stood there looking at her. Let's go to your bedroom, babe. I need to change my clothes and touch up my makeup for more pictures, she said. I cleared my throat before butting in. Excuse me, guys, but just a little reminder that we're having a private teaching session right now. We have a math quiz tomorrow, and you have to pass it this time, Mason. I gave him a stern look. Don't worry about that, Charlotte. I can pass it, he said confidently. Mandy then dragged him out of the room. I wanted to scream in frustration. I wanted to tell his parents what was going on, but what if he got mad at me? Why was he like this? I was sure he could do better, and why would he allow Mandy to treat him like that? She was all over his gift instead of him for their anniversary. He was so visibly disappointed. The next day at school, while I was on my way to our first class, Julia, a particularly mean classmate, blocked my way in the hallway. Hey nerd, I want to copy your answers later for the exam, she demanded, which surprised me. I mean, why would I do that? This girl had bullied me almost every day. That's not right, Julia. You should study and be prepared. That's your responsibility as a student. To my surprise, she suddenly shoved me, which sent me sprawling on the floor. Selfish nerd, she yelled at me before walking away with her friends. I turned onto my side and saw a hand offering to help me. Stop sulking and get up. It was Mason, who then pulled me up. We then walked together to our first class for the first time in my 4 years in high school. And my disappointment in him from last night was replaced with excitement. My day ended with his parents calling me, informing me that I needed to do my job better because Mason had failed the math exam that day. Our next session came and I found him sleeping on the couch in the study room. I tried to wake him up, but he didn't even stir. Should I tell his parents this time? He was overdoing this already. Come on, Mason, wake up. You have to study and learn, please? I need to do this. I need this job and I need to pay our bills and school expenses all by myself. Come on, Mason, you have to help me. I was begging, but he looked so tired. I was running out of patience already. Okay, fine. Tomorrow, if you still won't behave, I'll tell your parents whether you like it or not, I said, which finally woke him up. He got up and without a word, he grabbed my arm and dragged me to the window. Mason, wait, what are you doing? You have to come with me. No, we have to study, and there's no way I'm sneaking out through that window. You don't have a choice. I screamed as he pushed me out of the window, but I landed on a safety net below. That answered my question from last time. I had no other option but to follow him into his car or his parents would notice us. He started driving and my heart was pounding hard against my chest. You're crazy. What if they catch us? I should have been stricter with him. I couldn't let him do things his way all the time. Stop worrying about the world even just for a minute, okay? He convinced me, and all I could do was lean back in defeat. Minutes later, we stopped by a familiar house. Wait a minute, this is Julia's house. What are we doing here? Get out of the car and come with me, he said with a naughty grin on his face. He opened his trunk, grabbed some rolls of toilet paper, and started throwing them on the trees in front of the house. What are you doing? We'll both get in trouble, Mason. Julia deserves it for bothering you. It took me almost a minute to process his intentions, and moments later we were both giggling as we threw more toilet paper over the trees in their car. Did you know that a Japanese horror novelist called Koji Suzuki wrote an entire novel on a single roll of toilet paper? I blurted out a random fact from something I read a month ago. That must have been an interesting novel, he replied. Someone must have noticed us because a part of the house lit up. We rushed back to his car and he immediately dashed off. My stomach hurt from laughing and from the thrill. That was cool, I said while panting. Sometimes you just have to let loose and own the world, Charlotte. His words struck me and I was quiet for a moment. And now it's time for a party, he announced. What party? He told me that his old friend was having an epic party in the countryside and he needed to join. Unfortunately, his car got stuck in the middle of the road. Great. We're in big trouble now, Mason. Your parents aren't going to know where we are. There was no signal, so we decided to wait for a car to ask for help, but an hour passed and no one came. I settled in the back of his car and gazed up at the stars. I couldn't remember the last time that I had been able to relax like this without thinking about my responsibilities. Mason saw me lying there and joined me. We were both quiet for the first few minutes, but then I realized that it was finally my chance to ask him questions about his parents. He seemed reluctant at first, but he eventually spoke. Their world revolves around their jobs and our businesses. I'm non-existent at home. They only notice me when I do stupid things, so it's useless to be an achiever at this point. So he just wanted attention from his parents. This side of Mason softened my heart, and for some reason, he became more physically attractive in my eyes too. We continued to talk about life and our families until we finally got sleepy. Morning came, and we were finally able to get help and return to the city. His parents called him, and since the call was on loudspeaker, I heard everything. Can you please stop disappointing us, Mason? We're tired of this. Your teacher is useless too. What he said next caught me off guard. Don't drag her into this, Mom. It was all my fault, okay? I tricked her into coming with me when all she wanted was for us to study. And please, about disappointing you, what's new? You only notice me when I get in trouble. It was the first time that I'd seen him that mad. He then ended the call and was quiet for the rest of the ride. It was Friday night, and my boss at the theater told 3 other staff members and me that it would be our last week because they were cutting costs. So I went home crying and frustrated. The next day at Mason's house, I had expected him to change his behavior this time because of what had happened last week. But he was busy preparing a prank for his friend. Remembering what his mother said about me, my patience had finally run out. I slammed my hand against the table loud and shouted at him. You should study because other people out there are working so hard to go to school and get their diploma. You can blame your parents all you want, but at some point in life, you have to take responsibility for your actions, Mason. This stunned him for a few moments. To my surprise, he finally sat down beside me and started flipping the pages of my book. And for the first time, we finally had a decent teaching session. He tried to listen, but I felt that he was preoccupied. He didn't even pass the short quiz that I gave him after our discussion. But at least it was progress. I went home satisfied. It was my last day at the movie theater, and I saw him buying tickets from the other booth with Mandy. After the movie, I noticed that Mason was alone, looking like he was about to cry. I left my booth and asked him how he was doing. Mandy and I broke up. We have been having trouble lately, and I was trying to get her back, but now I should probably give up. Maybe you two aren't meant to be together, I comforted him. An idea then came into my head. You know what? There's this simple, hard-working, and down-to-earth girl I know. I'll introduce you to her if you solve all the challenging problems that I'll be preparing for you. I smiled when I saw the determined look on his face. Over the next few days at school, Mason and I became closer than ever before. He also helped me find another part-time job. As finals approached, I pushed him harder to study more with me, even at school. I convinced him to be more open about the things that he couldn't understand so I could more effectively teach him. To everyone's surprise, Mason ended up in the top 10 highest scorers next to my name, and I was so proud of him. Out of pure happiness, he hugged me so tight he almost crushed my ribs. During lunch, he joined me at my table. So where's this girl that you were talking about? He said. I almost choked on my spaghetti. I was actually referring to myself, I playfully told him as I winked, and he burst out laughing. You tricked me, he said, and we couldn't control our laughter. Deep down, I was hoping he'd date me, but my little fantasy was shattered when he took Mandy to the prom. It looked like they'd gotten back together. Oh well, having a boyfriend wasn't my priority, so although I was heartbroken for a week, I moved on. Graduation came, and I was so happy to see that Mason's parents were able to attend this time. They also looked so happy as they watched their son receive his diploma on stage. While listening to his graduation speech, my heart started racing when I heard him mention my name. And to Charlotte, a classmate of mine, and my private teacher. I just want to thank you for inspiring and teaching me, and for being my study buddy. I will never forget you, Charlotte. You will always have a special place in my heart. When everything was over and I began to leave, I felt someone tap my shoulder. You're already leaving? He asked. Yeah, I'm not exactly the resting type. For a few moments, we stayed silent. Then he sighed. I just want to thank you for talking sense into me, and also apologize for making things difficult. Not able to form words, I just smiled and nodded at him before leaving.
Hi, my name is Jen. One day, I was sitting quietly in class, listening to our boring teacher ramble on and on. Miss Silva was always super strict with us, and she loved to brag about how only she understood the hard realities of life, since she had once been homeless for a whole 2 hours. When we were assigned projects, and she refused to let me do my chosen project, which was homelessness, she went too far. My dream in life was to become a social worker and help people living on the streets. Miss Silva wouldn't budge though, and she mocked me saying, "Jen, with your cushy life, you can't possibly have the perspective to understand this topic." How dare she? Everyone in my class laughed. I had been known as a spoiled girl throughout high school because we were well off, and my classmates must have agreed with her. I complained about it to my friend Carol, who agreed that Miss Silva was mean and out of line. But then she said, "Yeah, but it was pretty funny too. I mean, you are very spoiled, and you wouldn't survive half a day on the streets." I replied, "Seriously, Carol? I might look spoiled to you, but I'm not. I could make it as a homeless person for a week, if not more." Carol laughed and said, "Sure you can, princess. If you're so confident, why not try it out? In fact, I dare you." You know what? I will do it. I'm not afraid to try. You challenged the wrong girl. Dare accepted. After that, Carol and I decided that she would film my journey of being homeless for a whole week. I was actually seriously scared about the idea. What was I thinking? A whole week! I might die from hunger, or get eaten by a predator, or get sick and die of hypothermia. But something in me wanted to go through with the dare. I wasn't gonna give up. My mom, of course, hated the idea. She even threatened to ground me to make sure I couldn't do it. She warned me that life on the streets was dangerous, especially at night. But I wasn't going to go crawling back to Carol and tell her that my mommy wouldn't allow it. I was going to do it with or without my mother's approval. My plan was that on the days when I was supposed to be at school, I would claim that I was sick. Instead, I would sit on Main Street in dirty clothes to blend in with other homeless people. But every night, I would go home and sleep in my own bed. On an early Monday morning, before school, Carol and I started packing my bag with stuff from my locker and home. I had brought way too much stuff from home, but I wanted to be on the safe side. When we were about to leave, Carol had one more dare. She wanted me to set up in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the city. At first, I refused, as I could end up in real danger, but Carol refused to negotiate. Instead, we made a deal that I could call 911 if anything were to happen. I began to feel weird about the whole thing. Some people were giving me wary looks, though most just pretended I wasn't there. The neighborhood looked pretty scary. It took a long time to decide where to set up. There was an empty convenience store that had gone out of business, so I decided to settle down in the doorway. I sat down and placed my Nike hat on the ground. Carol offered some last-minute cookies, but I refused as I wanted this to be as genuine as possible. Homeless people find their own food. Carol filmed me for a brief time and said, "This is Jen on her first day as a homeless person. Good luck!" And then she went home. Sitting in the doorway made me sore fast. I ended up leaning on the newspaper-covered door. I felt so nervous. How did homeless people do this? I tried to pass the time by daydreaming about me and my crush from school, Aaron, but that only lasted a few minutes. Finally, someone dropped a few coins in my cap. I smiled and said thank you. The soreness started to become too much. Time for a stretch, I thought, getting to my feet. The minute I stood up, though, a mangy-looking, middle-aged man with a long, scraggly beard and black, glittering eyes confronted me. "That's my spot," he growled at me. For a split second, his tall, looming figure unnerved me, and I got ready to run away. The next moment, however, a voice in my head spoke up. "If you don't stand up to the likes of him now, the whole week will be your personal hell." The thought charged me, and I dug my heels in. "Beat it, old man! I was here first!" I tried to imitate his way of speaking. His frown deepened, and he raised his hand. With a flash, I swung my backpack off my shoulder and straight into his stomach. "Ah!" He groaned, doubling over. In my heart, I congratulated myself, thinking I'd won. The next minute, however, the man looked over his shoulder and yelled, "Get her, boys!" That's when I saw two equally mangy-looking boys emerge from the shadows. They both grinned evilly as they stepped towards me. Before they took another step, I threw the cap with the coins in the man's face, which caught him off guard and gave me time to turn on my heels and run. Behind me, I could hear him yelling at the boys to get to me faster. People around us were starting to stop and stare. I didn't have time to ask them to intervene. I pushed past everyone, heading towards the busy roads. I had a good head start, so I was hopeful I could get away from them. I realized, though, that they were hot on my heels, and as I passed a grocery store, I bumped into a woman with a trolley. "Damn!" I cursed as her stuff went flying. "I'm so I stopped as I saw the woman was none other than Miss Silva. "Jen?" she gasped, shocked. Before I could run away, she grabbed me by the arm. The boys had almost caught up to me now. When they saw me with Miss Silva, they assumed I'd gotten into trouble. Giving me one last look of anger, they turned around and went back the way they had came. I, however, was stuck with Miss Silva, whose shock was being slowly replaced with rage. "What in the world are you doing?" she asked sharply. I briefly explained to her the bet her insult had led to. She looked ashamed. "I'm sorry, Jen. This isn't what I wanted you to do." I gave her a quick hug and made her promise she wouldn't tell anyone. To my surprise, seeing how determined I was to get through this, she agreed. Then she asked me where I would be and promised to come check on me every day. Realizing she wasn't as bad as I thought she was, I returned to look for another spot around the same area. The next few days passed without any more fights, and I quickly learned about life as a homeless person. It's true that I still slept in my house as soon as it got dark, but during the daylight hours, I was struggling to survive. Carol came every morning at 6 a.m. to make sure I was still there. She'd make fun of me every time about the way I looked. I wasn't taking care of my skin and I started getting pimples. My hair looked bad, and I'd really started to smell. I got used to it pretty fast though. I also learned how to deal with homeless people. They weren't as bad as I'd first thought, and they were actually pretty nice to me. They shared their food with me and told me all kinds of tales about themselves. Soon enough, I had some homeless friends who were very good people. On the final day of the dare, I was already excited about going back to normal life. But that day, something weird happened. A man stopped in front of me. He had a briefcase and was dressed in a nice suit. He was eyeing me with a mixture of admiration and suspicion. He asked me if I was homeless, and I said yes. He left to make a call, then came back. He told me that I'd impressed him with my street smarts and standing my ground against that other homeless man on my first day. How did he know all that? If I wanted, he said, I had the opportunity to be on a new reality TV show that was like Big Brother, but with teens. I stared at him blankly. The man explained that this reality show wanted to give back to the community, so they were allowing 2 homeless teens on the show. I fit the picture. I wasn't sure what to say as I wasn't really homeless, and it felt wrong. But I loved reality shows, and this was an amazing opportunity I'd never have otherwise. The man took my silent contemplation to mean yes, and the next thing I knew, I was signing an agreement to be on the show. Before I could admit the truth of my situation, he had got my cell number and was gone. I sat there in shock for a few minutes. Later that day, I went to the soup kitchen, which was packed, and had actually decent soup. Some of the ladies were nice and let me wait in line with them. However, as I was waiting, I soon saw things devolve into chaos. There were too many people who needed food and not enough staff to hand it out. It even seemed like there might not be enough food. Some of the people in line started mobbing and fighting each other to get to the front of the line. I hurried behind the counter and started handing out food alongside the volunteers and yelled at people to calm down. I managed to get everything back to normal, and quickly, everyone was happily getting served. After I went back out on the streets, I saw it was about to get a lot harder as it started to rain. All of the homeless people took cover, but I stayed where I was since I wanted to have the full homeless experience, including the very worst parts. After all, if something like that happened at night or when I was too weak or tired to move, I'd be exposed to the elements. Plus, I needed to think about what I had seen back there in the soup kitchen. It was incredibly moving and heartbreaking. Those poor people, so hungry and miserable that they were driven to get into physical fights for food. I wanted to do something, but I felt so helpless. That evening, when I got home, I didn't feel right. The dare had ended, but I still felt bad about the harsh reality homeless people were forced into. When my mom saw me, she was horrified. She said I'd been acting weird all week and that I looked like I had a terrible cold. When I admitted what I'd done, she was furious with me. Then I remembered the offer I received, but telling her about the reality TV show didn't calm her down. At dinner that night, I was quiet, and when my mom asked me why, I admitted, we always have food, so I always took it for granted. But today, I saw people fight just to get something to eat. My mom felt bad about what I'd seen, but seemed to think that was just the way things were. I wasn't so convinced though. There had to be something I could do. That night in my room, I couldn't sleep or stop my negative thoughts from cycling around my head. Maybe it was because of all the homeless friends I'd made and how frustrating it felt not being able to help them. So, in the middle of the night, I made up my mind. I'd go on the reality show so I could win money to help my friends. When I told my mom, she was supportive, although she was worried. You never know what crazy stunts these reality TV shows will pull. I told her not to worry, that I'd be able to fend for myself. Besides, I had to do this to help my friends. It was lucky that I called the director when I did, because they were just about to start filming the show. As it turned out, my mom was right about the show. For some reason, the director decided to focus on me and encouraged me to be mean to the other contestants. He wanted me to do things like steal their food and even call them names. I guess they wanted to paint me as a villain or something. At first, I went along with it, because if I won, I could help so many of my friends. But the director kept pushing me further and further. And the worst thing was, he'd smile his creepy smile and say, "You know you want to." Ew, no, I didn't. Finally, when we were on the streets filming one day, they got me to pick a fight with a girl who was sleeping under a plaid blanket. I almost said no, but I knew the director would boot me off the show if I argued. So I went for it and shook her awake. When the girl came out, sleepy and disoriented, my jaw dropped. It was one of the friends I'd made while I was living on the streets. You jerk! I exploded at the director. How dare you torment homeless people when you know how vulnerable they are? You're sick! The crew put down the camera, and my friend hurried away before I could explain myself. Meanwhile, the director's face was beet red, and he said with a sneer, "The award had your name on it, but now you're getting nothing." And that was that. I was booted off the show. At least my conscience was more or less intact. I was livid. The show had been completely corrupt. It made money off homeless people who didn't know any better and were desperate for money. When I called Carol, she agreed that the directors and the crew were complete psychos, but brought up how she had filmed me. That gave me an idea. On the day that the show was to premiere, we decided to take our revenge. Some of my tech-savvy friends helped us post the videos Carol had made of me on social media. Now the whole homeless reality show was ruined, as it was revealed I was never actually homeless. The show was publicly criticized, and the director received threats from angry people, and he tried to sue me for his losses. Luckily, Carol's mom was the top lawyer in town and represented me. The case got a lot of press, and big lawyers got involved. But in the end, I won. All the judge had to see was some footage of the show and how it took advantage of homeless people, and she ruled that the entire show was unethical and misleading. Best of all, though, was what she ruled would happen to their profits. All of it would go to help the homeless. So, in the end, I did receive some criticism for pretending to be homeless. It was a risk posting those videos, but one I definitely didn't regret. The most important thing was that I helped my friends and other homeless people too.
Hi, I'm Angelina, and my story? It's kinda crazy. But please know that My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends to subscribe now. My mom worked as a maid at the mansion of a wealthy family, and because she couldn't afford to send me to school, I went with her to work. By the time I was 8, I was helping her with small chores around the house. The owner was a really rich CEO who was never at home, and his wife was really self-obsessed. She left her daughter Maddie with the house staff to get beauty treatments so often that when Maddie was little, she called my mom her mom. I didn't mind because even though she was a couple of years younger than me, she was my best friend. One day, Maddie and I were just settling down to watch a movie in her room when someone flung the door open. It was Maddie's mom, and she did not look happy to see me.
"You girl, what do you think you're doing in my daughter's room?"
Mom, don't talk to her like that. She's my friend. Her mom gave me a glare and walked away. The next day, Maddie's mom called me to her chambers, and I just knew I was in trouble. When I walked in, she got up and said, "I can see you're spending so much time in my daughter's room when she's at school. So I've decided to enroll you in her school too, and you can work afterwards. No need to thank me. Close the door behind you." School? I thanked her and went to tell Maddie the great news. She seemed excited too. But when we got there together, she asked me to walk a few steps away from her. And once she met her friends, she disappeared. What was going on? I found out soon enough. When I was sitting alone in the cafeteria at lunch, a group of girls walked up to me and put a big backpack on the table. "You're Maddie's maid, right? She said we can ask you to do anything. After school, carry this to my car. I'll be waiting. Take these assignments with you. I expect them to be ready by tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow morning, get me a latte and a donut. Here's the money. Keep the change." What on earth? I ran off to look for Maddie and found her in the girls' bathroom. "Maddie, why are you telling people that I'm your maid? I thought we were friends." "Oh, Angelina, of course we are, but only at home. I have a reputation to maintain here, and I can't mingle with someone like you in public. You get it, right? See you at home, bestie." She walked away while I stood there, shocked. Was this the same sweet Maddie I'd known my entire life? Maddie and her friends were always dumping their homework on me and making me run around for errands, and I was getting exhausted. I didn't even get time to study for a big math test and ended up with a big, fat D. Later that day, when Maddie and her gang walked up to me and handed me a list of errands for our party, I tore it up. I've had enough. You guys have hands, don't you? Do this yourselves. Oh, that's rich. Coming from someone as poor as you. You know I pay for your school, right? Before I could reply, I heard a boy's voice behind me. "Cut it out, Maddie. You don't pay for anything. Now buzz off before I tell Dad what a brat you've been." It was Dwayne, Maddie's older brother. I'd seen him around the house, but he mostly kept to himself. Maddie looked furious and stomped off angrily. Dwayne smiled at me. "Sorry, she can be a jerk sometimes. Don't let her push you around. And since you're new here, let me know if you need help with something." Well, actually, there is one thing. Are you any good at math? Because I'm really sucking at it. He started tutoring me at home, and by the time 7th grade ended, I was getting straight A's. But my grades weren't the only things that changed. As I grew older,
I seemed to be catching the attention of a lot of guys. One day, I wrapped up my chores quickly for a movie date with a really cute guy. And just as I was leaving, Maddie screamed, "Oh, Angelina!" When I reached her room, I wanted to pull her hair out. She had dumped every single pair of footwear she owned on the floor and handed me a toothbrush.
These are really delicate shoes, so take your time and clean them with this. I need them all by tomorrow morning.
How many shoes are you going to wear at a time? Can't I do the rest later?
Mom! Angelina and her mom might need to be let go.
I had no choice but to do what she said. My date got canceled, and well, this was the first of many. Maddie always found some way to ruin things for me, and slowly all the boys stopped asking me out. One day when Dwayne and I were studying, I caught him looking at me. What is it? You know Maddie is just threatened by you, right? Threatened? By me? Why? You're smarter, prettier, and so much nicer than her. You don't think she knows that? I could feel myself blushing hard. Just then, Mom called me to help with the dishes, and I floated away on cloud 9. A little later, Maddie appeared, throwing a letter on the kitchen table.
This friend of mine really likes you. God knows why. He's really shy, so he asked me to give you this.
And why are you suddenly being nice to me?
I just said he's my friend, didn't I? I'm not doing this for you. Just write a response quickly so I can hand it to him tomorrow.
When I opened the letter, I felt really flattered, but also cringed a bit. Dear Angelina, or should I call you my angel? I wish I could talk to you, but your beauty just makes me speechless. I wrote back and kept an eye on her the next day to see who she handed the letter to. But she was surrounded by so many boys that it was impossible to tell. The next week, she gave me another letter. Hi, my angel. I think I have the courage to face you. Meet me behind the school tonight at 7 p.m. I was really curious about who this guy was, so I decided to go to the meeting spot. Half an hour went by, and it was getting chilly. Suddenly, Maddie and her friends jumped out of the shadows, laughing hard and recording me. You thought someone was interested in you? How dumb are you, maid? What? This was all you guys?
Duh! Just because some losers ask you out doesn't mean you're something special. Gosh, you're so pathetic. Poor Cinderella, waiting desperately for Prince Charming.
I was almost about to attack her when suddenly someone took my hand. It was Dwayne. He pulled me away and we started walking back home. I overheard Maddie telling her friends how she wrote those letters to play this dumb prank on you. She's so immature. She and I used to be best friends. I don't understand why she hates me so much. As tears poured down my face, Dwayne put his jacket around my shoulders, pulling me a little closer. I don't know why anyone would want to lose you as a friend. You are something special. Before I knew it, he leaned in for a kiss, and it was amazing. Even though the video of me waiting for a non-existent boy was making the rounds at school and everyone was making fun of me, I didn't really care. Dwayne and I had secretly started dating, and the next few weeks were bliss. Dwayne and I were making out in his room one day when suddenly Maddie barged in, looking down at her phone.
The parents are out and I'm having a party. Can you invite some of your hot friends? Wait, what is she doing here?
Angelina is my girlfriend, you idiot. Now get out! He shut the door on her face, and we heard a tiny crack. Do you think she broke her nose? Doesn't matter. She's been getting it changed at the plastic surgeons for years. We laughed and started kissing again, when we were rudely interrupted again a little later. But this time, it was his mom, with Maddie grinning behind her. Dwayne! Seriously? You know all the richest girls in town and you choose this maid? I mean, if this is only for fun and not public, then fine. Do whatever, but be careful. She's probably only after your money. Mom! Listen, lady. Dwayne asked me out. I didn't. And your money doesn't give you the right to treat anyone like garbage. If you want to be respected, you have to treat others with respect too. Just then, Mom came running, looking pale as a ghost. What have you done? How can you talk to Madam like that? Apologize right now! But I didn't. Needless to say, my mom was fired, and I was taken out of the school. When I was packing up my stuff, Maddie walked in and threw some old dresses of hers at me.
Here's a parting gift. They were going in the trash anyway, so same difference.
What happened to you, Maddie? Why did you turn into this awful person and just forgot that we were best friends?
Oh, please. I was only bored at home, and you were hired to entertain me. And then you forgot your place. We were never best friends. We never could be.
Well, good luck finding true friends then, Maddie, because the ones you have right now are just here for your money. And I never cared about that. With that, I picked up my bags and left. Dwayne kept texting me, but I didn't have the heart to reply. It was better this way, probably. We were worlds apart. Soon after, Mom found a job as a waitress, but it wasn't enough to make ends meet, so I managed to get a job as a cashier at a local bookstore. And one evening, Dwayne walked in. "Angelina, I'm so sorry about everything my mother said. I really love you. Please give me another chance. I won't ever let her say anything mean to you again." The next day, I walked into the mansion, and before his mom could say a word, I stopped her with my hand. "I'm not your maid anymore. I'm an independent girl dating your grown-up son, and you can't do anything about it." Her jaw fell to the floor as I walked into Dwayne's room holding his hand. We dated for the next few years, and I graduated high school. I started working at a local cafe, and the old lady who owned the place grew really fond of me. But one day, she suddenly passed away. I had barely registered the news when a man in a suit came into the cafe and asked for me. "The owner has left the business to a girl called Angelina. Where is she?" Oh my god, what? She had left the entire cafe to me? And with that, life changed forever for me and my mom. We both started working together and turned the place around. It became one of the most popular spots in town. One day, Maddie and her mom walked into the cafe, and a few minutes later, I heard Maddie screaming at a waitress. "Are you stupid? So what if it's not on the menu? Just go ask your chef to make me a salmon salad." I walked over to their table, and their eyes almost popped out. "Ladies, please leave the cafe immediately. We refuse service to ill-mannered customers." "Oh, and you, another waitress, is allowed to talk to me like that? Call the management and I'll have you fired right now." "I am the management, and I will have you thrown out now." As my staff escorted them outside, the humiliation on their faces was epic for me. With all the money I made, I opened 3 new cafes in the next 2 years, and by the time Dwayne came back from university, there were 4 more. One day, as I was leaving work, I noticed a bunch of paparazzi outside. Suddenly they parted, and Dwayne walked towards me with flowers and a ring. "Angelina, will you do me the honor of marrying me?" Yes, of course! All the journalists snapped pictures and cheered as we kissed. "How does it feel being engaged to the richest boy in town?" "It's not a big deal. I'm rich too, you know." Dwayne and I flew away to a private beach to get married amongst friends. And Mom, of course. Naturally, his family did not come. We have our own home and 3 cats, and we're all very happy. I got my fairy tale ending after all.
Hi friends, I'm Jaina from Pennsylvania. Please like and subscribe. I grew up happy. My dad worked in marketing and my mom was a teacher. We had a beautiful big home, white picket fence, even a dog named Biscuit. Every birthday I got a huge party, and every summer we stayed at a house by the lake. My friends and I spent every moment together. Everything was wonderful. Then my dad lost his job. Suddenly, everything in my life became horrible. We had to sell our beautiful house, and I said goodbye to all my childhood friends since we moved to a completely different state. Our new place was a tiny little apartment. On the first day there, I saw rats. They didn't allow animals either, so we had to give Biscuit to a friend. Dad had to take on 2 jobs, and my parents began to fight all the time. I went from being happy in every part of my life to just wanting to be someone else. Without my friends or parents around, I turned to basically just watching TV. Everyone there seemed to have the perfect life. Beautiful apartments, sparkly dresses, fun parties, and friends. They also had something else in common. They all moved to New York to start a new life of glitz and glamour. Maybe if I went to New York, I could be someone totally new too. As soon as I turned 15, I started working at the local ice cream shop. I saved every single penny, smiling even as the rudest people came into the store.
"This strawberry ice cream is too pink."
"My kid dropped his ice cream. We want a new one."
"This is melting. I want my money back." It didn't matter what they said to me. All I cared about was saving for my new life. Slowly, my savings started to add up. By the time I turned 16, I had enough for a weekend in New York. I knew I couldn't have a whole new life yet, but for now, a weekend would be enough. I finally told my parents on the morning of my birthday. I'm going to New York for the weekend.
New York? That's so expensive. We can't pay for that, honey.
I saved up from the ice cream shop.
Okay, but call us every day, okay?
Yeah, sure, whatever. They dropped me off at the train station and I was off. I was so excited to finally be on my own, and knew that at least for the weekend, I could be whoever I wanted. New York was so exciting. I could go wherever and do whatever. I tried on dresses at a fancy department store. I bought a hot dog from someone off the street, then got sick an hour later. But it was okay. I was living my dream. Finally, I went to the hotel I booked. I dreamed of gold chandeliers and well-dressed doormen and expensive steak dinners the whole train ride here. Instead, I got this. The hotel was tiny, dirty. Flies buzzed in the lobby. I didn't even have my own room. It was filled with other people and I just had a single bed. I think there's been a mistake.
Nope, this is what you booked. Welcome to New York.
This was not what I imagined my New York trip would be like, but it was all I could afford. Even in my dream city, I was still the same person and my life hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, New York didn't seem that great. It was smelly and dirty and there were way too many people.
Hey, watch where you're going. Who are you looking at?
Nothing, Hey! Someone bumped right into me and I nearly fell over. As I stood up, I realized he had stolen my wallet. I ran after the thief, but after a few minutes, he was gone. Now I didn't have anything. It was all too much. People were so mean. I started to cry in the middle of the street, and people began staring and pointing. It was so incredibly embarrassing. Finally, I decided to just go into the nearest building to get away from everything. Wow. This was the hotel of my dreams. Big, beautiful chandeliers, doormen in fancy suits, rich women drinking champagne and dressed in sparkling gowns. This is who I wanted to be. I was so enchanted by everything that I ran headfirst into someone. Ow! Elena. Huh? That wasn't my name. This man must have confused me with someone.
Where have you been? You can't just run off without telling someone.
Who even are you?
I'm Stefan. Your parents sent me to make sure you stayed safe. You have to tell me when you leave the hotel. Come, let's go back to your room.
My room? The one with the bed surrounded by other strangers and mice? It was the last place I wanted to be other than home. I almost ran. Then I noticed that Stefan wasn't taking me out of the building at all. Instead, he was taking me further into the hotel. I was shocked as I stepped into an elevator completely made of gold. It whisked us away so high and so fast, I almost got sick. It felt like we were flying. The elevator doors opened directly to a hotel room. No, not a hotel room, a penthouse. This is my room?
I know it's not big enough, but you have to deal with it for now. And again, if you want to leave, you just have to ask. Your dad just wants to make sure you're okay.
Not big enough? This place was a palace. Stefan left and I had the whole room to myself. The bathroom was all marble with a built-in hot tub. The TV was huge, bigger than I was, and there were so many chandeliers I lost count. Even the bed was luxurious, so tall and soft I could barely even climb on. Who the heck had such a nice hotel room? I knew I should have told him he had the wrong person, that I wasn't Elena and I didn't belong here. But then again, this was exactly what I had dreamed of. My stomach started growling, and I decided I would have to figure all that out later, after some free food. I raided the mini fridge in the room, snacking on soda and chips. I even ordered room service. By the time I was done, I was almost gonna fall over. Life had never been this good. My phone rang and I saw it was my parents. All I could think about was the fighting and the rats and losing our sweet biscuit. I hung up on them and decided I couldn't go back there, ever. I would stay in New York and start my life now, even if I had to take over this Elena girl's life to do it. I looked around and found her diary and laptop. I opened the laptop and, is that me? Suddenly, I realized who she was. Elena, a famous actress. My friends used to joke that she was my alter ego. Jaina and Elena sounded similar after all. Except while Elena was living a perfect life, I was stuck with nothing at all. Elena would probably be back soon. If they caught me in the room, I would get in huge trouble. I had to get out of here before I was arrested or kicked out. But maybe I could go with a little something extra since my wallet was stolen after all. After changing into Elena's clothes, I told Stefan I was going shopping. He insisted on coming with me. When we got to the store, I said, I forgot my card. He just sighed and handed me the money, no questions asked. It was more cash than I had ever seen in my life. With this kind of money, I didn't have to go back to Pennsylvania at all. I grabbed a bunch of clothes and told him I was going to try them on, but as soon as I was out of view, I made a run for it. Maybe New York hadn't been that great at first, but things were going to be different now. Or so I thought. I hadn't even walked more than a few blocks when I realized I had forgotten my phone. But that was the least of my problems because suddenly someone grabbed me from behind and everything turned dark. I woke up a few hours later, feeling dizzy and confused. Where am I? You! Hey, you! I looked around and saw a girl staring at me from across the room, but she was in total dark, so I couldn't see her. What are you doing here? I don't even know where here is. I don't even know who you are. Well, I've been kidnapped. It happens a lot, to people like me. What I don't understand is why you're here. I've never been kidnapped with other people before. Oh my God, does that mean I'm not special? She stepped into the light and I realized, Elena? That's me. Now, who in the world are you? I'm Jaina. Jaina. You seem familiar, but I don't remember meeting you at a party or a ball. We look a bit alike. As if I could never have such ratty, dull hair. Or put together an outfit that horrible. Horrible? It's your jacket. Oh my God, it is. You're stealing from me? What? No, well, kind of. Are you working with the kidnappers? No, Stefan thought it was you. Ugh, I can't believe he mistook you for me. That's so gross. I was starting to get mad. This girl was so rude. We have bigger problems here. Maybe you get kidnapped a lot, but I definitely don't. I'm gonna get out of here, with or without you. Now, are you gonna help me or not? Elena stared at me for a long moment. Fine, but only so I can yell at Stefan. The two of us sat down and hatched a plan. The kidnappers come to check on us every few hours. They have to unlock the door, which means we can escape. How about I pretend to be hurt so they have to come all the way in? Then you can knock them out. I'm the actress. You knock them out. Ugh, fine, okay, then what? We have to tell someone where we are. How the heck are we gonna do that? We gotta steal a phone. Suddenly, our planning was interrupted by something outside the basement. We eavesdropped through the door. What are they saying? They don't know which one of us is actually famous. That's why they kidnapped us both. We only have a little time then. Once they figure out which one of us is the real Elena, who knows what they'll do? Probably wonder how they could possibly have been so dumb to think someone like you could be someone like me. That kinda hurts, Oh, sorry. I'm not very good with people. They usually just want my money or a picture with me. No one really talks to me except bodyguards. That sounds terrible. I'm sorry. I gave Elena a big hug and she began to tear up. I actually liked things better when we didn't have money. Really? Yeah. My dad doesn't care about me anymore. That's why I keep letting myself get kidnapped. All my dad does is work and fight with my mom. I don't think it's the same. They care about you, right? Right. My dad doesn't even remember my birthday. Elena looked very sad. I felt guilty about not answering my parents' call earlier that day. I knew Elena would do anything to have her dad call her. Suddenly, we heard footsteps in the hallway. Quick, the plan. I hid behind the door while Elena retreated to a far corner. She started crying and pretending that she was hurt. It felt like it was straight out of a movie. One kidnapper entered the room and looked concerned. As he walked towards Elena, I used a chair and hit him. He was knocked right out. I rummaged through his jacket until I found his phone. Got it! We dialed 911. Then quietly, Elena and I tiptoed up the stairs and out of the basement. We took off our shoes to be extra quiet and snuck past one of the kidnappers snoring on the couch. We were almost out the door when someone suddenly shouted,
Hey, they're getting away!
One of them ran and blocked off our exit and reached out to grab us. Elena and I ran in opposite directions. We ran into the dining room. I started throwing everything I could find. A fork, a napkin, a frying pan. Throw your shoes! These are designer! You matter more than your shoes! I grabbed a plate from the dining table and chucked it at the kidnapper. It shattered against his head and took him down. Go, go, go! Elena sprinted to the door. To freedom! Yes!
Not so fast, girlie.
The last kidnapper grabbed me by the arm, yanking me away before I could make it out. That hurts!
You're coming with me. I'll get that ransom if it's the last thing I do.
Jana! Elena was standing in the doorway, frozen in fear. Why hadn't she left yet? Go! I won't leave you! Suddenly, the front door came down entirely.
Give us our daughter back.
Dad! Mom! I was so relieved to see them. I almost started crying. Behind them, I could hear the sirens. The police were on their way. The kidnapper's grip on my arm tightened.
Where's our money? Your money? How about our daughter? You're not getting her back without it. Ow!
Elena grabbed me and dragged me away from the kidnapper. Come on, Jana, let's go! You threw the shoes! Of course I did. You matter way more than shoes.
Police, hands up!
And just like that, the police came and arrested all of the kidnappers. They told us that they would be going away for a very, very long time. My parents wouldn't let me go, constantly hugging me and making sure I was okay. How did you know I was kidnapped? You left your phone at the hotel. Stefan called us when the kidnappers demanded they pay up for both girls, and we realized that they had you too. We should have never let you go into the city alone. I didn't think you cared.
We love you so much, Jana. Maybe we're not the best at showing it, but at the end of the day, you're our daughter. We might not have a lot of money, but we would give anything for you.
I love you too. Let's go home. I smiled at my parents, but I noticed that Elena started to look really sad. Her parents hadn't come at all. It was only Stefan. Are you gonna be okay? I'll be fine. I just wished my family cared as much as yours did. You know, friends can be family too. We smiled at each other, and I reached out and squeezed Elena's hand. Come visit me in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania? I would love that.
Hi, I'm Lizzie from Chicago. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I grew up with 2 loving parents and an amazing sister, Patty. She was 2 years older than me, but she was my best friend, and I stuck to her like glue. Once when I was 7, I just bought popsicles from an ice cream truck when suddenly a tall boy blocked my way and knocked them out of my hand.
Hey, what'd you do that for, jerk?
I just felt like it. What you gonna do? Go cry to your mommy?
She doesn't need to, because she has me.
And with that, Patty tackled the boy to the ground. She grabbed one of the dirty popsicles and rubbed it all over his face. The boy pushed her off and shouted, "Crazy psycho," before he ran away. Patty was awesome. Life was good until the 5th grade when everything changed. Patty had climbed onto the roof one day and she ended up having a terrible fall. My parents rushed her to the hospital, but a few hours later, we found out that she'd gone into a coma. We were completely devastated. I missed Patty like crazy. And to make things worse, my parents became super protective about me from that moment. Every time I got the slightest injury, Mom freaked out. "Oh my God, my baby! She's bleeding!" "Mom, it's just a paper cut. I'm fine." But Mom rushed me off to the clinic like I'd cut my hand off. Even the doctors there were soon sick of her. And things kept getting crazier. Once when I was 14, I had to beg my parents to let me go on a school trip to an amusement park. They finally agreed, and I was so excited. But just as I was climbing onto the roller coaster, my teacher came flying and pulled me away. "Oh no, your parents made me sign an agreement that I wouldn't let you go on any ride." "What?" I just sat on the bench like a moron the whole day while everyone else had crazy fun. This was so unfair, and I was so mad when I got home. "Guys, you have to stop. You're sucking all the fun out of my life." "We're only looking out for you. Why don't you understand?" "I do understand. Mom, Dad, I really miss Patty too, and I wish she'd never been hurt, but you can't always stop bad things from happening." "Well, we're sure as heck gonna try." Ugh, they were impossible. A friend had a slumber party at her place one night, and I knew my parents would never let me stay over. So once they were asleep, I climbed out the window. I'd be back before they woke up. I was having an amazing time with my friends when suddenly we heard loud screams from downstairs. and to my horror, I saw my mom attacking Lizzie's mom and yelling, "Where's my daughter? I know you're holding her here. I can track her phone location. Tell me, right now."
Oh my God! Mom, are you insane? I can't take this anymore.
Just then, Dad came running in, looking pale as a ghost.
I just got a phone call from the hospital. Patty is awake.
We forgot everything and rushed to the hospital, and we found Patty sitting up in bed, smiling at us. It was unbelievable. Luckily, Patty's head injury hadn't affected her memory, but it took her a month of physical therapy just to be able to walk again. When she finally came home, we had her room all newly decorated for her, and I hugged her tight. "Patty, I missed you so much." "I missed you too, Lizzie." Patty was now 16, but her mind still seems like that of a 12-year-old. I felt like the older sister now, and it felt a bit strange talking to someone who had no idea what had happened in the past 4 years. "Oh, any new songs by One Direction?" "Oh, no, Patty. They broke up soon after your accident." "Oh, I see. How about we make a YouTube video of how to make slime?" No one really does that anymore." She looked a bit bummed out, so I introduced her to other things I knew she'd love. There's TikTok, My Story Animated, and now everybody goes in pajamas everywhere. Patty looked fascinated, and we stayed up all night while I got her up to speed. A few weeks later, Patty started school again, but she had to go back to 7th grade, while I was already in 9th grade. I could tell she was struggling with studies, so I would help her out during breaks in school. One day, I found Dad standing in the driveway next to his car, which had a large dent on the side and the headlights were smashed. "What happened to your car, Dad?"
"Oh, you're asking me? Well, let me remind you. You took my car out last night, hid it somewhere, and brought it back like this."
"What? Are you crazy? I didn't do that."
"The neighbors said they saw you driving off with it last night, so stop lying. I can't believe you'd be such a reckless maniac. No pocket money for 3 months, and I'm never allowing you to drive."
"I didn't do it, I swear." Dad just walked off into the house without hearing another word. The only thing that cheered me up was I was meeting my boyfriend Jonathan later that evening. We'd been going out for a month, and of course, I hadn't told my parents. That evening, while they were busy watching TV with Patty, I slipped out quietly and waited for Jonathan at our meeting spot. But when he didn't turn up after half an hour, I called him.
"What do you want?"
Where are you? I'm waiting for you at our spot."
"Oh, do you have amnesia now? You broke up with me over text yesterday, remember?"
And with that, he hung up. What the heck was he talking about? When I looked at the messages I'd sent, I was shocked. "Jonathan, what was between us was nice, but I'm kind of bored of you now, so let's call it quits. Okay, thanks, bye." Gosh, was I losing my mind? I didn't remember sending this message. Oh, this seems like something Mom would do. I ran home to confront her.
"Where are you coming from, Lizzie?"
"Oh, I went to meet my boyfriend." "Yeah, don't look so shocked. Mom, you already know about him. After all, you're the one who broke up with him from my phone."
"What rubbish. I didn't know anything about a boyfriend before, but thanks for telling me now. You're grounded."
Just then, I saw Patty behind my parents, and she had an evil smile on her face. Oh my God! Patty, you did all this, didn't you? Wrecked Dad's car? Stole my phone? It's you!
My poor Patty has barely learned to walk again, and you're saying she took my car? You're awful for trying to blame things on your sister, Lizzie.
Don't you dare say another word about Patty. Maybe you're just jealous she's been getting more attention since she's come back to us. I couldn't believe they had just said that. I stormed off to my room and slammed the door shut. She completely denied it when I confronted her, saying I was crazy and paranoid. But she kept messing with me, putting salt instead of sugar in my coffee, breaking my things, cutting up my clothes. I never knew what she'd do next. But I was in for a major shock when I saw her kissing someone in the school corridor the next day. My ex-boyfriend, Jonathan. I marched up to her and pulled her away. What do you think you're doing?
Kissing my boyfriend. Why? Are you jealous?
Are you out of your mind? Jonathan, since when have you been dating my sister?
Not that it's any of your business, but it just happened. I like how mature she is for her age.
Of course she's mature. She's 2 years older than you. She's a 16-year-old dummy witch in 7th grade. Suddenly, Patty leapt forward and attacked me. I pushed her off me and her head hit the wall. Oh my God, Patty, are you okay? Oh, my head. I feel dizzy. As Jonathan quickly carried her away to the school nurse, she turned around and grinned at me. And all hell broke loose when the principal called my parents to take Patty home, and they found out I'd pushed her. Mom, Dad, I didn't mean to. She attacked me first, and she's fine. I'm telling you, she's lying.
That's enough. I can't believe you'd hurt your sister after everything she's been through. After everything we've been through. I don't know what we'll do with you, Lizzie. We can't even trust you to be around her anymore.
My parents left, and I looked back at Patty lying in bed, smiling at me like a witch. I no longer recognized her as the sister I dearly loved. It's better for you to give up and understand that I'm in control here. No matter what you say or do, no one will believe you. Patty was right. I decided I had no choice now but to just leave. I packed a bag, took my savings, and ran from home that night. I crashed at a friend's place, but the next day she said if I was staying any longer, I had to go sleep in the garage. But why? You have plenty of rooms. Yes, but I was just talking to Patty, and she said you have a fungus on your feet, and it's contagious. What? Why are you talking to Patty? We're really good friends, actually. She's pretty cool. She's a big fat liar. I'll just show you my feet. But she just shrieked and ran out of the room. Ugh. I packed my stuff and left angrily. I moved on to stay with another friend, but it turned out she was also friends with Patty. And that's how I went from friend to friend, only to realize that Patty knew everyone I knew in the city. So I decided I would just travel out of town. I bought a one-way ticket and got on the bus. I was so tired from the last few days that I just fell asleep. God knows for how many hours. Finally, the bus conductor woke me up, and I sat up in a panic. Where am I?
You actually just came to Chicago.
What? Did I just make a complete detour to the same place? I'd failed to even run away from this stupid city. When I got off the bus, I started walking around in the pouring rain when suddenly I spotted Patty standing on the other side of the road, just as shocked to see me. Why are you still in Chicago? I thought I made you leave. My life is none of your business, so stay away from me. She started walking over to me, yelling, "Making your life miserable is my business, because you stole my life, and I don't have an ounce of guilt." What? What are you talking about? You really don't remember? That day 4 years ago when our parents were away and we were playing, and you threw the ball on the roof. You started climbing up to get it, and I told you to stop. But you didn't listen to me, so I climbed after you. And that's when I fell. I started to cry, hard. Maybe the shock of Patty's fall had made me forget all these details, but now I remembered. Patty, I was just a kid. I didn't mean for you to fall. Patty looked even angrier as she walked closer. I don't care what you meant. Because of you, I lost 4 years of my life. And during this time, you grew and studied and made friends and a boyfriend. And what about me? I just can't seem to catch up, and I just want you to go away. As Patty screamed, I suddenly saw a bus was traveling fast in her direction. Patty, watch out! Without another thought, I ran towards her and pushed her to the sidewalk. My head hit the pavement and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I saw that I was in the hospital. My parents hugged me tight and said I'd woken up after 2 days. We're so sorry we didn't believe you and caused you so much pain, honey. Turns out after my accident, Patty broke down in front of my parents and confessed everything she'd done. Together, they decided to get her psychiatric treatment to help her get better. Just then they left the room and Patty walked in. I'm so glad you're okay, Lizzie. All this time I've been blaming you and hating you for an accident, and you risked your life to save me. How could I have been so horrible? Please say you'll forgive me. Of course I forgive you. You've always been the person I love the most in the world. I would do anything for you. I'm so sorry for what you lost, and you're back with us now. You can have anything and do anything you want, Patty, and I will always be by your side.
Hi,
I'm Crystal from a small town in Alaska. Press like and subscribe. Ever since I was born, I've lived with my rich uncle and aunt and 5 girl cousins. But they've always made me feel like I didn't belong with them. For starters, all my cousins had blonde hair and blue eyes, and I had dark curly hair and brown eyes. They always said I wasn't pretty enough to be part of the family. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the ugliest of them all? Crystal! Your eyes are the color of poop, and look at your hair. I wonder how many birds sleep inside that nest. They were the meanest, but I had no one else. And I swear, I always thought our town was the only place on earth until I saw my cousin's geography book. And that's when I was 7. You see, my aunt and uncle wouldn't even send me to school and just kept me on my toes all day doing house chores. But I'd secretly taught myself to read. I began reading more and more, and all that knowledge just amazed me. One time, when I was 16, my uncle found me reading my cousin's books, and he instantly snatched them from me. Do you have any idea how expensive these are? And you're using them for free. Why are you always so awful to me? 'Cause you're kinda weird, and not really one of us. I pushed him aside and ran out of the room. I just hated it here. A few weeks later, it was Christmas, and I found 5 huge gift boxes under the tree, and another one the size of a matchbox. Of course, that was mine, and all it had inside was a pinch of salt. Just a reminder to add the right amount of salt while cooking our meal. Everyone laughed, and I felt like smashing their heads into the wall. While I was busy cooking, a lawyer visited our house. Curious, I followed him to the study, and when I heard his conversation with my aunt and uncle, I was shook. That girl, Crystal, is worth billions. If you want to keep the money her parents left, you should legally adopt her. Wait, what? I was a freaking billionaire? As soon as the lawyer left, my aunt came running into the kitchen and literally carried me away to the lounge. I was made to sit in Uncle's armchair while he snatched all my cousin's presents and gave them to me. You, girl, give Crystal a foot rub. You, the other one, make her a hot chocolate with extra marshmallows. And the rest, we're changing the dinner menu to all of Crystal's favorites, and you're cooking. Now, chop chop. Wow, just wow. All of a sudden, I was loved and pampered to bits. I decided now was the time to get the one thing I really wanted, going to school. Oh, sweetheart, no. School is such a dangerous place for girls. But all my cousins are girls. They are morons. They're not as precious as you, Pumpkin. We'll get you the best tutor. Well, that was better than nothing. At least I'd get to learn. But the next night, while I was getting water from the kitchen, I overheard them talking. How long do we need to pamper that ugly duck? Don't worry. Once we get her money, we'll ship her off to some orphanage. Who even wants that hairy kid? Ew. God, I knew they were being nice to me because of my money. But these greedy jerks weren't even planning to let me stay. That very night, I packed my bags and ran away, taking the first train out of our town. On the train, an old lady sat next to me, and she told me I was really pretty. She sounded kind, and when we got down, she asked me to join her for a meal at her place. This was the first time someone was treating me nicely without knowing about my wealth. When I got to her mansion, it seemed like she was some billionaire herself. I met some girls older than me, and they all looked really happy. Apparently, the kind woman had given jobs to all of them and even let them stay here. I wondered if I could stay too, and to my surprise, she gladly accepted me. Weeks passed by and all was good, until one day the lady woke me up rudely at 3 a.m. Dress up and get ready. What? Why? It's not even sunrise yet. What are you, a chicken waiting for sunrise? Be out already, or I'm gonna kick your lazy butt. OMG. Suddenly, the fairy godmother sounded more like a Karen. She pulled me down to the main hall where the other girls had already gathered, and then she started explaining how we'd be breaking into some house to steal stuff soon. Wait a second, she was a professional thief? Oh my God. I couldn't believe I'd been living with a gang of robbers for weeks. I wasn't gonna be a part of this. I slipped away and used the old lady's phone to report her to the police. When they turned up to arrest her and the gang, one of the girls turned to me and said, "I always knew you didn't belong with a bunch of thieves. Here, take this, and go see this man. He's a very kind fellow who wants to adopt a daughter. And so I escaped and made my way to Mr. Hammond's address. And well, this guy seemed richer than old Karen. When a butler led me to him, I explained that I had no family, and some girl gave me his details, and he was overjoyed.
Oh my God, yes, I've been waiting to adopt a little girl. I'm so happy to meet you. And Crystal, that's such a beautiful name. Welcome to your new home.
And just like that, my life turned around. I was immediately led to a gorgeous room and given a brand new wardrobe. And when I saw the massive library in the house, I flipped. Oh, sir, you don't know how much I love books. All I've ever wanted is to go to school and learn as much as I can.
Well, my dear, that can be easily arranged.
He made a quick phone call and told me I'd be starting school next week. Was this for real? Even though he seemed lovely, I didn't trust him enough yet to tell him about my parents' money. I knew what that did to people. One morning while I was still asleep, someone scared the heck out of me by jumping onto the bed. I let out a shrill scream, and then I saw a girl a few years older than me. She was screaming too. OMG, who are you and what are you doing in my bed? Dad! Dad? Mr. Hammond came running, and it turned out that the girl was his daughter, Pearl, who was now in university. I just came home to get some stuff. So what, I left and you adopted some ugly weirdo and gave her my room?
Don't be rude. And yes, I'm all alone now and I'd like some company. Now say hello to your sister.
Sister? Pfft, I don't know which slum you got her from. Just get her out of my room. She stormed off and Mr. Hammond apologized to me. It's okay. I know I'm ugly. My cousins made fun of my hair and eyes all the time. It's nothing new.
What are you talking about? Your hair and eyes are lovely. I only see a girl who's beautiful inside and out. But let me take you to a salon today. Those people will work magic with your hair.
And they really did. They trimmed and styled my wild hair and got my eyebrows done. And for the first time ever, I actually felt pretty. I was so happy, I hugged Mr. Hammond. Thanks, Dad. Wait, did I just call him Dad? Maybe I was starting to like him a bit too fast. I had an amazing first day at school. Everyone was telling me I was gorgeous. A few boys even said my warm brown eyes were adorable. All that was great, except when I got home, I found Pearl had moved back in. I decided I'd try to be friends with her, but she was impossible. I tried talking to her at dinner, but she just gave me silent glares. When I asked her to pass me the water, she flung the whole jug at my face. Pearl! What, Dad? She didn't want it on her face? Oops, my bad. One day during the first class, our teacher kept getting annoyed because of some croaking frog sounds. We all looked around and couldn't find any. Just then, a boy put his ear next to my bag and said, "I think it's coming from here." I opened the bag and dropped it immediately. A dozen big frogs jumped out, and there was almost a stampede with everyone screaming and running out. As the teacher fled, she tripped over a chair and fell down really hard. She hurt her arm, and I got a month's detention for my prank. This was all Pearl's doing, of course. I went to her room that day and asked her why she was bent on ruining things for me. Oh, drop this innocent face, Crystal. I know you're just some gold digger, and my dad is your target. Just because he's too soft and foolish to see the bad in people doesn't mean I am too. I'll make sure you don't get a penny of my wealth. She was crazy. All I wanted was a family. Mr. Hammond had a grand pool party planned, and I was so excited. My jaw dropped when I saw the guests arrive. Actors, singers, and other glamorous people. I was dazzled. Everyone was having a great time, but as some of the guests started to leave, we suddenly heard a woman screaming at the butler. "What do you mean you can't find my diamond ring and my husband's watch? I gave that stuff to you for safekeeping before going in the pool." The butler said he'd put all the guests' belongings in Mr. Hammond's study, but they were all gone. Everyone went crazy, and there was nearly a riot.
Ladies, gentlemen, please. Something like this has never happened before, and I assure you I won't rest till everyone's belongings are returned. You have my word.
As the angry guests went out mumbling and threatening Mr. Hammond, he ordered the servants to strip the house down. only 10 minutes later, a maid came running with my backpack. She turned it over, and all the rich people's things fell out. Sir, Miss Crystal's bags were packed. It looks like she was planning to leave. I was horrified. Mr. Hammond looked shocked as I protested that I had nothing to do with it. Oh, Daddy, what did you expect from someone like her? I always knew she'd do something like this. We need to call the police. I walked up to Mr. Hammond and looked him straight in the eye. I know I'm just a stranger and not really your daughter, so you'll choose to believe Pearl's words over mine. You can do whatever you want, but just know that your kindness means far more to me than money or things ever could, and I would never do anything to harm you. Suddenly, Mr. Hammond took my hand. You are my daughter, and I do believe you. He turned to Pearl with a furious face. Pearl, if you don't want me to stop paying for your credit cards and cut you out of my will, leave now. I don't want to see your face till you've graduated university. Pearl stared at him in shock, then screamed angrily and left. I was so touched by Mr. Hammond's words, I finally decided to tell him about my inheritance and my greedy family. He was shocked, and the next thing I knew, he had legally adopted me, and we went in person to tell my family the news. Their faces were just priceless. I was the owner of my money now, and I had big plans for it. I set up a school for poor kids, and now I teach there whenever I can.
Hi, I'm Clarissa, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My twin sister Bella and I look identical in every way, right down to the dimple on our left cheeks, and I hate it. Anyone who thinks it's cool to be identical twins is stupid. Mom and Dad thought it was super cute to dress us up in matching outfits all the time, but growing up, it started getting so annoying. No one could tell us apart, not even our parents, so they just called us the twins or the girls. It's like I had no identity of my own. I was just part of a pair. Yeah, we got a lot of buy one, get one free jokes too. Also, it was everyone's favorite game to try and spot any differences. I think this one's shorter. Her nose is bigger, right? Her ears stick out more. Also, if I pinch your cheek, will your twin feel it? If I punch your face, will your mother feel it? You're basically a part of her. We were in the same class in school, and we did all the same extracurricular activities, and there was always so much pressure not to be the worst twin, because everyone made that instant comparison.
Clarissa got an A on her maths test. Why do you have a C, Bella?
Bella beat you in that race by a mile, Clarissa. Aren't your legs just as long? Why was it so hard to understand that we didn't have matching abilities to go with our matching faces? But by 4th grade, our personalities started changing. I was academically stronger, but Bella was more athletic. We'd both been attending dance classes since we were kids, but I eventually dropped out because she was clearly better. I started slipping into the quiet nerd mold, while she was more outgoing and loud, so she always got more attention. Like on our 10th birthday, Bella got her way, and the whole party was Hannah Montana themed. All my Harry Potter requests were ignored. Mom had baked our birthday cake, and it read, "Happy birthday to our beautiful beauty, Bella and Cla." Mom, what happened to my name?
Bella told me she wanted this text on the cake, honey, and there just wasn't enough space left.
Our classmates were gathered around Bella as they danced away to her playlist. I spotted a new kid sitting in a corner and playing some game. Hey, you think this party sucks as much as I do? Yeah, kinda. Sorry. Wanna play? I was having a really good time, till Bella and her friend started a crazy water fight and attacked us too. And they ruined the boy's gaming console. He left the party crying and never talked to me again. Yeah, Bella always found a way to ruin things for me. Then one day in 7th grade, we found Mom waiting for us at home with an envelope each. OMG, no way. You signed me up for the tween beauty pageant? Oh, thanks, Mom. A flyer for the middle school mathletes?
Well, what do you think? One for my beauty and one for my brainiac.
It's perfect. It's fine, I guess. From then on, my sister got more and more popular, and I became more invisible. By the time we were in high school, Bella's pageant trophies were on full display all over the house, while my mathlete trophies collected dust in my room. My parents clearly loved to show her off more. Well, at least my mathlete's teammate Eugene thought I was really cool. The way you gave that answer right before the buzzer went off, what an adrenaline rush. You're so smart. You're too nice, Eugene.
And you're like a 45-degree angle, you know, 'cause because 45 degrees is an acute angle. You're a cutie?
Yeah. Good one.
So I was thinking, maybe you'd like to have my phone number?
I was only half listening because just then, the football team captain Mika walked into the cafeteria. Man, he was some descendant of Hercules. Just sheer perfection. I'd never have the guts to say hi to him, and he'd never notice me.
Clarissa?
Yes, sure. I'll take your phone number.
So you'll call me then?
If the need ever arises, then definitely yes. Thanks, buddy. I gotta go to class now. Then one day, things took a bit of a turn when Bella came down with the flu. Oh, my head hurts, and I have a fever. I can't perform at the mall pageant today.
Oh, no, my poor baby. Go lie down, and Clarissa will bring you some tea.
She can make her own tea, and I'm busy. She's unwell, and you're not doing anything important. Now go. I was so sick of being second to my sister, but when I got back with the tea, I found her snoring, and then I got a crazy idea. Next to her bed was her pageant bag, all packed and ready to go. I grabbed it and snuck out the front door. I was just as beautiful as Bella, and I was gonna prove it. When I got to the mall, everyone was smiling and waving at me. I felt like a movie star. Her dress fit perfectly, and the show went super smoothly.
And the winner is Bella!
Just as I was accepting the trophy, I heard the most annoying voice in the world. She isn't Bella, I am. Mom couldn't find you at home, and when I saw my bag gone, I knew exactly where you were. How dare you? So what? You're just mad that I could be as good as you any day. Shut up, loser. You mean winner? Bella leapt onto the stage and attacked me. The fight not only lost us the trophy, it also got us banned from all pageants in the area for life. Our parents were furious with me. I was grounded for 2 weeks, and Bella basically pretended I didn't exist after that. She even blocked me on all social media. But at school, it seemed like everyone had heard the pageant fight, and people were noticing me more. And I almost turned to jelly when Mika approached me.
Hey, not Bella, right?
Right. I'm, what's my name? I forgot. Clarissa.
I'm Mika, the football captain. I loved that gutsy stunt you pulled at the mall yesterday. We're having cheer tryouts tomorrow. Why don't you come too?
Cheer tryouts? Sure. I'll be there.
Perfect. But, change your look or something. I want to be able to tell you apart from Bella, okay?
Sure, Mika. I've wanted to change my look anyway. I was so excited for a fresh start. At home, I looked up some videos online on how to cut my hair. I decided bangs would be easiest. So I went to the bathroom, plugged in my dad's electric razor, and cut myself some bangs. And they turned out super cute. That was until they moved a bit, and I saw that I'd shaved off my eyebrows too. I was horrified. There was no way I could go to tryouts looking like that. I couldn't even leave the bathroom looking like this. I started rummaging through the cabinets to find something that could help fix my eyebrows. I found a bottle of spray on hair that my dad sometimes used to cover his bald spot. I aimed it at my forehead and sprayed, but it made me look like a caveman with a bushy unibrow. I scrubbed it off just as there was a knock at the door.
Clarissa, are you in there? You better not be stealing my makeup again.
Just washing my face, Mom. I'll be right out. Oh, I could use my mom's makeup to hide the damage. I found an eyebrow pencil and quickly scrawled them on as best as I could. Then I brushed my bangs over my forehead and snuck quietly out of the bathroom.
There you are. Wait, did you just cut your hair?
Some people are just desperate for attention. So pathetic. Just trying something different. Mom, I have to go run to the store and get some things for a school project, so bye. At the store, I was lucky enough to find the perfect solution. Tattoo sticker eyebrows. I rushed home with them and went to my room to try them on. Just put them on, spray a little water, and voila! I set the timer on the phone and laid back with the washcloth over my forehead, awaiting my beautiful new eyebrows. But when I looked at the results, I almost fainted. They looked super crooked. I scrubbed and I scrubbed, but they just wouldn't come off. I laid in my bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Why are you making sounds like a dying whale? OMG! What happened to your face? I just wanted to change my look for the cheer tryouts, but it's all gone so horribly wrong. What am I gonna do? Well, maybe if you hadn't pretended to be me and ruined my pageant career. Wait, that's it. You can pretend to be me. Oh, please, Bella, I need this. Mika himself asked me. You know I've always had the biggest crush on him. Yeah, I've read your Dear Diary sob stories. What? Not important right now. And okay, since you're begging and you look so ugly, it's almost sad. I'll do it, but only if you do my homework for a whole year. Are you kidding? Ugh, fine, I'll do it. Just get me the cheerleading spot, okay? You got yourself a deal, Uggo. Mom let me stay at home for a few days when she saw what I'd done, and Bella left for school the next morning. But I didn't really trust her not to mess things up for me at the tryouts. I needed a spy, so I called Eugene. Hey, I know this is a lot to ask, but I'm really unwell. And I asked my twin Bella to do the cheer tryouts for me. Could you just go and see how she does? I don't know who else I can trust.
Of course I'll do it. Want me to drop by later with some soup too? We could watch some MSA videos, or I could show you my cat's pictures.
That sounds amazing, but what I have is really contagious. So you'll report to me soon, right?
You betcha.
You're the best, Eugene. Eugene's report tallied with what Bella told me. She'd performed a flawless audition, and I was in. I couldn't wait to go back and spend time with Mika. Thankfully, the tattoos wore off in a few days, and my eyebrows were coming back, so I could fill in the rest with pencil. I was ready to return to school, but that evening, Eugene told me that he'd seen Bella and Mika kissing, and when she got home that day, she was getting out of Mika's car. I ran down to the living room and opened the window to eavesdrop.
Ugh, it's so hard to say goodbye to you, babe.
It's only till tomorrow, coochie poochie poo.
And that'll feel like an eternity, my Bella baby boo.
Ew! And what the heck? The minute Bella walked in, I jumped in her way like an angry lioness. What in God's name did I just see? Oh, you mean me and Mika? Silly. Didn't you want to ask him out? I just did it for you. As you. No, don't lie to me, witch. I heard him say, Bella boo boo boo. He knows you're Bella and not me, Clarissa. And then her face turned totally evil. Yeah, okay, whatevs. I took a picture of you in your sleep and showed him your freaky eyebrows and told him you'd sent me in your place. We had a really good laugh and we just bonded. You took away my pageant life, I took away your guy. Trust me, he's way out of your league anyway. I let out a snarl and attacked her. My parents came running when we crashed into a table and pulled us apart, and I swore I'd never speak to her for the rest of my life. But watching her and Mika together in school and thinking of how they must have made fun of me made my heart burn. And then I found something in the mail one day that gave me the perfect opportunity for revenge. I knew I was successful when Bella screamed at me in the school hallway one day. Clarissa, what did you do? What are you talking about? Something boring, probably. Why do I have a rejection letter from the dance academy of my dreams, which says that my audition was way below their standards? I never went to any audition. Oh, yeah, that. See, I received the invitation for the audition and I decided to go as you. Now, I haven't danced in a really long time, so I was kind of rusty, but I thought I did an impressive chicken dance. I will kill you! Well, that was effectively the end of our relationship. Somehow, it didn't feel as good as I thought it would. No one at home was talking to me now, and even Eugene seemed distant. Hey, am I imagining it or are you avoiding me?
No, Clarissa, you're not. I just don't like what you did to your sister.
What? She started it?
No, you started it when you went to the pageant as her.
You don't really know everything about us, Eugene. It gets really tiring being overlooked and invisible.
Actually, I do know something about that. I literally joined the mathletes to get close to you. I've dropped every possible hint that I like you, and you're not so dumb that you didn't pick up on it, but you just used me when you needed me. And now you need me again because I'm guessing other people in your life aren't talking to you. Well, I have a little more self-respect than that. Goodbye, Clarissa.
The last few months of high school were really lonely. Bella got into an amazing dance school across the country, but she still didn't seem willing to forgive me. And even though we hadn't gotten along in a really long time, I felt sad that she'd be out of my life soon. But during the summer break, Bella suddenly fell really sick. After a number of tests, the doctor told us that both her kidneys were weak and she needed a healthy one soon. And of course, I was a perfect match. No freaking way. I am not taking her kidney. Are you crazy? Listen, guys, can you give us a minute? When my parents and the doctor left, I turned to her. Look, you need this, okay? I know I did some awful things, and I'm really sorry. And for better or for worse, you're my other half, and I can't lose you. So just shut up and stop smirking, and you're taking my kidney. Say, you're my better half, Bella. Don't push it, okay? Okay, I know I haven't been very nice to you either, and I'm sorry too. I didn't even like Mika that much, so thank God he cheated on me and we broke up. Serves you right, which reminds me, I gotta call Eugene before the surgery and apologize to him too. What kind of name is Eugene? That's Latin for ugly, girl. Well, Latin is a dead language, Bella, much like your love life. Some things never change, do they? Hello, my name is Simona and I'm from Spain. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, what I hated most was when my parents argued and yelled at each other. And it happened a lot. But there were some moments when we'd all laugh together. Like when I turned 3, Dad came home with the biggest unicorn doll for me. And Mom baked my favorite vanilla cake. It was the happiest day of my life.
Simona, you're the best thing that's ever happened. When you were born, our world changed.
Yes, darling. You mean everything to us. Mom worked as a secretary at a big insurance company, and Dad worked at a local store. So we lived a pretty average life. But then one day when I was 4, Mom came home driving her boss's expensive car and told Dad that she was leaving him.
Please don't go, Mom. I love you.
Oh, my baby. Tell you what, you will visit me at my new house every weekend. I watched Mom pack her bags and drive away, and Dad was so sad. He told me that he and Mom were now separated. Months later, he took me to visit her at her new fancy house, and she was sitting with her boss carrying a new baby. Simona, I'd like you to meet your baby sister, Luisa. Luisa was the luckiest little baby because her dad bought her all the toys in the world. I liked going to their mansion, and Mom would be so happy every time I visited. But soon Luisa started crying so hard for Mom's attention that it became difficult for us to spend any time together. Once when I was 5 and Luisa was a toddler, Mom took us to the zoo and bought us both candy. But Luisa threw hers into the baboon cage, and then she started crying hysterically for more. She even started pulling Mom's hair, and I gave her my candy so she'd calm down and give Mom a break. Oh, Simona, thank you so much. You've always been such an understanding child. I hope your sister grows up to be just like you.
Thanks, Mom. I just want you to be happy.
Since Mom had left, Dad always tried to hide his sadness and make me laugh with his jokes and dramatic bedtime stories. And I tried my best to always make him proud and happy too. Once in 2nd grade, Dad came to my school for a parent-teacher meeting, and my teacher, Esmeralda, told him all sorts of nice things about me, since I was the top student in her class. Wow, I'm so proud of you, darling. You should be. Simona is a very special little girl. Right after the meeting, Dad invited Esmeralda to come with us for pizza. He looked really happy around her, and soon after, he started seeing her more often. And I didn't mind at all because she was very nice to me. Once in 4th grade, we went to the ice rink together, and Esmeralda showed me how to skate. Okay, I'm not letting go of your hand until you're strong on your feet. I think I can skate on my own. Look! I let go of her grip and twirled around, feeling like I was flying. And then suddenly my leg twisted and I fell down hard. I felt dizzy and I saw Esmeralda running towards me as I blacked out. I was rushed to the hospital and my leg was put through so many scans and then bandaged up. Esmeralda couldn't stop crying. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Simona.
No, please, don't blame yourself. I wanted to skate on my own.
Dad hugged Esmeralda to make her feel better. And just then, Mom barged in with Luisa. How could you let this happen? She started yelling at Dad, and they both got into a big argument, forgetting all about me. Guys, stop! Everyone looked at me, and then Luisa came closer to my bed, looking angry.
I had a big concert today, and I was the lead, but now I'm here because Mom was worried about you. You ruined my concert.
Luisa, you can't speak to your sister like that. She just got injured. Luisa pulled an ugly face at me, and just then the doctor walked in with some bad news. He told my parents that my leg would never be normal again. I walked with a limp, and at school I couldn't participate in any sports, but I still remained the top student in the class. And everyone was so nice to me since I'd never had trouble making friends, and I always helped them with their homework. One day when I was in 7th grade, Esmeralda watched how I helped some kids understand a math equation, and she was so impressed. Simona, you would make a really good teacher one day.
Yes, I would love to be a teacher one day, just like you, Esmeralda.
Esmeralda really cared about me, and when I was in 8th grade, Dad told me that he wanted to marry her. I was so happy for them. Dad even invited Mom and her family. This was his way of finally making peace. Just before the event started, I found Luisa standing and glaring at the big wedding cake. What are you doing here, alone?
Whatever I want. This cake looks so delicious.
Yes, it is, but don't stand too close. We don't want any accidents. She smirked at me, and then suddenly, she stuck her finger out and scooped the frosting off the cake. Hey, you can't do that. But she just laughed and reached for the cake again. I ran forward to pull her away. As she tried to push me off, we both started wrestling and crashed straight into the cake. Just then, Mom and Dad appeared, looking speechless. What have you girls done? It wasn't me, Dad, honest. Mom surprised me when she yelled at Luisa. I'm so tired of your behavior, Luisa. Your father has spoiled you so much that everywhere you go, you ruin things.
Simona was such a good child compared to you.
Well, maybe I should tell Dad to send you back to your poor family.
Both Dad and I were so shocked at the way Luisa spoke to Mom. And after the wedding, when I visited Mom again, I noticed that Luisa was awful to Mom all the time and bossed her around because her dad gave her the power to do so.
Mom, my Prada jacket still has a stain. Get it cleaned right now. I need it for school.
Okay, dear. Why are you so mean to Mom?
Because she never does anything right. And if she doesn't listen, my dad will kick her out.
She's our mom. Don't you love her?
Well, she loves you more, so I guess I love my dad more.
When I tried to talk to Mom about what was going on in her life, she told me not to worry and said she could handle it. There wasn't much I could do to help her. One day in 10th grade, I was studying in the school library when a boy came out and sat on the table opposite to me. I knew exactly who he was. Jared. He was one of the hot, popular guys at school and was reading one of my all-time favorite books. My eyes kept wandering to him now and then, and I tried not to make it too obvious. But he was just so gorgeous. And while I sat zoned out in my fantasy, he suddenly started waving in my face. Hey, are you okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't staring. I was actually,
It's okay. I'm used to it. That's why I sometimes come in here to hide away from the girls coming after me. My parents wanted me to be a model because of all the attention I get.
Yes, you're very good looking. Modeling would suit you.
I actually like books and reading. I don't like being in the spotlight.
I was so surprised because I always saw him surrounded by girls. I was never after him because he was way out of my league. But after meeting him in the library, we actually became good friends because we had so much in common. One day, he asked if I'd like to see the latest Star Wars movie with him, and I was so excited that another kid in school liked that kind of stuff. We even dressed up like the characters and had the time of our lives. I'm so happy to finally have a Star Wars partner.
Me too. You're such a cool person to hang out with.
He looked deep into my eyes, and then he leaned over and kissed me. I was so shocked because it all felt like a dream. And then I looked down at my leg and started doubting myself and wondering if any of this was real.
Hey, what's wrong?
Jared, you're like the hottest guy on this planet, and there's so many pretty girls without any issues like mine. So why me?
There's nothing wrong with you, Simona. You're perfect.
Jared liked me just as I was, and I learned to love myself with my brokenness. Life at school felt great until one day Mom called me with some surprising news.
Honey, Luisa will be joining your school. She got expelled from her fancy private school because she was bullying kids.
But Mom, she won't fit in at my school.
No other school will accept her. Please look out for her and show her around. Maybe she can learn something from you.
The next day, Luisa walked into my school wearing a white fluffy coat and black shades. Just as she approached me, a group of girls snuck up behind her and spray painted her coat.
What is wrong with you fools? This is Dolce & Gabbana. Oh my gosh, you ruined it.
The girls went ballistic and lifted her off her feet. What did you call us?
Put me down.
When I told the girls that she was my sister, they let her go.
What is wrong with the people in your school?
This is not one of your fancy schools. And all the newbies get spray painted. It's tradition.
That's why I hated the idea of a public school. Poor people have no class.
Ugh, she was such a snob. While I was showing Luisa around, we bumped into Jared and he kissed me before running off to class. Luisa looked at me, stunned. Oh my God, how did the hottest guy in school end up with you? Why? What's wrong with me?
Everything. You're boring, you dress like a granny, and you have a broken leg.
You're just a very ugly person inside and out, Luisa.
I'm going to steal him from you. Watch and see.
I wasn't threatened by my stupid sister. After school, when Jared walked me out to the gate, Luisa ran after us and slipped her number into his pocket. Before I could say anything, Jared spoke up.
Luisa, what's wrong with you? I'm with your sister and I'm crazy about her. Please, just stay away from me.
I smiled widely as Luisa turned red, and just then Esmeralda came to pick me up. We had to wait till Mom came for Luisa, and she yelled on the phone at Mom for being late. Hey, you can't speak to your mom that way.
Mind your own business, lady. You are not my stepmother. Louisa was just out of control. I decided I was done with her. I completely ignored her for the next day at school. And during recess, she insulted some girls by calling them poor, and they all surrounded her. But I didn't run to her rescue.
Hey, aren't those girls hurting your sister?
Yes, but she can't control her awful mouth. Whatever happens to her, she deserves it.
Yeah, but she's still your sister.
Jared always had a way to make me think twice, so I stepped into the circle of girls and found my sister crying. Simona, please tell them to bring back my bag. Not until you promise to change your ways, especially how you speak to Mom. I promise. Please, please save me from these mean girls. It's not so nice when it's done to you, right? I told the girls to leave my sister alone, and then she joined me and Jared for lunch. And to my shock, she actually apologized for being a jerk. I'm really sorry, Simona. I've always been mean to you and Mom because I always felt she loved you more. But today, when those girls were mean to me, I felt what it was like to be the weak one. I've hurt so many people already. Well, it's never too late to change. Later that day, when my stepmom and Mom came to pick us up, Louisa apologized to both of them too. And then, Esmeralda told us some thrilling news. She was pregnant. Oh my God, what? I'm gonna be a big sister again. That baby's lucky to have you, Simona. And you, Louisa, will be the best big sisters ever.
Hi there, my name is Penny. I'm 13 years old, and over summer break, my whole life changed. All because I found a way to get anything I wanted off of Amazon for free. Alright, I think I should start by mentioning that I've always been poor. Like, sometimes my mom and I are homeless, kind of poor. And I'm pretty sure it's part of why I've always been super unpopular at school. Anyways, we were recently kicked out of our last spot and moved in with my aunt, which is great for me because at her house, I always get my own room with a TV and a computer in it and everything. Well, one day, I was on my computer surfing around on YouTube when I came across an interesting video. The title said, "How to Get Everything for Free from Amazon." I didn't really think it would work, but I was interested. I clicked in and began watching. "If you're watching this video, you must be ready for your whole life to change," the guy started. I was hooked. "This video is brought to you by a bug in Amazon's system." The guy continued with a sly wink. As he went on, I followed along, making sure to copy each step exactly. The whole process didn't take long at all, and before I knew it, I was at the last step. Enter. Nothing seemed to happen. Just as I figured. I sighed. It must have been some weird hoax. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit bummed. I had tried not to get my hopes up, but I mean, after living a whole life of having nothing, the thought of being able to get anything I wanted delivered to me, for free, on demand, was like a dream. While I was already on Amazon, I figured I might as well order some new school supplies. School was just around the corner and I would be going into the 8th grade. Like every other year, I wouldn't be able to afford the new cool clothes that all the popular kids would have. But my mom always saved up just enough so that I could buy some brand new school supplies. She felt it was important, and it was special for me. "Education is your golden ticket to creating a better life for yourself, Penny Pie," she would always say. Now, don't get me wrong. I loved learning, but I hated going to school. I was always mocked for wearing the same clothes or looking like I hadn't showered, which, to be fair, I often hadn't after a night of sleeping in Mom's car or something. Anyways, I browsed around Amazon, putting things in my shopping cart, careful to stay on my budget of $15, which for us is a lot. Once I had found everything I needed, I went to pay. But where there should have been a price, there was only the word free in all caps. No way, I whispered to myself. I couldn't believe my eyes. Had it really worked? My heart was racing a little bit with some newfound excitement. Carefully, as I might mess something up if I moved too fast, I dragged the mouse to where it said, "Confirm order." Click. Off my order went, and up came a notice saying that my package would be delivered in 2 days. Only 2 days? I looked at the top corner of the screen and noticed that I somehow had Amazon Prime. I checked on my subscription, and it said my Prime membership had just been activated for $0 per month. The code must have automatically given me free membership. Suddenly, my mind was filled with all of the possibilities, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself or get my hopes up just to be let down. So I decided to place another order for a slightly bigger purchase, and I knew exactly what I wanted. It was a super trendy backpack that I knew all the cool kids would have this year. I had seen it while browsing for supplies, but it was $50, so I didn't even bother clicking on it. And until now. I found the exact backpack I wanted and I picked my favorite color, which made the price jump up to $57. It felt weird not to care. I went to pay and there again was the word free where the price should have been. Click. Order confirmed. 2-day delivery. Woohoo! I was ecstatic. I wanted to go bonkers, ordering everything my heart desired. But I figured it would be best to wait and make sure the orders actually arrived first. Sure enough, 2 days later, while my mom and aunt were out job hunting for my mom, there was a knock on the front door. I opened it up to see 2 packages by my feet and an Amazon Prime truck driving off. I could hardly contain my excitement. I quickly grabbed both packages, slammed the door shut, and raced off to my room. I wanted so badly to just tear them open right then and there, but this moment was too sweet. I looked the packages over and ran my fingers over my name. My name on a package sent to my house. Well, my house for now at least. But still, it was something that I couldn't recall ever experiencing before. After taking it all in, I slowly unsealed the first package and pulled out each item. First, it was the pencils and school supplies. There it was, the smell of fresh plastic and the subtle squeak of newness in my hands. I opened the next package and slid the backpack out. For a moment, I was just frozen, staring at the thing that symbolizes so many things I had always wanted. I hugged the backpack and cried. At first, I cried for all of the things I had never gotten, for the pain I had felt for being made fun of and isolated. And then the tears turned into tears of happiness, and I began to laugh just thinking about how different life would be from here on out. And then, in a craze of emotion, the real shopping spree began. I bought new clothes and jackets, cool accessories and makeup, hair extensions and fake nails, all the latest gadgets and tablets. Whatever I wanted. I would go to school this year as a whole new person. Nobody would even recognize me. I suddenly had a new confidence about me that I had never known before. On the first day of school, sure enough, nobody recognized me at all. Not even my best friend Claire. She couldn't believe it when I told her it was me. We walked together in the hall and everyone stared, even the cool kids. At lunch that day, one of the most popular girls in school, Jade, even sat down next to us. "Hey, new girl," she said. "Cool backpack. I have the same one, but in Jade, which is my name. What's yours?" I laughed and said, "Jade." "It's me, Penny." As she looked at me with recognition, I started to feel self-conscious. "Penny? No way," she said, her whole demeanor changing. "I seriously didn't even recognize you. What happened?" She said it in a way that I knew very well. It made me feel small. I wanted to curl up and hide, but then I remembered the reflection I had seen in the mirror. I held my chin up high as I replied, "Things have changed for me, Jade. It's a shame that I can't say the same for you." Both Jade and Claire's jaws dropped. This gave me even more confidence. "Anyways, I have a new connection. I can basically have anything I want, just like that," I said as I snapped my fingers. No biggie. This got both of their attention, but Jade was now taking over the conversation, asking all sorts of questions. I just acted cool, calm, and mysterious, and answered with super short responses to keep her guessing. She called a couple of her other cool friends over to the table and filled them in. When they all started to chime in, asking questions too, I hooked arms with Claire and said, "This is a little annoying, don't you think? Let's go." As we walked away from the most popular girls in school, who were all staring in awe after us, we laughed as we turned the corner. Just like that, we were the girls the popular girls wanted to talk to. Once we were completely alone, I explained everything to Claire. And after school that day, she came to my house so we could order a bunch of cool new stuff for her. Soon enough, we were both the most stylish and trendy girls in the whole school, and I started to love going. Every day, the popular kids all wanted to hang out with us. Just to keep them happy, I even bought some things for them. And you should have seen how happy and grateful they were. They were practically bowing down to me as their queen. Within weeks, I was receiving between 20 to 30 packages a day. On some days, the other kids would even line up in gym class as Claire and I would sit on the bleachers, passing out gifts like a modern-day Lady Santa Claus. Of course, while school life was getting better and better, things were becoming more and more difficult back home. As my mom and aunt became more suspicious, I had to lie and tell them that all the packages were for a job I had found on Amazon. I told them that companies were paying me to test out all sorts of products in exchange for my raving reviews. I almost felt worse when they believed it, but I couldn't stop now. I was the happiest I had ever been. That is, until one day, when along with around 35 packages, I received a letter from Amazon. It was laid out for me on the kitchen table when I got home from school. I guess my mom had gotten it first, but it was still sealed. She trusted me too much. I was nervous as I opened it. Amazon had never sent me a letter before. I read in horror as the letter explained that I had been the biggest spender that month. They were wanting to know how I had been receiving all of those shipments, stating that they were unable to track any of the receipts. In a panic, I tore the letter up into tiny little pieces and buried them deep in the bottom of the trash can. My whole body felt like it was in knots, but I tried to shake it off and tried to get it out of my head. There was no time for worrying about that now. Not when I was the most popular girl in school and had the life of my dreams. But I couldn't just ignore it completely. Amazon was obviously onto me, and I was worried that my free-for-all shopping spree could soon come to a halt. So that evening, I started buying some of the big-ticket items. I wanted to make sure I had all of the best and most expensive things that I knew I may never be able to afford again. I ordered laptops, expensive watches, beautiful porcelain chandeliers, and even spendy decorations for my room. I even bought all sorts of nice things for my aunt's house and nice jewelry for my mom. I had been too nervous to shop for them before, but knowing that this may be my last chance, I went wild and would just tell them that they were also given to me for reviews. To no real surprise, within just 2 days, I logged in to find that I no longer had all free access. I didn't even have Amazon Prime anymore. And just a day after that, I got another letter in the mail. This time, Amazon told me that they had found the bug in their system and fixed the issue, and that they would be in touch soon. I honestly didn't think about it too much. I was just happy that I had gotten all the really expensive stuff before it was too late. Well, let's just say that my happiness about that pretty quickly turned into a total freak out, because now I was getting tons of letters from Amazon every day. Between 20 to 30, as a matter of fact. They were all receipts for every single purchase I had made, along with the occasional letter threatening a lawsuit if I didn't reimburse them by the end of the month. Now that I was no longer receiving packages and only letters, I had to come up with another lie for my mom and aunt, who were becoming more and more suspicious. I told them they were just thank you letters from people I had written reviews for, or more people asking for my endorsements. I also told them I had decided to quit my job and asked if they could just throw the letters away if they saw them. But one day, I caught my mom starting to open one of the letters when I got home from school. I caught her just in time and she apologized for almost invading my privacy. "I'm just worried about you, Penny Pie," she said. "Something just seems off with you lately." I told her that everything was okay and that I was sorry for making her feel worried. And I meant it. "You don't have to worry anymore, Mom," I said. I told them to stop sending me stuff and that I quit for good. So we shouldn't get any more letters or packages anyways. Of course, this wasn't anywhere close to true. I had an unimaginable amount of money to still make in a very short period of time before they would stop sending those letters. But I had to deal with one thing at a time. I knew I would really be toast if my mom ever found out. So I made that a priority and started skipping my last class every day, just to get the mail before my mom or aunt could. In the meantime, I was selling everything I could on Facebook Market and Craigslist, anywhere I could think of. I even explained what was happening to Claire and all of my new friends, and how I was in serious trouble. I asked if they could give back the stuff I had bought for them so I can make back that money. Of course, Claire did this without any hesitation and even helped me sell some of it, but everyone else just laughed at me. Jade even called me pathetic in front of everyone. "I knew you were an imposter," she said, and then she started to chant, "Penny is a loser!" And all of the other cool kids, who I thought were now my friends, joined along. But at that moment, I was too worried about getting the money back to even care. At this point, Claire and I had scrounged up a whopping $1,000, which was practically a nickel compared to what I had spent. And to make matters even worse, when I got home that day, after skipping class to get the mail, my mom was on the phone with the principal. Now I was in real trouble. Surely he would be informing her of all of my recent absences. I had to think quick. She hadn't heard me come in the house, so I snuck upstairs and quietly shut my bedroom door. I had nowhere else to turn. So I hopped on my computer, I wrote in the search bar, "How to make money fast." The first video I saw was one that said, "How to make money fast with a Craigslist scam." I was totally desperate and freaking out.
Hi, I'm Langdon from Massachusetts. Please like and subscribe. I was born 5 years after my parents got married, and Mom thought I was God's miracle and loved spoiling me. Dad always said I needed to grow up tough, but Mom couldn't care less. On my 4th birthday, she took me to an amazing toy store and said I could get whatever I wanted. As I was going through my presents at home, Dad walked in and nearly had a stroke. "How many times do I have to tell you we don't have this kind of money to waste?"
It's his special day, honey. Don't ruin it.
"What is all this ridiculous stuff? Why did he need to buy a plastic flower?" As Dad picked it up, water squirted out of it straight into his face.
He likes magic tricks and pranks.
"Oh, does he? I didn't know we were raising a clown. I'm returning all of it." I felt so mad. And then suddenly, I felt my face do something funny. "Are you making faces at me?" I shook my head, but it happened again. My parents suddenly looked worried and took me to the doctor. After some tests, he explained that I had a facial twitch which could be triggered by any strong emotion, but it was nothing to worry about. But apparently Mom didn't hear the doctor right because she fussed over me even more. This didn't even change after my sisters, Rose, Orchid, and Lily were born. They were triplets but had nothing in common except one thing: their unconditional love for me. Once, in 10th grade, my parents had to go somewhere for a few hours and told me to keep an eye on my sisters. I had an online video game match, and I knew just what to do. Listen up, girls. We're gonna play a game of hide and seek. You hide, and I'll count till 50,000. Don't come out till I say so. The girls ran off to hide while I slipped inside my room for some video game time. I was so lost in it that I didn't realize the time till Dad barged into my room. Langdon? What? What happened? We just got robbed. What? No way. I was right here, alert, on my toes. With your headphones on? I swear, Langdon, sometimes I wish I'd given birth to a bicycle instead. It would have been more useful than you. You didn't lock the front door, and the robbers just walked in and took half our things. Wait, where are the girls? We rushed inside the girls' room to find them sleeping under the bed. Phew. They're safe. That's because I told them to hide. How could you be so stupid? We just lost stuff worth thousands of dollars. If you really think about it, Dad, it's good, because now we can buy new things. Our old stuff was rotten, especially our TV. Dad looked ready to explode. Thankfully, Mom rescued me just in time. But after that day, he never trusted me with anything. It bothered me, but thank God Mom and the triplets worshipped me. Time passed, and in 12th grade, I joined the school football team. Without Dad knowing, of course. He was already unhappy with my grades, but football was my calling, and it was making me really popular too. I was standing by the lockers one day when the head cheerleader, Annie, walks right up to me.
Hey, Langdon.
Annie, hi. Hey, will you?
What?
It's Korean for how are you?
Oh, funny. I just came over to invite you to the Christmas party at my place tomorrow. I'd love it if the hottest new jock could come.
Really? Me? Wow, sounds mind-blowingly awesome. I mean, yeah, I'm cool. Count me in.
Awesome. Can't wait to see your handsome face.
I had a blast at the party, and I couldn't stop blushing when Annie introduced me as her new catch. Soon we became an official couple, and I was the happiest guy alive. A few days later, it was Dad's 40th birthday, and I wanted to do something nice for him. His car needed some repairs, so I took it to the mechanic to have it fixed and polished. But as I was driving back, I stopped by the bakery to pick up his cake, and that's when I heard a loud bang. I ran outside, and to my horror, I saw that Dad's car had slid down the sloping street and crashed straight into a truck. Oh my God! When Dad found out, he exploded like a pressure cooker. You, Langdon, you make me want to rip my hair out. My car is beyond repair. Do you think I just have money lying around to buy a new one? Dad, I'm so sorry. I got it fixed. For you. I guess I just forgot to put the brakes. You just forgot? How easy is it for you to say this every time? I've tried to make you more responsible, but I'm just done with you. I'm sending you to an army boarding school. Dad, no, I can't leave my football. I clapped my hand over my mouth as I realized I'd let it slip out. But Dad didn't even look shocked, just really disappointed. You think I don't know you sneak around and lie to me to play football? If you trusted me, I wouldn't have to. You should really come see me play sometime. Dad, I'm really good. I don't care, son. Your mom and I are leaving for your aunt's wedding tomorrow. But next week when I'm back, I'll ship you off. That's final. Dad didn't hear another word, and the next morning, my parents left.
I'm sorry, bro. Dad forced us to tell the truth.
It's okay. But now I need you guys to back me up. Dad needs to see I'm responsible. So we have new roles starting today. Rose, you're in charge of the dishes. Lily, I want you to make breakfast. And Orchid, you'll manage the laundry.
And you?
I'll supervise. That's the biggest responsibility. The next few days, everything went really smoothly. But then, one morning, my sisters woke me up screaming. What happened?
It's Mom and Dad. They're missing.
My sisters showed me the news, which said the plane they were on had disappeared. Search teams were trying hard to locate it. This can't be happening.
Oh my god, what will we do now? I can't breathe. She's having a panic attack.
She has panic attacks? Since when? We calmed her down and put her to bed, but I couldn't stop thinking how I never knew of Rose's panic attacks. I felt terrible. I stayed up all night reading the news about my parents, but it was the same. How was I supposed to make this work? What if they didn't come back? I didn't even hug them before they left. We stayed at home the next few days, waiting around for news of our parents, but none came. And when we returned to school, everyone was looking at us with pity.
Great. People are treating us like we're orphans already. Don't say that.
Just then, Annie appeared out of nowhere.
Aw, baby. Your sisters look terrible. How are you holding up? Better than your fake eyelashes.
Lily, behave. We're fine, babe. I tried calling you.
Yeah, you know I always have such a busy calendar, babe. But you are right here all the time. I'll see you around, Poochie Poo. Seriously, how do you tolerate her? She's more fake than Monopoly money.
I love her, okay? So you better get used to having her around.
No, I won't.
And after that day, Lily kept going from bad to worse. She would turn up late at home and get angry for the weirdest reasons. Whenever I asked her what was wrong, she said she was just fine. To make matters worse, we fell short of cash, so I had to work part-time as a mechanic. Things were tough. But thank God for Annie, or I would have gone crazy. One morning in school, Annie and I were sitting in the cafeteria when Lily walked up to us.
We need to talk, Langdon. Can't you see we're in the middle of a conversation? Take your middle somewhere else. I need to talk to my brother.
Lily, we can talk at home. Don't create a scene here, please. Everyone is staring.
Oh, so you're worried I'll spoil your precious reputation now? Don't you care about your family at all? Oh my God, you're so loud. Babe, tell her to leave.
Suddenly, Lily went crazy and emptied a can of yogurt on Annie's head.
There, enjoy your lunch.
What the heck, Lily? Annie, I'm so sorry. Annie stormed off, and I felt furious at Lily. The next evening when I returned from work, I went to her room to talk to Lily, but she wasn't there. She wasn't even answering her phone, and it was almost midnight. I informed the police, but they told me to wait for 24 hours. I was worried sick, so I rushed to Annie. Her dad worked with the government, so I was hoping she could help, but to my surprise, she was having a party, and I wasn't invited? As I looked around for her, I saw her in the corner with some random jock. What the heck? You're cheating on me?
Really, Langdon? You really thought after what your sister did, I'd still date you? Take a hint and get lost.
I felt stunned and angry, and my face started twitching. Annie just rolled her eyes.
Ugh, your face is doing its weird thing again, and you look super stupid.
And then she just started making out with him. I tried pulling her arm, but the guy with her pushed me away. I grabbed a glass near me to dump juice on him, but she pushed me, and the juice ended up all over her hair as she screamed. Lily was right. She was super fake. There was no way Annie was helping me now, so I left, only to find Lily in the parking lot. Do you know what time it is? I've been searching for you everywhere.
Now you found me, so leave. I have a party to attend.
You hate Annie. Why are you at her party? You're coming home with me.
Don't tell me what to do. You've always done whatever you want, but now that I have my freedom, you can't stand it? You're not my dad.
What's wrong with you? Have you forgotten I'm your older brother?
Older brothers are responsible, so don't call yourself that. Now move.
Her words felt like a slap in my face. I might be a brat, but I loved my sisters, and this made me feel defeated. I'd let my parents down. For the next few days, I was drowned in work. With my job and the school announcing the annual sports scholarship, I had no time to sit and sulk if I wanted to set a good example for my sisters. As for Lily, I asked Orchid to download Locatify on her phone without letting her know so I could keep an eye on her. One night, I was at the garage when I got a frantic call from Orchid.
Hurry, it's Rose. She had another panic attack, and she fainted.
We quickly took Rose to the hospital, but we couldn't get hold of Lily. I opened Locatify to track her, and it showed she was at school. What was this girl doing there at night? Doctors told us Rose was stable, but he wanted to keep her under observation for a few hours.
You go after Lily. I got this. Just be careful and don't beat yourself up. You're doing everything you can.
Thanks, Orchid. I quietly entered the school building, and it was pitch dark. Suddenly, I saw lights flicker from the school's main office, and Lily was leaving with a fat envelope. Lily?
Langdon? You scared me. Why are you here?
Wrong question. What are you doing here, and what's that?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Annie made me do it. She said if I stole this money for her, she'd get her dad to find information about Mom and Dad. I just felt so desperate, so I agreed.
You think I didn't try that? I already asked her 1,000 times, and she always said her dad's trying. But now I'm certain she never even asked him.
Oh god, I'm so stupid. That witch took advantage of me, probably just to punish me for being rude to her.
You should have just told me, Lily.
She warned me not to, or our deal was off. Also, I was so mad at you. I don't even know why. I'm such a mess.
No, you're not. You're just a kid, Lily, and everything going on with Mom and Dad is a lot to handle. Now, we're gonna put that money back and leave before we get caught. Or wait, I have a better idea. Annie had cheated on me and manipulated my sister. I wasn't gonna let her go this easy. We tiptoed our way to her locker and slid the money in. Next, we dropped an anonymous tip to the principal saying that Annie stole money from the school's trip fund. The plan was a success as the next morning, the entire school saw what a whack job Annie was when the principal opened her locker.
What? I didn't steal this. Lily did. Ask her.
We found the money in your locker, Annie. There's enough proof to get you expelled. Call your dad. Now.
No, please. He'll ground me for life. Please, I'll do anything. I'll clean the washrooms for a month. Just don't call my dad. He's already cut my allowance.
But of course, the principal did call him, and she was expelled. Good riddance. Girls, I know I've been an idiot in the past, but I promise I'll do better. You're the best sisters anyone could ask for.
What's that?
What?
You're getting emotional. Aww, such a cutie. You're not so bad either.
My finals came around the next week, and I actually managed to pass with decent grades. And I bagged a sports scholarship to college based on my football skills. One morning, when we were leaving for school, I saw a police van pull into our driveway, and my parents stepped out. Mom? Dad? Oh my god, you're back!
Oh, my babies. I thought I'd never see you again.
What happened? Where were you? How are you? Mom and Dad told us how their plane had to make an emergency landing in a forest with no connectivity, and it was only after weeks that the rescue team found them. Those were the worst weeks of our lives, not knowing if we'll ever see you again. But Langdon, I'm so proud of you, son. You did a fine job. And nothing's stolen, it seems. I'm so sorry, Dad. I never knew your struggles till I was knee-deep in mine. I'll be better, and I love you. I love you too, son. And I think I'd like to see you play football sometime. Really? So that means no boarding school? Don't answer that. I'm just happy you're here. Family really is everything.
I barged into the living room, my butt sweating in anger. I marched up to my twin brother Sammy on the sofa, snatched his can of juice, and dumped it on his head. He made a run for it, and I was chasing him with a baseball bat when Mom walked in.
Alexis, what are you doing to my poor baby?
Your poor baby locked me in a haunted house down the street. I nearly pooped my pants. Didn't you guys notice that I've been gone for hours?
How could we? Sammy hurt his little toe and he was in so much pain.
Oh yeah? Well, he's about to be in a lot more pain than that.
Enough, Alexis. Quit bullying your brother.
Hey guys, it's Alexis, and I'm about to tell you why having a twin brother is an absolute nightmare. But before that, please like and subscribe to MSA. Ever since I was born, my twin brother Sammy acted like he was better than me just because he was born 10 minutes earlier. Even my parents acted like he was God's gift to mankind and pampered him all the time. It's not like they hated me, just that Sammy was the apple of their eye and he could do no wrong. Like on our 10th birthday, my parents threw us a beach party and I spent an hour building the most amazing sandcastle. But just as I turned my back to grab a shovel, Sammy and his best friend Nathan came running and smashed it to pieces. Why did you do that? Because it was ugly and it was ruining my perfect view. He threw sand in my face and ran away. Are you okay? I will be now. I threw the beach bucket at Sammy and it hit him in the head. He cried and Mom grounded me for bad behavior. Unbelievable. As we grew older, Sammy just got more annoying. He and Nathan were the brattiest kids in school and would constantly embarrass me with their stupid jokes and dumb pranks. Like this one time in 10th grade, we were in the science lab doing experiments and Nathan was my
partner. Tell me, what's gravity? Oh, that's easy. It's when Alexis tries to get up from the bed but can't because she's a big fat cow. Enough, Sammy.
Funny how you're talking, and all I can smell is garbage.
Maybe that's because you haven't showered in days.
I felt so mad I flung a book at Sammy. He ducked and started attacking me with pens. The two of us got into a fight. I knew there was no point in arguing, so I just avoided everyone and focused on my studies. I became the smartest kid in class, and I joined the poetry club, yearbook committee, and debate team. In 10th grade, I got a chance to represent my school in the national debate competition, and that's where I met Tony. He was the captain of the debate team, the star tennis player, and the hottest boy in school. Together, the two of us nailed the competition, and when we got back home, Tony invited me to one of his practice tennis matches. After the practice, we were having a conversation when he suddenly pulled me close. Whoa, was he about to kiss me already? I pouted my lips and was about to close my eyes when I noticed his hand stretched out, holding a tennis ball.
That was coming straight at you. We don't want that pretty head of yours to get hurt.
My head's pretty? You like the shape? Well, thanks a lot. I mean, for saving my pretty head. Not for saying that I have a pretty head, but thanks for that too. Can I get you an energy drink or something to thank you for saving me?
How about a date instead?
Yeah, it was fast, but sometimes you just know when it feels right. Soon, Tony officially asked me to be his girlfriend, and I was riding high. Dating someone popular meant that people knew me as more than just Sammy's sister. I was getting noticed, and I was loving the attention. But it drove Sammy crazy. One night, Tony and I were going to a party with a bunch of friends when Sammy walked in.
Don't you think you're a little too young to be wearing that dress?
Don't you think you're a little out of line to be asking me that question? Also, we're twins, genius, so if you're old enough to do anything you want, so am I.
Fine, do what you want. Just don't become a bigger loser than you already are. At least not for that clown Tony. You know he's a player, right? He's always got his arm around a new girl.
He's just a really friendly guy. Nothing wrong with that. And he says hugs are good for mental health.
I literally saw him feeding French fries to that cheerleader just yesterday.
She has carpal tunnel syndrome, Sammy. Her wrists are in pain. He was just being nice. Why is it so hard for you to believe that a hot, popular guy could be into me? Just stop being a jerk and leave me alone. But after that day, it became Sammy's life mission to annoy Tony every time he saw him. Like this one time in the cafeteria, Tony and I were chatting when Sammy dumped a bowl of spaghetti on him.
Oops, my hand slipped.
And another time in class, just as Tony was about to take a seat, Sammy pulled his chair away and he landed on his butt.
Your seat looks more comfortable. Mind if I borrow it?
Tony almost punched Sammy, but Nathan intervened and saved him. Sammy backed off for a while, until a few weeks later, Tony and I were having dinner at this really fancy place, and suddenly, he jumped out of his seat, screaming. What happened? Please don't tell me there's a rat. I will freak out.
The only rat here is you, Alexis. What's this?
Tony shoved the phone in my face, and I saw a bunch of pictures with Nathan kissing a girl who looked exactly like me. I was so confused until he played a video where I was confessing my love for Nathan, and I immediately recognized the voice. It was Sammy's. Oh, that's not me. I mean, it looks like me, but
what? You've been cheating on me with Nathan? No wonder your brother was annoying me these past few weeks. He wanted me out of the picture so you could be with his best friend.
Hear me out. That girl in the photos is Sammy with a wig. We're twins, so we look alike. That's all. Please, you have to trust me.
Stop making up stories. You're a liar and your brother is crazy. Both of you can go eat dust for all I care, but stay away from me.
Tony was out the door before I could stop him. I rushed back home furiously and confronted Sammy, who started laughing like a crazy person.
I can't believe he fell for that trick. He's as dense as pudding, Alexis. I did you a favor.
You're a jerk, Sammy. You ruined the best thing that happened to me, and you hurt Tony.
He'll get over it, trust me. Also, now that you're here, pass me some soda.
But I just dumped the can on his head and walked away. I hated him. The next day in school, Tony refused to talk to me. In fact, he went around the school telling everyone how I was a cheater and a liar. My popularity went down the drain in minutes, and I was back to being invisible. But Sammy acted like nothing was wrong and went on living his life. And after that day, I decided to get even with Sammy. I spent the entire week planning the perfect revenge. I knew the only person Sammy cared about was his best friend Nathan, so that's where I started. I found my opportunity when the teachers announced the test results, and Nathan got an F. He was sulking when I found him in the hallway. Aw, this is what happens when you're best friends with a moron.
Gee, thanks. Look, I'm a little bummed right now, so so maybe rub things in my face later.
Okay. I'm actually here to offer you a really sweet deal. I need you to date me.
What?
Sorry, pretend to date me. You're Sammy's best friend, so if you start hanging out with me all the time instead of him, he'll hate it. He'll finally have a taste of his own medicine. I'm not asking you to do it for free, of course. I'll help you study and ace your scores.
No thanks. I know Sammy can be a jerk sometimes, but I'm not doing that to my best friend.
Fine, fail high school then. I heard you telling Sammy your parents were angry that you had a C in science. This score is worse, so good luck dealing with that.
Wait, fine. I guess we could make it work.
Of course we will, my cute boyfriend. Now buckle up. We've got plans. The next day, it was time for phase 1. I walked into Sammy's room and called a truce on my fight over Tony. Just as we were talking, Nathan walked in, pulled me by the waist, and kissed me. Sammy's mouth fell open like a broken door, and my heart fell to my stomach.
What the heck are you doing? Get off my sister. Didn't you tell him, babe? Sammy, Alexis and I are dating.
You're what? Dating? Are you stupid and deaf now? Come, Nate. We'll be late for the movies.
Nate? He has a nickname now?
Of course. That's what people in love do. Sammy was totally spinning out over our dates. But to make things worse, I crashed all of Nathan and Sammy's plans too. Video game night, baseball game, bowling alley. I was stuck to them like gum to a shoe. Sammy tried everything to keep Nathan away from me, but we just laughed it off.
You know Alexis farts in her sleep? Aw, I'm sure it smells like roses. Alexis eats her boogers and then spits them out so they stick to the wall. She makes graffiti out of them. My baby's an artist.
Watching Sammy's frustration was hilarious. But what I liked more was how Nathan was always taking my side. He'd been a brat to me growing up, but now he was caring and sweet. And even though I knew we were playing pretend, I found myself falling for Nathan. One day, I was helping Nathan with his homework in the library when he looked a little sad. When I asked him why, he told me that his mom was moving out.
She's always busy and hardly ever around, but I still can't help feeling bad that I might not see my mom that often.
I get it. My parents were hardly ever there for me too. I mean, they were around, but they always loved Sammy more. Suddenly, Nathan held my hand and my heart raced with excitement. He came closer, but just then the janitor showed up and we were asked to leave. The next day at school, I couldn't wait to see Nathan again when I felt someone grab my shoulder. Tony!
Hey babe, miss me? Listen, I've been thinking about us a lot. I know you cheated on me, but I'm ready to forgive you. You don't know this, but I kinda cheated on you too when we were together. Twice. Okay, thrice. Okay, fine. You want me to start being honest? It was 6 times, but I like you the most, 'cause we're the same. Meant to be, blah, blah, blah. Don't you think?
You cheated on me?
Yeah, but you get that, right? We're even now, babe. It's all good.
Before I could say more, Tony pulled me into a kiss. As I pushed him off, I suddenly saw Nathan walking away with a bouquet of flowers, which he dumped in a trash can on his way out.
So, what do you say?
I say, you're a stupid, cheating, lying piece of poop, and we are nothing alike. And I'm glad my brother pulled a dumb prank on you, because it got you to admit what a sleazeball you are. Now stay away from me unless you want me to knock your perfect teeth in. Get that? I shoved Tony out of my way and rushed behind Nathan. I finally caught up with him in the parking lot. Nathan, wait! Tony was just...
Save it, Alexis. I just saw your passionate kiss with Tony. I guess that was all part of the plan. Dating me would make Tony jealous and bring him back to you. Anyway, I'm glad your mission accomplished. And thanks for all your help with my grades. But I'd rather not be used like a toy anymore.
With that, Nathan turned around and left. He didn't even give me a chance to tell him my feelings. I curled up in a ball in my room and cried so much harder than I ever did over Tony. I was still sulking when suddenly Sammy knocked at my door.
Alexis, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay, and it's always your fault. I wanted to get revenge on you, and it messed up everything.
What do you mean?
I was desperate to make you pay for sabotaging my relationship with Tony, so I asked Nathan to pretend to date me so I could piss you off, but I ended up falling for him, and now I've lost him too.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I tease you, but I also love you. You're my sister. I wanted to protect you. Tony was a jerk, and he didn't deserve you. As for Nathan, I read your diary.
You did what?
Focus, Alexis. I know you like him. And now, just like a big brother, I'll fix it.
You're 10 minutes older.
Do you want Nathan or not?
Yes!
Then come with me.
Sammy took my hand and drove me to the beach where I saw Nathan sitting. We walked up to him and Sammy backed me up about not having any feelings for Tony, but I could see that Nathan still had doubts.
In case you won't take my word for it, Nathan, take Alexis's.
Just then, Sammy took my diary out of his backpack and started reading.
Dear Diary, I know it was just supposed to be a trick, but Nathan is the best thing to have ever happened to me. He's so cute. His eyes remind me of the deep ocean. All I want is to lie in his arms and tell him how much I like him. Also, I got severe diarrhea the other day.
Give me that, you moron! I quickly pulled the diary from Sammy's hand and smacked his head with it. Just then, Nathan walked over to me and held my hand.
Do you mean it? That's how you feel?
It's how I feel. I really like you, Nathan. And Tony was just a glitch in the universe. You're the one I want.
And I want you, Alexis. I might throw up.
Shut up, Sammy!
Fine.
Nathan pulled me in for a hug, and over his shoulder I saw Sammy smirking. My brother finally used his annoying brother powers for good and pulled off his best trick yet, because even though that's how I feel, I definitely didn't write that stupid stuff in my diary.
They were everywhere, and we were completely surrounded. It seemed that all hope was lost. But then I remembered the phrase that my grandma had taught me so many years ago. I said it, and then my powers kicked in. Yes, I know what you're thinking. An MSA fantasy story. This is the best day of my life. But before you get to witness me kicking bad guys' butts with my super cool powers, you have to know the full story. So, once upon a time, in a not-so-magical place...
She has trust issues.
Trust issues? How can I trust someone who forgets my birthday and uses my toothbrush for fixing his eyebrows? He even tricked me into marrying him. I was so naive back then.
Yeah, naive. I've seen that. Remember the vending machine incident? You knocked it over because your coin got stuck and then blamed me. And what about when you babysat our neighbor's kid? You gave him cough syrup to make him sleep. And don't even get me started on the time you decided to wash the vacuum motor in the sink.
Okay, maybe I wasn't thinking clearly with the vending machine. And the kid needed to nap, right? As for the vacuum, it did say washable filter. How was I supposed to know the motor wasn't part of that? I'm just thorough. Okay, time out. Let's take a deep breath and think of 5 reasons why you chose each other in the first place.
We didn't.
Why don't we start from the beginning? Kiara, you go first. Okay. Hi, my name is Kiara, and I'm from...
We already know that.
Let her talk. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe.
Like what? Subscribe where? What are you talking about?
Stop interrupting me!
Nicholas?
Okay, my bad. Please keep going, honey.
I had a happy life and grew up in a ginormous family in the countryside of Macedonia. Our house was tiny and packed. Living under one roof were Mom, Dad, my uncle, his wife, their 3 kids, my mom's sister, Dad's stepsister, my sister, and Grandma. Oh, right, and our dog Bruno, 3 cats, 2 iguanas, and even a dragon. My bad. That was just my nephew Marcos. You try having some privacy living with all these people. We were still happy. Okay, chaotic, but happy. We were so poor that everybody had to chip in. While my parents and uncles worked, I joined my grandmother at the town fair. She ran a healing stall, selling herbs and homemade remedies. A dash of this, and your headache will take a head hike. Since I was a kid, I loved learning from my gran. She was so wise, and doing potions with her was so fun. I felt like a real wizard. Still, at first, I was pretty bad at it. It was like watching a monkey or a millionaire trying to make an omelet. Only 2 drops of Butcholaki's essence. This is impossible. Be patient. Whenever you feel that there is no hope, just remember these words. Well, to be honest, guys, I don't remember the exact words. My grandmother was always teaching me different words and phrases in her old language, even though I had no clue what those meant. Angelo plenas mea cusa vetrilo? What is it, some kind of mantra or prayer? No, just the new Wi-Fi password. She used to tell me that she learned everything from her great-grandmother, who was the best healer in the region. You are just like me and her. You too have the gift. When I was 12 and going through aggressive puberty, some kid told me that I stank after gym class. I'll show you who stinks. So I created my first potion, which made sweat smell like a bouquet of jasmine. This is the Jasmine Whiff Potion. Because who needs deodorant when you can have a magical garden in your armpits? Side effects may include dizziness, depression, hair loss, body fatigue, extreme hair growth, temporary blindness, and bad odor. Okay, it wasn't perfect, but don't be so harsh. It was my first potion, and my Grammy was really proud of me. That same night, she gave me something really special, her necklace. This family heirloom has been in our family for generations. Now, it's your turn to carry it. Put it on. Do you like it? Not really. It's like ancient and old and too ugly for me. Definitely not my style. Oh, what's wrong with you? Well, that's a big question. I don't
know why I blurted it out. It seemed like I didn't care about the impact of my words, but I really did. I still love it, Grandma. More coming from you. I love you. Over the years, I didn't get any better at holding my truth vomit. It was like I was a professional snitch. Whenever I saw any wrongdoing, I would report it. Like the time Marcos tried to hide the couch by turning the cushion over. What's that smell? Marcos peed on the couch. Oops. You see, I can't help it. That day, my sister had her first date. Mom covered the smell with talcum powder, but he sat right there.
Is your sister ready? It's kinda damp here.
Oh, just water. No, that's actually Marcus's pee, and she is almost ready. She's just finishing stuffing her bra. Kiara! I'm gonna kill you! My life was just that of a regular teenage alchemist, you know? But then, when I turned 16, it took a wild turn. A royal envoy visited my village, and my school organized a talent fair in their honor. I know, what an honor to watch a bunch of clumsy teens trying to perform. I'm not talking about him. That was awesome. He's my favorite so far. While most of the girls sang or danced, I did a potion show. I was like a true wizard, creating something absolutely revolutionary. This potion can transform anybody into an amazing dancer. I need a volunteer, one that's a really horrible dancer. Come on, Principal Pandev, drink the potion and feel the music. He drank my potion and then started dancing like he was in a K-pop group. After such a display of magic, I obviously won the contest. However, the prize was more than I had asked for. Turns out, the royal envoys were not just there to admire our talents.
On behalf of the royal court, we would like to ask you for your hand in marriage. For the Count. It is tradition that the Count marries the most talented girl in all the land.
Wait, what? Did I just win a marriage proposal? And if you think this is very Cinderella or another Disney princess, it's because I'm like a Disney princess. Don't you dare say another word. Like I was saying, I was just like a Disney princess. I didn't want to marry some count I didn't even know. What is this, the 10th century? I was more than ready to say no, but we had been poor for so long. My father had been fired recently, and my uncle had an accident. Don't worry, he's fine. He just fell from his hammock when he was sleeping and snoring, and he broke like 4 ribs. My grandmother's stand wasn't doing so well either. Apparently, modern people prefer conventional medicine. I'll give it a B for boring, and boo! I knew that marrying a count would be a game changer for us, like going from, so I did it for my family, under the condition that we wouldn't get married until I was 18. Still, I had to go to the Count's castle, known as the Dracon Castle. Well, the place was absolutely huge, like a super mansion. It had rooms on rooms on rooms on rooms, but almost all of them were completely empty. Then I met my mother-in-law. If this were a Disney movie, she would be the wicked stepmother. Let's just say we didn't start with the right foot. I must say, you have a massive place. Imagine losing your remote control here. You would have to call a rescue team to find it. Or you'd need a GPS. By the way, I have a potion for removing wrinkles. I can see that you really need it. Stop talking, Kiara. I beg you. We'll have the engagement party tonight. Get ready. Tonight? But my family isn't here. That's a shame, but this isn't the kind of party for people like your family anyway. I wanted to punch her, but before I knew it, I had already been captured by the maids who did my hair, makeup, and dressed me. The final result was horrible. I look so horrible. My hair looks like Marie Antoinette's, and this dress is the ugliest one I've ever seen. That's the dress I and my mother and my grandmother got engaged in. Well, I guess not everybody has the class to pull it off. The class? You mean the big hips, right? Oh, I'm so sorry. I meant, I'm just more of a pants girl. Yes, I can tell that. The night came, and it was a giant masquerade ball. Everybody was so uptight that if they were noodles, they'd be straight up spaghetti sticks. I felt so out of place that I took the first opportunity to sneak out of there. While I was trying to get back to my room, I got lost and ended up in their greenhouse. The place was full of weird and exotic herbs and plants. Bingo! I started taking various plants and putting them inside my dress when someone caught me red-handed. Or should I say dirt-handed.
Are you stealing plants?
Even with the mask on, you could tell the guy was ridiculously good-looking. He also had a really cool dragon tattoo on his neck and chest. I'm not stealing them, I'm just borrowing them. I'll return them later.
Right. What are you gonna do with those anyway? Sell them on eBay?
No, for your information, I'm a healer, an alchemist.
Is that so? Then show me.
I was about to tell him that I wasn't some circus monkey ready to perform tricks on command, but he seemed genuinely interested, and again, he was ridiculously good looking. Hey, don't judge me, guys. Okay, just a small potion. We sneaked into the kitchen, and I started mixing some ingredients, and soon, bubbles of all colors started pouring out and dancing in the air.
Wow, that's really impressive.
I turned around, and he was right behind me. We stood facing each other, just inches apart. Okay, now you can judge me. It's my engagement party, and I'm about to kiss a random guy. We came back to the ballroom, and right then, cue the creepy thunder, my soon-to-be mother-in-law entered. When she saw us, she smiled. Ah, so you two have officially met. Wait, what? You're Nicholas? My future husband? Nicholas smiled, but he didn't look as surprised as me. I was expecting my future husband to be a nasty old man, but Nicholas was so dreamy. Maybe this arranged marriage isn't such a bad idea. Over the next few years, we spent all our time together. He taught me how to behave like royalty, while I showed him how to do some simple potions. Or at least how to try to do simple potions. In no time, we two fell completely in love. Once, he returned from horseback riding with a small cut near his neck from a branch. While I was applying the potion to his neck, what's the thing with the dragon tattoo? Aren't you too young to have a tattoo?
A long time ago, our region was separated between 3 houses. So I got it from my father's house, the House of Draco, also known as the House of Warriors.
And why does your mother have a tattoo of a crow?
That's the House of Valthor, the most traditional and ambitious people. Royalty of the royalty.
Right. And what about the 3rd house? Who belongs there?
Nobody. That's the House of Zoria. That was the house for people of the darkness. That's why it was portrayed with an owl. But that one disappeared centuries ago. Nobody belongs to the House of Zoria anymore.
I didn't say anything back then, but it was clear why his mother's house was represented with a crow, because she was as creepy and mean as one. Really, she was so controlling and overbearing. She separated me from my family after sending them a TV and some monthly tributes. It was like they had bought me. Not only could I not visit them, but I couldn't even speak to them. They favored letters. You know, the traditional way. I just want to tell her that Master Chef is on right now. This will take weeks to reach her.
My house, my rules.
Your rules make as much sense as your interior decor style. 0. A big fat flashy 0 with a capital Z.
Babe, I know she can be difficult sometimes, but she wasn't always like this. After we lost my dad, she became scared of losing those she loves. That's why she's so controlling. Back then, we only had each other. Now we have you too. So I really hope our love can endure this. What do you say?
How can I say no to that? Of course, babe. What can I say? Love is my only weakness. Oh, and doing potions. Oh, and the truth. Oh, and those videos of dads giving their kids new puppies. Those are so emotional. Soon, I turned 18, and we had the biggest wedding of the century. I had never felt happier. But after that, things really went downhill. My mother-in-law got worse. She had servants follow me around, even when I went to the garden. Well, granted, the garden is about 1,000 acres. More than once, I tried to lose them, but there always seemed to be a pair of extra eyes on me. It was as if she was afraid that I would run away. But run away from what? From my handsome husband or from my new castle? Something is off here. The next night, I sneaked into the reading room while they did their Shakespeare reading hour. I settled under a desk. For the first 45 minutes, they just read, but I remained fully focused on my mission. Finally, they started talking.
The time to do the ritual is here.
Ritual?
Mother, how come you are so sure that the witch is Kiara's great-great-great-grandmother?
Witch?
She has the necklace.
My necklace?
That moronic little girl is the key to lifting our curse.
Moronic? I mean, curse? My head was spinning. Oh my god, these people are completely insane. I couldn't believe that Nicholas had used me like that and was planning to betray me. I felt devastated. I need to escape right away. Before I left, just to show Nicholas how angry I was, I snuck into his room, transformed his underpants into origami, and spread red chili on all of his wardrobes. Then, I jumped out of my window and tried to sneak through the garden, but one guard spotted me. Soon, I was surrounded by guards. However, I had an ace up my sleeve, my explosive powder. I just grabbed some and boom! I started running, but the guards soon caught up with me. This time, led by her. Leave me alone, you monster-in-law! At that moment, Nicholas, driving a sports car, came to my rescue.
Come with me!
I got in the car and we drove away, but as soon as the castle disappeared from sight, I reached into my bag to grab something to get him talking, but all I got was mint leaves. These aren't just any herbs. I just have to rub it on your head and poof! You'll go bald forever. Now start talking, you liar, coward, deceitful snake!
Okay, please calm down.
It
turned out Nicholas believed I descended from an ancient witch who had cursed his great-great-great-grandfather after he stole her magic necklace. This one?
Yes. It was supposed to make him a fair and just ruler, but he took it by force, and that unleashed a curse on my family. He tried to return it, and when that didn't work, he spread the word that your great-great-great-grandmother and her families were witches to exile them.
His great-great-great-grandfather doesn't sound so great.
Still, the curse stood. From then on, all the males in my family died prematurely, like my dad. So my mom groomed me all my life to marry the witch's descendant, the new necklace's owner, to break the curse. That was my whole purpose in life. But then I met you, and I completely fell in love.
Everything sounded completely mental, but somehow I knew he wasn't lying.
After watching how stubborn you are, my mom realized you would never give us the necklace voluntarily and planned a horrific ritual to force you to do so. I just couldn't let that happen. I'd rather have a short life with you by my side than a long one without you.
Aw, trust me, these are all tales and you're not cursed. I feel it. That is an ending worthy of a romantic fantasy, right? Unfortunately, things in real life are not that simple. After escaping from there, Nicholas and I lay low for months, traveling non-stop to escape his mother. Eventually, we settled in a big city to go unnoticed and start a new life. I tried to leave the past behind, but I just couldn't. I felt Nicholas wasn't trustworthy. And when I hit a vending machine, the police got involved, and seeing our fight there, they advised us to see a therapist.
So that's why we're here. No matter how much I do to show her that I really love her.
Nicholas, I want to believe you, I really do. But how can I trust someone who lied for years and was about to sacrifice me as a pawn?
If you want my professional opinion, Nicholas is absolutely right.
I don't think you're supposed to take sides.
Kiara, you need to let go of the past and trust people.
And how can I do that?
Let's start with something simple. Give me the necklace.
What?
Just for a moment, show us that you can trust.
No, I'm not giving you my necklace. Okay, so we are gonna have to do things the hard way.
Mom? What the?
That's right, don't try anything. You're surrounded. Guards came out from everywhere and captured us. Soon, they dragged us to an abandoned factory.
Mom, stop! Let her go!
Shut up! Bring my son to me. The guards grabbed Nicholas. I know you'll never give me that necklace, so let's try something different. If you don't give it to me this instant, Nicholas will be the one paying for it.
Mom!
Shut up, you traitor. I'm gonna count to 3. 1.
Don't do it, Kiara!
2. Okay, you win. Just have it, but don't hurt him.
After so much time,
finally, I have the necklace and his power.
How could you use me like that? Would you have done it?
I would do anything for supreme power.
Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to say. What just happened?
So there wasn't a curse to begin with? Is Kiara's ancestor a real witch?
Of course not. I made that up just to control you because I couldn't take the necklace by force alone. There was no curse, and Kiara's family were not witches, but healers. Our ancestors said that to make people exile them and steal their castles and wealth. So their castle belongs to my family? And all this time we've been living in a mouse house? Why do I keep telling the truth? And that's when it hit me. The necklace has real powers, but it isn't blowing people up or firing laser beams. Oh my gosh, that is the real power of the necklace. To be a true, fair ruler, the wearer can never tell a lie. No wonder I couldn't stop telling the truth and snitching on people when I got the necklace. I'm gonna end you two right now. She raised her arms and began to gather strength. The earth seemed to move, and lightning began to fall from the sky. However, when she tried to use her powers, nothing happened. What's wrong? The legend says this should give real power to its owner. You're not the real owner of the necklace.
You're right, I'm not. Not as long as you are still alive.
Guards, do it yourself. So this is where we were in the beginning. The guards were everywhere, and we were completely surrounded. It seemed that all hope was lost. Then I remembered my grandma's words.
Whenever you feel that there is no hope, just remember these words.
Still, I couldn't remember the words. What the hell was it? I just started shouting everything that came to my mind. Carpe diem, Avada Kedavra, Hakuna Matata, say hello to my little friend. Nothing worked, and the guards were almost on us. Nicholas put himself in front of me to protect me. The thought of losing him opened something inside me, and as if I was possessed, I screamed, Agape Basilive! After that, everything went haywire. The necklace flew off my mother-in-law's neck into mine. When I had it with me again, I felt a violent current of energy run through my body.
It's hard to explain, but it was as if I was part of the earth, part of the air, and I could control it. As the guards lunged at us, a mere flick of my wrists sent them hurling through the air. Soon, I found myself suspended in midair, while lightning bolts crackled around me. Nicholas grabbed a sword and helped me defeat them. Not that I needed much help, honestly. When all the guards were either defeated or had escaped, I went back to normal. Nicholas ran to me and hugged me with a smile.
Remind me to never make you mad.
My mother-in-law was crawling to get away, but we caught her before she did. Disagreements are normal in any family, right? Yeah, right. We put her in prison so that she would never hurt anyone again. And then we moved to our castle. Of course, my family came along. There were so many of us that even there we were cramped. But we didn't care. You know what they say. True happiness is about being close to the people you love. Hi, I'm Alice from Sweden, and my story is really crazy. But before I begin, please like and subscribe to For Eve. I lived in a creepy old house with my parents. It used to belong to my grandma, who was a very odd woman. She studied tribes in Africa and the Amazon forest and brought back crates full of strange masks and knickknacks. And most people around thought our house was haunted.
Walk faster, or Ghost Girl will catch you.
Just then, I leapt out from behind a bush wearing a scary mask. Ah! I was just trying to be funny, but people thought I was the weird girl who lived in the scary house, and no one wanted to be my friend. And my parents never had much time for me either because they were always working.
This old house is a money pit. I need to work 2 jobs to keep it. Please, go to your room, Alice. I'm in a meeting.
I wanted to help out, so I started giving ghost tours of the property when my parents were away. I loved telling made-up stories about the freaky things I'd seen around the house. I even made up a murder or two and sold Mom's dresses with ketchup stains as souvenirs. I made a killing on Halloween. But when Mom and Dad found out, they were furious. What's wrong with you, Alice? Why can't you be sweet and well-behaved like other kids? They took all my money and I was grounded for a month. I was so lonely and wished I had a sibling to play with. Then one day when I was 12, I got the biggest surprise of my life. I went looking for a snack in the kitchen when I found a thin, pale boy my age instead. Who are you and what are you doing in our pantry?
I'm Damien, your brother. Didn't your parents tell you they were adopting me?
What the flip? My parents had adopted a whole human and hadn't even bothered to tell me? Typical. I don't believe you. What proof do you have? He waved some official-looking papers in my face. They looked legit. My parents might have adopted you, but you still need to pass a few tests if you want to be my brother. Bring it on. We stood on our heads to see who could do it the longest, ate the hottest chilies for lunch, and for the final task, we caught the fattest, slimiest frogs and balanced them on our heads while we stood on one leg on the fence. Damien was great at it all. Congratulations. You are officially my brother. I was over the moon to finally have someone to play with, but my parents had to ruin that too.
You can't play with Damien anymore.
Why not? Didn't you adopt him so I'd have company?
We've decided it isn't a good idea. You can't play with him and that's that.
But why?
Because we said so. And we're sending him away.
It was so unfair. I felt angrier than I'd ever felt before, and I smashed the toy I was playing with into the wall. But suddenly I felt dizzy, and moments later I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed with a bald doctor and my worried-looking parents next to me.
Alice's blood pressure shot up suddenly and she fainted. She's fine for now, but try to keep her as calm as possible. I'd also suggest you homeschool her for now.
Mom and Dad took me home. They were being very nice to me, which was suspicious. Now they said I could play with Damien as much as I wanted. But when I ran to his room to tell him the good news, he was glaring at me angrily. What's wrong? Aren't you happy we can be friends again?
Friends? I just found out that your parents didn't adopt me because they wanted to love me or give me a nice home. They just brought me here for you, like I'm some kind of toy. And they might just send me away at any time. I hate you, and I'm gonna make your parents hate you too. They'll realize they're better off having me as a kid. Trust me, I'm not going anywhere.
Damien, don't be like that. I've always wanted a brother.
I'm not your brother.
I was both angry and heartbroken by his changed attitude, but I hoped he'd change over time. But it was the complete opposite. Damien kept messing with my parents. He dropped the pearl earrings I borrowed from Mom down the drain, smashed Dad's laptop, and put dye in their body wash. They had shocking pink skin for weeks. And somehow, my parents were always upset with me and thought I was acting out. They never seemed convinced when I said it was all Damien. Was he really turning my parents against me? Stop being a jerk. These things cost money and Mom and Dad work really hard. And stop making them think I'm doing all this.
Then just give up and go away yourself. There's only space for one of us here.
I'm not going anywhere, pal. But then the most terrible thing happened. A few days after my 13th birthday, we were visited by some people from the museum. They wanted to use Grandma's tribal masks and vases for a display, and they said they'd pay us a lot of money if we allowed them to borrow it for a few weeks. Mom and Dad were over the moon that the dirty junk around the house was worth something.
We can buy a new car and replace the laptop Alice trashed.
We can pay off the mortgage and finally be debt-free. This could change our lives for the better. But minutes before the people from the museum arrived to collect the things, I heard a huge crash from the basement. I went running to see all the masks and clay pots smashed and broken on the floor, and Damien standing in the middle with a stick.
Oops, I'm so sorry. I was just looking at them.
This time, he had gone too far. I slapped him hard. You did that on purpose, you jerk! Just then, my parents came running in and looked at the mess in horror. And then they looked at me like I was the crazy one. Why are you looking at me like I did this? He's ruined everything and you're still gonna have him around? Why don't you send him away?
You want us to send your brother away? You got so upset before.
I was wrong about him, okay? He's not my brother. He's crazy and he's dangerous. Mom and Dad exchanged a weird, long glance and nodded.
Fine. We'll send him to a special facility so he can get better.
That night, I locked my door, but I could still hear Damien screaming and crying in his room. The next day, he was gone. Mom and Dad looked sad and broken. They tried to be nice to me, but I saw right through them. They were sad because Damien had left, and I could never make them happy. In the fall, the doctor said it would be good for me to restart regular high school. Things were going really well on my first day until...
Hey, watch out, it's Ghost Girl. I'm so scared.
Dude, grow up. That wasn't all. In my very first class, I met the most bonkers girl.
I heard you were the ghost girl.
What's it to you? I'm Tara. I just moved here from Ireland. Is it true your house is haunted?
I'd love to meet a real-life ghost. I've dreamed of it my whole life.
Are you nuts? Who has creepy dreams like that?
You haven't read Dead Love Doesn't Die?
It's the most romantic book ever. Are there handsome ghosts in your house? Are they single? Girl, you need help. No, I need a ghostly boyfriend with ice-cold lips and dreamy eyes who can transport me to his time and give me a million ghostly kisses, and he'll take me away to... Was there something wrong with me? First Damien and now Tara? Was I a weirdo magnet? For the next few weeks, she stuck to me like glue. At first, I acted indifferent because I wasn't sure she'd even stick around for too long. But she did, and I slowly started to enjoy having a friend.
Look, there's Ghost Girl and her vampire girlfriend.
What in the twilight? Tara hissed and bit the jerk on his arm. You're absolutely crazy.
Hey, no one messes with my friend.
Yuck, he tasted disgusting. Let's go get candy. How about I make you a sandwich at my place? You mean it? Tara instantly fell in love with the place. This place is fantastic. Can you imagine the paranormal romances that could take place here? I just laughed and went to the kitchen to get the sandwiches. But there was already someone in there. Damien, what are you doing here?
I'm back. Of course, Mom and Dad didn't tell you. You would have forced them to keep me away.
It would be for their own good after the mess you made last time. What kind of facility allows home visits?
Ha! I'm not at a facility. They sent me on vacation to Bali to prove how much they loved me and wanted me in the family. I'm back now, and I'll make sure you end up in the facility soon.
I couldn't believe this was happening. I made some excuse and sent Tara home before Damien did something to her. When my parents got home, I confronted them. You lied to me. He's dangerous and out to get me, but you still allowed him in our home? Mom started to cry and Dad glared at me.
You're upsetting your mother, Alice. How long will this go on?
You don't even care that I'm upset too? You guys are the most selfish parents ever. I'm going to stay at my friend's house because I don't feel safe here.
You can't leave. We should call the doctor. I told you we shouldn't have sent her back to school.
Dad locked me in my room. I could hear Damien laughing under my door. He was evil. I had to get out of here. I called Tara and told her what was up. Within minutes, she was outside my window. Come on, ghost girl, let's get you to safety. Tara's house was so normal. It was awesome. She pulled out a mattress for me to sleep in her room, then brushed my hair to calm me down as I told her everything. Wow, your parents sound like a piece of work, and I finally get why you're so weird about being friends. I can't trust anyone. My parents ignored me for so long and thought things would be different for me once Damien came, but he's the worst. And ever since he came, my parents treat me like I'm some lunatic when he's the crazy one. He really scares me, Tara. Don't worry, you're safe here. I'll punch his lights out if he tries to mess with you. Suddenly, I heard a loud tap on the window, and he was standing outside. I screamed and jumped up. It's him! Damien's here! He was holding rocks in his hand and wore the evilest grin. Where? I don't see anything. Damien threw the first rock. It slammed against the window hard, leaving a deep crack. Are you blind? He's right there. Alice? Are you sure you don't, see ghosts or something? Because I can't see anyone. Didn't you hear the rock hit the window? Look, it's left a crack. What are you talking about? What? Why was Tara suddenly lying to me? Suddenly, the door slammed open and my parents were standing there looking worried. How did you find me? Did you tell them I was here, Tara? I thought you were my friend. No, Alice. Tara didn't tell us. We saw you sneaking out of the house and followed you. Let's go home. No, you're just gonna lock me up in my room again. What's going on? Tara says she can't see Damien. Is she lying? Or am I crazy? The saddest look crossed my mom's face, and she broke down crying and hugged me. No, Alice, you're not crazy. That's when they told me how they'd never adopted a boy named Damien. We thought he was just a harmless imaginary friend, but when you started seeing him all the time, we tried to stop it by saying we'd send him away. The doctor said you had created Damien to help with your feelings of being alone and we should play along, so we agreed. But then you started acting out and blaming it on Damien. We were so glad when you finally sent him away yourself. We thought things were gonna be okay now, but then you said you saw him again and we just can't see you like this, sweetie. And it's all our fault. We should have given you more time when you were a kid. I was in utter shock. So, everything Damien did, the earrings, the laptop, the masks, it was all you. But we weren't mad about any of it. We were just worried about you. But if Damien was the friend I made up, why was he suddenly so mean to me? Your doctor said you suffered from low self-esteem. In your mind, no one wants to be friends with you for long. Oh yeah, it took me ages to get her to call me a friend. Are you real? Can you guys see Tara? I could pinch you. Ouch! Okay, you're real. Don't worry, dear. We talked to your doctor and he says we can start therapy sessions now. You'll be fine. And we'll be with you all the way. Me too. They all took me in a big bear hug, and suddenly, I didn't feel alone at all. A lot of us go through a rebellious phase, but I was a complete monster. I swear I had genuine reasons, though. I'm not saying that to make you feel bad or anything, but I had a pretty rough childhood. I never knew my parents and spent my entire life in the foster care system. I bounced from house to house at least 7 times a year. I know what you're thinking. How could someone just give away a kid in need? Well, I'll admit that I was the one to blame, in the beginning at least. Before I go into any of that, though, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to My Story Animated to hear more crazy stories about people just like you. If you do, you'll get tons of likes on your next post. Trust me, I was pretty Insta-famous for a while. See, that was part of my problem, actually. I was convinced that the family life wasn't for me at all. Despite the fact that all my foster families were pretty nice, I was really rude and mean. I only cared about making videos, partying, and taking selfies. I got into the habit of stealing things and skipping school. When I didn't get my way, I would scream and shout at the top of my lungs. I'm embarrassed to think back to this day, but I think it describes the old me pretty well. I was living with this nice old couple and 4 other foster kids. They forbade me from partying on school nights, but I went out anyway and stole their car to get there. When I came home, all they did was ground me and take away my cell phone. I got so mad that I screamed and smashed their things. I made the old lady cry. I feel horrible thinking back about it. I just couldn't control myself. I don't know how I was ever that mean. I wasn't evil, though. I was just a troubled child. I actually had some outbursts that had nothing to do with misbehaving. Sometimes I had horrible nightmares that would wake me up screaming. Mixed with my behavior problems, a lot of foster homes didn't have the patience for my outbursts, hence moving around so much. By the time I was 16, I had been through every single foster home in my city. I tried to keep cool, but I was honestly terrified I'd end up stuck in an orphanage until I was an adult. Now, I may have been a monster, but I was nothing compared to the residents of the local orphanage. It was filled with the worst kids I knew, and I didn't want to end up there with them. They would have beaten me up. I wasn't nearly as tough as I liked to pretend. When my caseworker walked into the room, I burst into tears. I begged her not to ship me off to the orphanage. She thought for a second and said she might have an option for me, but I wasn't gonna like it. How bad could it be? I asked. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. That's exactly what someone says before they walk into the worst possible situation. My caseworker made a quick phone call and let me know that I was good to go. I would be leaving right this instant. I picked up my backpack, which was full of everything I owned, and was put on a bus to the middle of nowhere. I had no clue where I was going. As the bus started driving off, I Googled some pictures of the place. It wasn't even on the map. I was going to the middle of nowhere. I started screaming. I ran over and begged the bus driver to stop, but he said it was already too late. I posted one last selfie letting my followers know that I was going to be taking a break from social media. Something told me that there wasn't going to be any service out in the middle of nowhere. I was a city girl obsessed with the internet and gaming, and I couldn't even watch my story animated where I was going. My cell phone service cut out maybe a half hour into the trip. 3 hours later, I was awoken by the bus stopping. I looked out the window and saw this huge, creepy mansion. I thought it was the town hall to get my papers or something. I was shocked when the bus driver said, "We're here." I told him he was supposed to take me to my new home directly. "Oh, sweetie." He laughed. "This is it." Then he just drove off, leaving me alone with my backpack at the entrance to the mansion. I walked cautiously up to the door and knocked a couple of times with no answer. I called out but still got no answer. I saw a letter taped to the door and decided to open it. It read, "Welcome home, Charlotte. Please let yourself in." Sure enough, the door was unlocked. It creaked open slowly and creepily. I walked right in and decided to explore. Now, I know I said the outside was scary, but that was nothing compared to the interior of the house. It felt like it was straight from the Addams family. There were huge portraits on the wall with group photos of at least 20 kids, all dressed up in old-timey clothes, as well as all types of taxidermy. It looked like the set of a horror movie or a cult, and I didn't even know the half of it yet. You know that sixth sense feeling you get after watching a scary movie late at night? Like the one where you can feel someone watching you? Well, I got that feeling and all the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I flipped around and saw a serious-looking nun staring at me and frowning. She looked me up and down in disgust. I was wearing pretty short shorts and a crop top, so I could tell she was judging me. I waved hello and tried to introduce myself, but she ignored me. She just started writing something down in the notebook she was holding in her hand. She lifted it up and showed me what she wrote. "No one speaks here." That was weird. I asked if it was because of some kind of medical condition or religion. She simply flipped the page and wrote down, "Follow me," and started walking away while I was still trying to talk to her. I followed her down some winding halls until we ended up in a room with a couple of beds in it. She led me to one bed that had some stuff on it, including folded clothes, a notebook, a pencil, and a piece of paper that said, "This is your new bed. Please use the paper. It will be easier for everyone. Please change into your new clothes." I thought the scariest thing about the mansion was the giant taxidermied bear in the entrance, but I was dead wrong. I picked up my new clothes and nearly fainted. See, if nothing else, I was pretty. I had to give up my city and internet, but I did not want to give up my looks. I kept up with all the latest trends and was an aspiring Instagram model. This outfit was as far away from fashionable as possible. It was a gray dress that reached all the way to the floor and buttoned up to my neck. The dress was like a hideous costume straight from the 1700s. Maybe it was a good thing that there was no internet here because I wouldn't be caught dead in this outfit. I turned to argue with the nun, but she was already holding up her paper that now said, "Hurry, child." Now, I was rebellious, but nuns are scary. I did as she said and made my way to meet the other people here. It took a couple of days to meet everyone. There were a lot of people. All in all, there were about 23 girls living with me between the ages of 7 and 14. This made me the oldest and pretty much the role model to everyone here. It turned out that most of them had severe hearing problems, and some of them were completely mute. Talking was out of the question, so they all communicated through notebooks or sign language. The nun could read lips, but the rest of them were never really exposed to speech. The girls were very quick to take me in. They showed me the fun of country living, and trust me, I was a skeptic. They helped me learn how to braid my hair, and one girl even taught me how to sew a bit so I could personalize my outfit a little more. Sure, it felt like a cult, and that should have been a warning sign, but you have no idea how nice it was to finally feel like I fit in somewhere. It was so weird getting used to the fact that no one could hear me, but it was kind of nice that I didn't need to worry about my screaming nightmares waking anyone up. I liked to think of myself as strong and independent, so I really enjoyed not having to wake up from a nightmare to people fussing over me. I even made my first real friend. She was the second oldest, and her name was Kirsten. She was super awkward, but I really appreciated having someone my age to connect with. She even taught me sign language. I got pretty used to this new lifestyle, waking up at dawn, harvesting all the vegetables, and I hadn't even spoken a single word. I went from an Instagram model who wore hot clothes and got in trouble to a saint. Like figuratively and literally. Not only was I staying out of trouble and gaining control of my behavior, but the other girls looked up to me like I was a prophet. They asked me tons of questions about life on the outside. Most of the girls were brought here as toddlers or infants, so they had no exposure to TVs, malls, or even processed sugar. This one girl, Susie, asked me how you feed the people that live on TV so that they can perform for you. Kirsten's favorite thing for me to describe was cheese puffs. The concept of such a treat was godly and fantasy-like to her. I told her that I promised I would bring her back some once I moved out. She always got weird when I brought up leaving. I always assumed it was because she would miss me, and I was about to find out it was a little more complicated than that. Don't get me wrong, though. I was ready to leave. I appreciated everything they did. Even after everything, I don't regret the time I spent there. Still, I was counting down the days to my 18th birthday when I could move out. That's when everything changed. I wrote the nun asking what I should do about moving back to the city, and she got really weird. She asked what about everything here, the life I had with the other children. She asked why I wasn't happy. I assured her that nothing was wrong and I loved them all. I told her I wanted to go out into the real world, get a job, and fall in love. She seemed to understand, but she said something next that made me question everything. "I guess you won't get to meet him if you leave," she sighed. She explained that there was a new boy coming to work at the estate as a gardener the week after my 18th birthday. She'd never mentioned him before, but she said she thought she would keep it as a surprise because she really thought we would hit it off. I should have sensed something was suspicious, but she convinced me to stay. Try not to judge me. I hadn't seen a boy in years. I have to admit, I was pretty happy I did, at least at first. The boy came all right. He was everything I hoped for. He was handsome and seemed very nice. Not only that, he could speak and hear just like me. The nun immediately introduced us and even encouraged me to speak, something she hadn't done the entire time I lived there. It felt so weird talking after a couple of years of complete silence. I was embarrassed by how poorly the words came out and how weak my voice was. But he was super sweet and showed a keen interest in me. He even called my little voice super cute. At first, it was really flattering, but there was something off about him. For one thing, he was very close to the nun and always had private meetings with her. Another problem was that I never actually saw him gardening. One day, out of nowhere, he proposed to me after only knowing me for a week. I freaked out. He was very insulted, explaining he came here and paid big money to take me as his wife. He was promised that I would be submissive, and refusing his proposal was not submissive. He paid the nun for me? I freaked out and ran to my room to pack. That's when the nun came in and tried to explain everything. But this time, she spoke to me. She'd lied about being mute. She explained how she needed money for her medical expenses, and a dowry was the only logical thing to do, and the girls weren't fit for life in the real world. I told her that she needed to give the girls a chance. The world wasn't as scary as she made it out to be. Freedom was everything. The nun simply apologized. I thought she was coming around, but she locked me in the room. I screamed for help, but all of the children were deaf. The only people who could hear me were the nun and the crazy man who wanted to marry me. There was nowhere to go and no one to help me. I only had one option to avoid living in my room for the rest of my life. I agreed to marry him. I put on a big show and he fell for me immediately. Kirsten slipped me a note. She said I wasn't the first person the nun had married off, and they all disappeared shortly after. She knew that she would be next, as the second oldest, so she begged me to follow her plan so we could break the cycle. The nun was grooming submissive girls to marry off to weird men when they turned 18. On the day of the wedding, I pretended to be sick, very sick. The girl who helped me offered to accompany me to the hospital. She wrote a note to the nun explaining that my fever was very high and it was too dangerous for the nun to come near me. She was suspicious and insisted she come. The girl and I got into the car first, and when the nun tried to hop in, we pushed her to the ground, locked the doors, and drove off. We drove over 40 minutes before we found a town. There, we told the police everything that had happened. We were raised on a crazy wife farm. That's not even the craziest part of the story. See, when the police drove out there, they found the mansion, but it was completely empty. They had to use search dogs, which led them to another disturbing discovery. Underneath the farm we worked on, there was a huge secret. All the money she got from selling brides was used to build a giant underground bunker. She was part of a huge church, which included every family she sold the brides to. The kids were all rescued, but the nun was never found. Kirsten and I still live with each other. We are in the process of opening up our own foster home. We still keep in touch with some of the other girls we lived with. And yes, we have cheese puffs almost every day. Still, I can't help thinking she's out there somewhere, plotting her revenge. Sometimes I find crosses left in random places. The worst thing that happened last night, though, I was looking through my camera for some funny photos I'd taken when I saw pictures of Kirsten and I sleeping. I always thought I could sense someone peering at us in the middle of the night, but I chalked it up to my usual nightmares. I don't know if I should tell Kirsten or not, but I'm running out of excuses for why we need to move to a new apartment every month.
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem, but yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning, it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my god, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted witch. Cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out, a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kinda ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh,
Wow, this cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake, and I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either, and then remembered he told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police, but even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up, we're going out.
Is Arthur back?
No.
Then let me sleep and go away.
Nope, you're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care, and minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena.
I'm not going in there.
Why? Too chicken to lose?
As if you're on.
Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers?
No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too.
Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you.
You too?
Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him?
What?
I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door.
You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure.
No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just...
Stop lying! Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you! All of you!
And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him, and as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad.
How is he?
He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again.
I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
Being a famous tween actor was incredible. Red carpets, Hollywood parties, and private jets, and fans would beg for my autograph. And my parents were super supportive. That is, until they started getting calls from an unknown number threatening to kidnap me.
I'm Michaela's biggest fan, and I want her all to myself. No one will ever see her again.
So, my life changed forever when I was on the set of my latest movie with my parents, my older sister Jackie, and her boyfriend Ethan, who worshipped the ground she walked on. That night, filming had just finished, and I needed to run back to my trailer.
I'll be right back. I need to get my backpack.
Okay, honey, but hurry back so we can get home. It's really late.
I'll go with you, Mick. But when the door opened, a masked figure jumped out of the darkness and grabbed my arm. Jackie smashed a chair over his head, and we both ran out. The police came, but they couldn't find a trace of the attacker. When we got home, we had a family meeting.
I think Michaela needs to stop acting. It's just too dangerous.
I agree. It's time she had a normal life. And just like that, my acting career was over. I was devastated. Sorry, I'm being rude. I'm Michaela, and I never would have guessed that 5 years after that psycho fan ruined my life, I would get a second chance. But before that, please hit like and subscribe. I had a pretty normal life those years as a teenager. I mean, my parents owned a top law firm, so we were really rich and lived in a mansion on a canal with a huge yacht parked in our backyard. But I went to a regular high school, and everyone treated me like any other really pretty girl. That is, except for Marco, my rich, gorgeous, but very possessive boyfriend. He was the mayor's son, so he considered himself a celebrity. One night, when we were partying on my family's yacht, a speedboat pulled up and a very handsome man yelled my name.
Michaela! Michaela!
Marco immediately got jealous and jumped in front of me.
What do you want, creep? Michaela, it's me, Kevin, your old agent.
I pushed past Marco and jumped down onto the speedboat.
I have incredible news. You just got an offer for the lead role in the biggest new action franchise of the decade.
Wait, what? Me? I haven't acted in 5 years.
The director was a huge fan of yours and wrote the part especially for you.
I tried to speak, but I couldn't find the words. Unfortunately, Marco jumped onto the boat and found some.
She's not interested, so why don't you just buzz off?
I was furious and shoved him overboard. Don't speak for me. I've been dreaming about this for years. I'll take it.
Then go find a new boyfriend.
He always threw a tantrum when I didn't do exactly what he wanted, but he came crawling back to apologize. When word got out that I was going to be the lead in the big new action movie, all the magazines wanted to interview me. The paparazzi fought to take my picture, and invites to the big Hollywood party started piling up. I was a star again, and I couldn't be happier. But then one night, I looked out my window and nearly froze in terror. Standing outside was the masked figure who tried to kidnap me. He pointed right at me. I screamed, but when my parents ran into the room, he was gone. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number said, "I'm coming to get you, Michaela. Your biggest fan." The next day, we had a family meeting. Actually, it was more like an intervention. My older sister Jackie was there with Ethan, who was still as obsessed with her as he was before. She was 4 years older than me, but we were still close. My parents even called Marco. "Michaela, you can't risk doing this movie. It's too dangerous. Come on, honey. Rub my shoulders harder."
But my hands are getting tired.
Do you want me to be stressed? Marco, come on, back me up here. You know how important this is to me.
Babes, I agree with your sister. Besides, why do you need to act when you've got me?
Sweetheart, your mother and I want you to call the director and tell him you aren't going to take the role. It's not worth it to risk your life.
I'm not giving up on my dream again because of one insane fan. I'm 17 now. I can defend myself. But my parents weren't buying it, and I was still a minor, so if they wanted me to quit, I had no choice. I had to do something fast. I hired a bodyguard.
What?
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 What? It just came out. But it worked. My parents agreed to let me keep the role. Only they wanted to meet my new bodyguard who didn't exist. So now I had to find one, and fast. I was in a full-on panic. There was no way I was gonna have some sunglasses-wearing, ultra-serious police FBI soldier guy following me around everywhere I went, telling me what to do. And then I had a brilliant idea. Just as I was going to play a teenage secret agent in a movie, I would hire an actor to play my bodyguard. I ran to a local acting studio and looked in the window. There, sitting in the back of the room, I saw him, my pretend bodyguard. He was tall, handsome, and looked like a complete jerk. Perfect! I hired him on the spot. His name was Jasper, and it turns out he was as rude and arrogant as he looked.
Sure, I'll be your bodyguard, but I want to be paid up front.
Sure, no problem.
And since I'm an incredible actor, I don't want any advice or notes from you on how to play the part. Understood?
Wow, okay, whatever. But we have to go right now and convince my parents that you're actually a bodyguard and not some out-of-work actor playing one, okay?
Easy peasy.
I took him to Armani and bought him a suit and sunglasses. When he stepped out of the dressing room, he looked exactly like a bodyguard and also very, very hot. I took him home to meet everyone. I was terrified. If they discovered the truth, my dream was as good as dead. Not to mention the fact that I would be grounded for the next year. Everyone, I want you to meet Jasper, my bodyguard. It's nice to meet you, Jasper.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
Okay, he's believable. That's good.
Are you confident you can protect our daughter from this kidnapper?
Kidnapper?
Crap, I forgot to mention that part. That's it. Party's over. Stick a fork in me.
I eat kidnappers for breakfast, sir.
Wow, impressive rebound. Listen, Mick, even with Jasper protecting you, I think it's still too dangerous.
She's in good hands. Nothing will happen to her as long as I'm around.
But Marco wasn't happy. I knew he wouldn't be when he saw the specimen that I had just brought home.
How come you never told me you hired a bodyguard? I mean, you never even mentioned it. It's like you just met him today.
Today? Don't be ridiculous. And then I did what I knew would calm Marco down. I wrapped my arms around him and told him how amazing he was. You're just so protective. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to be worried.
Well, I guess I understand.
Just when I thought we made it, I saw a big roach crawl across the floor. Jasper apparently saw it too, because he screamed and jumped on the couch. Everyone just stared at him. I thought fast and copied him. That's what Jasper taught me to do if I saw the kidnapper. It would alert everyone around me.
Good job, Michaela, just like I taught you.
Everyone seemed to buy it, except for Marco. He just stared at Jasper as if he knew something was off, which there clearly was. Okay, well, Jasper and I need to run. I have meetings with the costume designer, wardrobe, and fighting coach, and he needs to be there to protect me. Jasper and I argued the entire day. While I was getting fitted for my wardrobe, I can't believe you didn't tell me that you were afraid of tiny insects.
I can't believe you didn't tell me you were being hunted by an actual kidnapper.
While I was doing a camera test in the studio.
I'm not getting paid enough for this.
For what? Standing around doing nothing? The police will probably catch the guy very soon, and you and I will never have to see each other again.
I can't wait for that.
Me neither. While I was training with the fighting coach. What happens if the kidnapper shows up? Are you gonna scream and jump on a couch? Maybe you should be training here with me.
I'm not a real bodyguard. I'm an actor. If you wanted a person who could actually protect you, you should have hired one.
I wasn't paying attention, and my fighting coach accidentally kicked me in the face. As I fell backward, Jasper dove and caught me before my head hit the floor. For a moment, we looked into each other's eyes before he dropped me.
That's gonna cost you extra.
Over the next couple of weeks at school, Jasper followed me around, flirting with all the girls. I had to pull him aside and remind him that he was on the clock. Can you please act like my bodyguard and not some hormone-overloaded teenager?
I told you no acting notes.
Well, maybe if you started acting, I wouldn't have to give you notes.
How about I quit right now and then you won't have to worry about it?
To keep up appearances, I even had him come out on dates with me and Marco, whether it was a picnic in the park, go-kart racing, or solving an escape room.
I can't take this anymore, Michaela. He's with us everywhere we go.
Yeah, because he's my bodyguard, duh.
A bodyguard who's terrified of bugs? I am not terrified of bugs. Oh yeah? How about when you screamed when the bee landed on you on the roller coaster? Or the crazy dance you did when the caterpillar crawled on your leg at the park? Or when you dove into the water when the dragonfly flew by our boat on the lake?
Leave him alone, Marco. I hired him to protect me from people, not insects.
There's something fishy going on here, and I don't think you're telling me or your family the truth.
And then he stormed off. He was right, and I felt terrible. Jasper, I'm a terrible person. Maybe this isn't worth it. I should just give up this stupid role. It's not worth deceiving the people I care about most. All they want is for me to be safe.
If you want my opinion, Marco is a jerk. He acts like you're his property and your parents are being selfish. This is your dream.
I turned to Jasper and just exploded. No, I don't want your stupid opinion. This job is a piece of cake, and you haven't taken it seriously for 1 second. You call yourself an actor? Ha! You couldn't act your way out of a paper bag. I'm done with this, and I'm done with you. You're fired. Jasper didn't say anything, and he always had a response. He actually looked hurt. He just nodded and walked away. I started feeling guilty, but I knew that he deserved it. I mean, he did, right? How dare he insult my boyfriend and my family? That night, my sister Jackie took me out to dinner. I decided to come clean and tell her the truth. I can't believe Jasper was an actor. He had me fooled. He did? Totally. But now that you mention it, he's too handsome to be a bodyguard. Wowzer. But he's definitely a good actor. I hope he gets his big break someday. Yeah, me too. Just don't tell Mom and Dad about this, okay? I'm supposed to sign the contract for the role tomorrow, but I think I'm gonna tell the director that I'm turning it down. I think that's smart, Michaela. That crazy fan is still out there, and he left you alone after you quit acting the first time. You're right. I'm gonna sleep on it tonight and then make my final decision in the morning. Maybe I'm just not meant to be on the big screen. I hugged her and went home. I was about to give up on my dream for the second time, but I was doing it for the people I loved most. That night, I woke up to the sound of something hitting my window. I looked outside, but nobody was there. I'm not afraid of you! And then a rock hit the window, cracking the glass. All the emotions I was feeling came boiling up, and I flew into a rage. I grabbed my tennis racket, ran down the stairs, and burst outside. You want a piece of me? Come on! I'm right here! I stood there, ready to crush anybody that came at me. Then all of a sudden, the masked figure stepped out of the darkness. I froze in panic. The racket fell out of my hand. Then I turned and saw a second masked figure behind me. Before I could scream, someone sprinted from the darkness and tackled the one in front of me. The hero looked up at me. It was Jasper. The other masked figure tried to run, but Jasper grabbed the tennis racket and threw it. It spun through the air and hit the figure in the head, causing him to run right into a tree and fall backward unconscious.
Are you okay?
Yes, but how? I fired you and said those horrible things.
I know, but I was worried about you, so I've been keeping watch from a distance.
And then Jasper pulled the hood off the figure. It was Ethan. I was speechless. Ethan spilled the beans that Jackie was behind the crazy kidnapper fan scheme and the trailer incident. When Jackie and I went to my trailer that day, Ethan snuck away, put on the mask, and went in the back door. Jackie was waiting in her car outside, but came running into the yard when Ethan started yelling her name. Jackie, how could you? Since you were a kid, you got all the attention. Michaela is so amazing. Michaela is so talented. Michaela is so beautiful. Nobody ever paid attention to me. I understand. Wait, you do? That day you came to set, when Ethan pretended to be my crazed fan, that was your 16th birthday. Nobody even remembered. You should have had a big party that day, but instead you were there on my set for my movie with everyone celebrating me. You got robbed of your childhood so I could have mine. I don't blame you for being angry. I would be too. Are you forgiving me after everything I've done to you? Yes, you're still my big sister and I love you. And then she burst out in tears and grabbed me into the tightest hug I've ever had. And then the second figure stood up, grabbing his head. It was Marco.
Ouch.
And like always, he expected my forgiveness.
Come on, babe. You forgave Jackie, so you need to forgive me.
I need to forgive you?
Yes, you need to forgive me. I love you. You know that.
Jasper is right. You just love me as long as you can control me. I turned to my hero, Jasper. Now it's my turn. Can you...
After you forgave Jackie and your parents? How could I not forgive you?
That is, until Marco burst out in tears and tried to run off, but he tripped and ran into the tree, knocking himself out again. I signed my contract and spent the next few months filming with the most incredible co-star anyone could ask for. I was able to convince the director to audition Jasper for the role, and he loved him. The movie was a huge hit, and Jasper and I became the most talked about Hollywood couple in town. 3 sequels, and 5 years later, we got married, and Jackie was my maid of honor. Hi, I'm Sophie from France, and my story, you'll have to see to believe. My life was brilliant. I grew up in a vineyard and my parents worked super hard to make it a worldwide success. Even though they were super busy, they made sure I got the best things in life.
I've just bought you a pony. You can take him out on rides around the property. Do you want to get a puppy too?
We were super rich, but I didn't care about that.
I was homeschooled to take over the family business, but I spent most of my time going on adventures with my best friend Luke. He was the son of our surveyor, Mr. Durand, and a major scaredy cat, but he never said no to my crazy plans, even when they landed us in trouble.
Come on, Luke. Let's go to the lake and search for sea monsters.
Are you crazy? We'll catch a cold, and besides, it's against the rules.
Rules schmools. If there was a rule against sneezing, your head would explode from keeping them in.
And you'd pick your nose just to tick people off. No, we're not going to the lake, and that's final. But I never took no for an answer. So I jumped over the fence and went running towards the lake. And poor Luke had to follow. But I stopped short when I saw a couple of village boys throwing rocks at a beehive.
Hey, leave those poor bees alone.
What's it to you, princess? Go back to your stupid grape juice farm. Sophie, we need to head back now.
No, you should go back to school and learn how important bees are for the environment.
What, Luke? Those aren't bees, Sophie. They're hornets. Just then, a rock tore through the nest, and all the hornets flew out, and they were pissed. But instead of going after the village brats, they attacked Luke and me. We ran for our lives, but we got stung so much that by the time we got home, our faces resembled beach balls, and it hurt. And Luke went ballistic. I told you we shouldn't go. You never listen to me. I'm sick and tired of being your babysitter.
Babysitter? The stings really mess with your head. I'm your friend.
Friends listen to each other. You're not my friend. Your parents hired me to keep you out of trouble. Luke, stop it. We're honored to serve in any capacity. You might be, but I'm not. She's a reckless maniac. I'm sick of getting hurt because of her. I quit.
Mom, what's going on?
Sweetie, you're an adventurer, and we didn't want to hold you back. And Luke was the perfect balance to your hyper-personality. So, we paid him to keep you safe. We were only doing what was best for you.
You think this is best for me? My entire relationship was a lie. What else have you been lying about? Are you two even my parents, or is someone paying you too?
I stormed off to my room and didn't speak to anyone for days. Luke left for the city without saying goodbye, and I felt humiliated that I was such a loser. No one would be my friend if I wasn't rich. Mom and Dad arranged playdates with other kids, but it wasn't the same. Every day I missed Luke, and every day I hated him more. But things at the vineyard got worse. Our wine sales went down, and then a freak storm destroyed more than half the vineyard. We had nothing left, and the bank seized the family estate. Suddenly, we were homeless. Don't worry, darling. As long as we're together, we'll be fine. The Durands have invited us to stay with them for a while.
Stay with Luke? But he hates us.
Beggars can't be choosers, love. And it's been years. I'm sure he's over all that. It'll be cramped in their small house, but it's temporary.
But my jaw nearly fell to the floor when I saw their house. It was a mansion with fountains in the garden. Mr. and Mrs. Durand had made a fortune by making the right investments and were super nice. But Luke, I had to blink hard because I couldn't believe how handsome he'd become. His eyes were still as green as I remembered, and the small dimple still appeared near his lips when he smiled. Suddenly, he reached out and touched my hair.
You've still got bugs in your hair.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know it was there. I guess I'm a real bug magnet.
Yeah, you always did attract the creepy crawlers.
That was weird, but at least he wasn't angry or rude. After lunch, I was strolling around trying to let out a quiet burp when suddenly I slipped and fell in the pool. Strong arms pulled me out of the water, and I was face to face with Luke, and to my complete humiliation, I burped in his face like a bullfrog.
I thought you had changed, but I still have to save you from yourself, and I'm sick of it.
Hey, it was an accident.
Once a troublemaker, always a troublemaker. Mom, you better hide the good plates or she'll break them in a freak accident. Luke, that's enough. Whatever. I have homework to do anyway.
Mr. and Mrs. Durand apologized for Luke's behavior, but I didn't want to be a burden. I spent the night thinking of several business plans to get us back on our feet, but we just didn't have the money. A week later, I was waiting at the bus stop when suddenly a sports car raced by me, drenching me with muddy water. Hey, watch where you're going. I am so sorry. I didn't see you there. You're headed to school, right? Let me give you a ride and we can get you cleaned up. My name is Bella and I'm kind of a big deal there. You should stick with me because you're obviously new, and don't mind me saying so, but you look like you got dressed in the dark. I just moved here from the village. OMG, love that for you. I've always been a city girl. Last year when we went to my family's, Bella talked nonstop till we got to the school, and by the time we were sitting in first period, I knew her entire life story. She was an only child, her mom and dad were rich politicians, and she loved corgis. They have the cutest, slappable butts. I've wanted one for so long, but my parents say I'm too irresponsible, and my boyfriend is super scared of dogs, and OMG, there he is! Babe, come meet my new bestie! Oh wait, I totally forgot to ask your name. It's
Sophie?
Whoa, did you just read her mind, Luke? I didn't know you had super normal powers.
No, I know her. She's the family friend I told you about. The reckless one.
Even turtles look reckless to a chicken like you. Guys, do you know what this means? We can be besties together! Bella was the sweetest girl imaginable. She didn't care whether I was rich or poor. She just liked me for me and took me everywhere with her, even on dates. Oh, wow, babe, this is such a cute bracelet. But you know I'm allergic to pink. But it looks so cute on you, Sophie. Oh, I'm squishy. You should totally have it. Bella, you're crazy. Luke got this for you.
I don't mind.
See? Our boyfriend doesn't mind. Put it on her, Luke. Our boyfriend? What was going on? My skin tingled as his fingers touched my skin, and Luke stared into my eyes. He was oddly sweet when we weren't at home. And rather than get jealous, Bella clapped and cheered. They were the weirdest couple I'd ever met. But Bella thought I was the weird one. What do you mean you've never read Shakespeare? I was only taught things that would help me run a vineyard. Like, that is hollyroot and will help you with fevers. And that thing you're taking a selfie with is poison ivy. Yikes! Hey, you should make TikToks. OMG, this is the best idea I've ever had. We can go on nature walks, and you can talk about what's poisonous and what isn't. Incredibly, Bella's idea was a hit. I went viral, and people in school started calling me Nature Girl. I even started getting sponsors, and one day, my fans challenged me to participate in Mr. Beast's Squid Game. The contest was tough, and as expected, many people joined the fight. I did my best to win the game, but I lost during the tug of war. Still, it was the best adventure I had ever done. I made tons of new friends as well. Not to mention, seeing Mr. Beast personally is the coolest. My heart jumped when I saw him heading my way.
Hi there. Thank you for joining our version of Squid Game. You were great.
Thank you, Mr. Beast. We all had a blast, even though we lost. Just being part of your content alone is an experience of a lifetime.
Well, making people happy is what my content is all about. I'm glad you had fun.
I really did, and it's been quite a long while since I had fun like this.
Really? Why is that?
Well, sometimes life could get rough all of a sudden. Things happen without warning.
That is so true, but no matter what, never stop walking the road to happiness. Never forget the quote, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step."
I felt my eyes sting as Mr. Beast gave me a hug. And just like what Mr. Beast said, I never stopped walking the road to happiness. I kept on seeking adventure, teaching my fans about plants through TikTok. Bella supported me 100%. Eventually, the money I got from my sponsors were used to set up a small grocery shop in the city. And little by little, we were saving up to move out. Life was getting better, but Luke's behavior at home was getting worse and worse. He was rude to his parents and ignored them all the time. One time, Mrs. Durand asked them to pass the bread, and he accidentally dumped them all on the floor. What is wrong with you? That's no way to behave with your parents.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Stay out of it, please.
This isn't you, Luke. You used to be so sweet and caring, even if you were pretending. His eyes softened, but then he shook his head and pushed past me.
I'm not the boy you used to know.
It's okay, Sophie. It's just a phase. I didn't get what his problem was. He had everything he could ever want. Loving parents, a roof over his head, and a great girlfriend. But things with Luke and Bella were getting weirder. The old feelings were coming back and made me nervous. So when Dad announced we'd be moving to our own apartment at the end of the month, I was relieved, but also bittersweet. Late one night, I was packing up my things for the move when I heard footsteps on the roof. I freaked out and picked up a baseball bat to investigate. There was so much crime in the city. We never had this problem in the village. What if there was more than one burglar? But it was only Luke. You scared the farts right out of me.
Oh, great. Just what I need. A damsel in distress.
I'm the one holding the bat, smart Alec, and I was always the brave one while you were scared of your own shadow.
I sure was a coward back then. Remember that time you couldn't sleep and you made me push all those sheep from a fence so you could count them?
They were goats, and Farmer Jack was so mad.
He made us shovel horse poop for weeks.
You have to admit, it was fun pretending to be my friend.
I was never pretending.
He looked at me like there was so much he wanted to tell me, but he couldn't. His lips were so close, and my heart beat like crazy. I wanted him to say more, but I also wanted him to shut up and kiss me. But Luke pulled away suddenly, looking angry.
Forget it. You won't understand.
Had I almost kissed my best friend's boyfriend? What was wrong with me? It was a good thing we were moving out in a few days anyway. On our last day in the house, Mr. and Mrs. Durand held a farewell party for us. They invited all their friends, including Bella and her parents, and held a mini promotion of our little grocery store and even showed my videos on a big screen. Luke looked handsome in a suit, but I had to look away. I still felt guilty about the other night and confused by his hot and cold attitude. But suddenly, he was standing right in front of me.
Hey, wanna dance?
I shouldn't.
Why? Do you think you'll trip and fall?
No.
Then come on.
He whirled me onto the dance floor, and I felt like I was dancing on air. It was magical and thrilling. Then his lips came close, and all the voices in my head fell silent. But the music suddenly stopped.
Luke, what are you doing? Bella's parents are watching.
You should be dancing with her, not
the poor grocery girl.
Yes. Sophia can't bring you any connections or wealth. I'm sorry, dear, but we have to think of Luke's future, and that is with Bella. I was so shocked my mouth fell open. My parents were furious.
Is this how you feel about us? Why did you invite us to stay with you? Why throw us this party? Because they want to rub in your faces how rich they are now. They always envied you, and they didn't throw you this party. Bella and I did.
It was all Luke's idea. He's been planning this party for weeks. I just helped with the decorations. Suddenly, all the guests left saying they were disgusted, and Mr. and Mrs. Durand looked panicked. What's going on? I'm so confused.
Let me explain. When we were kids, I loved being your friend. You were awesome and brave, but my parents wanted to cash in on that friendship and started charging your parents for protection services. I hated it. We did it for you, son, so you could have everything rich kids had. I never wanted any of that. And even here in the city, you insisted I date rich girls so you can make connections with their parents. You two have always used me for your own gain, and I'm sick of it.
And look what it got you. You have luxury cars, you live in a mansion.
But I can't be with the girl I love.
I thought you two were in love. I'm a cheerleader and he's a jock. We had to date. It's like in the Bible or something. But we were never in love. And when I saw how much you two loved each other, you knew? Always. Why do you think I kept leaving you two alone when we hung out? You two are super cute together.
Can you ever forgive me for being such a jerk and not getting in touch sooner? I thought you hated me.
I did, but only because I missed you so much.
I'm never gonna leave you now.
Me either. Best friends?
The bestest.
And he kissed me, and it was everything I'd imagined. Hi, I'm Sasha. I live in Arizona with my parents and my brother Matt, who's a year older than me. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Dad was a business tycoon, and our lives were just perfect. That is, until one Christmas when I was 5 years old. Dad had invited the whole neighborhood for dinner, and the house was buzzing with excitement. We were all busy with the preps when suddenly Dad cried out,
"Matt, that tree's fallen! Catch it before it breaks my glass table!"
Matt ran to the tree and caught it just in time, but he couldn't hold it any longer than a few seconds. I dived forward and caught the tree, holding it up easily. But just then, Matt suddenly lost his balance and went crashing straight into the table, breaking it now. Oh my God, what a mess! Dad came running to push the tree back in place, and then he lifted me up on his shoulders.
"Oh, darling, you're a strong one, aren't you? That was amazing! And you, Matt, you're such a shaky old lady. Can't you watch your own freaking feet? You must be ashamed to be weaker than a little girl. Some older brother you are."
Matt turned red, burst into tears, and left the room. And from that day on, Dad kept singing praises about how strong and tough I was. And Matt just hated me. He built a huge Lego wall between our beds so he wouldn't even see me. Once, I broke the wall by accident, and he immediately shot me using his plastic toy gun. Its bullets hurt my butt so bad. I couldn't sit on it for 2 weeks. One day at school, I noticed Matt wasn't in the cafeteria for lunch, and I went looking for him when suddenly I spotted a crowd surrounding him outside the boys' restroom.
Are you gonna take all day, Maddie? It's so simple. Just use your tongue and lick the doors clean. I want to see my reflection in it when I come back. Come on.
Matt looked close to tears, and I felt so mad.
What do you think you're doing to my brother? Get away from him. Or you'll do what, little girl? I'll hit you so hard, it'll make your ancestors dizzy.
As the boys laughed, I punched one of them and sent him flying. He got up to his feet and ran away like a scared mouse, and the rest followed. I turned around to Matt, and suddenly he pushed me away.
Why'd you do that, you moron? Wow, is that your thank you, Matt? I just saved your butt. You just made everything worse. Now everyone in school will think I need my baby sister to fight for me. Isn't it bad enough that I live in your shadow at home, Daddy's little princess? Just stay away from me.
And he stormed off furiously. All I'd done was try to help him, but he just ignored me more than ever after that. On my 12th birthday, Dad surprised me with the latest PlayStation. The minute Matt saw it, he flung his plate of food at the wall and walked out of the room.
What the heck is wrong with that boy?
Dad, I think I know why he's mad. He's been asking you for a PlayStation for years, but you didn't get it for him.
And why should I? I got him Iron Man and Spider-Man figures on his birthday, and what did he learn from them? Nothing. He's just a weak, lazy couch potato staying locked up in his room. No, you deserve this. He doesn't.
I felt bad for Matt, but my birthday gift was something new and exciting for me. I placed it in my room, and after dinner, when I went back, it wasn't there. Just then, I saw Matt passing by my room with a wicked smile. I knew he'd done something. I ran out and jumped on him, knocking him down.
Where's my PlayStation, Matt? I know you took it from me. Give me back my gift.
I will, if you give me some answers. Why do you spoil everything for me? Why did you get what I asked for? And why's Dad crazy about you? I just can't sit and watch all this.
But it's not my fault, Matt. I didn't do anything to you. Now, where is my PlayStation? Boom! And he ran off and shut his door. Suddenly, we heard a loud explosion from the backyard. We all looked out the window, and it was my new PlayStation. Matt set fire to it? I cried my eyes out, and the next day, my parents got me another PlayStation and a cute kitty, who I named Kit Kat. I adored her, and I spent the whole summer playing video games. I was obsessed with this whole new world. I even discovered that by being a gamer on YouTube, you can earn big money. That was amazing. I started off with a simple game, and things were going better than I expected. And in no time, I started streaming my games on YouTube, and I was getting so popular in school. One evening as I sat down for a live stream, I saw a video had been posted a few hours earlier from my account. I clicked on it, and to my horror, there was a figure sitting at my desk in my hoodie with the face covered, speaking in a weird, shrill voice.
I just came online to confess that I'm a fraud. I made my brother play all these games for me because I'm just a dumb girl who could never be a good gamer. You all are pretty stupid for believing me. Now my brother has left me and I'm done. So go follow somebody else, you morons.
There were tons of hate comments under the video, and so many people had unfollowed me. Oh my God, I was gonna kill Matt. Matt, what's your freaking problem? Your stupid prank could ruin my career as a gamer. My followers are hating me now.
Well, yeah, it's time for you to know what hate really feels like. And it's just a reminder, girls can't be gamers.
Oh, really, Matt? Well, you are so mistaken. I'm gonna get into a big esports team and earn more than you can imagine real soon. So watch out, loser. I ran to my room and recorded a video explaining everything and posted it, hoping to get back my viewers. Later that night, when I went to the kitchen to get water, I saw the light was already on and I heard someone's voice. I peeked in to see Matt holding Kit Kat, talking to her lovingly.
You're so adorable. Who wouldn't love you? Everyone loves you, right?
Aw, was I just seeing Matt's sweet side? But suddenly, he put Kit Kat in a baking dish and opened the oven door.
And that's why I hate you. Your time is up, stupid Kit Kat.
Oh my God! Before he could push her inside, I leapt forward and attacked him, and we went flying into a rack of dishes. Everything came crashing to the ground, and my parents came running at the noise. Mom, Dad, Matt has lost it. He nearly baked poor Kit Kat.
I always knew something was off about this boy. You better behave or I'll send you to an asylum.
Matt left the room quietly, and I just knew this wasn't the end of it. The next night, when I was fast asleep, someone pulled me off the bed from my legs. I opened my eyes in horror to see Matt standing near me with a knife in his hand. OMG, I thought he wanted to kill me. I shouted and hid under my bed, but then, all of a sudden, he started screeching a plate with it. Ow! It hurts my teeth. Stop it, Matt. Are you crazy? I'm trying to sleep here.
No one sleeps when I'm awake, especially you. I'm gonna play this till morning, every night, even if you send me to an asylum.
I screamed and managed to run out of my room, locking it from the outside. Matt kept beating the door with his chairs, almost breaking it. My parents arrived on the scene too, and they were horrified. That's when it struck me. My system, my camera. Oh no, he was gonna wreck everything. I asked my parents to open the door, and the moment they did, he ran out of the house like a maniac. Gosh, he didn't come back all night, and we were all so worried about him. The next day I went to school alone, and when I got back, there was a note stuck on the door from my parents. Sasha, we've left for Chicago. Grandma had a terrible accident. Tell us when your brother returns. We will be back tomorrow. What the what? So they'd left me alone? Oh no. How was I gonna deal with Matt if he came back? You're strong, Sasha. Why should you be afraid of him? And it's just a day. You'll be fine. The whole day went by, and Matt didn't come at all. The next morning, I heard someone at the front door. I opened it to see a courier person. It was a special post addressed to me. When I opened the envelope, I saw the names of other gamers like Sniper Wolf and Gloom. The best part? I was invited for a gaming marathon where Sniper Wolf and other famous gamers would be joining. OMG, I could get all my viewers back. I was dancing around in excitement when I suddenly turned around and shrieked. Matt was standing inches away from me, looking down with an evil grin. When did you come?
Who said I ever left?
And with that, he grabbed the letter out of my hand and ran into the kitchen. And then he switched on the stove. Matt, no, please, don't do that. That is very important.
Yes, everything about you is always important. And who am I? Just worthless garbage?
As he was looking at me and talking, his long sleeve caught on fire. As he screamed and waved his arm around like crazy, I leapt forward with a jug of water and threw it at him. The fire was put out and he was okay.
Oh my God. Thanks. No, don't smile at me. You just saved me from the fire, and I'm thankful for that, but I still hate you.
And he just walked away. Mom and Dad arrived later that night and were shocked to see Matt so quiet in his room. Weeks passed and still, Matt never talked to me. But at least he didn't do anything to hurt me either. A few days later, our school was celebrating World Children's Day, and the chief guest was talking about how we were all lucky to have the love of families, unlike many children. Just then, Matt got up and shouted at the top of his voice,
"Lucky? I wish I was an orphan. Families don't give love or happiness. All my life, they've given me only disappointment and tears. Families suck, and you suck for giving this stupid speech."
The teachers immediately dragged him out of the auditorium, but I couldn't help thinking about his words. Matt wished he was an orphan? I suddenly felt like the most terrible sister. We'd all ignored Matt's cries for help and attention too long. Later that evening, I went to my parents to talk to them about Matt's outburst. Mom started to cry, but Dad, he got really mad.
That stupid boy said we made him miserable? What does he want, huh? He has everything. He lives under my roof and eats 10 times a day. He's just a spoiled, whiny, weak little...
Dad, stop it. Do you think that's all he needs? A place to stay and food? You've never given him love or respect. All you've done is make him hate me and hate himself. You've made him this crazy, Dad, and you should apologize to him. and we should get him to therapy.
I'm doing nothing of the sort, and therapy is for the weak.
Suddenly, Mom rose up from her seat. That's enough. I kept telling you all those years to be kinder to Matt, but you didn't listen then, and you're being a jerk now. If you can't own up to your mistakes, you're the one who's weak and stupid. You want to pamper that little baby? Go ahead. I'm leaving. Suddenly, Matt barged in.
You can leave, Dad. That would make me happy. You've ruined my life, and I won't let you do that anymore. I want to change. I know I'm a good person, and I want to say that I'm sorry for all the hurt I caused Sasha and Mom. I'm really sorry, and I just want to fix everything.
Mom and I hugged Matt and said sorry to him for all the hurt we'd caused him as a family. I'm so proud of you, Matt. Asking for help and deciding to make a change needs a lot of courage. I love you.
I love you too.
When I got home from school one day, I heard loud laughter and glasses clinking from the lounge. I got out of sight quickly before anyone spotted me. Ugh, it was Mom and her friends. They always sounded like a group of hyenas when they got together. I heard one of her friends say, "But seriously, you're so beautiful. Can't believe your daughter is that ugly." Mom laughed, and so did everyone else. In case you haven't guessed already, I don't like my mom. In fact, I hate her. She really seems like such an airhead. She enjoys nothing except gossip and shopping. And I hate the way she dresses. Once she came to school and I wanted to die of embarrassment. She was wearing the tightest, shocking pink dress and had a ton of makeup on. And she was strutting down the street like she was a runway model. The boys in my class were staring and grinning at her. It was so gross. To make it worse, I heard one of them say, "Wow, now we know where Ella gets her looks from. I should ask her out already." Yeah, great. Except they weren't talking about me. My name is Mallory. My sister, Ella, who's a couple of years younger than me, is one of the most popular girls in school. People are so shocked when they find out we're related. She looks just like Mom and acts just like her too. I told Dad about how Mom had turned up at school and how I hated the way she acted. He sighed and said she didn't used to be this way before, but she changed completely after her sister left. I didn't even know she had a sister, but her ditziness wasn't why I really hated her. I still couldn't forget that night when I had woken up in the middle of the night feeling really thirsty. I was on my way to the kitchen to grab some water when I heard Mom's loud sobbing and Dad's voice coming from their bedroom. What's going on? I wondered. I crept up to their room and peered in through the slightly open door. Dad was sitting on the bed, his head in his hands, and Mom was kneeling next to him, crying and begging him to forgive her. "How could you do this, Melissa?" Dad said, his voice full of despair. "And with my best friend, you ruined everything. Please don't say that." Mom sobbed even louder. "Please say you'll forgive me. It was a terrible mistake." I couldn't listen to any more of this. My head and heart felt like they were going to burst. Mom had been cheating on Dad with Jack? God, I had never liked that scumbag. Dad packed his bags the next morning and left. He kissed me on the cheek and said he was going away on a business trip. He looked so heartbroken. I knew he wasn't going on any trip. He was moving out. I couldn't even say anything. I just choked back my tears and nodded. I couldn't stand to be around Mom. I could hear her crying in her room, and I just wanted to smash something in her face. It was all her fault Dad had left, and he might never come back. Just then, the door opened, and it was Dad. Oh, thank God. Clearly, he had decided to forgive Mom and give their marriage another chance. I was so relieved to see him, but I just couldn't look at Mom in the same way ever again. I had no respect for her. The secret had been eating me up inside. I hadn't told anyone except my best friend. If I told Ella, she probably wouldn't even have believed me. She was Mommy's little puppy dog. I could hear Mom calling me down for dinner. At the table, she asked me how school was, and I pretended I hadn't even heard her. I turned to Dad and started talking about an upcoming sports event at school. When I took the first bite of the meatloaf Mom had cooked, I made a disgusted face and pushed my plate away. Yuck. That tastes awful. I'm just going to make myself a peanut butter sandwich. Again, I said. I could see the hurt look on her face, but I didn't care. I wanted to hurt her. "Mallory, it tastes just fine," Dad said sternly. "Just sit down and finish your food." "No!" I screamed, getting up from my chair. "Her food is terrible. I'd rather go hungry." And with that, I ran upstairs to my room. Before I slammed the door shut, I heard Ella talking in her sickly sweet voice. "Mommy, the meatloaf is delicious. Mallory is just going through a phase. Probably boy troubles." And then I heard them both giggle. I felt so pissed off. Gosh, could she ever stop sucking up? A couple of hours later, my stomach was growling so loudly, I was pretty sure the neighbors could hear it. I snuck into the kitchen and took a look in the fridge. Sadly, they finished the meatloaf. Ugh, I really would have to eat that peanut butter sandwich now. I was sneaking back upstairs when I heard my parents' low voices in the lounge. And I heard my name. Mom was telling Dad that she just had about enough of my behavior. Dad said he'd talk to me later, but it was probably just me acting out as a teenager. A couple of days later, I woke up to some shouting. Too early to hear your screeching, Mom. Her voice was like nails on a chalkboard. I walked downstairs to find Mom waving something in Dad's face. I just want to know how these got in your car. Who do they belong to? She shrieked. Dad stood there silently, which seemed to make her even angrier. She threw whatever was in her hands to the floor. It was a pair of earrings, and I recognized them immediately. They were mine. I rushed over and picked them up. I felt so furious. How dare she accuse Dad of cheating? I turned to her, not bothering to hide my hatred for her one bit. Mom, you're such a stupid psycho! I shouted at her. They're my earrings! I probably forgot them in Dad's car. You have no right to talk to Dad like that. I don't even know how he puts up with you. No wonder your sister left you. Mom looked completely shocked for a minute, and then she burst into tears. Just then, Ella came running to Mom's side, and she glared at me and started screaming. Don't talk to Mom like that, you dumb cow! Seriously, what is wrong with you? Ella said. It was Dad's turn to be furious, also at me. Mallory, that's it! You are grounded for a week! Go up to your room, now! Dad said. I ran up the stairs, tears pouring down my cheeks. Thanks to Mom's drama, I was now grounded. Mom gave me the cold shoulder, and I was more than happy to not talk to her. On Sunday, I heard my family leave for church service, and I let out a big whoop. Great. Finally, I could go watch some TV in the lounge. I ran downstairs joyfully, grabbed lots of snacks, and settled down on the couch when I heard something from the basement, where Dad had set up his home office. I froze for a second. No one was supposed to be home. I tiptoed down the stairs, and as I got closer to the door, I heard Dad's voice. Phew! Relief flooded over me. I was about to go back to my spot on the couch when I heard a woman's laughter. Feeling really curious, I turned back around and peered in through the door. Dad was having a video call with someone on his phone. Emily, we have to be really careful. I have to make sure my wife doesn't suspect a thing, Dad said. I tiptoed back upstairs, feeling a bit sick. Suddenly, I lost my appetite for snacks and TV. Dad couldn't be, could he? Well, even if he was cheating, I couldn't really blame him for trying to find love somewhere else. Mom wasn't exactly wife of the year material. Later at lunch, Mom walked into the room with a bouquet of flowers and a wrapped present, which she placed in front of Dad. She kissed him on the cheek and said, Happy 15th anniversary, darling. Why thank you, Melissa. Dad looked completely surprised and flustered. He started apologizing and saying it had slipped his mind. Mom said it was totally okay, but I could tell that she was really trying hard to not look hurt. Ella squeezed her hand and gave her a sympathetic look. What a goody two-shoes. It made me feel sick. I was tired of being in the house around the two of them. I was dying to go to my best friend's house and vent. I walked downstairs to grab something from the kitchen when I saw Mom in the lounge, all by herself. She was curled up on the sofa and sobbing like a big baby. What now? Geez, Mom, your favorite soap actor died? I said sarcastically. She looked so dumb with all that mascara running down her face, but her sad face turned to a furious one in seconds. She jumped up from the couch and glared at me with bloodshot eyes. She was a small woman, but it scared me. I've had enough of your nonsense. I'm going to throw you out of my house, and your good-for-nothing cheating dad, too, Mom yelled. You're a paranoid freak. Dad would never cheat on you, I managed to scream back. Ella had heard our screaming and come running. To Mommy Dearest's defense, I'm sure. Oh, really? Well, take a look at this. And of all the people, Anna sent it to me. She'll make sure I'm a laughingstock. And with that, she thrust her phone screen in my face. I could tell in an instant that it was Dad, in what seemed to be a really fancy restaurant. Sitting next to him was a beautiful blonde woman dressed in red. They seemed to be having a good laugh. I fell silent for a few seconds, trying to take it all in. Could this be... what was her name? Emily? I just looked at her coldly and said, So what if he is cheating on you? You deserve it! You cheated on him first! Mom stood frozen on the spot, her eyes wide, her mouth slightly open. Ella looked equally stupid. Aha! I know you cheated on Dad with Jack, and I will always hate you for it! I was shaking now. Mom sank to the couch. After what seemed like ages, she looked at me and said, Oh, Mallory, you've got it all wrong. She then explained that she had made a bad investment decision with Jack behind Dad's back. Jack had turned out to be a con man and had run away with all their money. It was a huge blow. Wait, she expected me to believe her nonsense now? Really? No. My dad was better than her, and we all knew that. Ella had the phone in her hands now, and she was staring at the picture. Finally, she said angrily, "How could he do this to you, Mom?" I looked at them and said, "No, he isn't a cheater, you idiot. Dad is innocent, and we can ask him together." Mom was hurt and said he wouldn't confess. Then I said, "You know what? I'm going to spy on him just to prove you wrong." So here I was the next day, a couple of blocks away from Dad's office, hiding out in Mom's car. She'd made me skip school and sent me off in her car. Half the day had gone by with nothing happening. I'd almost dozed off when I saw Dad walk out of the building. A shiny black car had driven up outside the main entrance. A leggy blonde in high heels stepped out of it. My dad kissed her on the cheek, and then he got into the car with her, and they drove off. I frantically revved up my engine and started following them. Where were they going? I wondered. We had been on the road for 2 hours now. We left town and were on an empty road between a stretch of fields. Just a few moments later, the car turned left onto a smaller road, leading up to a huge mansion. I parked my car at a distance and walked up to it on foot. I quietly slipped in through the main door. I walked down the large hallway and heard Dad and that Emily talking in another room. Suddenly, I could hear her clicking heels getting louder, and in panic, I ducked behind the huge plotted plant near me. "Wow, this really is a beautiful place, Em," Dad said. "And it'll all be yours soon." "Yes, thanks to you," she said, looking at him with a huge smile. "As soon as you can get that wife of yours to sign the papers." Her evil laugh echoing through the hallway made my blood run cold. And what was worse, Dad joined her. That wasn't the worst of it. They started going up the stairs, and suddenly Emily lost her balance. Dad was quick to catch her. "Oh my God, Em, are you okay? You really shouldn't be wearing such high heels," Dad said. "Oh goodness, yes, I'm fine. You're right, I should be more careful. What with the baby on the way?" She smiled shyly up at Dad, who smiled back, and they went upstairs. My legs shaking, I bolted towards the door and ran to my car. I'd heard enough. Dad wasn't just replacing Mom, he was about to replace me with a shiny new baby. I felt so heartbroken. I drove back home like a mad person, rushed out of the car, and called out to Mom. There was no reply. I ran up the stairs and looked in every room, and I couldn't find her anywhere. I had her car. Where could she have gone? Suddenly, I noticed a large note stuck on the fridge. "Hey Mel, your dad sent a card for me to take somewhere secret. I have to go see what this is all about. Maybe I'll get some answers. Don't wait for me for dinner. I've taken Ella with me." Oh, no! I frantically tried to call Mom, but there was no answer. This was so bad. And there I was on the road again, driving another 2 hours like a crazy person to some unknown location. I knew exactly where that was. I parked my car at the gate and rushed to the mansion. Emily's car was still there, and Mom and Ella must have been inside because another car was parked outside. I ran in through the main door and looked in all the rooms downstairs. Nothing. I ran upstairs and heard voices from one of the bedrooms. I peered in and saw all 4 of them in there. Mom and Emily were crying. "I still don't understand why you suddenly left," Mom wept. "You just broke my heart, Em." "Oh, Mal, you know how hard it was with Mom and Dad. I couldn't live that life anymore, and I didn't even find out till much later about their accident, which is why I never came to the funeral. Just please forgive me. I will make it up to you," Emily sobbed. I stood there in shock. So this was the long-lost sister. My sister was there, crying like an idiot. Then Mom hugged Dad and thanked him for reuniting them. And behind her back, he mouthed, "I love you, babe." Then he winked at Emily, who also mouthed, "I love you too, babe." I looked at my sister, who had just witnessed this. We exchanged worried looks. Then Mom said, "We are all going to have so much fun together." Oh, poor Mom. For the first time in years, I felt sorry for her.
Hi, I'm Mariam from London. Please like and subscribe. I lived with my parents and my grandma on my dad's side. Grandma was a millionaire, so we lived in a mansion with a pool and even a tennis court. But Grandma was also the meanest lady on the planet, except to me. When Mom made dinner, everything tasted wrong. I've never eaten rice this overcooked. I might as well eat bleach for dinner. But one time, I made Grandma a mustard sandwich, and she was blown away. Look at you, already cooking at 10 years old. My granddaughter is the smartest girl on the planet. Grandma also showered me with expensive gifts, constantly. One time, I helped Dad clean the floors, and Grandma bought me a TV for my room. Look at you doing your chores. This is what you get for being an angel, darling. Grandma scolded Mom and Dad for not spoiling me the way she did. Mariam had a fever yesterday. You two cheapskates couldn't hire a singer or a boy band to entertain her. Even though she was a jerk to everyone around her, I loved being Grandma's little gem. Whenever my parents got mad at me, I had my grandma to hide behind. What is this D on your biology test, Mariam?
Grandma, Mom's yelling at me.
How dare you put that kind of pressure on Mariam? Sweetie, you don't have to study if you don't want to. My parents really wanted me to become a doctor when I grew up. They would get me all sorts of medical toys, but all I was ever interested in was paints, clays, and brushes. I often imagined myself as a famous painter and pretended to take a veil off a painting I made. Everyone would tell me I was the next Picasso, and I'd say, "Oh, you're all too kind." One day in 9th grade, I decided to sign up for a painting class, but my dumb parents said I had to take chemistry. It's time you start taking school seriously, young lady. We've had enough of your art nonsense. That was it. I opened my mouth and started to scream. My voice should have shattered the windows. Mom and Dad covered their ears. What is the matter with you? Are you a toddler?
I think I lost my hearing.
Grandma, they're being so mean to me. I don't want to take biology. I want to paint.
You two should be ashamed of yourselves. Mariam is obviously an art prodigy and should be painting as much as she wants. We'll compromise then. You will take biology class, but we'll hire a tutor to give you private art lessons.
Really?
Oh, thank you so much. I knew I was being a little bratty, but if I could take private art lessons, so be it. My art tutor turned out to be a girl from my school. Her name was Layla, and she was in the 11th grade. And I didn't mind having her for my art tutor at all. She was one of the most popular girls in school and looked like a supermodel. I'd always heard about her, but I never got to talk to her before. I'm gonna help you become one of the greatest painters. Soon, you won't even need to go to school anymore. I sure hope you're right. I didn't know you were an artist, Layla. No one ever said anything. Nobody really knows me at all, really. I think I'm only popular because of how I look, but I don't have any real friends. Layla and I spent an hour painting and talking, and Layla was right. She wasn't like most popular girls at all. In fact, she was a little weird. One time, I decided to paint my entire face green just to see what it would look like. All right then, so I guess we're done for today? Actually, I wanted to ask you something. My parents are on vacation for like 6 months, so I'm all alone in my house. Can I stay at your place? I'll help out around the house and give you triple the art lessons. Triple the art lessons? I was gonna make sure Layla could live with us. Oh, for sure. I just gotta talk to my grandma. But my parents happened to be in the same room as Grandma, and they wouldn't have it. Some stranger living in our home? Are you crazy? Might as well invite a robber to live with us. You guys are so unfair. She said she's gonna give me triple the art lessons. Grandma, tell my parents to stop being jerks. Miriam's right. You two are heartless people. Not letting a friend of Miriam's into our home. Not letting her follow her dreams. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I knew then Layla was gonna stay with us for as long as I wanted her to. But as time passed, I didn't just do art with Layla. I also talked to her for hours. Miriam, how come your grandma's such a bully? She's a bully to everyone, but not to me. Don't you worry one day she'll bully you too? No, Grandma loves me. You know, you're kind of naive, Miriam. Sort of like a kid. I am not. No, it's a good thing. I wish I was more like that. Layla said the most confusing things, but I loved every moment I spent with her. Even at school, being with Layla was an adventure. She would do the weirdest things. Miriam, come with us to the boys' bathroom. We're gonna tape anonymous love letters on the wall. Are you crazy? Why? Because it'll drive them crazy. When no one was looking, Layla leaned over to me and whispered, "Consider this your most important art lesson. How to win over the boy you love. But I don't like any boys. Or maybe boys don't like you. You're too... I don't know what the word is. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know. Boys just maybe aren't into you. Like I said, you're kinda young for your age." Layla taped her anonymous love letter to the wall and left me inside the boys' bathroom. I was mad after Layla said that. I even refused to talk to her after school. Come on, Miriam, don't be so sensitive. I didn't mean anything by it. You insulted me. Maybe you are just another mean, popular girl. I'm sorry, you're right. Sometimes I say stupid things. Sometimes... I think there's something wrong with me. What do you mean? Layla didn't answer. Instead, she took me to this gorgeous hiking trail to paint. I forgot all about our conversation. Layla, when will I be the world's best painter and be able to quit school? It doesn't work like that, silly. I was kidding when I said that. Maybe you'll never be a great painter. You don't think I'll ever be a great painter? I don't know, really. But did you know that you're the best student I ever had? Maybe you won't be a famous painter, but you'll be a famous something. Why was Layla always speaking in these weird riddles? And even though she was a mystery, I felt closer to Layla than I'd ever felt to anyone. Then, 10 months later, Grandma started picking on Layla one day. It was totally out of the blue at dinner time. "Dear, I assume your parents are successful painters?" No, ma'am. It's just me who likes to paint. My parents are doctors. But like I said, now they're on vacation. On vacation for almost a year? And you haven't displayed your paintings in galleries, started a business, and made something of yourself? Ma'am, I'm only 17. By the time I was 17, I was already starting my own startup. You're a freeloader is what you are. Grandma? Excuse me, but I think I'll go to my room now. I watched Layla get up from the table as her eyes filled with tears. Why was Grandma being so cruel all of a sudden? I was used to her bullying my parents, but Layla? I could barely stand it. I jumped up to follow Layla. Layla, wait! Don't take what Grandma said to heart. I told you, she can be mean sometimes. Your grandma's right, Miriam. I have to tell you something. What is it? I lied before. My parents aren't on a trip. The truth is, I'm homeless. After my parents died, I tried going to an orphanage, but they didn't take care of me, so I ran away and started stealing food and clothes. Then I got caught and got arrested. No foster parents want a girl with a criminal record. I've been living on the streets. So far, I've been able to keep it a secret at our school, but I'm worried one day they'll find out. Oh, Layla, I had no idea. Listen, if I tell Grandma about your situation, she'll understand. She always agrees with whatever I say, no matter what. But when I told Grandma Layla's story, her face turned white with anger. She looked like a statue. I want her out of my house, Miriam. I can't believe I ever agreed to let a filthy child criminal into my home. She leaves today, and I'm calling the police. Grandma, you can't do that. It wasn't her fault. I want her to stay here and teach me art. She's the bestest friend I've ever had. And for the first time ever, Grandma turned her anger on me. You don't know what you're saying, Miriam. You're just a silly child. Layla leaves my house today. Like it or not? Then something inside me burst. Grandma, I've had enough of your cruelty. You bully everyone around you, and I'm sick of it. You have no idea what Layla's gone through, and you have no idea what she means to me. Without waiting a split second, I ran back to my bedroom to find Layla, but she wasn't there. Where had she gone? All of a sudden, I saw Layla outside the window with a backpack. She was walking farther and farther away from our house. I dashed outside. Layla, where are you going? Layla just ignored me and kept walking. I ran up to her and grabbed her arm. Layla, please don't leave. You were right about Grandma. She is a bully, and I finally stood up to her. I don't care about what she wants. I care about you. Miriam, I think you better forget about me. It's for the best. What do you mean? I could never forget about you. You're not my family, Miriam. I don't have any family. Nobody loves me. I'm just your art teacher. That's all I ever was. Before I could say another word, Layla left. I tried chasing her. I never knew someone could run so fast. But after miles of sprinting, I collapsed on the ground and I burst into tears. I didn't get home until midnight. Grandma and my parents stood in the living room next to our giant, fancy fireplace. Grandma's eyes looked like they were on fire.
You spoiled, awful child, yelling at me and then vanishing out into the night? I should have you locked up in jail.
Okay, let's go easy.
She made a mistake. She's still your sweet Miriam, isn't she?
She was my sweet Miriam. That was before she became friends with a dirty homeless and spoke back to me. And if she keeps painting, she'll be a dirty homeless too.
I don't care what you say, Grandma. I am going to keep painting, even if I do end up poor.
Why don't you show me a few of your paintings then,
I will. I'm really good. In my room, I grabbed every painting of mine I could find. Grandma was going to see. Here, look at how many paintings I've done. And you know what? I'm proud of them.
Wow, honey, we didn't know you did that many.
They look beautiful.
Oh, darling, let me see.
Then suddenly, Grandma tossed my paintings into our giant fireplace.
No!
Mom, how could you?
I threw myself on the floor and cried harder than ever. My beautiful paintings were gone, and Layla was gone. That's it. That was the last straw.
We're moving out of your mansion. We're tired of your cruelty. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. You can't live without my fancy riches.
But the very next week, my parents and I packed up our stuff and moved into a new place. It was smaller, and it didn't have a tennis court. And I still couldn't stop thinking about Layla and where she could be. Then one day, I found a letter taped to my window. It was signed with Layla's name. Meet me at our hiking trail. I took the very next bus to our trail and tried calling Layla's name, but there was no answer. Then suddenly, who should I see but Grandma? Grandma, what on earth are you doing here? Darling, I wrote the note taped to your window. I was afraid you wouldn't come to meet me otherwise, and I remembered this was your favorite place to come with Layla. You mean Layla isn't here? I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to her. Sweetie, I'll do anything to help you find her. But first, I want to apologize for being so awful to you and burning your paintings. I love you, sweetheart. Grandma started to cry and came over to hug me. I've been a bully your whole life, to your parents and now to you. After I saw your face when I burned your paintings, I realized I wanted to change. I love you, Miriam. I love you too, Grandma, but it's gonna take me some time to forgive you. I understand. I don't expect you to ever forgive me, but know that I'm here. And my house is always open to you. And if you do ever find Layla again, you both can move back in with me. I'll adopt her. Grandma left at that moment, and I stood in the middle of the hiking trail. And then suddenly, I saw Layla sitting on top of a rock. Layla! But as soon as Layla saw me, she started to run up the hiking trail. I chased her as fast as I could, but she was just running and climbing higher. Please, wait up. Go away, Miriam. Layla, please, don't run away from me. I raced up the hiking trail and tried to catch up with Layla, but she was so far ahead of me, I couldn't even see her. Suddenly, I heard a loud cry from above. I looked up to see Layla stuck between two rocks. She looked like she was ready to fall. Please, someone help me. Layla, I'm here, hang on. I rushed to Layla as fast as I could and tried to pull her up, but she wouldn't budge. My hand is slipping. Do something. I grabbed Layla with all my might, and she was finally free. Layla and I fell on top of each other and started laughing. But suddenly, Layla looked at me. Miriam, you're all scratched up. It's fine, Layla. I don't care. What matters to me is that you're okay. I couldn't live without you. Really? I mean that much to you? Yes. You're the most amazing friend and teacher I've ever had. I used to be so bratty and babyish. I had my grandma to run my whole life. But you've changed me. Even though we're not related by blood, you are my family. Do you really mean that? Yes. Layla, I talked to my grandma. She apologized for everything. And she said if I ever found you, she'd adopt you. Oh, Miriam, that's the best news I've ever heard. We'll paint up here every day. I'll teach you everything. We will, even if we're never famous. I'll always keep painting with you. I love you, Layla. I love you too.
Hi, I'm Gwen from Louisiana. Please like and subscribe. I was born to one of the wealthiest families in New Orleans. My dad was a successful businessman and my mother was a pastry chef. But she stopped working when I was born to raise me. My parents threw fancy parties every weekend, and Mom wore the most beautiful dresses. Whenever they went out, people would stop to tell them what a gorgeous couple they were. I, on the other hand, was nothing like my parents. My hair was a mess, and I always had mud and grass stains on my clothes from chasing squirrels and playing in the dirt. On more than a few occasions, people mistook me for a boy, and the kids in school thought I was strange.
You want to meet my friend? His name is Charlie.
Ew, yuck!
You're such a creep.
Once in 8th grade, I was watching Mom get dressed for a party and I couldn't help asking, Mom, how come I'm not pretty like you? What? Of course you're pretty. No one has ever called me pretty except you and Dad. And you're my parents, so it doesn't even count. Are you sure I'm your daughter? Gwen, why would you say that? None of the kids at school like me very much, and I just don't see how I'm related to you two. Was I switched at birth? Am I adopted? You can tell me, I won't be upset. Mom pulled a beautiful gold locket from her jewelry box and put it around my neck. Inside that locket is a powerful secret. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires, you'll find your answer in there.
No way!
It's true. I want you to have it. But you have to promise to wear it all the time to keep it safe. I nodded and opened the locket. There was a mirror inside. I don't understand. What do you see?
My face, obviously.
Well, that's the secret. Mom, that's really lame. One day, I hope you'll see what I see when you look in that mirror. When I was in 10th grade, things took an awful turn. Mom got really sick and went into a coma, and Dad and I were devastated. Over time, Dad started making bad business decisions and lost most of our money. We moved into a tiny apartment, but Dad was still struggling to make ends meet. Most days, he was too sad to even get out of bed. One day, Dad forgot to make dinner, and as I looked around for some snacks, I found Mom's old recipe book in a drawer. I picked a recipe and made the most delicious meal ever. What's that smell? It's wonderful. Dad and I ate together, and he smiled for the first time in months. After that, I started cooking dinner regularly, and it made me feel closer to Mom. A few weeks later, someone pounded on our door one evening. It was our landlord demanding rent. Please, I just need more time. This is the last extension. If you fail to pay next month, I'll throw you out. I really wished I could do something to help. Suddenly, I remembered Mom's words and opened my locket. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires, you'll find the answer in there. I thought of all the recipes I'd been making recently from Mom's book and had an idea. I printed out a menu and went door to door in our apartment building with copies and tasting samples. And to my surprise, orders started pouring in the next day. Soon, I had to make so many lunch and dinner boxes to deliver that Dad started helping me. We were able to make our rent, and over a few months, we were supplying food to other apartment buildings too. We needed more space for our operations, so we soon moved into a small house. At the start of summer vacation, I was busy packing meals one day when I saw a moving truck pull up to the house next door, and a pretty girl my age stepped out of it. I thought I'd welcome her, so the next day I went over with a pie. But just as I was about to ring the doorbell, I heard people yelling inside and then a loud smash. I quickly turned to leave, and a few steps later, I tripped over someone's leg and fell over with my face in the pie. That was hilarious, and I really thought I wouldn't be able to laugh today. Why did you trip me up? Why were you snooping around my house? I just came to say hi, like a nice neighbor. I even baked you a pecan pie. Pecan? That's my favorite. Is there some part of the pie that didn't touch your face? Maybe this corner? That looks okay. I sat down beside the girl as she ate. Her name was Emily, and she told me the people screaming inside were her parents. I can't stand when they fight, which is all the time. They're so busy hating each other, they don't even notice me anymore. What are your parents like? Do they get along? Suddenly, I felt a lump in my throat, and I just couldn't bring myself to talk about Mom. Yeah, my parents are like best friends. They're perfect together. But it's just me and my dad right now. Mom's out of town for a few months. Emily and I quickly became friends, and we spent the whole summer together, watching movies, riding our bikes, and baking cookies in the kitchen. When high school started, I was glad that I had a friend for a change. But the very first day, I saw some cheerleaders talking to Emily by the lockers, and then she came skipping to me. Guess what? The cheerleading captain said I've got a great look, and she wants me to try out. Well, that Candace is a jerk. She's always calling me a weirdo just because I don't paint my face like a clown or act like a bimbo. I don't know. She was really nice to me. It was obvious Emily wanted to join cheerleading, and I didn't want to sound petty, so I didn't say any more. And soon enough, I felt she started changing. Sure, she still hung out with me, but she'd run off the second Candace called her. She even started changing the way she dressed, and I could swear she was trying to imitate Candace's nasal voice when she spoke. One day at lunch, Candace and her gang walked over to us and invited Emily to a party. I'd like to bring Gwen too, please. Hey, why are you begging for me? I'm not dying to go.
Sorry, Em. The party's kind of exclusive, but I've heard some rave reviews about your food, Gwen. Think you could cater for like 100 people this Sunday? I don't mind if you come as a waitress.
I'd be happy to take your order, but I won't be waiting on you.
You could have made yourself loads of tips, but suit yourself.
As much as I disliked her, I didn't want to turn away a big order. I worked hard all weekend and Dad dropped it off at her place. But the next morning, I was shocked to find the food inspection authorities at our door. It turned out that Candace had made a complaint because she got an allergic reaction from something she ate at the party. She told me she had nut allergies and I was very careful.
Well, clearly some contamination happened, and we'll be investigating further. For now, we're suspending your business license for the next 6 months.
I was so mad. And the next day when I saw her in school looking just fine, I felt even angrier. Candace, you have to withdraw your complaint. I'll give you your money back.
It's not about the money. You endangered my life. My parents take me very seriously, and they're not gonna back off. Sorry, there's nothing I can do.
You're such a witch. Emily, how can you be friends with someone like her?
Yes, Emily. Why don't you make a decision already? Who will it be? Me or her?
Emily stared at me blankly, then looked away. Candace smirked, and I stormed off. But later that afternoon, I found Emily waiting for me outside my house. Look, about what happened in school, let me explain. It's pretty clear to me, and I have no idea why you're here. I like being your friend, but I also like being a cheerleader. Why can't I have both? I can have those friends there, and we can always be friends outside school. If you can't be my friend at school, I don't want to be your friend at all. What's the matter with you? I just like being popular. I like being noticed and feeling seen. You don't know what it's like growing up in my house. Don't use that as an excuse. Everyone's going through something. It's not a good enough reason to be a jerk friend. You're one to talk with your picture-perfect parents. You wouldn't understand. Well, thanks to your friend, I might lose my business for good, so I have other things to worry about. Just go away, Emily. Fine, have it your way. And the next day, Emily was even worse. She actually joined Candace and her minions in making fun of me. That afternoon, I went down to a coffee shop that I knew was hiring. The owner was a kind man who was also impressed by my baking knowledge, and he immediately offered me the job. One evening, as I was at the cash counter, a cute boy with sunglasses walked in. He ordered some coffee and then dropped a $20 bill in the tip jar.
I've never seen you here before. What's your name?
Gwen.
Nice to meet you, Gwen. I can give you my autograph if you'd like.
Why would I want your autograph?
You don't know who I am?
Hey, buddy, I've got other customers, so if you don't mind getting out of the way, please.
No one has ever talked to me like that.
Well, maybe if someone had, you wouldn't act like the world revolves around you. Please, step aside now. Just then the boy pulled off his sunglasses, and everyone in the coffee shop lost their minds.
OMG, Damien, I love you. I'm your biggest fan.
Suddenly, a crowd of people rushed towards the boy. Then 2 huge bodyguards appeared out of nowhere and ushered him out the door. That night, I looked Damien up online and discovered that he was a pretty big movie star. I felt like an idiot. The next day, my boss called me in for a special shift at the coffee shop, and I found out that Damien had booked the place for a networking event and was inviting some big celebrities. I want you to make your mom's signature pastries that you had me try one day. I was only too happy to, and the guests couldn't stop raving about them. My boss introduced me as the baker, and I caught Damien smiling at me warmly. It kind of made my toes tingle. After the party was over, Damien asked me if he could drop me home.
I think we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Damien. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Damien and I talked and laughed the whole way home.
This was really fun. I feel like you really see me.
Of course I see you. I'm looking at you right now. Wait, I hope you're not telling me you're a ghost.
You're funny. I mean, most people just see my fame and stardom. They don't really bother to get to know the real me.
Who do you see when you look in here?
Not some famous star, just plain old Damien.
Well, I think plain old Damien is pretty cool. Damien came to see me at the coffee shop every time he was in town, and I had a growing crush on him. One night, Emily and her friends were at the coffee shop when Damien walked in. Is that?
No way!
Damien came up to me, ordered his usual, and then took a seat to wait for me to get off work. And suddenly, Emily and Candace were waving me over like lunatics. How can I help you?
Introduce us to Damien.
Come on, give him my number. You can do that for an old friend, right? I'm afraid I can't. I know Damien won't be interested in you. And why's that? Because you're as lame and fake as your jumbo eyelashes.
How dare you talk to me like that? I'll complain to management.
Go ahead. I only spoke the truth. Now, if you'll excuse me, I turned away, but just then Emily flung her chocolate shake at me. I missed it by an inch, and the shake made a huge mess on the floor. Then Emily charged towards me and slipped on it. She landed smack on her butt, and it was all over her clothes and hair. Everyone laughed as Emily struggled to get to her feet, and the loudest was Candace. One of her minions was even filming the whole thing. And by the next morning, the video was making its rounds at school, and Emily was a joke. She stopped talking to Candace and her gang, and after that, I'd always see her alone. I tried to reach out to her, but she was so mad that she refused to talk to me. And I found out one morning that she and her family had moved. She never even said goodbye. Damien and I started dating shortly after, and he even got help from his lawyer to have our license returned. The coffee shop owner wanted to invest in my business, and before I'd even graduated high school, we'd opened more branches and were supplying meals all over the city. Dad was managing it full-time and we were doing well. But the best day of my life was when I got a phone call from Dad saying Mom was awake after 3 long years. We hugged and cried for hours, and I was beyond happy to have her back. Her recovery was so miraculous that it was even all over the local news. Late one night, I was locking up one of our kitchen locations when I turned around to see Emily. Gwen, why didn't you ever tell me about your mom? I wanted to, Emily, and I thought I would eventually, but then we stopped being friends, and it was just painful to talk about. Like, saying it out loud made it too real. I'm so sorry. I never knew what you were going through, and I'm sorry for how I treated you. I just wanted to be popular so bad, but I was never good enough, and you were my only real friend. I hope you can forgive me. Emily, you were always good enough. I'm sorry you didn't see that. What's your secret, Gwen? You seem to have an amazing life now. Beauty, success, happiness, whatever your heart desires. Inside this locket, you'll find the secret on how to achieve it. You want to know what it is? Yeah, absolutely. The secret is you. You just need to believe in yourself. I'm Delphina from New York. My story starts with the day my parents decided to send me away. But before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. My parents loved me a lot, but I missed them because they were always super busy at work. And I don't have any friends, not even the imaginary ones. At least I had my grandma, my Nona, and I would always ask Dad to visit her in Sicily, but he couldn't afford the tickets for us to go every year. So for my 7th birthday, he surprised me by finally deciding to send me to Nona's place with Mom. I was ecstatic, and it was an amazing place, as was my Nona. I had a lot of fun running around her farm and petting the animals. However, the best thing about Nona's farm was the nearby beach, because that's where I met Giulia.
Wow, that sandcastle looks great! Can I join you? Only if you promise to come for a swim with me afterward. But I don't know how to swim. I'll teach you.
Easy for her to say. Giulia swam like a fish, and I had never even set foot in a bathtub. Even as a baby, my parents washed me in the backyard with a bucket and a hose. Plus, I'm not good at trying new things.
Come on, the fish won't bite. There's fish?
I imagined a gigantic shark coming up from the depths of the sea, eating my butt in one single bite. But before I could chicken out, Giulia pushed me in. I flailed, terrified, but the water barely reached my waist.
See? I knew you could do it. Now take my hands and start kicking your feet. Ouch! Don't kick me. Kick the water.
Oops, I accidentally nailed her in the shin. Julia backed up a few feet before I tried again.
Yeah, just like that.
And that's how I got over my fear of trying new things. Julia was loud, sunny, and fearless, just like I wanted myself to be. That summer, we got into all kinds of trouble. We stole the fresh eggs from the chicken coop in the morning, raced after the postwoman, and made her lose all her letters. Julia was also really good at basketball, so we played until the sun went down and Nona called us home. We also invented a million new ice cream flavors, and because we needed so much milk, we had to milk Nona's cow.
Don't you think she's looking at me funny? She's a cow, and you're pulling on her udders. Of course she looks at you funny.
With Julia, I felt like I could do anything. So we milked the cow, made ice cream, and then ate so much of it that we gave ourselves stomach cramps. Might this be a lesson for the future? Excess of anything is bad, honey. But like all good things, it also ended in a blink of an eye. I was super sad to return home. I had made my first real friend, and now I had to leave her behind. I promised Julia that I would write to her every day, and I gave her a necklace made out of seashells that we had collected together.
Wow, this is beautiful. Thank you. I'll treasure it for sure.
When I got on the plane, I realized how much I had changed, and it was all thanks to Julia. Since I wasn't allowed a phone yet, and I had forgotten to get her email address, I would write Julia actual letters. Each summer, I promised I'd visit, but in the end, I never did. With time, the letters became shorter and shorter, and when I was 14, my life turned upside down when my parents divorced, and I had to move to a new house with my mom. Julia kept writing to me, but I was shattered, so I didn't feel like replying, and eventually, her letters stopped. Fortunately, my mom had made a lot of money with her novels and sent me to a new, super fancy school. However, I soon discovered that everyone here was obsessed with their looks. There was this one girl in particular, Olivia, who took an instant dislike to me.
Look at what she's wearing. Are your parents in the military?
Because it looks like you shop at Salvation Army. It was actually from a flea market, but her remarks were still mean. I wanted to return to my old school, but my mom had no patience with my complaints. I'll get you new clothes. What's the problem? There's nothing wrong with the clothes I already have. Other girls would be happy to have an excuse to go shopping. In the end, I found new clothes, and when I walked into school the next day, I could feel everyone looking at me with admiration. Maybe this new school wasn't so bad. But, of course, Olivia still found something wrong with me.
Is that a pimple, Delphina? Oh, here, take a mint. Your breath stinks.
No matter how hard I tried, every day she found something else to make fun of.
Look at her hair. Is it dandruff or lice? Ew.
And that was the last straw. I couldn't take her nastiness anymore. Let's see how your hair looks now. So I threw my glass of water right in her face. But Olivia dodged, and the water drenched my teacher. She went ballistic and didn't listen to me. Instead, she sent me to detention for a week with that wicked witch. After that, school was hard because Olivia wouldn't stop bugging me. One time, she literally bugged me. She spilled an ant farm on me. It was a whole thing. Somehow, I survived 2 years, and then my life took another turn. When Tristan joined my class in high school, the second I laid eyes on him, I felt my heart start to race and my stomach flip with anticipation. Or was that from the lunch in the school cafeteria? Either way, I didn't care. I had never seen anyone so handsome in my entire life. And under Olivia's stunned gaze, he walked straight up to me and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Tristan. Can I sit here? I kept staring at him. It was as if we had known each other for an eternity, just like in those romantic movies. Tristan didn't wait for a reply and just sat beside me, and he kept smiling at me. In class, at recess, at lunch. Well, in a matter of days, he became close to me and became the most popular guy in school. He always had the best brands and wore the latest fashion, and he was too good at sports, so he joined the basketball team as well. I was wondering, OMG, he joined it because of me. Well, the more Tristan paid attention to me, the more Olivia got jealous, and her pranks grew cruel. She would drop ketchup in my bag and cut my gym shoelaces. She even threw chewing gum in my hair. OMG, I'm sorry. I was spitting it out, and I don't know how it ended up in your hair. OMG, you're such a liar. Do you always spit your gum 5 feet across the room when you're spitting it out? This is insane. I was about to cry, but when I saw how worried Tristan was, I forgot everything, and he gently pulled it out by using the ice from the cafeteria, and I could see Olivia's face in dismay. The other day, the teacher called Olivia up to answer a question on the board when, as she struggled to stand up, her pants ripped apart. Turned out, someone had put glue on her chair. Surprisingly, no one felt bad for her. I guess that's what you call karma. Revenge. Finally, she knew how I felt every day. But who could have glued Olivia's chair? I looked around, and Tristan winked at me. Did you do this?
Yeah, it was about time that someone taught her a lesson.
No one had stood up for me in all that time, and it touched my heart. I discovered that Tristan was a lot of fun, almost as much fun as Julia. And whenever Olivia tried to be nasty to me, Tristan would retaliate with an even bigger prank. Soon, Tristan and I became inseparable. In particular, we enjoyed playing basketball together. Come on, is this all you've got?
Let's play another game and I'll show you.
We played one game and then another one until it started raining, but we still didn't want to stop. But then I slipped, and luckily, I landed on Tristan's strong arm. Our eyes met, and I felt a spark between us. Wow. He's really handsome, isn't he? I was living a dream. After a few days, it was my birthday, and I could hardly wait for him to surprise me. Or perhaps propose to me. I wasn't ready for a proposal, but I did have a David's bridal catalog, just in case. Yeah. You said something?
Me? No, nothing.
What?
Do you want to say something?
No, just focus on work. Jerk. I was so mad that he forgot to wish me a happy birthday. I couldn't even sleep. I kept tossing and turning. Just then, my phone rang, and it was him. I couldn't wait anymore, so I picked it up on a single ring.
Hi, come down, please.
What? I looked out, and Tristan was in front of my house. I got so excited that I tried to jump from the window, but then I realized I wasn't Rapunzel. But I didn't feel any less than a princess that day. My mom was away, so it was easy to sneak out of the house and go with Tristan. We drove to a quiet spot where you could see all of the sparkling lights of New York. He finally wished me happy birthday, and man, it was super romantic. The way he looked at me, perhaps he was thinking the same thing. He leaned in, and I closed my eyes, waiting for a kiss, but
I have something to tell you. I really like you, Delphina, but there are things about me you don't know, and I'm not sure I'm ready to tell you.
You have secrets?
I wasn't always the nice guy you know today.
What did he mean? What kind of dark secret could he have? I don't know if I can date someone who doesn't trust me.
That's okay, I understand, but I still need some time before I tell you.
After that, things between Tristan and me became different. I couldn't look at him without wondering what his big secret was, and my imagination was running wild. I still wanted to be his girlfriend, but I felt hurt that he couldn't trust me with a secret. What kind of couple would keep secrets from each other? The more I thought about it, the more it seemed strange that someone like Tristan could be interested in me. After all, when we met, I was the underdog, and he was the coolest guy in school. Maybe this was all a trick of some kind. My suspicions were confirmed one day when I went to basketball practice and I found Tristan and Olivia playing together. They were laughing and he was teaching her how to shoot three-pointers, which was my specialty. And when I saw them close together, I couldn't stand and watch it. I stormed onto the court and slapped him. How dare you? You played with me.
What?
I thought you didn't like her, but it looks like I was wrong. Everything you told me is a lie. Suddenly, Tristan looked super guilty, and I knew I was right. I ran away.
Wait, she told me this was your idea, that you wanted to make peace with her and forget the past.
I didn't believe him. When I got home, I was crying on my bed. I cried so much that I was suddenly sitting in the middle of a small pool, and I slid onto the floor. And there I noticed an old shoebox under my bed. I pulled it out, dusted it off, opened it, and Julia's letters. I had almost forgotten about them. I started reading them, and it reminded me how happy I had been that summer. Julia would have never betrayed me as Tristan had. And since I'm rich now, I bought a ticket to Italy to see my Nona again. And maybe Julia.
What happened to you, dear? How about school?
It's only for a few days. Can I stay, please? Nona could never say no to me, so I spent the next few days wandering around the places of my childhood. There was so much that reminded me of Giulia, but when I went to see her house, I found it locked. It looked abandoned. I asked around the village, but even if they did remember Giulia, no one knew where she went. Also, one of my teammates texted, confirming that Olivia had really told Tristan that teaching her basketball was my idea. That sneaky witch! Of course she did! I went back to school, ready to apologize, but Tristan ignored me. He wasn't completely wrong. I slapped him, left him, and didn't trust him. Of course, he was angry with me and avoiding me, but I decided to get his attention anyway. I came to school dressed up all fancy, but everyone laughed at me. Then I tried to cook him a fishy surprise and put it in his locker, but it smelled so bad after a few hours that everyone gave him the stink eye. I even tried to dance for him at the basketball game, but I accidentally kicked Tristan as I jumped. But thanks to Olivia, she threw a banana peel on the floor, which made me slip. I was sure I would fall, but Tristan caught me midair.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I know you'd never team up with Olivia.
You know I don't like her.
So, can you tell me your secret now? Tristan looked at me, and he took a big breath. His face got all serious.
Come with me.
Where did he want to take me? But we went to the lockers, and thankfully, the fishy smell was gone. The corridor was deserted because everyone was still at the game. He opened his locker and took out a necklace. It was made of seashells, and I immediately recognized it. I made that necklace, but I gave it to Julia. How is he Julia's brother? He must have some connection with her. He was looking at me with a broad, hopeful grin, and suddenly, I remembered where I had seen that smile before. You're
Julia, but it's Tristan now.
Now that I knew the truth, I was shocked that I hadn't seen it before. That's why Tristan felt so familiar. We had met before. So, this is your big secret?
I was hoping you'd recognize me, but you never did.
You never gave me any clue.
I'm the one who taught you to play basketball.
I walked closer to look at Tristan and compared him to Julia. Well, this version of him felt right. I couldn't imagine a grown-up version of Julia that wasn't a boy. Is this why you never got in touch?
Yeah, I was afraid you would reject me, but I missed you too much, so I decided to risk it.
Is the fearless Tristan afraid? Tristan took my hands.
You really don't care that I was born a girl?
Julia was my first real friend, but you were my first love, and you are perfect just the way you are. Now kiss me. And so he did, and it was the best kiss in the world.
Hey, introducing the Harmonica bottle. Hydrate, play, and surprise your friends. Be the star of any party, exclusively on Amazon. Grab yours now and let the fun begin. Link below. You know those stories about karma? How people will do bad things and then horrible stuff happens to them as a result? Baloney. I don't believe it for a second. Why? Because I try my hardest to be a good person, and I'm still riddled with bad luck. Take one day my freshman year, for example. My alarm didn't go off, so I overslept and was late for school. As I pedaled frantically on my bike, my backpack unzipped itself and all my books and papers flew out. I had to stop and pick them up. When I had finally gathered up all my things, I tried to get back on my bike, but my skirt was stuck in the chain. I tried to wrench it loose and ended up ripping it. Ugh. I was closer to school than home at that point, so I decided to just change into my gym shorts when I arrived. I got on my bike and pedaled as hard as I could. I was so late. All of a sudden, I felt a bump and heard a popping noise. Then my back tire started to sink. No! Anything but this! I had run over a nail and got a flat tire. Dejectedly, I walked my bike all the way to school. I was more annoyed than angry at that point. When I finally arrived, I grabbed a tardy slip from the office, quickly changed into my shorts in the locker room, and went to my first period class, which I had almost missed entirely. Could this day get any worse? Evidently, it could. I had a big assignment due for second period. It was something I worked all weekend on. But when I went to grab it from my backpack, it was missing. I must have missed picking it up when my backpack exploded on the ride over. What did I do to deserve this? I felt like I might cry, but since that wouldn't help solve my problem and would only serve to embarrass me, I held back the tears. Instead, I went to my teacher and explained the problem.
I'm afraid I'll have to dock points for tardiness.
Yes, ma'am. I trudged back to my desk. The rest of class seemed to pass by in slow motion. I sighed in relief when it was finally over. As I headed back to my locker, I heard some girls whispering from behind me.
Wow, what a fashion statement. Think those shorts were on sale at Walmart? Do you think she'll be trying out for the next top model?
They giggled and walked by me. I felt my face getting red. I knew what a disaster my outfit was, but it was out of my control. A girl from my class, Becca, stopped by me and put a hand on my shoulder.
Hey, don't listen to them, Leah. Personally, I like the outfit you've got. It's pretty bold to pair red athletic shorts with a lime green blouse.
She winked at me to let me know she was joking. Thanks, but it wasn't intentional. My skirt got ripped on the bike ride to school.
Oh, why didn't you say so? I always have a sewing kit on hand. Give it to me and I'll have it back to you by lunch.
Thanks, Becca.
Don't mention it.
I have to admit, the good thing about having rotten luck is that you find out who the nicest people are. I smiled to myself and managed to make it to lunchtime. I didn't see Becca in the cafeteria, so I decided to grab a bite and save a spot for her. I passed through the lunch line and got a salad. As I was walking to an empty table, I slipped on a banana peel. I wasn't aware people could actually do that. I thought that was only in cartoons. I fell down, my food spilling all over my shirt. Great. Not only was I publicly humiliated, but even if I got my skirt back, my blouse was still ruined.
You okay?
Becca helped me up, and we sat down together.
Here's your skirt. I tried to fix it up as best as I could. The stitching on the rip is slightly visible, but I tried to hide it as much as possible.
I really appreciate it.
Not a problem. I needed something to do in study hall anyway.
I sighed. Becca looked at me in sympathy.
Tough day, huh?
I pointed to my ruined blouse. Well, at this point, it really couldn't get any worse. But this is just par for the course for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, I've always just had bad luck. You'd better watch out. It might be contagious.
Aw, you don't really believe that, do you?
I shrugged and put my head on the table. It was quiet for a while. Then Becca nudged my arm.
I saw you dropped your lunch. Would you like some of my food?
My stomach growled as a response. Becca and I locked eyes, and then started to giggle. We finished eating just as the bell rang. I was feeling a little better about life after that. Maybe this day was salvageable after all. The rest of the afternoon passed by without anything major happening. I did get hit in the face during dodgeball, but that wasn't necessarily bad luck. I just lack any coordination or athleticism. When school was over, I gathered up my things and was ready to head out. That was when I remembered that I'd have to walk my bike all the way back home. Oh well, at least the day was almost over. I trudged to the bike rack and fumbled with the lock. Suddenly, I heard a car honk behind me.
Leah, do you need a ride?
I do. You're a lifesaver.
Put your bike in the trunk and let's go then.
Man, am I lucky to have a friend like you. Becca laughed.
Well, I guess there's the answer to your question.
What?
You were afraid that you're cursed with bad luck, right? But you just said you're lucky to have me as a friend. So that proves that what you said isn't true.
I paused, thinking about my day. Hey, I guess you're right.
Of course I am. Now hurry up. Maybe we can get some ice cream before I drop you off.
I happily jumped into the passenger seat and off we drove. And that was how my best, worst day came to a close. And that was just one example of a typical day in my life. I found ways to be grateful, even when my days were ridiculous. You would think that incident would have been the worst of my misadventures, but no. When senior year finally came around, I was all set to graduate. But the day of the ceremony, my cap and gown got misplaced. I had to be the only one who walked up on stage without them. On top of that, one of my heels broke when I was walking down the stairs of the stage. Thankfully, I caught myself on the railing. Years of bad luck had prepared me for such occasions. When I got back to my seat, I looked down at my diploma. I bit back a curse as I realized they had spelled my name wrong. The whole ceremony had been a bust, but I was still looking forward to my graduation party afterwards. I had invited all of my friends, and my parents had ordered a bunch of food and set up games and a photo booth. I was really looking forward to it. It was supposed to be at the park, but then a thunderstorm came out of nowhere. We tried to salvage what we could and move the party inside to the local community hall, but we had to share the space with a group that was having a retirement party. That was when my dad got a phone call from the catering service we were using. They wouldn't be able to deliver our food due to the bad weather. I was so disappointed and couldn't hide my feelings. My mom tried to cheer me up. She set up a few games and tried to keep the party going. But soon, the storm knocked out the power, and we were sitting in the dark. I thought the day was ruined. But then, one of the guys from the retirement party found a bunch of candles. Our two groups joined together and played Mafia, told scary stories, and waited out the thunderstorm. I have to admit, it was kind of fun. Though my graduation day didn't turn out like I expected, I was bound and determined to view it in a positive light. I kept that feeling going right up until I left for college. No matter what, I was going to make those coming years the best of my life and shake off that nasty bad luck that had plagued my childhood. My dorm room was okay, just a little small, and I had a nice roommate. We didn't really see much of each other because our schedules were so different, but I didn't mind. I figured I'd make a bunch of friends in my classes and in the clubs I planned to join. I was about halfway through the first semester before my bad luck returned with a vengeance. It was a particularly cold day, and I decided to grab some coffee before my next class. There was a really long line, so I knew I'd be cutting it close, but I was so tired that I didn't care. When I finally got my drink, I rushed to class, but I wasn't paying attention to where I was going and tripped. I crashed into another person, spilling my drink all over the both of us. Thankfully, it wasn't piping hot, or we both might have gotten burned. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry.
No big deal. I wasn't fond of this shirt anyway.
I can pay for the dry cleaning bill.
I swear, it's fine. Are you okay?
Yeah, just embarrassed. I tried to walk around him so he wouldn't notice how red my face was, but when I took a step, my ankle throbbed in pain. I fell back, and the guy caught me.
Looks like you hurt your foot. Let me take a look. I'm studying to be a nurse.
I sat down on a nearby bench and let him inspect my ankle. I grew more and more anxious as I realized that I probably would have to skip my class. I hoped I wouldn't miss anything important.
It seems to be a light sprain. If you want, I can drive you to the nearest doctor.
He was so earnest and concerned that I momentarily forgot about how horribly my day was going. And for the first time, I noticed how cute this guy was. I think I'm just gonna get some ice for it. He unleashed his smile on me, and I felt my heart melt.
Okay, stay here, and I'll get some for you.
He did just that, and we ended up sitting next to each other and talking for the next half hour. So, what's your name?
Sammy.
Thank you for all your help today, Sammy. I'm Leah.
It was my pleasure. Honestly, it was nice to be able to use what I've learned to help someone.
He fidgeted for a bit, then gave me a nervous smile.
Would it be okay if I got your number?
Sure. If my ankle hadn't hurt so much, I would have jumped for joy. After a while, I was feeling better, so I decided to head back to my dorm for the rest of the day. Sammy instructed me to elevate my leg and promised to text me later and check up on me. I spent the evening giddily awaiting his text. And then, I realized something. Becca was right all those years ago. I wasn't cursed with bad luck. I was blessed by it. If all these things didn't happen to me, I never would have had the experiences I did or met the people I know. My phone chimed. It was a message from Sammy.
How are you feeling?
I hesitated, then texted him back. Pretty lucky. Hi, my name is Iris, and till I was 10 years old, I had a perfectly normal childhood with perfectly normal parents. Then one day, Mom suddenly decided to become religious, and she went completely insane. Suddenly, I wasn't allowed to read anything with the word magic in it, so I snuck Harry Potter books from the library and hid them under my pillows. But one day in the 6th grade, I came home to find Mom lighting up a fire, and to my horror, I saw my books on the ground. I told you I don't want you reading these devilish scripts. Come here and throw them in the fire. Are you crazy, Mom? I'm not burning them. Then I'll just have to save your soul. And with that, she shoved them all into the fire. I had to use all my saved up allowance to buy new ones for the library. But in the 7th grade, Mom went completely nuts. Dad had taken us for a party at his boss's house, and sometime later, I noticed that Mom wasn't in the room. I went looking for her and found her in the study, slashing a painting with a paper cutter. Mom, what are you doing? This painting is evil. I can feel the devil's presence in it. It turned out that the evil painting was worth a fortune. Not only did Dad get fired, he also got sued. He said he couldn't stand Mom any longer and left for good. I was furious at Mom, but I couldn't be for too long because the next day she announced that she was pregnant. Dad was unreachable, so I was all she had now. And 8 months later, it was me calling 911 when she went into labor. At the hospital, Mom threw a huge tantrum because there were no female doctors available. There's no way a male doctor is touching me. I made a vow to God, get me a woman, or I'm keeping this baby inside. Just then, a handsome young doctor walked in and Mom screamed, "I'll take him!" She made me reapply her lipstick before I was shoved out of the room. Mom was acting weird. Mom gave birth to a baby girl and I fell in love with her instantly.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Yeah, he's an angel. Oh, you're talking about the baby. Well, she looks like a boiled potato. Mom got busy again with her church meetings, and I became Maddie's babysitter after school. But I adored her and didn't mind at all. One night, as I was tucking her into bed, Maddie said sleepily,
"Can you tell me a story of ghosts and witches on flying broomsticks?"
"Shh! Where did you learn about that, Maddie?"
"I saw a cartoon on TV. It was so funny. I wish I could fly. I love magic things."
And with that, she dozed off. But I was still thinking about what she'd said. I loved reading the Harry Potter books as a kid. Only a crazy person wouldn't. I sat down and started writing a story I'd had in my head since forever. On the first day of high school, a cute boy came and sat next to me during recess. "I'm Lori. Want to see something really cool?" And then he started wiggling his ears. For the next hour, he kept talking about how he gave ear-wiggling lessons on his YouTube channel, Learn Useless Talents. And just like that, I'd made a new friend. He started coming over to play video games when Mom was away. One time, she came back home earlier than I'd thought, and poor Lori had to hide for 2 hours before he could leave. Mom would have gone nuts if she'd found a boy at home. One evening, I had dinner plans with Lori, but I couldn't find a babysitter, so I took Maddie with me. As she sat in her high chair, she suddenly pointed to someone.
"Look, Mommy!"
I turned around to see a couple at a table, and I laughed. "That's not your mommy, silly."
"It's my mommy."
I turned again, and this time, I saw the woman's face clearly. What the heck? That leggy woman feeding some guys strawberries was Mom. "Oh, you know that guy with her? He's our chemistry teacher." After putting Maddie to bed that night, I waited up for Mom. She jumped out of her skin when she saw me. "Holy piece Why are you still up, Iris?" "Mom, take off your coat." "What? Why are you acting so weird?" "I said, take off your coat. Don't use that tone with me. The Lord hates rude children. Now go to bed. He also hates liars." And with that, I started pulling off her coat. She pushed me away and we landed in a heap on the ground. "You were on a date with my teacher. I saw you. So you just lie about going to church, neglect your kids, and go on dates instead? You're such a hypocrite, Mom. How dare you accuse me?" Just then, Maddie walked in and stared at us.
"Mommy, you look mad, like the evil witch from the book. Remember, Iris?"
The what? I was grounded for a week for reading such books again. But if Mom thought I was buying her lies, she was so wrong. I was going to catch her again, and this time, I was going to take pictures. 2 nights later, as I was scribbling away my story, I heard a sharp tap on my window. It was Lori, and I let him in. "It's been 2 days since I last saw you, and I was going crazy. Look what I got you." I nearly screamed when I saw his gift. It was a brain in a jar with a tag, "You've been on my mind." Lori, what are you saying? "I'm saying, I think I'm in love with you, Iris." And then he kissed me. "Lori, I thought we were just friends. I had no idea you felt this way." "Are you freaking kidding me? I hid for hours from your whack job mom. You brought your bratty sister on our date, and I didn't say anything. Why would I put up with your crazy family if I didn't love you?" "Because we're friends. I didn't even know that it was a date. And my sister isn't bratty. I think you should just leave now." But before he could, the door suddenly flew open and Mom barged in. She chased Lori out the window with a broom.
You shameless child. As soon as you graduate high school, I'm sending you to a convent to become a nun. Now take these beads and pray for forgiveness. I haven't done anything wrong, so no thank you. Please get out of my room, Mom. What a crazy night. I felt bad about the way I'd left things with Lori, so when I went back to school, I looked for him everywhere. I finally found him in the cafeteria with a girl in his lap. There was a group of kids around them, and they were all watching something on their phones. Hey, Lori, can we talk? No, you can't talk to him, witch. But he was just telling us that the woman in this video is your mom? I stared at the phone, horrified. It was a video of Mom and the chemistry teacher, and a woman was attacking them while screaming, "You stole my husband, and you're such a cheater!" Some students saw this crazy drama at the restaurant last night and recorded it. Gosh, it must be so embarrassing to have a mom like that. Yeah, look what your mom is up to, and you're not even allowed to have a boyfriend. I'm so happy I came to my senses. And now, I'm with my future wife. As the two started kissing loudly, I threw a glass of juice at their faces. You're only with this girl because I rejected you, loser. And I'm glad you're out of my life because you're a terrible friend. And with that, I stormed off. As if things weren't bad enough, the chemistry teacher burst into tears during class and went down on his knees.
Iris, can I please come live with you and your mom? My wife kicked me out and I'm homeless. I'll do all your homework, I promise.
Mom was ruining my life. When I went home that day to confront her, I found her in the study. You want to explain what happened at your date last night, Mom? She turned around looking half crazy. I'm your mother. I don't have to explain anything to you. But do you want to explain why you've been writing this nonsense under my roof? To my horror, I saw a pile of shredded paper on the table behind her. Mom, did you just shred my novel? I've been working on it for 2 years. I don't have another copy. I'm sending you to a Catholic boarding school. I wash my hands of you. Right back at you, Mom. God, you're crazy. I'll be happy to go far away from you. But there was no way I was going to some boarding school. I had to run away from there, and I was going to take Maddie with me. One evening when Mom wasn't home, I sneaked into her room and started searching the drawers for any money I could find. Suddenly, I came across a paper under her clothes, and when I read it, I was shook. It was Maddie's birth certificate, and the father's name was not my father's name. Oh my God, my dad wasn't Maddie's dad. I delayed my plans to run away and decided to look for Maddie's father. I searched for him online, and it turned out that he was some millionaire businessman. I made an appointment with his secretary, pretending to be a journalist who wanted to write an article on him. Maddie's dad welcomed me into his office, but his smile vanished when I dropped the truth bomb on him. I showed him Mom's picture and Maddie's birth certificate, and it looked like he was having a stroke.
This woman, your mom, she used to work for me as a secretary a long time ago, but she just disappeared. I had no idea she was married or that I had a kid.
He asked if he could meet Maddie, and I invited him to our house. When he came the next evening, his eyes teared up when he saw her. Maddie, this nice guy's your dad. Go say hello, sweetie. As she sat down next to him and gave her some gifts he'd brought, Mom walked in, and when she saw him, she turned paper white.
What are you doing here?
I found him, Mom. Maddie deserves to know her dad, and he deserved to know about her. But you don't care about anyone, do you? Maddie's dad got up.
You've kept her from me all this time, but now I want my daughter to come live with me. I wasn't a very rich man when we met, but I'm a millionaire now, and I can give her an amazing life.
A millionaire? Oh, darling, I'm single, and I'll be...
Just Maddie, please.
Mom agreed to let Maddie go with her dad, but for a monthly allowance. It was breaking my heart inside that Maddie would leave, but I was really happy for her. I bent down next to her. You'll go live with your dad now, but I'll come see you every week. No, you come with me. Maddie's dad was more than happy to have me too, and I was overjoyed. As we were leaving, I turned back to Mom. You haven't been a really good mom to either of us, but I want you to know I forgive you. Oh,
and a question before I leave. Is Dad my real dad? She looked straight into my eyes, and with a cold tone, she whispered, "No." I attacked her. "You psycho, crazy woman!" Maddie's dad pulled me away, and to him I said, "Just take me away." Now Maddie and I are living our best life. I've also started writing my zombie novel again, and I'm sure it's gonna be a bestseller one day. Hi, I'm Maria from Chile. Before I tell you my amazing story, please click like and subscribe. When I was 3 years old, I realized that the only smart person in my family was Mom. She was the only one who understood me. My dad and my older sister Elena seemed to be super dumb. One time, Mom had left an apple pie on the counter, and the smell was driving me crazy. I couldn't reach it, so I ran over to Dad and said, "Dad, bye."
Okay. Bye.
No, bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Me? Bye.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Idiot. Bye. Bye. See me waving my hand? Go away. Bye.
I burst into tears and threw his slipper at him. Luckily for me, Mom came in just then. "You want pie, honey? Come with me." Mom realized that I had some trouble with my speech because I mixed up sounds and words, but Dad was just really mean about it. He said that girls should be perfect, and if not, they should be boys. One day, Mom took me to this nice doctor she worked for as a maid. He offered to give me free speech sessions for some months, and after that, I couldn't stop talking in perfect sentences, which also annoyed my dad.
Girls are meant to be seen and not heard, so shut up.
Soon after I turned 5, Mom announced at dinner that she'd enrolled me in a school.
Are you crazy? I'm not wasting money on her school.
You don't even have a job. I've been saving money for Maria, and she is going. She couldn't even speak properly till forever. Wake up, Mom. She's stupid. But Mom completely ignored them, and I was off to school the next day. Of course, Dad and Elena became even bigger jerks. Once I told Dad he'd spelled his name wrong on a school form, and he yelled at me.
Oh, you think you're smarter than your dad now? And it's not a mistake. I was planning to change my name tomorrow.
Wow, that was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard. But to be honest, I didn't think I was smart. I didn't understand most of the stuff we were studying in school. Once in the 5th grade, the teacher asked me why I hadn't done my worksheet. "I'm sorry, miss. My mom made me a sandwich last night, and I needed a tissue, but we didn't have any, so I rolled the worksheet around it, and it was the best sandwich I ever had. Want me to bring you some?" The teacher looked at me like I was crazy. Everyone started laughing, and someone yelled,
"Gosh, she's dumb." "Yeah, thank God she's pretty."
Well, yes, thank God for that. Boys were always trying to flirt with me as I grew older, which didn't sit too well with some girls. Once in the 7th grade, I was blocked in the corridor by Elena and her mean best friend, Amanda.
"Listen, Maria, I'm sick of hearing my crush talking about how pretty you are, so I need you to go and tell him how dumb you are, okay?"
Yeah, just open your mouth and something stupid will come out for sure. That's what happens when you have an empty trash can instead of a brain. As the two laughed, I tried to push Amanda aside, but I swear I didn't remember I had a pencil in my hand, and she let out a very loud scream. The principal called my parents and let me off with a warning, but Dad lost it.
That's all she gets? I knew this school was for losers. This girl is insane and useless, and I'm putting her in a zoo.
The only person who's useless in our house is the one who sits and eats all day and hasn't earned a penny in 10 years.
Wait, are you talking about me? You suck. Good luck with your dumb daughter.
With that, Dad left us for good, and our lives became better. I wish he'd taken Elena too. I had a secret I really wanted to hide from her. You see, since I wasn't good at anything, I randomly signed up for the school's music club. But it turned out I was really good at singing. Now I was spending even less time studying and was learning songs instead. If Mom found that out, she would kill me. In the 8th grade, I was chosen to sing 3 songs on our cultural day, and I was so excited, I started singing.
Who run the world, girl?
I clapped my hands on my mouth. Why did I sound like a freaking man? I cleared my throat and started again.
Who run the world, girl?
And there it was, this deep, manly voice I'd never heard before. What was wrong with me? As everyone started laughing, I ran off the stage and went home in tears. I skipped school the next day, pretending to be sick. Later that evening, Elena came to my room with a food tray. Aw, poor Maria. Here, I got you some hot soup for your throat. Oh, thank you. Maybe it'll help you sound less like a man. You heard me? I wish. I wasn't there, but it's all anyone in the school can talk about. So what are you now, Maria or Mario? Shut up, Elena. Hey, watch it. Because if I tell Mom you've been spending all your time singing with other losers, she's gonna take you out of school. Now, where's that sweater of yours I really love? And with that, she picked it up and walked out. She was such a witch. The next morning when the bell rang, I opened the door to find my music teacher outside. I immediately pulled her into the coat closet to hide her from Mom. Miss, you have to go. My mom can't find out I've been singing. But my teacher insisted that my voice was special, and I had to come back to school to join a competition. She wouldn't leave till I said yes. When I went back to school, I was the butt of all the mean girl jokes. But suddenly, none of the boys wanted much to do with me either.
Hey, Mario, can you return that love poem I wrote for you? I want to give it to a real girl. I'm canceling our date, but you can come watch the game with me and the guys at boys' night.
As I sat down in the corner to eat alone, Elena and Amanda walked over to me.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be sitting alone.
Aw, we'll have lunch with you. And with that, Elena dumped a whole plate of spaghetti on my head. OMG, what is wrong with you two? Why do you hate me so much? Oh, you need a reason? I'll give you 100. Number 1, you are dumb, but pretty. And the other 99 are the same. You're even dumber than I am because all you want is the attention of some stupid boys. Well, they're all yours. Go marry them. Have their idiot babies. Whatever you do, just leave me alone. I stormed out of there angrily. I was walking down the hallway when I heard my favorite song from the music room. It was my teacher on the piano, and I started to sing along. And this time, it was just my usual voice. After that, I started training with my teacher for the competition, and she taught me how to tune both my voices to perfection. She was convinced I would win with my unique talent. But one day, when I was alone at home, I was practicing in my room when suddenly, Mom barged in.
Where's the boy?
What boy? Mom, the boy who was just singing that cheesy song to you, and you were singing it right back. Stop acting, Maria. I heard you both. I had no choice but to tell Mom about my singing and the dual voices. Just then, Elena came in and Mom was super mad at us both. I don't break my back cleaning people's toilets, so you can go and be a dumb singer, Maria. I'm going to take you out of school if you keep getting such bad grades. And you, Elena, you knew all along and you hid this from me? You're both grounded for a week. No matter how much we protested, Mom wouldn't hear another word. But there was no way I was missing that competition. A few days later, I sneaked out and my teacher drove me to the venue. To my delight, I won first prize and I was given a $1,000 check. And that was a lot of money in my country. Mom couldn't be mad at me now. But when I got home, I was in for a shock. There were 5 men in the lounge, twice as big as Mom.
This house isn't yours anymore. Your husband mortgaged this property long ago, and we're taking over now. Get out.
Before we knew it, all our things were out on the street, and so were we. We were homeless, all thanks to the worst dad on the planet. We camped out in a nearby park for the night. As we lay down to sleep on some benches, I went to Mom and took out the check from my pocket. Mom, I went to the competition and won first prize. You can take this to the bank tomorrow, and we can pay for a place to stay till we figure out something. Mom looked shocked, and then she hugged me tight. Oh, Maria, this will really help me right now, so thank you. Come, sing for me. I want to hear you. Just then, I heard some sweet flute music from the distance, and I started singing that song in my style.
Now that it's raining more than ever, know that we'll still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella.
You can stand under my umbrella. Ella, Ella, eh.
When I opened my eyes, Mom looked stunned. Suddenly, we spotted an old man running towards us, holding a flute in his hand.
Wow, you're such an amazing talent. I've never seen someone singing like that. Who are you? And why are you here?
I told him we'd suddenly become homeless, and he immediately offered us a place in his house. When we got there, our jaws dropped open. It looked like a millionaire's mansion. I went to sleep on the biggest, softest bed I could ever imagine. In the morning, we discovered that the old man was a millionaire who came from a family of musicians. And what he said next left me shook.
I own my own music production company, Maria, and I want to give you a record deal. You're going to take the world by storm, I'm telling you.
Of course, I had to take up the offer. As Mom and I jumped for joy, Elena suddenly hugged me so hard I could barely breathe. Oh, my beautiful, talented sister, I knew you were special from the day you were born. I had to make a huge effort not to punch her face. I instantly shot to fame with my debut single, and suddenly, I was the talk of the city. In a few months, I was able to afford our own place and move out of the kind man's mansion. I hired house help for Mom and decided to enroll Elena and myself in a better school. But Elena was super jealous, and she couldn't hide it anymore. I don't need your charity, you dumb witch. I hate you. Always have, always will. I have a boyfriend now, and I'm moving out to live with him. And just like that, she left. And well, I can't say I miss her. I have my huge fans around the world to make it up to me. I turned over in bed and reached for my phone.
Hello? Is this Stephanie?
Yes, do you have any idea what time it is?
Sorry, this is an emergency. See, your uncle has vanished and left you everything.
I hung up immediately. It was obviously a prank call. I didn't even have an uncle. I didn't have any family at all. Me being an orphan is why I was so surprised that a visitor asked for me at the orphanage the next day. I looked over at a tall butler with a stern face.
We need to talk about your inheritance, child.
I followed him into a limo parked outside to meet with a lawyer. And just like that, I went from a poor orphan to a billionaire. Is this an airport?
No, child. This is your new house.
House was a bit of an understatement. The manor had over 400 rooms. I had to use a GPS just to get around the place. Luckily, I wasn't alone. My 5 cousins, my uncle's children, were there to help me out. The food was actually the hardest thing to get used to. At my first meal with the whole family, I was so hungry. I finished an entire bowl of what I thought was soup. When I looked up, everyone stared at me with disgust and horror. Stephanie, that was the fancy food for my kitten. I ran to the bathroom, and when I came back, I heard them talking about me. That's the girl Daddy gave his inheritance to? She smells like a peasant. Must be nice. She's the one who pays the bills around here now. I nearly cried. I was so excited to have a family, but to them, I was just a cash cow. They weren't the only ones who treated me differently because of my new money. My phone was blowing up with texts from the orphanage asking if the rumors were true. Ever since people had seen me set foot in the limo, they were spamming me with favors asking for new TVs and video games. Not a single person bothered to ask me what had actually happened. In fact, there was only one person who seemed to care about me at all.
What's wrong, young mistress?
Why did my uncle do this to me?
He did it for you.
He didn't even know me. Miles led me up a dark corridor to a giant room with a huge canopy bed and a large portrait of a woman who looked just like me.
After your mother's disappearance, he couldn't bring himself to see you. You had a hard life. You having all this money is what he would have wanted.
Well, I was happy with my old life.
You never had to leave it, miss.
Just like that, I was on a train back to the orphanage. Despite all the Gucci jackets and Coach bags I now had at home, I decided to just be me. All the other orphans were waiting to greet me. Once I stepped out and they saw that I was wearing poor clothes, the crowd disappeared. Hey, where are you all going?
We thought you were rich.
I'd never felt so alone. I decided I would never trust anyone again and I'd keep my wealth a secret. Plus, I didn't want anyone to take advantage of me. So hiding my wealth was the best thing to do.
Are you sure you don't want to go to a private high school? I know of a great prep school in London.
No, thank you, Miles. I just want to be normal. Plus, I can visit you every week. Oh no, I'm late for school.
Oh no, you're not.
Okay, so getting dropped off at school on my first day in a helicopter wasn't the best way to hide my money. By second period, everyone was asking me questions. No one was more intrigued than Eric.
Those oil tycoon guys use that helicopter. How do you know them?
Oh, I'm actually the maid. Yeah, the maid.
Well, you must be a great maid for that kind of special treatment.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Wow, pretty and modest.
I blushed so hard. We had every class together and we hung out nearly every day. Turns out, my uncle and Eric's father were old buddies. One time, I even ran into him at the steps of the mansion.
Stephanie, what a surprise. They let the help use the front door?
Oh, yes, very kind. He pulled me in with a serious face.
Look, you know I like you, but if my father finds out, well, we need to keep us a secret.
He talked about how romantic it was for him to be dating a maid, just like in a love story. Honestly, he was kind of right. It was thrilling to run around and hide, and I was grateful enough that my family played along with my charade. But my secret wasn't going to stay quiet for long. One day, I heard a loud noise while I was sitting in class. I saw Miles with 2 bodyguards. Miles was screaming and calling my name. He said to the teacher that I needed to leave class now. I left feeling really embarrassed and everyone was staring at me. What are you doing?
Miss, we checked your calendar and it's about to be that time of the month. And we do believe you are ill-prepared.
What? Let go of me.
We just want to save you from embarrassment.
He handed me a small box and said,
Everything is under control now, ma'am.
What the? When I got back to the classroom, I panicked and told them it was maid work. Oh, it was just an emergency kidnapping drill we do. The time I met Eric for lunch, there were already some other rumors.
Steph, what happened? They say you stole a Da Vinci painting from the mansion. That's why you were arrested in class.
It was just a drill, and that painting isn't even that beautiful.
A drill for a maid?
Eric wasn't dumb, and that's why I decided to show him my mansion. So, at the front door, I said, Eric, there's something I need to tell you.
Anything, my love.
I leaned over and kissed him. We don't have to be a secret anymore. He pushed me away.
Yeah, and while I'm flattered you're obsessed with me, dating a maid isn't really good for my image.
He told me not to mistake my need for money and his desperation for a fling with love. What? Just then, Miles opened the door.
Oh, hello, mistress. Mistress?
The look of shock and surprise on Eric's face was crazy. Yeah, Eric, I don't think you understand. This place is mine. Consider us done. Miles slammed the door right in his shocked face. I was heartbroken and cried for hours. Little did I know, the worst was yet to come. Eric didn't take the rejection so well. Or at all, really.
Hey, babe.
Eric, we're done. Everyone was staring at us. I dragged Eric into the hallway for some privacy.
We should get back together. Or maybe everyone will find out the truth, rich girl.
My mouth dropped open in shock. Was he blackmailing me?
Look, I already told my dad we were dating, and he was thrilled. This is how rich people do their business. Now everyone is happy. I get the perfect wife, and you get the romance you were so desperate for yesterday.
Let me assure you, there was nothing romantic about us being together. I couldn't believe I agreed to it. How stupid. He made us hold hands in public and wear matching clothes. He made me get him an internship at my cousin's firm and everything. After all his criticizing and telling me to smile and not embarrass him, I found out he was dating one of the other girls at school. She texted him, I love you, babe, call me tonight, while he was at my house. Wait, you're seeing other girls? I thought I was your perfect wife.
For my father, maybe. But you're not being passionate at all.
What if I dated another guy?
Well, I'm the one with the dirt on you. So, I guess you're stuck with me.
The next day at recess, a pretty blonde girl came over and sat next to him after kissing him on the cheek with a, hey you. Then she looked at me like I was a cockroach. Who is she and what is she doing here?
Oh, don't mind her. She's just a loser who's drooling over me all the time. I think she's a bit of a gold digger.
How could he just humiliate me like that in front of everybody? I was so sick of all of this. I went home and ran out into the garden and cried because I felt so hopeless. I stuffed my face with comfort food and sobbed under the little bridge. Soon after, Eric found me there and started yelling at me.
This is all your fault, you know. If you want me to stop dating other girls, maybe you should be a better girlfriend.
He leaned in for a kiss and I was struggling to pull away.
I don't think the lady wants a kiss.
I looked up to see the most handsome guy in the whole world. Without warning, the guy punched Eric right in the jaw.
I said, the lady doesn't seem like she wants a kiss.
Eric charged at him, and before I knew it, the two were tackling each other on the bridge. The stranger managed to push Eric off, but not before Eric had ripped off his shirt sleeve.
You'll be hearing from my lawyer.
Eric fell over a couple of times as he ran away like a scared little mouse. Thank you. Who are you?
I'm just the gardener here. I just get a little defensive when I see pretty girls dealing with jerks.
I hope you're not hurt.
Nah, I'm fine. Ruined my favorite t-shirt, though.
I got so caught up in the moment that I leaned in for a kiss. He pushed me away and I fell into the mud. Then he ran away. Great move, Steph. Now that Eric was running around my family home, I spent most of my time at the orphanage. One day when I was studying hard in my room, I heard a knock on the door. It was Adam. How did you find me?
Oh, I asked Miles for your info, and he graciously told me your address.
Did he tell you anything else?
Only that you seemed like a sweet girl, and I should apologize.
So he didn't know anything about me being rich. I thought I messed everything up. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just shy. Here, I brought you something to eat as an apology.
What? This place is expensive.
It's nothing. I would do anything for you to forgive me.
He blushed super hard and looked away. He was so cute and shy. The best part? He thought I was the poor one. I know it's lying, but I just didn't want to take the chance that everything would change. Before our date one evening, Adam came by and said there was something he wanted to tell me.
There's something I haven't been honest about. See, I'm an orphan too. That's why I never talk about my parents. It's very hard for me.
As we sat and talked about it, I felt even closer to him because of this thing we had in common. After a while, he took something out from his coat pocket and said he had a present for me. He asked me to turn around and clasped a beautiful antique necklace around my neck. I gasped when I looked at it. I'd admired it in the window of an antique shop the other day when we were walking by, and he'd just gone and bought it. It must have cost him a fortune. You shouldn't have.
Why not? You deserve pretty things, Steph. And I'll always keep the other half of this pendant with me.
I had a mansion full of pretty things, but nothing was as special as this. Well, I've got something for you too. I offered him a few t-shirts my cousin had helped me pick out the other day. I smiled and said it was to make up for the one that was ruined in the fight.
Steph, these seem like really expensive brands. Where did you get the money to buy them?
Oh, God, I hadn't seen this coming. I shouldn't have shopped from the same store as my spoiled cousins do. I guess there's something I haven't been totally honest about either. I told him all about how I was poor, but now I was actually super rich. I just didn't want people to know and take advantage of me. I just wanted to be me. Adam looked betrayed. He just looked at me and said,
"And you thought I'd take advantage of you?"
He seemed really hurt. Well, maybe.
I thought you knew I loved you.
Adam got up and said,
"Please, just take care of yourself. I don't think you should contact me anymore."
And he left, just like that. I was devastated. I cried all night and decided to go back to the mansion and mourn my relationship luxuriously. Miles insisted it would be better that way. Miles had also had some devastating news that was going to bring my pain to a new level. I have to get married?
It was in the legal documents. I'm surprised you missed them.
But I just broke up with Adam.
Well, better now before you needed to.
What's that supposed to mean? Miles explained how, as a rich person, marriage was not about love. My cousins were already making plans to break Adam and I up. He wasn't husband material. In fact, my suitor was planning to arrive today. When do I have to get married? Suddenly, I heard Adam's broken voice.
I should have known. I'm quitting, Miles.
I looked up to see Adam crying. He'd overheard what I'd said, but he didn't understand the whole thing. I ran after him as he dashed out of the room. I begged him to wait, but he said,
No, Steph. We aren't meant to be with each other. I should have known. I'm not good enough for you. Have a great life.
As he turned to leave, he threw something on the floor. It was the other half of my necklace. He just ran away, and I couldn't stop crying my heart out. Just then, Eric appeared and handed me a tissue.
Miss me, babe?
I just glared at him.
That's why I don't interact with commoners. They're brutes.
What are you doing here?
Didn't your cousins tell you? I'm your fiancé.
I tried to run away from him, but he grabbed my arm. He told me he was sorry, and if he knew who I was, he would have treated me better.
You don't get it, do you? I'm under a lot of pressure from my parents to marry someone wealthy.
I was not hearing it, at first at least. My wounds were fresh from the breakup, but he didn't make it easy to reject him.
I brought you a present, my turtle dove.
Is that?
Of course. A baby elephant.
A baby elephant wasn't even the most extravagant gift he gave me. He bought me a private Justin Bieber concert, a solid gold statue of instant noodles, and my very own village. I felt bad, but the whole time he was courting me, I was spamming Adam's phone. I left him about 1,000 messages, and he didn't respond to me on anything. It was time I moved on. If I wanted my inheritance, well, there are worse guys I could be in an arranged marriage with.
Will you marry me?
Yes. Our wedding was not a private affair. Every TV network, newspaper, and billboard in town had a story about my wedding. It was all happening less than a week after the official proposal. It really was a fairy tale wedding. I should have been happy, right? When everyone saw me walking down the aisle, they made comments about my happy tears. In reality, I was crying because I was devastated.
You look stunning, Stephanie. I love you.
I guess I'll learn to love you. Right when we were about to say I do and lean in for a kiss, the unthinkable happened.
Stop the wedding. You?
Oh, Adam. He ran up and kissed me while we were on live TV. Eric and all my cousins positively fainted.
Look, I'm sorry.
Shut up and kiss me again. There was a wedding that day, but it wasn't between an heiress and a spoiled brat. It was between two best friends.
Hey, I'm Sakura, and I was born to the coolest parents ever. Before I go on, please hit like and subscribe. My parents were immigrants from Japan who built a successful business in America and gave my brother Dean and me the best life ever. Growing up, I was a straight-A student, and my dad always said I'd be a great doctor someday. It was his dream. Only I knew the real reason. He loved Grey's Anatomy. I was too young to know what I wanted, but I loved making different sculptures out of anything I could find around me. When Mom noticed how good I was, she took me to the best workshops. Once when I was 6, we went to Spain for a vacation. I dragged everyone to see the famous Memel sculpture. It was the best day of my life.
Oh my God, why would anyone make such a big spider? Yeah, I'm surprised you like it even though you're terrified of everything that crawls.
I know, but I think it's beautiful. At least that's the meaning of it. It shows how the spider protects her babies even though she looks so delicate because of her thin legs.
People around me who heard me were surprised, and the tour guide told me that my observation was correct. Dad looked so proud at that moment.
See? My Sakura is so smart. And you both thought it was just some ugly spider. You should spend your free time with her and learn facts like this.
While Dad treated me like a princess, we all know who the real royalty was. Dean. And he knew that as well. He was 10 years older than me and always got on my nerves. One time when I was 8, Dean caught me eating cookie dough and started to laugh like crazy.
Your mouth. You stuffed it all in your mouth. You look like the panda from the movie Kung Fu Panda.
Mom, Dean's making fun of me. He called me a panda.
Then stop stuffing your face like that.
And stop blaming your brother for everything. Now help me in the kitchen, will you? He always makes fun of me and you never tell him anything. It's like you don't love me at all.
It's not that she doesn't love you. She just loves me more than you.
Dean snickered in the corner, making ugly faces at me, and I felt so mad. He was annoying, just like every older brother. But he was also very protective of me and cared for me. Once I was getting ready for school when I saw the biggest lizard ever and let out an ear-splitting scream.
Sakura, are you all—
Lizard! Lizard! Big, fat, staring at me! Lizard! It's so creepy! Get it out! Save me!
Really? Did you howl because of a lizard? And you liked that creepy spider statue? Wow.
He did chase the lizard away, but kept making fun of the way I had screamed for days. When I was in the 4th grade, it was time for Dean to go to university, and Mom was a sobbing mess. I'll keep visiting, Mom, don't worry. And before you know it, I'll be here for Christmas. You better get your gift ready because I already have yours. Dean and I had a tradition of exchanging Christmas gifts on the roof with a cup of hot chocolate. When he visited for the holidays, I was over the moon. I was so looking forward to opening gifts with my brother. But 2 days before Christmas, I heard something crash in my parents' room. I ran upstairs and saw Dad and Dean having a yelling contest while Mom cried inconsolably.
You have ruined my name, this family's name. You brought him up and this is how he turned out. Don't talk to Mom that way, it's not her fault. You have the nerve to talk back to me? You...
Dad stopped mid-sentence when his eyes met mine. Seeing me, Dean rushed out of the room, but I followed him. Why were you fighting with Dad?
It's nothing, Sakura. I failed my exam, so Dad was angry.
I tried to talk to Dean after that, but he shut himself in his room. I knew what would make him happy, the present. I waited for him on the roof, but he didn't show up. The next day when I went to his room, Mom told me he'd left for his university while I was asleep. I couldn't believe he'd broken our tradition. How could he do this? I immediately called him. You left without saying goodbye.
I'm sorry, Panda. Something came up, but I'll make it up to you, okay? With the best gift ever.
Yay, cool. But what about your gift?
Keep it safe with you for now. I'll take it when I come back home next. Deal?
Deal. But Dean never came back. I waited every year for him, but he missed all the occasions. Every time I called him, he said he was busy. It broke my heart. With time, I got used to not having Dean around and started concentrating on making Dad proud. Soon, I was 18 and going to medical school. I was excited, but not as excited as my dad. He was over the moon. I tried my best, but being a medical student was tough. And before I knew it, I was failing my classes. Dad was gonna be so mad. I remembered how he was fuming at Dean for failing. My fear got the best of me, and I asked my tech-savvy roommate to make me a fake report card with an A+ grade, and she did a fab job. I wish I had this talent. That weekend when I went home, Dad looked at me with a poker face as he saw my result. Dad, look, I'm the smartest in my class.
You could have done a better job, Sakura.
I'll do better and get better grades, don't worry.
No, I mean with this Photoshop work.
Blood drained from my face as I saw Dad looking like he was going to explode.
Your professor called me and told me you failed your semester exams. I got your original report card a few days ago.
Dad, I'm so sorry.
You better be. Do you know how much money I spent for you to get into that college? Not only did you fail, you're also lying. How could you?
I flinched at how loud Dad's voice had gotten and saw Mom run into the room. It's just, medical school is really tough, and I knew you'd get mad at me if I failed. I got stressed out, Dad. I don't think I'm made for this. I want to drop out.
Drop out? Have you lost your mind? Life is tough, Sakura. If I had to quit every time I was stressed, we would be homeless now. And what would you do if you quit medical school?
I could get into sculpting. I'm really good at it. If you could just see that, maybe you'll agree with me too.
You want to make clay dolls? No way. You better get your grades up soon. Listen to me carefully, Sakura. If you decide to leave med school, you will not come back to this house. Understood?
His words really angered me, and I snapped. Loud and clear, Dad. Loud and clear. With that, I packed my stuff and went straight to my aunt's place. Aunt Lexi was my mom's younger sister. She was the cool aunt of the family and lived by herself in a big villa. I told her everything, and she gave me a big hug and sent me to my room. When she called me for dinner, my jaw dropped at seeing Dean sitting in front of me. Dean, what are you doing here?
Hi, Panda. I missed you so much.
Dean hugged me while I cried.
Ew, you're getting your snot all over my shirt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dean. I then told Dean about what happened, and he looked sad for me. But I had only one question for him. Why did you stop coming over?
I told you, I was busy with uni and stuff.
It was because Dad and you fought, right? About your...
What? Oh, yeah. Because I failed my exams. Yeah.
The following week, Dean helped me get admission into the art college I wanted, and I was finally free from med school. Art school was everything I dreamt of, but I was still upset that I couldn't share this joy with Mom and Dad. Dean and Aunt Lexi always tried to cheer me up with visits to museums or art galleries and yummy food every night, but I still missed my parents. One night, I couldn't get any sleep and decided to get some water. As I tiptoed my way to the kitchen, I heard my aunt and Dean talking, and what I heard knocked the wind out of me. Dean, did you try talking to your father? I'm really worried about Sakura. She misses both of them so much. I know, Aunt Lex, it's just, you know how Dad can be. He's not answering my calls. I think he still hates me. I hope he finds it in his heart to forgive me someday. Forgive you? He should be the one to realize his mistake. How could he just kick out his own son for falling in love with a boy? He did what? Hearing my voice, Aunt Lexi and Dean turned to me with wide eyes. You're lying, right? Dad wouldn't do that. He even helped his assistant come out to her family. That's just for the world to see, Sakura. He's always been like this. He pretends to be this modern person, but he's not. It's just the way he was brought up, these traditions. My whole world came crashing down. I couldn't believe that my dad was capable of doing something like this. He was a completely different person for me now. I was furious, so I went home with Dean the next day to confront my parents. When Mom saw Dean, she hugged him tight. My Dean, I missed you so much, son. Just then, Dad walked into the house, and Dean moved away from Mom immediately. How dare you come back? I brought him here. Yes, I know you kicked him out. How can you be this two-faced person, Dad? You go around supporting others and being this modern person, but here you are holding back your own children. Sakura, you have no right. But I do, Dad. He's my brother, and you kept him away from his family. How did you have the heart to do this to your own son? He was ready to ruin the name of this family. He is not my son. How can you say that? Why, it's the truth. Ask him or your mother. When I looked at them, they looked pale. What are you doing? You promised never to bring it up. He left me with no choice. He is breaking apart this family. I loved him and brought him into this house from that orphanage. And this is how he repays me. What in the father-freaking world? I looked at Dean and instantly knew that Dad was telling the truth. You're adopted? Why did you never tell me? I found out the day you were born, and you'll always be my little sister. I couldn't hurt you. And Dad, I never meant to hurt you either. But I won't apologize for being who I am and falling in love. I can't believe you still have the nerve to stand in my house and talk to me that way. Get out. His words made my head spin, and it was then that I heard Mom yell, for the first time. You are such a cruel person. Congratulations. You yourself broke this family apart. I'm going with my children. You can have all the traditions and your wealth and business, but we are going to live a better life, where we can breathe. Saying that, Mom took mine and Dean's hands and stormed out of the house. I'd never seen her this angry. We stayed with Aunt Lexi for a while until we could figure out what to do. One day, Dean introduced us to his boyfriend, and we loved him. He was kind and yelled at Dean for teasing me and calling me a panda again. I liked this guy. One afternoon, the doorbell rang as we sat down to have lunch. Aunt Lexi entered the room with Dad right behind her. He looked like a mess. Can I talk to you all, please? We have nothing to say to you, and I doubt we would want to listen to you. Mom. Dad then began sobbing, and it broke my heart. Dean went and held him. Dad turned and hugged Dean tight. Son, I'm so sorry. I was rude to you and I shouldn't have done that. I thought what I was doing was right, but it wasn't. You're my son, the future of my house and business. But before all that, you are my son. And then you came along and my world was complete. I hope you'll forgive me. Please forgive me. I ran toward my dad and hugged him as well. Of course, Dad. We're so glad that you found your way back to us. Everyone in the room was a sobbing mess. Dad agreed to meet Dean's boyfriend one day, and to everyone's surprise, They bonded really well over sports and the fact that they dislike ice cream and love Grey's Anatomy. Weird. Our family was nowhere close to perfect, but it was much stronger, and that's all I could ask for now. Hi, I'm Samantha from San Francisco. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. I was born with cherry lips and big black eyes. My parents said I looked like a child out of a fairy tale, but whenever Mom and Dad talked to me, I never smiled or changed my facial expression. My parents tried everything to make me smile. Mrs. Rabbit wants to play with you. Come on, give Mr. Mouse a kiss. Dad held a mouse puppet close to my face and made kissing noises, but I just stared blankly and slapped the mouse away from me. That's when my parents decided to take me to a doctor. After a few tests, I found out I had a condition called Mobius that meant I couldn't smile, frown, or lift my eyebrows. I was too young to understand what Mobius was, but when I was in preschool, Mom and I were at the mall when we bumped into one of her friends who had a daughter my age. She kept smiling at me, but all I could do was stare at her like a robot. Suddenly, the little girl started to cry.
Mommy, this girl is scaring me.
Oh, sweetie, don't be scared. Our dog ran away yesterday, so Samantha's just sad.
But Mom, we don't have a dog.
Mom pulled me away quickly. That's when I realized she was embarrassed to tell her friend I had a condition, because that meant I wasn't normal like everyone else. And at school, none of the kids really wanted to be my friend because they thought I was strange. So I spent most of my time alone. But several months later, my life took a huge turn. Mom gave birth to my twin sisters, Annie and Penny. My parents worked full-time, so we always had a maid in the house. But even with a maid, I was always the main one to watch my sisters. One day, Annie, the wilder twin, climbed all the way to the top of our backyard fence. Annie, come down right now.
No, I don't wanna. Penny, come climb up and we can fly like birds do.
No flying. Penny listened to me, but Annie was about to jump and my heart almost stopped. But then she started laughing like crazy.
Fooled you.
I was furious and told Mom what Annie did. Mom went ballistic. What is the matter with you, Annie? Why can't you be a good girl like your sisters? Annie's eyes filled with tears. From that day on, she made everyone's life a living nightmare. She hated me for telling on her, and over time, Annie grew jealous of Penny. Penny was what you call gifted and could get straight A's without even trying. One time when the girls were in 4th grade, Mom and Dad threw Penny a huge party for winning the school spelling bee. Our little Einstein. We're so proud of you, Penny. Annie stomped out of the room at that moment, and that night, she chopped off all of Penny's hair while everyone was sleeping. Penny burst into tears, and I tried to comfort her. Don't worry, it'll grow back.
Annie's such a mean bully.
I won't let her bully you anymore, Penny. I'm here. Penny slept in my room every night after that because she was terrified of Annie. I loved both my sisters, but Annie grew up to be so mean. Then one day in 8th grade, a new boy joined my class. His name was Daniel, and he wore those fat black spectacles. He was really short and really shy. While he was walking to class, this guy bumped into him and his glasses went flying. Daniel started freaking out. I can't see anything. I saw Daniel's glasses on the floor and picked them up quickly. Here you go, but it looks like they're broken. It's okay. It's better than nothing. Daniel put on his broken glasses. He looked silly, but also kind of cute. He and I ended up hanging out for the rest of the day, and he was super sweet and good to talk to. Over time, Daniel and I became really close, and I even started having feelings for him. But he always just treated me as a friend, and I didn't want to ruin what we had. Life in high school was good, till Penny and Annie joined, and things got a little crazy. Whenever Annie saw me with Daniel, she grabbed the chance to make fun of me. One time, Daniel and I were in the hallway when we passed Annie putting on lipstick.
Hey, Daniel, don't you ever get bored of hanging out with sad face emoji over here?
Of course not. That's not a nice thing to say, Annie. Yeah, get out of my sight before you regret it.
Okay, but first I need to do this.
Before I knew it, Annie had pinned me against the locker and drew a smile on my face with her lipstick.
You look so much better now.
I pushed Annie to the ground and she fell on her butt. She dragged me down, but Daniel stepped in.
Cut it out, Annie.
Daniel pulled me up and led me to the girls' bathroom. He helped me rinse the lipstick smile off, and I looked at my face in the mirror. Daniel, do you think I'm ugly? You can tell me the truth.
Samantha, look at me. You're not ugly. I think you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Daniel leaned in and kissed me, and I felt butterflies. A bunch of girls came in just then and started shrieking. Ew! What's he doing in the girls' bathroom? Daniel and I ran out, laughing like crazy. I was on cloud 9 all that week. I didn't even mind that our maid was coming less and I was doing all the chores by myself. But Annie couldn't stop talking about me having a boyfriend. I just don't get it. How can someone like you have a boyfriend but not me? I'm way prettier than you. Well, not everything is about looks, Annie. As time passed, Penny started dating a popular jock at school. Her grades were still perfect, and she got much more popular than Annie. Penny's life and mine were getting better and better, but Annie didn't have anything going for her. One morning, I woke up to find everybody at home, including my parents, which was rare. And Penny was super sick. Her face looked super bloated, and she had red bumps all over her arms and legs. My parents left me at home with Annie while they took Penny to the doctor. Annie was surprisingly well behaved and even stayed in to do homework. I decided it was safe to go out and see Daniel for a bit. But as I reached home, my parents and Penny had also just returned. Guys, what's going on? Penny, what did the doctor say was wrong? I have an autoimmune problem. Apparently, every time I get an allergic reaction, this is what'll happen. Penny hung her head and I walked back into the house with her. My parents left for work then, but just as we stepped inside, Penny looked at her phone and started to cry. Oh my God, just look what Annie posted. To my horror, Annie had posted a picture of Penny with her red skin bumps and bloated face on Instagram. Underneath, the caption read, "Even pretty girls have ugly secrets." Just then, Annie came trotting down the stairs all dressed up. Annie, you're a monster. How could you do something like this? I couldn't help myself. It was just too funny. Penny looked totally Instagram-worthy. Before I could answer, Penny's boyfriend came down the stairs too.
Here, babe, you forgot your jacket.
Babe, what are you doing here?
Annie invited me over while you and your sister were out. Listen, I can't date you anymore. Not after seeing your skin.
He and Annie walked out the door before any of us could say anything. How could Annie do something so sick? I stayed with Penny the whole day and told my parents everything that had happened. They grounded Annie for 2 weeks. And then the strangest thing happened. Penny became more popular in school, and kids at school started ignoring Annie. Everyone thought Annie was heartless for stealing Penny's boyfriend. She became a total outcast. Penny got a new boyfriend, and Daniel became more and more handsome. By the end of 12th grade, he even got contact lenses. The day before my graduation, my parents pulled me aside.
Sammy, we were thinking, maybe you can apply for an online college.
We still really need you to keep an eye on your sister, sweetie. Are you kidding me? I've been the family nanny my whole life. It's about time you two took over and teach the twins to be responsible. I deserve to focus on my life now. With that, I walked away, and I spent days applying to my dream colleges. But one night while I was reading, Penny ran into my room. Sammy, come quick. It's Annie. She's gone. What do you mean she's gone? I dashed into Annie's room to find my parents holding a note from Annie. Annie wrote that she's leaving home to live somewhere else. She didn't even write where. Dad called the police and they tracked down Annie's phone. It turned out she was staying with our aunt, who Annie was super close with. We were all relieved, but when we went to pick her up, she refused to come home. I told Aunt I don't want to stay with you guys anymore, and she's happy to keep me. I'm not going home with you guys. You can't make me. Mom and Dad spent hours begging her to come home, but they couldn't persuade her. So we left without her. But my parents were sure she'd cool off and return in a couple of weeks. Except she didn't. She stayed with Aunt for a month. Then 1 month turned into 3 months, and then 6. And Annie refused to speak to any of us. And I left for college soon with Daniel. I kept in touch with Penny, who told me after some time that Annie had moved out of her aunt's place and was now living with some friend. 4 years later, Daniel and I graduated university with honors, and we started a small software company that met success almost immediately. And soon after, Daniel proposed to me. And of course, I said yes. Life was going great. And then one day, I got the most unexpected call. Samantha, it's Annie. Can you meet me today? I need your help. No, hi, hello, how have you been? Please, I'm in crisis. I'm texting you the address. Meet me there. Annie hung up before I could even answer. I felt mad at her, but I just couldn't ignore my little sister. I went to the address and found her sitting on a bench outside a small building. Annie had chopped off her lovely hair, and she looked thin. Annie, what's going on with you? I started a makeup business, and now I'm in debt. I was wondering if you could lend me the money to pay it off. I'll lose it otherwise. You shut out your whole family for years, and now you call me out of the blue because you want money? This is not how I wanted to reach out to you, okay? I wanted to make something of myself first and make you guys proud of me. I was just never as perfect as you or Penny, and that just made me jealous and stupid, and I'm sorry for everything. I've been trying to be better. I really believe my business can work. But now I'm in a mess as usual, and I could only think of you. You've always taken care of me. I was surprised at how sincere and different Annie sounded, and it was good to see her trying at something. I wrote her a check and was about to leave, when suddenly I turned back and handed her a wedding invite. I'm getting married in a few months. I'd like for you to come, and I'm sure everyone else would be happy to see you too. A couple of months before the wedding, Daniel took me out to a special dinner.
Samantha, I've been saving up some money and doing research for years. Mobius, your condition can't be cured, but it can be slightly corrected through surgery, and I just found this amazing surgeon. I just want you to know that you're perfect as you are, but if you want the surgery, I have the money for it.
My eyes filled with happy tears. I agreed to get the surgery, and Daniel was by my side the whole time. The doctor couldn't completely fix my issues, but I felt like a whole different person, being able to have real facial expressions. On the day of my wedding, my parents and Penny were with me in the dressing room when suddenly the door opened and Annie walked in. Everyone looked shocked to see her, but I was so happy she came. Guys, I know we've all had our issues, but can today be the day we all start to make up? My parents hugged Annie and we all cried, and even Penny joined in. Then my parents turned to me.
Samantha, we're so happy for you and so grateful to you. We know we always put too much responsibility on you and it wasn't fair. We want you to know that we really appreciate you, love.
And hearing those words from them meant everything. My sisters walked me down the aisle and I could hear people smiling and whispering that I looked amazing. Daniel beamed at me as he took my hand.
You have the loveliest smile, Sammy.
Hello, I'm Annabelle from Maryland. Please like and subscribe. My parents were both computer specialists who worked from home, so they were always around to shower me with their love. They'd throw me big birthday parties in our backyard and invite the whole neighborhood. Everyone around liked us because my parents were kind and friendly. I looked a lot like my mom, but I took my dad's curly hair, which I loved. But once in first grade, some mean girls started teasing me about it.
Hey, Annabelle, how many birds live inside that nest on your head? Oh, God, you have spiders coming out of your nose again. What? No, I don't. But I made you look.
The other kids started to laugh, and I kind of became popular after that. People thought I was funny. My life in Maryland was good until one day in the 4th grade, I got home from school to find my parents running all over the house and packing.
Annabelle, go upstairs and take only your most important things.
What? Are we going on holiday?
Annabelle, just go.
I packed my favorite sweater, some gadgets, and my favorite book. I fell asleep reading in the car while Dad drove miles away from our home. Hours later, I woke up in a cabin deep in the woods. Where are we?
This is our new home.
Huh?
Yes. And tomorrow, you'll be starting a new day at your new school.
What? I was so confused and angry. My parents had just moved without even telling me. All my friends were back in Maryland, and I left without saying goodbye. When I asked my parents why we moved so fast, they just said it was related to their work and left it at that. The next day, I joined my new school, and I made new friends, and my life went on. Until one day in the 7th grade, Mom and I were in the grocery store when I spotted a man who kept looking at us. I tried ignoring him, but then I saw him making a call, and I heard those words.
I found him.
Mom, see that man in black? He's been following us.
Her face went pale, and suddenly she took my hand and ran out the door. I saw the man chase us, but we managed to escape. And that night, we had to move again. Are you guys gonna tell me what's going on?
The kind of work we do, it makes us special.
What do you mean?
We're like undercover detectives.
But detectives are always out searching for things, and you two are always at home on your computers.
Then we're computer detectives.
I knew he was lying, which made me more frustrated. And my parents even told me not to become close friends with anyone now. I didn't see the point anyway, since we'd probably just move again. One day in 10th grade, I was putting stuff away in my locker when this pretty girl leaned against the wall and kept staring at me. Can I help you with something?
Hi, I'm Leela, your neighbor. We just moved in next to you.
I think you're mistaken. I don't have any neighbors.
Yes, you do. We moved into the old abandoned cabin.
Oh, that place? I thought it was haunted.
The ghost of the haunted cabin would like to be your friend.
I laughed and we started hanging out after that day. I could guess from her worn-out shoes and bag that she wasn't well off, but she always knew who was wearing which brand and seemed to be really into fashion. Her dream was to be a big designer in Paris one day. One day at recess, I caught her looking at the necklace I was wearing, and I asked her if she'd like to try it on.
How does it look?
Better on you than me. It really suits you. Keep it.
Really? Oh, thank you so much.
A few days later, we were walking home when I felt someone was following us. I turned around to see a really cute guy walking a few steps behind. Do you think that guy is stalking us?
Oh, him?
He's my brother, Kyle. Wow, he's cute.
Not you too.
Please, promise me that you'll never fall for my brother like the other girls.
He's such a douchebag.
I promised I'd ignore his existence, which was hard because he was drop-dead gorgeous. Just as Leela and I got to my house, my parents appeared at the front door.
Who is this?
She's my friend from school, and we're also neighbors. Mom and Dad looked at each other, then pulled me inside, slamming the door in Leela's face.
We have to move again.
What? No way! I'm not moving anymore until you guys tell me what's going on. And this time, I want the truth. Don't treat me like a kid. My parents finally told me everything.
We are in witness protection. I testified against some mobsters when you were younger, and that's why we've been on the run ever since.
What? So we're in danger?
Not if we stay clear from people. We just can't trust anyone right now.
My mind started spinning and I couldn't even eat dinner. The thought of being in danger made me sick. Later that night, I was half asleep when I heard some noise downstairs. I quietly crept to my parents' room, but it was empty, and I found the front door wide open. Mom? Dad? My heart was beating like crazy when suddenly Leela's brother walked in. What do you want? What did you do to my parents?
What? My dad's van got stuck in the mud and your parents are outside helping him. They sent me to get a crowbar?
Oh, it's by the fireplace. I followed him outside and saw Mom, Dad, Leela, and her parents pushing the van. Once it was done, everyone came to our house for coffee. My parents didn't look so scared anymore, so I guessed we were staying. Just then, Leela sprung up and asked me if we could go to my room. And when we entered, she threw herself on my bed.
Oh, your bed is so comfortable.
Okay, don't you have one? No, I sleep on the couch and my stupid brother gets the bed because he's older than me. I knew they were poor, but I didn't know things were that bad. Why do you hate your brother so much?
Because he gets everything,
and my parents are always favoring him. Since Leela started opening up to me, I decided to open up to her too, and I ended up telling her my parents' secret.
Wow, so you and your parents are like special undercover people?
Yeah, you could say that.
That is so cool.
Just then, Kyle came to my door and said they were going home. He looked directly at me while I spoke to Leela, and I blushed. Leela clearly noticed it because as she was leaving, she whispered in my ear, "Remember your promise." The next day at school, the principal had a shocking announcement to make. She said that someone had broken into the cheerleaders' locker room the day before and stolen many wallets, watches, and cell phones. "We have a hooded figure caught on the security footage, and when I identify the culprit, he or she will be expelled. But if you come forward and confess, I'll be willing to consider another punishment." It was all anyone could talk about. Later that day, I was in the library trying to reach a book when suddenly Kyle appeared next to me and took it down. I mumbled a thank you and turned to leave. but my charm bracelet got caught in his sweater. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I'll get it out.
While he tried untangling it, I couldn't help looking into his blue eyes. What's going on here? My bracelet got caught into Kyle's sweater. He's just helping me out. After Kyle was done, Leela walked with me quietly down the hallway, but then she suddenly stopped. I have to tell you something, Annabelle. I think Kyle stole all the things the principal was talking about. What? Why do you think that? Because he's done it before in our old school. I was shocked. Leela stayed back for some after-school club that day, and as I was walking back home, Kyle suddenly joined me.
We could walk together, if you don't mind.
Okay, if you insist. He tried striking up a conversation, but I kept my answers really short. Just then, I tripped on a rock, and he caught me before I hit the ground, but I quickly pulled away.
Annabelle, did Leela say something about me?
As a matter of fact, she did. Did you steal all that stuff from the cheerleaders?
Gosh, no. I'd never do that. Listen, Leela hates me because our dad left her mom for my mom. She's been making my life miserable since forever by making up awful stories about me.
He looked so genuine that I couldn't help believing him. We took a walk by the riverside and spoke some more, and I felt butterflies every time he looked into my eyes. And when he dropped me home, he gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. I couldn't stop thinking about him the whole night. But the next day at school, Leela approached me looking upset. I thought you were a good friend, but I guess you're more desperate to be with my brother. Yeah, I came home early and I saw that kiss. Wait, Leela, please. But she stormed off and ignored me the whole day. After school, I saw her by her locker and walked up to her, and she looked startled. Before she could shut her locker, a couple of watches fell to the floor. Where did you get these? And what else do you have in there? They're mine, of course, and none of your business. You stole those from the cheerleaders. No, I didn't. I found these things in Kyle's room, and now I'm returning them before he could sell them. And I'm covering his butt. See what a good sister I am? Stop lying. If you don't confess to the principal, I'll tell her. Suddenly, Leela dropped to her knees, crying. Okay, yes, I took them. I have a problem. I can't help it. I want to be able to afford beautiful things, and sometimes when I see the girls here with their branded stuff, it makes me feel crazy. I know it was wrong, and I'll go to the principal tomorrow, okay? But please, don't tell anyone yet, especially Kyle. I promised that I wouldn't, and I said I'd go to the principal with her. And everyone had to bring their parents for the first class. As my parents explained their fake computer job to my classmates, Leela suddenly spoke up. You're computer specialists? Well, that's not what your daughter says. In fact, she makes up these tall stories about how you're undercover detectives who testified against the mobsters and now you're on the run? Clearly, Annabelle has a lying and attention-seeking problem. My parents' faces turned white, and I just couldn't believe Leela had announced my secret. They signaled at me to come out, and Leela leaned over and whispered, "See you never again." My parents were furious that I told Leela everything. I'm so sorry. I thought I could trust her. We frantically started packing, but just as we were leaving, we heard a screeching car coming towards our house. But it was a police car.
We were alerted by someone that you might be in danger, but we came here to tell you that the threat to you guys is gone. The mobsters who have been after you were arrested earlier this week, and just today they were sentenced to life in prison. You're safe now.
My parents and I were overjoyed. We didn't have to run anymore. But I certainly had some business to take care of in school. I went back and marched straight to the principal, and moments later she ordered Leela to open her locker. All the stolen items were found. Her parents were called in and she was expelled. She turned furiously to her dad. It's all your fault. You made me crazy by leaving Mom and by always giving everything to Kyle and not me.
Your mom and I got divorced because that's what we both wanted. And Kyle works 2 jobs to help me. He has things because he earns them, while all you do is complain.
As Leela was storming off, she suddenly leapt at Kyle, but I pushed her back. Her dad took her away, and soon after, I found out that Leela had been sent to live with her mom. Kyle asked me out, and we dated all throughout high school. After we graduated, I was going to study abroad. A few hours before my flight, I met Kyle at our favorite spot by the river.
I got you something. Close your eyes.
He put something around my wrist, and I saw that it was a silver bangle with our names carved on it. Wow, this is beautiful.
Yeah, no more charm bracelets. I don't want you getting stuck on another boy's sweater.
Never. I like being stuck right here, and I'll be coming back to you, Kyle.
Hi, I'm Violet from Vermont. If you like my story, like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up with a single mom who made sure to provide everything for me. Mom was awesome, but whenever I'd see my friends at school with their dads, I'd ask Mom about my dad, and she'd just make light of it. I asked him to get bread one time. Looks like he's still searching the aisles. Even though she laughed, I knew the question bothered her, so I stopped asking. My mom loved me to bits, and that was all that mattered. One time when I was 13, everything changed. I was just minding my own business when a fight broke out in school. I tried to get out of the way, but a kid shoved me. When I got up, I saw a huge puffy rash appear on my skin, and I screamed. What was that? I was taken to the doctor, who told me I had dermatographia, a major skin allergy to anything I touched. My skin was sensitive to everything, even just scratching an itch. The doctor told me it was normal for it to start at my age. She reassured me the rashes passed quickly, but the condition would not. Mom, these look so ugly. Oh no, darling, you're just overthinking it. You'll be fine. We'll get you new clothes. If you're uncomfortable telling it to others, you don't have to. Of course I didn't want to. After that day, I started wearing long sleeves and jeans and even wore gloves. But soon, kids started to have a problem with me being covered from head to toe. I would always tell them that I had a condition, but they'd ask me to show it to them, and I didn't want to. My illness wasn't some freak show. Are you some kind of werewolf? Do you have tons of body hair that you have to keep yourself covered? Or maybe she has scales. Who knows? It's so weird. Who knew people could be so annoying? One time, as I was putting my books in the locker, a girl came over to me. It was Charlotte. We were both in the same class. How come you always wear long sleeves? Another one. I was so done with these questions now. It's never too late to shut up and mind your own business. Wow, so rude. I was just asking. 'Cause you know, kids say so many things about you. But I know the reality. I think. Well, I know you have a tattoo. That's why you keep yourself so covered, right? Bingo! Whoa, really? How did you get it? My dad would never let me. I guess if my mom was still living with us, then she would have allowed it. Oh, she didn't have her mom with her. That made me feel sad, and I decided to cut her some slack. I asked her to sit with me in class, and it turned out she was a pretty nice girl. I liked her. Soon we started watching MSA videos and hanging out after school. My mom welcomed her into our home with open arms, and her dad was really nice to me.
Nice to meet you, Violet.
Dad, you're embarrassing. Thank goodness Violet understands how it is. What really solidified our friendship was when we went ice skating. I was so afraid of falling because my rash would appear, and when it did, I was so embarrassed. But Charlotte, she was so understanding. Ah, it's nothing. Come on, let's skate more. Over time, we became best friends, and we were super close. One time when I was in 9th grade, I saw Mom talking to someone in a hushed voice on the phone just as she saw me enter the house. Well, that was weird. I tried to leave it alone, but it became a routine. She'd be on the phone, and the moment I'd appear, she'd act on edge. One night, I heard her go out, and when I looked out the window, I saw Mom with Charlotte's dad. What the heck? I even told Charlotte about it, but she wasn't too concerned about it. But I was, 'cause it started to happen almost every other night. When I confronted Mom, she straight out lied. No, honey, I just went out to get some milk. Nothing else. But when one night I heard Mom leaving the house, I decided to follow her. Suddenly, a car pulled up in front of me. Just then, I heard a familiar voice.
You look like you need a ride.
It was Ben. He was the new guy in school and a couple of years older than me. And since he was so active in the Students' Council, everyone knew him. He was someone I could trust. So I got into his car and followed Mom.
So, who's in that car?
My mom. I want to catch her red-handed today. She's been sneaking out a lot lately.
That's a first.
All of a sudden, Ben hit the brakes seeing a cat, and before I could jolt, he grabbed my wrist.
Are you all right? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you.
It's nothing. I just don't like being touched, okay? We found my mom at a small diner sitting across from Charlotte's dad. After Ben dropped me off, I barged into the diner. I knew it! You lied! Violet, it's not what it looks like. Please, sit. Honey, please. I didn't want to, but seeing Mom plead, I sat down. I should have told you earlier, but I wanted to wait for the right time. Violet, Charlotte's dad is also your dad. What? It's true. Darling, I am sorry. Leaving your mom was the biggest mistake of my life. Now, I want to make up for lost time.
Apparently, Dad and Mom had dated but broke up after I was born, and Dad moved on to marry Charlotte's mom. And now, Mom and him wanted to get back together. My head was spinning. They both lied to me. Why now? Why wait all this time? Does Charlotte know?
She doesn't know about this, and I'm afraid I can't tell her right now. The divorce from her mom has been tough on her, and I wanted to wait until the right time to break the news to her. Can you keep this a secret, please?
No, none of this makes sense, and I hate you. I ran out of the diner with tears in my eyes, but Mom chased after me and drove me home. She begged me to give him a chance. Don't you at least think Charlotte should hear it from her own dad? She had a point, so I agreed. For now. The next day at school, I was feeling so nervous to face Charlotte. Hey girl, I tried to call last night. How about we catch a movie tonight at my place? At her place? No way! Right then, I saw Ben walking down the hallway. Before I could think of what to say, he came up to me.
Violet.
Ben! Charlotte, this is my date tonight.
Date?
Yeah, we're going out. Right, Ben?
Yeah. I'll pick you up at 7. See ya.
Vi, this is your very first date. I felt bad lying, but hey, it was a good save. But at home, Mom told me Dad wanted to talk to me, alone, and I had to see him. But in the evening, I found Ben waiting for me at my door with flowers. Oh, I am so sorry. I totally forgot about our date. I have to meet my, someone. As I started walking, Ben offered to drop me off, and I accepted. I met Dad at a park, and he had nothing new to say except tell me how sorry he was about leaving Mom and me. Please, don't you have anything new to add to your story?
Listen, honey, I know...
Don't you dare. You don't get to call me that. You can't just come waltzing back into our lives and act like everything's fine. Saying that, I ran out of the park and saw that Ben was still there. When I asked him why he waited for me, he told me how he just wanted to make sure I was all right. I found that quite sweet. On our way back home, Ben got me some ice cream and we talked. He sure was a sweet guy and I was liking him a lot. All of a sudden, Ben came near me and touched my nose.
Got it. You were looking cute with some ice cream on your nose, though.
Oh, I thought...
I was gonna kiss you. That wouldn't be so bad, would it?
It sure wouldn't. But the rash? Gosh, I couldn't tell him about it. What if he was grossed out by it? I told him I wanted to take things slow, and he nodded. After that day, Ben and I started to go out often, and I guess that's why avoiding Charlotte became much easier. Whenever she'd ask me to come over to her place, I just told her I was with Ben. So, does he know? I almost jumped, thinking she meant about Dad, but she was just talking about my skin. No, and you can't tell him. I just can't deal with that right now. Okay, how about I ask my dad to come pick us up and we can go to the mall? I feel like I'm not spending enough time with you. Maybe later. A couple of days later, I was having lunch when Charlotte joined me. But just when Ben came and sat next to me, her face twisted. She got up and walked away. I followed her, and when I asked what happened, she went bonkers on me. Ben, Ben, Ben! He's always around you. Do you know that you have a best friend too, who is missing you? I thought we were like sisters, but now you're ditching me like I'm some third cousin. You don't even come over to my place anymore. Well, that was 'cause I didn't like seeing her dad, our dad, but I couldn't tell her that. But I realized it wasn't her fault. After all, Charlotte was my best friend. So I decided to go to the movies with her after school, and she was ecstatic. We had loads of fun at the movies. But just when we got into the cinema's elevator, the door suddenly closed before others could get in, and the lights went off. Oh God, this wasn't good. Getting stuck in an elevator was my worst nightmare. Vi, you okay in there? I'm calling for help. Hang on in there. Charlotte, fast. I can't stay in here. Every second passed inside that elevator felt like a lifetime. Finally, when the elevator door opened, I saw Dad. He instantly swept me in his arms.
Oh my God, my baby. I was so worried. When Charlotte called, your mom and I rushed here. I just couldn't imagine losing my daughter again.
What did you call her? What's going on?
Dad had no choice but to tell her the truth. And when he did, Charlotte went completely ballistic. Out of nowhere, she transformed into a loud, angry monster. How dare you lie to me? You're ditching me, just like Mom did. Charlotte, please, at least listen to him. Dad had a reason. And you knew about this? How could you do this to me? You and your mom? Stay away from us. Saying that, Charlotte ran off and her father followed her. I was so shocked, I didn't know what to do. I was sure that Charlotte would understand eventually. After all, she loved me and always considered me a sister. I was really expecting Charlotte to apologize at school, but she just stared at me. The last thing I want to do is see your face, you liar. Charlotte, you always wanted us to be sisters, right? Can't this be a good thing? I don't anymore. Why did you have to lie to me? Right then, I saw Ben walking towards us, and seeing him, I saw a vicious look on Charlotte's face. Maybe it's because you're a natural-born liar. You lied to me. You even lied to Ben. Did you tell him your secret?
What is she talking about, Violet?
Charlotte, stop right now. Oh no, I'll tell you, Ben. Better yet, I'll show you. Suddenly, she pinched me hard on my arm. By the time she was gone, a huge allergy spot had appeared where she pinched me. Everyone stared at my arm, including Ben. He didn't say one word, but the look in his eyes made me realize nothing between us was going to be the same anymore. Because of the stunt Charlotte pulled, she got detention while I called Mom and she picked me up. I just couldn't be at school. I refused to talk to Mom and didn't even go to school for over a week and just locked myself in my room. I even turned off my phone. I just wanted to be away from everything and everyone. Thank God winter vacation started and I had some time to deal with the whole drama. One day, Mom entered my room and hugged me. I felt like I hadn't hugged her in a million years. Mom, can we move away? I don't want to go to school. See Charlotte, her dad, Ben, anyone.
Honey, that's not the right thing to do.
I know what Charlotte did was very wrong, but put yourself in her shoes. I never told you, but when Charlotte's mom left, the poor girl was completely traumatized and depressed for months. She totally lost it. Oh my God. Turned out, Charlotte had had a huge breakdown when her mom left. She needed years of therapy and only stopped going recently, which is why Mom and Dad thought she could finally be ready. But perhaps they were wrong. That would explain her reaction. She went through so much. You should have told me, Mom. I should have known about her condition. Honey, we thought to tell her when the time was right, but the way things unfolded left her shocked. The entire night, I kept thinking about Charlotte. Her mom had already left her. No wonder she was freaking out about me stealing her dad from her. I needed to make things right. First thing in the morning, Mom drove me to Dad's. He had Charlotte standing up front, who was so angry, she was shaking. Why are you here? To tell you that I love you and that won't change.
I love you both too. Even before you knew about Violet, I loved you both, sweetheart.
You don't love me, Vi. You abandoned me for Ben, and now I will forgive what you did. I can't be abandoned again. I can't. No one is leaving, Char. I understand you were hurt. I just wish you would have told me. I stepped closer to her and grabbed her hands. But you hate being touched. I don't care. You are more to me than any skin rash. And it's about time you knew it. We're family. I should have never tried to hurt you or keep you away from our father. I was selfish. I'm so sorry. We all went into the house together for our first family breakfast. Charlotte and I got closer than ever, and our dad was pretty cool too, but no one was better than Mom. A week later, Charlotte made a plan for us to visit a ski resort in our town. Considering what a disaster our last outing was, it was so much fun. We both went for the ski lift, and just as I sat, I saw Ben next to me instead of Charlotte. Talk, you two! Well, it was awkward, considering how hard I was avoiding Ben lately. I'm sorry. I then showed Ben my skin condition, and he just smiled, saying how it only made me cool.
Charlotte, your arms are beautiful. I can't believe you'd hide something so cool from me.
You know, I think so too.
May I?
Ben drew, "I love you, Violet," with his finger, and it appeared quickly in big, puffy letters. But it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. He kissed me on my lips, and I didn't have an allergic reaction. After that, I learned to listen, trust, and be proud of who I was. Hi, my name is Mary. Please like and subscribe. I never knew my parents, but I grew up with my cranky old grandma who didn't even send me to school. So when I was 8 and she left me at an orphanage, I was ecstatic. As I joined the other kids at dinner and introduced myself, they all stared at me. And then a girl started laughing.
Look at that mop on your head. Maybe the warden can use your hair to clean the floors. How about I try first?
As she came towards me, a tall girl suddenly stepped in. Get away from her, or I'll knock your teeth out.
Ooh, Mommy, I feel so scared.
Not. And with that, the bully pushed me to the ground. The tall girl attacked her, and they were both fighting when someone shouted that the warden was coming, and everyone ran. The girl helped me up, but I sprained my ankle. Lean on me, okay? I got you. Her name was Gianna, and we became best friends. But everything else about that place sucked. The only good thing in my life was Gianna. When we were 13, we started talking one night about how much we'd like to leave this place, and we made a plan to escape. But just when we'd reached the back door, the warden caught us. We weren't allowed to leave our room for 2 weeks. But I was determined to try once more. What if the warden catches us again? Let's forget about it, Mary. Maybe we're better off here anyway. What if it's terrible out there? But what if it's not? What if it's amazing? And as long as we're together, it'll be fine. A few weeks later, we set a spot where we would meet and run off. But I kept waiting, and she didn't show up. Just then, I heard some footsteps, and it was the frickin' warden. And I ran. I didn't stop running till I'd left the orphanage far behind. But I was devastated to leave without Gianna. I vowed I'd be back for her soon. It was exciting to be out. But as it got dark, I started feeling scared. Just then, 2 homeless boys came out of a dark alley and grinned at me. "You lost, little girl? You can share our garbage dump." I panicked and ran off. As I turned a corner, I crashed straight into someone. I looked up to see a kind-looking lady who asked me why I was all alone. When I told her everything, she offered to take me to her place, and I felt I could trust her. A blonde girl my age opened the door. Her name was Zoe, and she looked really happy to hear that I'd be staying with them.
Ooh, a sleepover. I love slumber parties.
Yeah, me too. I had no idea what she was talking about. The next few days were some of the best ever. The lady got me clothes and gave me my own room. Zoe and I got along really well, and we watched tons of videos on this awesome channel MSA that she introduced me to. One night, we were out for dinner, and I was so excited to see the huge spread. I piled my plate high with food and started gobbling it up when some kids started laughing at me. Look at her eating like a horse. Haven't you seen food before, weirdo? Oh, I guess some nice people brought this homeless girl here for food. Look how skinny she is, and her wild hair. Before I could reply, Zoe had returned to our table, and she smacked her plate in the kid's face.
Mind your own business, you limp noodle.
I loved the way Zoe stood up for me. She reminded me so much of Gianna. I soon discovered that Zoe's mom owned a beauty salon. One day, she gave me a makeover, and I was shocked at the results. She even managed to tame my crazy hair. Whoa, are you some kind of magician? Oh, I didn't have to do much. You're a beautiful girl, Mary. And it felt amazing to hear that. And a week later, I was officially adopted by them. I had a real family. Soon after, Zoe's mom got me enrolled into the same school as hers. One day when we came back, I was shocked to see so many guests at our place. Mom had organized a surprise party to welcome me into the family. She introduced me to everyone, and they were all so nice, except for this one nasty relative. Do you even make enough from your awful makeup business to take care of another child? Oh God, I can't forget the horrible makeup you did on me once. That made me mad. Well, sometimes all the makeup in the world can't fix some faces. Mom and Zoe laughed out loud while the lady turned red and stormed off. I wasn't letting anyone be a jerk to my family. The only thing that was bothering me now was thinking of Gianna at the orphanage. Mom said she'd help find a home for her too, and we went to see her. But I was shocked when the warden told us she'd been adopted. She wouldn't tell us where Gianna had gone, but in my heart, I was satisfied. She had a family like me. Life was good, and over time, I picked up Mom's love of makeup, and she taught me everything she knew. When I was in 10th grade, Mom took me to a shoot once, and the model I worked on absolutely loved her look. The next day, Zoe woke me up excitedly and showed me my Insta account. I had thousands of followers, thanks to that model who had tagged me in her picture. I started attracting tons of clients to Mom's salon. Then one day at school, I saw a familiar face in the corridor, and my heart skipped a beat. Oh my God, it was Gianna! I ran to her and she screamed in delight as the two of us hugged and jumped around. I feel like I'm dreaming. I thought I'd never see you again, Gianna. I can't believe it myself. I'm so happy to see you, and you look amazing. Gianna and I had so much catching up to do. We were in the cafeteria when Zoe came and sat next to me and started eating my food, and Gianna snatched the tray away from her. Hey, what are you doing, weirdo? Get your own lunch. Excuse me? Who are you and what's your problem? Whoa, guys, calm down. This is my friend Gianna. I've told you about her, remember? And this is my sister Zoe. Sister? Yeah, her favorite sister in the whole wide world. And also her current best friend. So get in line, Gianna. The two were smiling, but I could sense the tension. And now the three of us were hanging out together all the time, but I just knew they didn't like each other. Zoe and I were both in the football club, and a few days later when we had a training session, I was surprised and happy to see Gianna was there too. But Zoe clenched her teeth and ran out to the field. We had such an intense training session, and Zoe and Gianna were being so aggressive. Suddenly, Zoe was racing towards the goalpost with the ball when Gianna tried to take it from her, and Zoe crashed to the ground. That's a foul. This cheater pushed me. No, I didn't. You just slipped. Don't be such a crybaby. They were about to attack each other when the coach stopped them and told everyone to take a break. As we rested in the locker room, we suddenly heard screams from the bathroom next door. We went running to see Zoe standing there and Gianna on the floor. Mary, stop your crazy sister. She pulled my hair and flung me against the wall. What? I barely touched you. Zoe, are you insane? It's just stupid football. Just then the coach walked in, and when she saw everything, she suspended Zoe from the club for a month. Zoe stormed off in tears while I helped Gianna up. What had gotten into her? I decided not to tell Mom anything yet and went to Zoe's room to talk. And she was furious with me. How could you take her side, Mary? Zoe, she was hurt and lying on the floor. What did you expect me to do? She came into the bathroom and kept mocking me, and I only pushed her aside to get out of my way. I never pushed her that hard or pulled her hair. She's lying. Why would she do that? Because she's a psycho. But if you want to believe her, go ahead. She pushed me out and slammed the door shut. I didn't know what to believe. I thought I'd talk to Gianna the next day, but I found her limping on crutches. She said she'd sprained her ankle during the fall. But Zoe said she barely pushed you. So, you think I'm faking all this? Why would I do that, Mary? Zoe attacked me. Your life, and you know it. I did know Zoe was unhappy since Gianna had arrived. Later that day, when Zoe saw me and Gianna sitting in the cafeteria, she turned away furiously and went to sit at the farthest corner. This was a nightmare. A few days later, our English teacher, Miss Amy, was getting married, and she'd invited all her students. She'd even hired me as her makeup artist, and Gianna came along to help. Just when I was done with her makeup, I finished it off with a setting spray, and Miss Amy started screaming. Oh my God, my eyes, they're burning. And my skin, what have you done, Mary? I stood there in shock as Miss Amy ran off to wash her face. I use this spray every day. I was about to test it on my skin when Gianna stopped me. Hey, don't. Didn't you see what just happened? Give it here. And with that, she opened the bottle and sniffed it. Mary, this is frickin' pepper spray. What? How could that possibly get mixed up with my makeup? Just then, Zoe and some kids walked in, asking why Miss Amy had gone screaming to the bathroom. Oh, I think we have our answer, Mary. There's only one person who could have switched this out for pepper spray. Zoe, are you frickin' mental? Mary, don't listen to her. If anyone would do something that crazy, it's Gianna. And how would I do that? You live with her. You had every chance to mess with her makeup.
I've just had it with you.
And with that, Zoe pounced on Gianna. As the two wrestled, they didn't even notice when Miss Amy walked back in and went crashing straight into her. Get out, all of you. And you, Mary. I'll never forgive you for ruining my wedding day. We were all thrown out, and before I knew it, Miss Amy had posted pictures with her swollen red eyes and face on Instagram. She tagged me and Mom's salon, telling people never to get makeup done from us. People were resharing her pictures like crazy. I couldn't bear to see anyone and shut myself up in my room. I couldn't believe someone would hurt me. It was either my sister or my best friend. I had been appointed as the football team captain recently, and the next day, when all the players were gathered, I made an announcement. I feel that I cannot lead a team where all the members can't play well together. So, I've made a decision to let one player go, and that is Zoe. Zoe stared at me in shock, and then she pounced on me.
Seriously? You pathetic jerk. I welcomed you into my home. I made you my sister, and this is what I get? I hate you, and I'll never forgive you. I wish we could throw you back in that orphanage.
As some kids pulled her away, she stormed off furiously, and I ran off to the bathroom. Gianna came running after me. Wow, Mary, I can't believe you actually chose me over your stupid sister. Now, you've lost her, and that makes me really happy. What? What do you mean? I mean, I want you to suffer. Just like you made me suffer when you left me at the orphanage. That night, when we were running away, I didn't come to the meeting spot thinking you wouldn't go without me. But you did. You just abandoned me. You didn't come on purpose? I thought the warden had caught you. And I didn't abandon you, Gianna. I came to the orphanage again looking for you. I don't believe you. You just left me and got yourself a sister. You replaced me. Yes, I did fake being hurt in the bathroom, and I did mess with your makeup, so you could hate her. And now, she hates you.
Oh no, I don't. I heard everything and recorded it too.
Zoe stepped in just then, and I turned to a shocked Gianna. You see, I wasn't sure about the bathroom incident, but after the makeup thing, I decided it had to be you. Zoe would never do something to hurt me or Mom's business. We faked the fight outside, hoping you'd be really happy and admit something. Why are you like this now? What happened to you, Gianna? Gianna snarled and leapt at me, but Zoe pushed her off and we locked her in the bathroom. We told the principal everything, who then called in her adoptive mother. And we found out from her that Gianna had been in therapy before for a personality disorder, which made her think everyone was against her. I was sad to hear that, but luckily, she had a loving mom who took her away to rehab for some time. I'm really sorry about your friend, Mary. Really, friend Mary. Really. And I have to admit, I was jealous when she came back into your life. I hope she'll be better soon, and maybe we can be friends again someday. But you've got nothing to worry about, Zoe. You are, and always will be, my sister.